Is it because she crossed over? But when she crossed over, wasn't it into the original owner's body? Gee, he looked just like the original owner. She had once doubted if she had truly crossed over, but the memories of her death were clear, and the original owner's memories of 18 years were also vivid. They didn't seem fake at all. Just as he was lost in her thoughts, a voice interrupted her, and she looked up. The speaker was a black cloud beast, looking a bit chubbier than the others. It looked at he and replied earnestly, "If they don't want to play games, why come to the floating island? Our island's charm is treasure hunting during the day, eating vegetables, and enjoying a romantic and exciting night in the sky." He silently answered in her mind. Of course, it was because the game system brought them here. Otherwise, do you think they wanted to come? If they could earn money just by lying at home, how many would actually want to come? At that moment, several other cloud beasts nearby also voiced their agreement. That's right. Our amusement project is the highlight of the floating island. People only want to play more. No one dislikes playing. Exactly. Every year, countless races travel across half the galaxy just to experience our unique services. We have 0 negative reviews. Do you understand? Everyone praises our enthusiasm and good service. As long as customers request, we can not only provide sky services but also play games with them and help take care of their kids, ensuring they have a great time. We can even feed the customers. You can't stop others from having fun just because you're having a bad day. Little one, that's not right. How can you talk like that? Don't be so harsh. The little one is still young. It's normal to have some small thoughts. My son used to make a mess at home too. Didn't you cause trouble when you were young? Okay, I was wrong. Is that enough? I didn't mean any harm. After the cloud beast's continuous chatter, he was left speechless. The talent assessment was indeed correct. These cloud beasts were quite stubborn. They only recognized what they believed was right. They had their own logic to judge what others said. Knowing that continuing the conversation was pointless, he decided to stay silent. Fine, let them do as they please. She couldn't control it. She had tried her best. The others could fend for themselves. As long as the resistance wasn't too intense, she wouldn't die. At most, she would endure some discomfort and return with a sore throat for a while. At that moment, a floating cloud beast suddenly looked down at he and asked, "Little cub, why are you here in line with us?" He was startled and was about to introduce herself. The few floating cloud beasts behind her, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. She said she can groom fur, and we invited her to help Lily with that. As soon as this was said, many floating cloud beasts looked at he with even more affection, especially those with children. Such a young one out here earning a living. What a good child. Oh, I'm so touched. If my ungrateful son had even a fraction of her understanding, I could die in peace. Cub, besides grooming, what else can you do? Can you eat? Would you like to show us how you eat? The floating cloud beast speaking thought to himself that no matter what he said she could do, he would praise her greatly to make the little cub happy. After all, young cubs are very sensitive. One wrong move could leave a psychological mark. I can collect trash. He exclaimed proudly. She hadn't forgotten that the earlier talent evaluation said these floating cloud beasts were very valuable to her. Not to mention anything else, even some of their shed fur would be great. Wow, that's amazing. Impressive. Oh my, so capable. Awesome. Excellent. A bunch of floating cloud beasts used a comforting tone to cheer he up. It was as if collecting trash was an unbeatable and extraordinary skill. They praised her endlessly. Even though he had thick skin, she felt a bit shy. She was already this old. Why were these floating cloud beasts treating her like a child? In the lively atmosphere, he was quickly led inside. Before leaving, the floating cloud beasts warmly invited he to come play at their homes, and after getting her agreement, they quickly departed. Having worked all night, they missed the female beasts at home. The few floating cloud beasts who brought he and urged her to follow, saying, "Let's go to Lily, she's waiting for you at home." They were all single males, and when they had someone in their hearts, They wouldn't pay special attention to a female like Ji-hee. They might even deliberately keep their distance. In their view, when they had someone special, they shouldn't get too close to other females, as it could be a disadvantage and allow rivals to take advantage. Even though he was just a young female, that was still not acceptable. So along the way, they didn't talk much to Ji-hee. They had only spoken earlier for work. Otherwise, they wouldn't have said a word. Earlier, most of the conversation was with married older men who could be Jiha's father. They spoke to Jiha with a hint of wanting to find a partner for their sons. After all, their species practices polyandry, and females are rare. There are many single males who do not want their sons to remain alone, so they try to get close whenever they can. Regardless of whether it works out, they just want to get to know her. Jiha thought about the several big opportunities ahead and happily followed a few cloud beasts into the elevator. This elevator was very large, capable of holding more than 10 cloud beasts at once. All the cloud beasts that saw Jiha squeezed together, creating a large space around her, as if they were afraid to touch her. Jiha didn't mind. She understood their modesty and turned to look at the scenery outside the elevator. The elevator was surrounded by transparent walls, making it seem as if it was floating in the sky. However, when she reached out, she could feel a protective barrier in front of her to prevent anyone from falling. The elevator moved slowly, like a sightseeing lift, allowing Jiha to clearly see the environment of the floating island. She could see that the area she arrived at was likely the entrance. In the distance, there were colorful clouds floating in the sky. "What is that?" Jiha asked, pointing to a series of clouds that looked like a staircase to the sky, addressing a nearby cloud beast. This cloud beast had been looking down at something, but upon hearing her, it turned to look and casually replied, "Moving clouds. If you feed them some treats, they can take you flying around the floating island." Jiha's eyes lit up. This was just like a flying mount. "I want to take one. Are there any conditions?" she asked cautiously, noticing that there were many clouds over there, not very rare, and she wanted to inquire. Maybe it could work out? The cloud beast hesitated. This was a specialty of their floating island and was not supposed to be sold. But this was a young female. How could it be explained without hurting her feelings? After waiting too long for an answer, Jiha's hopeful expression faded. She smiled and said, "It's fine. I was being too forward." At that moment, the elevator suddenly stopped, and the doors opened with a cheerful sound. "Are you planning to take one home to play with?" Hearing this, Jiha turned around to see a pink cloud beast, which looked very beautiful, with small white horns. This was the first time Jiha had seen a cloud beast in a color other than black. Compared to other chubby black cloud beasts, she looked like a fairy. "Lily. Oh, Lily, I've missed you so much. Lily, you look even more beautiful." A group of previously quiet black cloud beasts rushed out, surrounding the pink cloud beast with great enthusiasm. In an instant, they pushed Ji into the elevator. He had already seen the love-struck behavior of these cloud beasts yesterday, so she remained calm at their reaction. She stepped out of the elevator, following the cloud beasts, and turned to observe her surroundings. The environment was very similar to the floating island, with no signs of metal. It looked like a house made of clouds. The floor and walls were made of white clouds, decorated with colorful cloud patterns and designs depicting various cloud beasts. On either side of the elevator were long hallways that seemed to stretch endlessly, with colorful cloud doors lining the sides. Directly in front of the elevator were several tall stools made of clouds. It truly had the unique charm of the floating island.
"Of course I missed you. I was so tired last night."
"I'll grab a bite to eat and take a nap. After I finish my beauty routine, let's meet in the afternoon." After sending off a few black cloud beasts, Lily turned to Ji-hee. "Come on, let's go back to my place." "Okay," Ji-hee replied with a warm smile, following Lily. This was a client she would be serving soon. The pink cloud beast was very talkative, often speaking without Ji-hee needing to say anything. The new clouds on the floating island can't be sold and need to stay for visitors. "If you don't mind, I can give you one of my own clouds. What do you think? I should tell you that these clouds will fade over time, so don't be upset later." How could I be? Just having it will make me very happy, Ji-hee said with a big smile, thinking she would have to trade something for it, but was surprised she could get it for free. Such a beautiful cloud, just like your lovely fur, Lily. I fell in love with it the moment I saw it. I will treasure it well. With Ji-hee's heartfelt response, the bond between her and the cloud beast grew closer. Ji-hee then understood that all the clouds on the floating island were produced by female cloud beasts, while male cloud beasts could not produce clouds. As a result, their fighting abilities were much lower than those of male cloud beasts, and they were usually well protected and rarely left the metal tower. According to their abilities, female floating beasts can produce countless clouds throughout their lives, some of which can fly while others cannot. Some special flying clouds, after thousands of years of accumulation, turn into floating islands. All clouds do not last forever. They slowly fade away over time, and the duration depends on the strength of the female floating beast's abilities. The stronger the ability, the longer the clouds last, and vice versa. If they disappear, it's okay. New clouds will take their place. As long as the species survives, the floating islands will endure. While a person and a beast were talking, they arrived at a large pink cloud door. Lily walked straight in and easily passed through the clouds. Ji-hee followed her, but was stopped at the door. Ji-hee. At that moment, Lily's head suddenly popped out from the pink cloud, and she stuck out her tongue. I forgot. Here, eat this fruit, and you can come in. She handed over a huge fruit that looked like a sausage. Ji-hee took it, looked at it, and didn't know how to eat it, as her talent didn't give her any clues. She tentatively opened her mouth, ready to take a bite. Hey, no. The skin is bitter, Lily said quickly, reaching out a paw and scratching down the fruit. The skin shook and then split open, revealing a row of small sausages inside. Ji-hee smiled and thanked Lily, then reached out to take a piece and put it in her mouth, chewing carefully. How to describe it? It not only looked like a sausage but also tasted like one. It wasn't fruity, it was meaty. This is my first time eating it, and it's delicious. I really like it, Ji-hee said with a smile at Lily. You are so nice to me. Thank you. Lily suddenly felt a bit shy. She had thought Ji-hee was a bit naive, but hearing this made her rethink that idea. As females, she shouldn't have thought that way. She opened her mouth and said awkwardly, No need to thank me. Later, I'll give you a long fruit seed to take home and plant. When it grows, you can eat as much as you want. Okay. Seeing Ji-hee smile, Lily's discomfort faded away. She patiently waited for Ji-hee to finish the whole long fruit before urging, All right, hurry and come in. Ji-hee nodded, casually tossed the long fruit skin into her space, and stepped into the pink cloud. This time, she faced no obstacles and walked in smoothly. The decorations inside were completely different from what Ji-hee had imagined, with no technological elements at all. Everything was pink. Pink clouds, pink tables, pink everything. Ji-hee felt as if she had entered a pink world. I see you're shorter and can't reach me, so it's not convenient for you to cut hair. You can sit on this cloud cushion. You won't fall off, Lily said eagerly as she lay down right after entering the room, handing Ji-hee a small sky blue cloud. If you give it a piece of candy, it will listen to you. Curious, Ji-hee touched the cloud. It felt like squeezing a damp sponge, but her hand was dry when she pulled away. It was a strange sensation, very relaxing. Understanding the situation, Ji-hee stopped touching it and took a piece of milk candy from her space, placing it inside the cloud. After swallowing the blue cloud, it shook a bit and then flew up, first circling around Ji-hee before hovering at her knees. It was inviting her to get on. Ji-hee carefully stepped up. It felt different from what she had imagined, like stepping into a sand pile. Though it was soft and she sank a little, she was still stable. Once Ji-hee was steady, the blue cloud took off, flying at a moderate speed. Ji-hee adjusted her balance and didn't fall. In novels, people fly on swords. She was flying on a cloud. It was similar. Take me to Lily's face. Ji-hee tried to direct the blue cloud. The cloud obeyed, flying steadily near Lily's cheek. Ji-hee took a deep breath, straightened her posture, and tried to ignore the sensation beneath her feet. She put on a professional smile, took out her phone, and began showing Lily pictures. Do you like this? It looks cute after the cut. And this one. It matches your pink fur well. After discussing, Ji-hee took out an electric saw to start cutting the fur. The cloud beast was too big. She couldn't use clippers or scissors like back home, as that would take forever. So she decided to outline the shape with the electric saw first, then use clippers for the details. Determined, Ji-hee got to work seriously. An hour and a half later, standing on the cloud, Ji-hee looked at the freshly styled Lily and nodded in satisfaction. The fur was fluffy, and the head was round. It looked great. After some time without a cut, her skills had not dulled. Lily, go look in the mirror and see what you don't like. I'll fix it for you, said Ji-hee. Hearing this, Lily stood up, shook off the loose hair, and gracefully walked to the mirror. Ji-hee took the opportunity to crouch down and gather the hair she had just trimmed, putting it into a bag to take away. While cutting the hair, she had her own reasons. Knowing that the cloud beast's fur was thick, she cut off a large section without it affecting anything. It was just like going to a hair salon. A shorter cut could last longer. The hair on the ground was about 1/2 meter long, which was enough to make several pieces of clothing at home. However, the color didn't suit her. She wished there was some black in it. Wow, it's so beautiful. I love it. It feels brand new, completely different from when I went to the beauty salon, Lily said, taking a few pretty photos of herself before turning to Ji-hee, noticing she was sweeping the hair on the floor. Oh, you don't need to clean up. Let the robot do it, Lily insisted. It's fine, I'm almost done, Ji-hee quickly replied. She came for the hair, so she couldn't let a robot take it from her. What do you want? Lily asked, seeing Ji-hee was determined. She felt pity for her, thinking about her life and how Ji-hee had to work to support herself. She thought if she didn't give her something, it would be a crime. You look so thin. You probably need more nutrition. I'll give you a bottle of vegetable nutrient tablets to help you get the nutrients you need. This is a specialty from our floating island, and it's very popular. Everyone who has tried it is satisfied, Lily said, pulling out a tall white bottle from her space and handing it to Ji-hee. The bottle had a picture of a floating island with various vegetables and symbols on it. Ji-hee didn't recognize any of the symbols. She took the bottle, opened it, and found colorful tablets inside, each nearly the size of the bread she usually ate. When she touched one, her talent reacted. Floating Island Vegetable Nutrient Tablets, made from vegetables from the floating island, rich in essential life elements. One tablet can meet your nutritional needs. Note: eat less. For your size, one tablet is enough for a month. Ji-hee smiled happily, surprised by Lily's generosity. She didn't just offer help. She was very generous. This bottle looked like it had hundreds of tablets, and Lily was giving it to her without hesitation. Many people in her hometown struggle to get vegetables and are lacking vitamins. This medicine in her shop will probably sell out quickly. The space upgrade is stable now. Lily, you are so kind. I really love this bottle of medicine. I didn't expect you to be so generous. I just wonder if giving it to me will be a loss for you? Ji-hee quickly put the medicine into her space and then looked at Lily, praising her enthusiastically. Even though she liked it, she still wanted to be polite, so she didn't seem too eager. No, I have plenty. Even though it's expensive outside, it doesn't cost us anything since we produce it ourselves. Lily was very happy with Ji-hee's praise and started to take out more things. This is the long fruit seedling I promised to give you. Take good care of it. They are easy to grow. Just plant it in any pot. Also, I have a few long fruits that you said you liked, so I'll give you those too. Ji-hee was polite with her words, but her face was full of joy as she quickly packed everything into her space. Lily was satisfied with Ji-hee's cooperation and kept making plans. Come on, I'll take you to my sisters. I just sent them the photos of the freshly groomed pets, and they loved them. You shouldn't leave today. Let's groom a few pets together, Lily said as she walked out with her head held high. I heard Sean Ko and the others say you were looking for a job. Once we finish here, I can introduce you to the Underground Waste Recycling Center in logistics. How does that sound? By the way, my father is in charge of logistics, so I can talk to the robots there and get you hired. They pay extra for waste processing, so it's better to give the job to you directly. Oh, I almost forgot you are a visitor. You probably haven't had enough fun yet. Here's the plan. There's not much to do during the day, so you can go out at night. When you come back tomorrow morning, you can go straight to the recycling center. He quickly nodded in agreement. Hearing about the recycling center made her think there must be a lot of valuable items there. As they walked, Lily took out some snacks and offered Ji a pack. Here, try this. It's really good. It's a new product from the Fruitwood Group. Ji took the snack, which was just the right size in Lily's hand but felt big in hers, so she had to hold it carefully. Looking down, she saw another snack she didn't recognize. She carefully tore open a corner, revealing small pink round balls, each about the size of an apricot. Shunshun candy, a new product developed by the Fruit and Wood Group. It has a sweet taste and a lasting flavor, loved by females of all species. Long-term consumption is beneficial for females, as it can increase pregnancy rates and help maintain pregnancies. Note: what's up? You don't even have a partner, and you're already thinking about having kids? Seeing the note, Ji fell silent, carefully sealed the bag with a clip, and put the item back into her space. So, what if she doesn't have a partner? Is it a crime? She enjoys it. Lily noticed Ji putting it away without eating. Curious, she asked, "Why aren't you eating?" "It's really good." "I can't bear to." Ji thought for a moment and changed her response. "This is good for pregnant females, and I want to save it for someone in my family." That's right. Selling it could trade for rare metals. During disasters, healthy people struggle, let alone pregnant women, who likely have it even harder. If she doesn't need it, she can give it to those who do. Win-win cooperation. Lily looked at Ji with pity, imagining many things. She opened her mouth but, considering Ji's pride, decided not to say anything. Instead, she pulled out a few more packs of Shunshun candy and handed them to Ji. "Take these. I have plenty." Ji gratefully accepted them and quickly stored them away. These interstellar snacks are common for aliens, but for them, they are rare treasures. Previously, she sold some near-expired snacks, some of which had positive effects. The feedback was great, comparing them to miracle drugs, and they wanted to buy more. Unfortunately, Ji couldn't do much. The limited snacks she had were taken from Sister Rabbit's storage, and there weren't many. Once they were gone, they were gone. Where could she find more? Now, she had replenished her stock. Though it wasn't much, having some was better than having none, right? The entire day, Ji stayed busy, grooming 7 female floating cloud beasts. Following the shape of a teddy dog from her hometown, she trimmed each one. At first, it took her an hour and a half to finish one, but later she improved her speed and could complete one in about an hour. She didn't forget to collect all the fur she trimmed. She worked until afternoon, close to dusk, before finally getting a break. That day, besides collecting a lot of floating cloud beast fur, she also gained 12 bottles of floating island vegetable nutrient essence. Lily said this was a byproduct of their floating island, and basically every household had some. The floating island not only serves as a tourist spot but also sells some vegetables as a side business to earn extra income. They offer fresh vegetables, vegetable essence tablets, vegetable juice, and more. Besides these, Lily shared some snacks with Ji while they were eating. She decided to keep the ones without special effects for herself. Ji planned to sell the useful ones at a fair price, especially the Shunshun candy. She received a total of 18 packs and intended to keep just one, selling the rest. In addition to the Shunshun candy, Lily and her friends produced 3 floating clouds. Ji had just left her last customer's house and found a cloud-shaped stool to sit on and eat. It had been a very busy day. She hadn't eaten breakfast or lunch and had worked all day, feeling extremely hungry. As she devoured half of a potato roll, Ji suddenly noticed a figure blocking her view. Looking up, she met the gaze of a cute, chubby yellow cloud beast. It was staring intently at the potato roll in her hand, drooling. After listening to female cloud beasts chat all day, Ji-hee understood that colorful cloud beasts are all females, while black ones are males. The one in front of her was about a meter tall, likely a young female, behaving like a human child who sees someone eating ice cream and can't help but drool. Ji-hee looked around but didn't see any adults nearby. That was unusual. Female floating beasts are rare and usually have an adult with them. After thinking for a moment, Ji-hee took out another roll and waved it back and forth. "Do you want a potato roll, little one?" The yellow cloud beast's eyes followed the roll eagerly, making soft sounds. "I can give you this roll, but I'm not sure if you have any allergies or dislikes," Ji-hee said. Female floating beasts can be delicate, and without an adult around, she didn't want to take any risks. Just then, the cloud beast made a little noise and wiggled its bottom, clearly eager for the food. While Ji-hee was still debating, a large black cloud beast ran over. "Hey, what are you doing, little one?" The black floating cloud beast had just finished speaking when it turned to Ji-hee and quickly remembered that this was the child sent by the clan to work today. Its expression softened a bit. "Did the little one cause you any trouble?" "No." Ji-hee shook her head and held up a whole wrap, asking the black floating cloud beast, "It seems like it wants to eat this wrap.
Can it?"
The black floating cloud beast hesitated for a moment, but the little floating cloud beast beside it immediately started making sounds. The meaning was clear, it wanted to eat. It quickly changed its attitude, coaxing patiently, "Go ahead, little one, eat it." With the parent's permission, Ji-hee stuffed the wrap into the wide-open mouth of the yellow floating cloud beast. It chewed vigorously, and within a minute, the wrap disappeared. While Ji-hee needed a long time to eat a wrap, this floating cloud beast swallowed it in one bite. It looked like it went straight to its stomach. After finishing the wrap, the yellow one immediately became happy, stood up, and ran off quickly. The black floating cloud beast seemed a bit anxious and hurried after it. Before leaving, it tossed a small card to Ji-hee and quickly said, "I heard you want our discarded clouds? Take this card to get it." With that, they vanished into the depths of the corridor. Ji-hee. There really are no secrets. This little thing spread everywhere, and a potato wrap can be exchanged for clouds? It sounds like there's more than one. What a great deal. The more, the better. She picked up the card and took a look. It was a golden cloud card, looking very similar to the little floating cloud beast from before. There were no words on it. Ji-hee immediately stood up, not even finishing her meal. She wasn't that hungry anymore. Getting the clouds was the priority. At this time, it should be the sleeping hour for the floating cloud beasts. Ji-hee walked down the corridor for a while, trying to catch one to ask where to go for the clouds, but she couldn't find any beasts. After thinking for a moment, she decided to take the elevator down to the basement. Lily had told her to go to the underground recycling center in the morning, and since the trash was down there, could the discarded clouds also be underground? Although it seemed a bit unlikely for clouds to be stored underground, Ji-hee couldn't think of any other place, so she decided to give it a try. Entering the elevator, Ji-hee was stunned. There were no buttons in the elevator. How was she supposed to go down? She pursed her lips and simply said, "Underground Cloud Recycling Center." As soon as Ji-hee finished speaking, the elevator began to descend slowly. Ji-hee let out a small sigh of relief. It seemed feasible. She turned to look outside. As the elevator descended slowly, Ji-hee could clearly see many people moving around the floating island, although they looked about the size of mice. These people were scattered all over the floating island, some exploring the clouds, while others were busy catching cloud bugs. Seeing everyone working so hard made Ji-hee feel more at ease. Even her fatigue from not sleeping all night seemed to fade away. Indeed, happiness is something that needs comparison. Knowing she wasn't the only one working hard made her feel much better. Lost in her thoughts, the elevator came to a stop. Ji-hee turned and stepped out. The decor here was completely different from upstairs, with pure metal floors and walls that looked very cold and hard. The metal above emitted a faint green glow, giving off a somewhat eerie feeling. Ji-hee frowned and carefully stepped inside. It was quiet around her. Only the sound of her footsteps could be heard. At that moment, she suddenly spotted a robot resting against the wall. Ji-hee's eyes lit up. It felt like seeing a familiar face. She stepped forward, stood in front of the robot, and greeted it. "Hello. I'm here to collect clouds. Do you know where I can find them?" The robot seemed a bit annoyed at being interrupted, clearly busy. But when it saw the yellow cloud G he was holding and the badge on her chest, its expression brightened. It liked people who loved their work. "Work loves me. I love work. Follow me." He. If she wasn't mistaken, this robot had been slacking off. She silently complained but obediently followed the robot without saying a word. Having a robot to lead the way was much better than wandering around aimlessly in a place she didn't know. After leading Ji-hee for a while, the robot chatted happily, clearly in a good mood. Ji-hee listened carefully. It was all about how work loves it and it loves work. She remained silent. The two walked for over 10 minutes until the robot stopped in front of a wall. It extended a wire and plugged it in, causing a large section of the metal wall to disappear as if it had been cut, revealing an entrance. The robot turned back and waved at Ji-hee. "Go in." Ji-hee nodded and stepped inside, only to be stunned. Where were the clouds? Inside were stacks of black blocks piled high, reaching at least 4 meters, much taller than Ji-hee's house. Ji-hee was not foolish. This thing looked very sturdy and did not resemble a cloud at all. She quickly went outside to ask the robot what was going on. At that moment, she saw the robot had opened the room across the hall and was squatting by the corridor. It plugged itself into the wall, seemingly charging leisurely, emitting a rainbow of lights and giving off a very pleasant vibe. "This isn't right. There are no clouds inside," Ji-hee said as she walked over to see what the robot was doing. "Yes, the clouds are in this room." "Then why did you open this room too?" "Of course, it's for you," the robot replied, as if Ji-hee was being unreasonable. "This isn't right. You should love your work, not be lazy. Treat all trash equally and avoid discriminatory thoughts. Both rooms belong to you." Ji-hee was taken aback and managed to say, "What about you? What are you doing here?" "Resting," the robot said, looking as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. Ji-hee was shocked. So robots could be lazy too? And it spoke in such a frustrating way, always preaching about loving work while its actions were completely different. This contradictory robot left her speechless. If she had ordered a robot that loved to be lazy and spoke sweetly, could she return it? After a moment of silence, Ji-hee turned and walked into the other open door. Inside this room were all sorts of discarded clouds, piled up like colorful cotton candy. However, the colors were a bit dull compared to the ones outside. Ji-hee tentatively reached out to touch them. Flying cloud, one of the special clouds from the floating cloud beast. Feeding it candy allows you to command it to fly. The duration of flight depends on the amount of candy given. It sinks when it rains and needs to dry before it can fly again. Note: the old man cloud has a heavy taste due to years of eating candy, requiring double the amount of candy to command it, moves slowly, and is not very responsive. It will dissipate in 6 months, and no one wants it even for free. He was speechless. She looked around the room filled with colorful clouds, her mouth breaking into a big smile. This was a treasure. So, what if they had various flaws? So, what if they needed double the candy? These were flying mounts. Flying mounts, do you understand? The kind that could take you to the sky. The kind that could save your life in a critical moment. If she needed to escape, she could pull out a mount and take off immediately. The enemy could only stand on the ground, filled with helpless rage. She had just tried it at Lily's house. This mount was very obedient, flying as high or as far as she wanted, making it very useful. Ji-hee waved her hands and quickly started packing. 1, 2, 3. Countless clouds. This treasure was really great. Just as Ji-hee was getting into it, suddenly it stopped. In front of her were piles of packaging bags. Ji-hee. She looked around. The clouds only filled a quarter of the room, while the rest were all like feed bags. Ji-hee hurried outside and found the lazy robot. "Did you bring me to the wrong place? Why are there so few clouds in this room?" "No, this is all the clouds there are," the robot replied slowly, not annoyed at being interrupted as it continued watching videos. "Not all discarded clouds are collected. Some clouds disappear because they didn't perform well and didn't get any candy. They vanish before their time. These are the good ones that have accumulated enough, so they can still keep a little reserve. Hearing this, Ji-hee felt as if she had been struck by lightning. It hurt as if something of hers was lost. Such a good thing just disappeared because of a little candy? What a waste, such a waste. Her flying mount. Ji-hee suppressed her pain and turned back to another room. She didn't want to go to the previous one just yet and needed a moment. She hoped the remaining items would be useful, or she would cry. First, she went to the first room, which was filled with black cubes. Earlier, she was too eager to see the clouds and didn't even use her talent. Now she wanted to see what these were. She reached out to touch one. Cloud beast droppings, colorless and odorless, releases a lot of heat when burned. One piece can burn for 4 hours. Note: this is too scary. You don't even spare the droppings? Ji-hee ignored the talent's comments. What was wrong with droppings? Hadn't she seen cow dung used for fuel? When she was a child, she used to collect cow dung with friends in the countryside, drying it to use as fuel. Some kind-hearted people even traded sweet potatoes for cow dung with her. Back then, if someone had given her a basket of cow dung, she would have been overjoyed. Ji-hee now had a stove in her space to cook and had collected so much firewood, so her need for fuel wasn't that high. But others would definitely need it. The whole country has stopped gas supplies and is encouraging everyone to buy healthy bean cakes, but there are always those who want to cook at home, right? Especially the talented ones. At that time, there would be a place for her to show off her skills with the floating cloud beast's droppings. Even though she thought this way, Ji-hee still put on gloves before she started collecting the droppings. She cleared her throat. Without specific conditions, she wouldn't say much, but now that she had the means, she wanted to be a bit careful. After all, wearing gloves wouldn't affect her efficiency. Ji-hee quickly came to terms with it and focused on cleaning up the droppings. The room was very large, and there was a lot of droppings piled up. By the time Ji-hee cleared out the entire room, it was already dark outside. Despite telling herself that this was fuel, after spending the whole afternoon collecting droppings, Ji-hee felt a bit worn out. As she walked out the door, she happened to hear that lazy robot laughing to itself. Ji-hee suddenly felt annoyed. She was exhausted, and that robot was so relaxed. She quickly walked over and reached out, saying, "Give it to me." The robot looked confused. "Give what?" "My payment." Ji-hee raised one hand in front of the robot and placed her other hand on her hip, glaring with wide eyes. "I worked for you all afternoon, cleaning up all that mess, and you're not giving me anything? Be careful, or I'll go upstairs and roll around. I'll say you're bullying a visitor and get you a pay cut." The robot was shocked and speechless. This person was actually threatening it? But wasn't she just a cleaner? It thought this and asked. However, the person in front of it shamelessly retorted, "So what if I'm a cleaner? Cleaners need breaks too. Can I go on vacation?" The robot was left speechless. Was it the kind of robot that could be threatened?
It was.
Wah. Please don't report me. I'll get my pay cut. The robot slid down smoothly, no longer paying attention to the video, begging pitifully. "Ah." Ji-hee was very satisfied with the robot's attitude and boldly stated her true intention, "Then you get me a light brain." She had heard about the light brain from other floating cloud beasts and really wanted one. "Forget it. Go ahead and report me. That thing is gene-bound. Everyone has their own. Where am I supposed to get one?" The robot relaxed its grip upon hearing about the light brain, showing a defiant attitude.
It really couldn't get that thing.
If Ji-hee reported it, it would only lose a month's pay and get scolded. But if it does something bad, the main system will take it back, and its life will be in danger. Moreover, what do you need a light brain for? Everyone has one. If you lose it, you can just apply for another. You don't want a second one to do something illegal, do you? The robot looked at Ji-hee with suspicion and scanned her badge several times. A formal worker, not a wanted criminal. And it can't be an illegal resident. How could an illegal resident come out to work? Ji-hee remained calm. "I'm just testing you to see if you're a proper robot, and I'm quite satisfied." Humph. The robot was unsure if it should believe her. It sat back down, sounding accusatory. I'm not like those improper ones outside. I'm a proper robot with a serial number. All right, he casually nodded, moving past the topic and continuing, then I want a 20 square meter space button.
Bah.
The robot immediately turned hostile, standing up and shouting angrily, do I look like a space button to you? After working for 5 years, without spending a penny, I might be able to afford one. How dare you extort me? Do you even want to resolve this peacefully? He blinked. She suddenly felt a bit regretful. She really didn't expect that bug to be so wealthy. Giving her a 20 square meter space button was like giving her a small BMW. Regret. If she had known this bug had such good conditions, she would have insisted on marrying it no matter what. Money isn't everything. It just felt like she had found true love. A wealthy, obedient bug with strong combat skills. What a great catch. Far away in the gnarly tree forest, the bug suddenly shivered, feeling a bad premonition. It quickly changed out of its current outfit and into a more expensive and stylish one. It also checked its huge savings. Tonight's blind date must succeed, not fail. Although single life is good, what if that small, thin female bug changed her mind and insisted on marrying him? He wouldn't know how to handle it. Meanwhile, he had no idea that the bug was anxiously going on blind dates, fearing she would come back to insist on marrying him. She was silently hoping to return to that scenario and marry him for sure. After a back and forth between the person and the robot finally compensated he with an interstellar solar charger. Although he felt this compensation was a bit small, there was nothing she could do. The robot was truly out of resources. Looking at it from a different angle, with this charger, her hammer can be charged. She won't have to worry about it suddenly running out of power while in use. If it didn't work well, that would be one thing, but this hammer is so effective, it's a shame to leave it unused just because it ran out of battery. Taking the charger, he smiled and walked into another room, ignoring the robot's pained expression. This was the room where the clouds were stored, and there were still 3/4 of the items left. He wanted to see if any of it could be useful. Carefully opening a package, he saw it was filled with large pieces of dried vegetables. Are they going to throw away these vegetables? How arrogant. She reached out. Floating island dried vegetables. Dried vegetables with the essence extracted. Note: nutritional value is only 30% left. Eating this would waste stomach space. It's trash. He really didn't understand. Many people back home loved dried vegetables. During the autumn harvest, many would cut vegetables like radishes into small pieces and dry them outside to eat in winter. Mixed with chili oil, they were delicious. Why throw them away in space? It's not completely without nutrition. There's still 30%. That's not a small amount. What a waste. While complaining, he quickly tossed them into her storage. These space folks are so picky. She didn't mind at all. Back home, people were going crazy for vegetables, always talking about wanting to eat them. If she could collect so many dried vegetables, they would be thrilled. They wouldn't care about the nutritional value. All the vegetables were stored in a large bag, well preserved. He filled them quickly, one bag in each hand. As she packed, she noticed that these vegetables looked smaller than the ones she saw outside, almost like they had been peeled. She wondered where the peels went. She wanted those vegetables too. If people didn't eat them, they could feed them to the livestock in her storage. The pigs wouldn't mind. Floating beast chef. Of course, they were thrown away. In business, they are honest and must use the best vegetables to extract the essence. No one wants those vegetable scraps. By the time he finished packing all the vegetables, it was completely dark. She looked at her watch and saw it was already past 11 p.m. Taking a deep breath, she didn't rush to leave, but sat down against the wall and took out a homemade lunchbox to eat. After finishing her meal, she planned to continue searching for vegetables. Her task wasn't complete yet, and she couldn't sleep just yet. Tomorrow is already planned, so he doesn't intend to rush to finish her tasks. Today, she needs to find all the remaining 100 vegetables before she can rest. Determined, he adjusts her mood and takes a big bite of the pork. It's rich but not greasy, and the aroma of the meat fills the air. When she's tired, eating is her favorite way to relax. These meals are all prepared by her, featuring dishes from interstellar chefs as well as her own cooking, neatly packed in portions stored away for whenever she wants to eat. After finishing her only proper meal for the day, Ji-hee stands up, says goodbye to the robot in the hallway that is still goofing off, and leaves the metal tower. Tonight, the floating island is still filled with the screams of humans. Except for Ji-hee, who has been let go. All the others who transformed successfully have been captured and are now enjoying the wild Ferris wheel in the sky. It feels like a game. Once the screams stop, the cloud beasts will speed up their rotations, encouraging more screams from the people. Having learned from the experience of those captured yesterday, many have given up resisting as the monsters appear again today. Since they can't fight back anyway, they might as well enjoy it. After all, they won't die. They'll just be tormented for a night, and by morning, the monsters will disappear. They can endure. This must be the cursed game trying to prevent them from completing their tasks, torturing them instead. During the day, many gathered to discuss strategies. The final conclusion was to endure. There was no other way. They couldn't win a fight. They had tried, but after being beaten half to death, they still ended up on the Ferris wheel. They accepted both mental and physical torment. These monsters are likely twisted. They don't eat people, but enjoy hearing their screams. To suffer less, they can only shout. The louder they scream, the slower the rotation. Many of them shouted all night yesterday to make the monsters spin slower, and by morning, their voices were hoarse. The thought of having to shout all night again tonight makes them feel suffocated. Even those with special abilities can't handle this. Special beings are still human after all. On the other side, the cloud beasts, after discussing yesterday, dressed up before coming out to better serve the game. They put on outfits with interstellar horror elements and are now running around, roaring loudly to create a terrifying atmosphere. They are working hard to ensure the esteemed guests have a good experience, which certainly frightens the humans on their backs. Thinking these monsters had gone mad and wanted to eat people, the cries were filled with genuine emotion. With both sides working together, tonight's floating island was especially lively. Ji-hee walked in the garden, picking up cloud worms while listening to the human screams. Hang in there, I've tried to persuade these stubborn ones, but they won't listen. If you get through tonight, it's a victory. Today, there were many more cloud worms lying on the ground than yesterday. Many people had avoided the cloud worms yesterday, not even looking at them. But today was different. Many cloud worms were on the ground, and most were no longer alive. The floating island's vegetable seedlings behind them were bare, with no vegetables left. It seemed someone had figured out how to get vegetables from the floating island's seedlings. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so clean. There are still many smart people around. Ji-hee thought it was normal. If there were no vegetables in the seedlings outside, she would look for them in the clouds. It might be a bit troublesome, but that didn't mean she couldn't find them. This floating island wasn't hers, and if she could find a way to get vegetables, others could too. From another perspective, it made it easier for her to collect cloud worms, which she could sell later, saving her the trouble of killing them. So, Ji-hee continued to pick up cloud worm bodies while searching for vegetables in the white clouds, working until after 2 a.m. to complete her tasks. By then, her arms were so tired she could barely lift them. She managed to finish everything thanks to her determination and stubbornness. After handing in the last vegetable, she didn't even wash her face. She took out a sleeping bag from her space and crawled in, falling asleep in the white clouds. She hadn't slept at all yesterday for the task, and now she was extremely tired. Even so, Ji-hee kept a little awareness outside while sleeping, waking up several times and not sleeping soundly. At 6 a.m., the sky brightened. The busy cloud beasts were finishing their shifts, safely dropping off their tourists before turning to run towards the metal tower. The enthusiasm for finishing work was very strong. The humans who had endured the night also breathed a sigh of relief. Thanking God, the Jade Emperor, Guanyin, the Queen Mother, and Buddha. They had finally survived the ordeal. Perseverance is victory. Ji-hee woke up on time when her alarm rang at 5:40. She sat up, rubbed her still sleepy head, and quickly entered her space to eat and wash up. 15 minutes later, Ji-hee emerged from the white cloud, ready to continue searching for vegetables. The vegetables she found before were for others, but now she is looking for her own. At that moment, Ji-hee suddenly stopped. Looking at the tall, majestic silhouette of the floating island's vegetables in the distance, she fell silent. Before, she couldn't reach them because they were too high. But now, things are different. She can fly. Without a moment's hesitation, Ji-hee quickly took out the blue cloud she got from Lily yesterday, jumped on it, settled in, sprinkled some sugar, and shouted at the sky, "Take off." After the little cloud ate the sugar, it shook and slowly flew up. Ji-hee, annoyed by its slow pace, sprinkled more sugar and said, "Blue spirit, speed up and hurry to that vegetable." As soon as she finished speaking, the blue cloud, energized by the sugar, shot forward towards a giant plant. Ji-hee was ready, lying down securely and holding onto the blue spirit tightly, shouting, "Great job. Go faster, push it." The blue spirit, hearing this, became even more excited and zoomed ahead. The people below, who had been exhausted all night, looked like they might faint. Is that cloud acting strange? Ji-hee didn't care what others thought. As she got closer to the giant vegetable, she noticed that while the plants looked enormous, the vegetables on them weren't very big, about the length of her arm. Against their massive appearance, the vegetables seemed a bit pitiful. This size was similar to the vegetables she usually found in the clouds. But this made it easier for Ji-hee. If they were over 100 pounds, she wouldn't be able to lift them. Deciding what to do, Ji-hee first took out the giant fishing net she had stored. Then, she clenched her right fist and transformed it into a shovel. She began to scratch the giant vegetable with the shovel. Seedlings like to be scratched. There's no reason for mature plants not to enjoy it. After Ji-hee scraped a few times with the shovel, the previously motionless vegetable suddenly shook, as if it had shivered. The next second, the branches of the giant plant began to wildly swing, shaking off all the small vegetables, which flew through the sky in arcs. Each branch was huge, and the number of vegetables thrown out was astonishing. It was as if the sky was covered in a rain of vegetables. Ji-hee laughed, "Ha ha." The exhausted crowd below exclaimed, "Wow." She was prepared, quickly taking out the large net she had ready, and began to throw it up frantically. She scoops with all her might. It's so dense, really too dense. The feeling of catching a big haul is simply exhilarating. Ji-hee was so overwhelmed by the joy of the harvest that she didn't have time to think. It feels great. While fishermen cast nets in the sea, she casts nets in the air to catch vegetables. No problem there. Just as Ji-hee was fully focused and skillfully scooping, the huge plant gradually stopped moving and settled down. Looking down, Ji-hee noticed that the plant was moving too fast. The vegetables that were once densely packed had all been flung away. Now it looked bare and quite pitiful. Without any hesitation, Ji-hee directed the little blue sprite to turn and leave, ignoring the sad plant behind, heading straight for the next one. With so many plants to catch, she needed to hurry. She had more plans ahead. By the time Ji-hee finished scratching all the giant plants and gathered another batch of vegetables, 2 hours had already passed. She glanced at the clock and realized she was running out of time. Quickly, she directed the little blue sprite to turn back toward the metal tower. As soon as she entered the metal tower, before she could go downstairs, she encountered a robot that had been waiting there. It handed her a card. "Please follow me. The master wants to invite you to dinner." Ji-hee. She was a bit confused, but hearing that someone wanted to invite her to dinner, she obediently followed behind. The robot led her through twists and turns to a huge hall made of clouds. They headed straight to the kitchen. "It's a bit late today. The masters have finished their meals and gone to rest. I'll take you directly to the kitchen to get your food." This robot seemed much simpler than the one from yesterday. Ji-hee didn't say much, just quietly followed the robot into the kitchen. As soon as she entered, she saw a large counter that was even taller than her. Then the robot turned around and stood still. "Ji-hee." She blinked. "I can't reach it." "Aren't you going to help me get my food?"
Ah?
The robot tilted its head, clearly as confused as Ji-hee. Ji-hee felt a sinking feeling. Was something wrong? At that moment, she desperately thought about what she had said wrong. Was it about getting food? Look at my height. This time, Ji-hee was more careful with her words. Sure enough, the robot moved its head, cleared its confusion, and nodded. That is indeed a problem. But today's food has a pollution level of 20%, which is not cheap. If I touch it, the pollution level will rise, and the master will be upset. Ji-hee blinked and said, Can you lift me up? Sure. The robot cheerfully transformed into a rectangular shape, creating a ladder for Ji-hee to climb up easily. Ji-hee didn't say much, and stepped onto the metal steps, seeing what was on the platform. There were 2 dishes and a soup. One dish was clearly floating island vegetables, while the other was unrecognizable, looking pink and a bit sticky. Next to it was a golden soup that was steaming. Ji-hee looked down and asked, Are these all for me? Yes, they are, the robot replied without hesitation. The masters have finished their meals. They only eat once a day in the cafeteria, and they will cook again tomorrow. Ji-hee understood. She had arrived late, so she could take everything. Without further ado, she decided to take it all. Since the alien started cooking, she no longer needed to prepare her own meals. What a relief. Of course, Ji-hee wasn't inconsiderate. After packing the food, she ate a large portion in front of the robot. After all, it was kind of them to let her eat, and it would be rude not to. She was grateful for waking up early to work for 2 hours. Otherwise, she might not have been able to enjoy the meal. After saying goodbye to the enthusiastic robot, Ji-hee took the elevator to the basement level. As soon as she stepped out of the elevator, she spotted the lazy robot from yesterday. Ji-hee, oh, robot. What a surprise to see her. That annoying person who even took advantage of the robot. Ji-hee greeted with a smile. What a coincidence. This must be fate between us. Please follow me, the robot said tersely, turning to leave without saying another word, clearly not wanting to engage with Ji-hee. Seeing its attitude, Ji-hee didn't mind. She put her hands behind her back and followed the robot as if inspecting work. The robot led Ji-hee left and right, heading in the opposite direction from yesterday. Then it pulled out some wires and opened 3 doors at once. Turning back, it looked at Ji-hee and said seriously, These 3 rooms are assigned to you by Miss Lily. You can go check them out. After saying that, it tried to leave quickly, but Ji-hee grabbed it, saying, Don't go, robot. I feel unsafe without you. Today, she had some extra time, and if those 3 rooms were cleaned up, she couldn't just sit idly by. She needed the robot to keep opening doors for her. Once it leaves, it might hide in some corner. How will she find the robot to open the door then? The round robot replied. This doesn't feel good. After calming the worried robot, Ji-hee turned and entered the room. The first room was a mess. When Ji-hee walked in, she noticed large, bulging bags everywhere. She pressed one with her hand. It was still soft. Ji-hee pulled down a bag from the top and opened it. Inside were black fur from floating cloud beasts. The bag was full, reaching up to her waist. She quickly stored it away and opened another bag, which also contained the cloud beast's fur. Ji-hee was a bit puzzled and peeked out to the robot, who was charging lazily at the door. Is this room filled with cloud beast fur? Yes, the robot replied, thinking Ji-hee was overreacting. In the floating islands, there are 2 seasons. Winter is cold, so the cloud beasts need to grow thick fur. Now that summer is coming, it's naturally their shedding season. Ji-hee understood. It was just like how dogs shed fur at home. Alright then. Since the effect is the same, it's faster to collect it this way. Ji-hee made up her mind and quickly turned back into the room to start storing more. The floating beasts were quite large, and during shedding season, the amount of fur they lost was quite alarming. Each bag was packed full. Moreover, the cloud beast fur was very clean, with no dirt on it. Unlike the wool from the sheep at Ji-hee's home, which was very dirty. As she thought about how to use the cloud beast fur to knit herself a full outfit, from her feet to the back of her head, she hurriedly stored more in her space. Time was limited. Since she knew it was all cloud beast fur, Ji-hee didn't bother to open each bag to check. She could look at them later when she got home. This room was about the same size as the one Ji-hee cleaned yesterday. However, because there was so much cloud beast fur, each time she stored it, it took a lot of her energy. By the time she had stored all the cloud beast fur, 2 hours had passed. Wiping the sweat from her forehead, she leaned against the wall and took out a cup of homemade strawberry smoothie to sip while walking out. Standing in front of the robot, she also pulled out an apple from her space and handed it over. "Is this for me?" The robot looked at Ji-hee in disbelief, its eyes filled with suspicion. Just yesterday, this troublemaker had extorted a charger from it, and now she was giving it fruit? It seemed too suspicious. "Yes." Ji-hee smiled warmly and said softly, "I thought about it, and I shouldn't have acted that way yesterday. This fruit is my apology to you. I hope you can forgive me."
But
The robot looked at Ji-hee and then at the fruit, clearly wanting it but hesitating, unsure if it could trust her. It feared this might be a trap. As soon as it reached out to take the fruit, Ji-hee went upstairs to report it. Ji-hee thought, "You know me well." Seeing the little robot hesitate, Ji-hee waved the fruit in front of it and smiled. "Here, it's for you."
take it.
From what the robot had said earlier, Ji-hee learned that its touch could increase the food's contamination level. She wanted to test this with the apple. "Then you should wrap it up." The robot couldn't resist the temptation and decided to take the risk, asking, "What is the contamination level?" "Contamination level?" A brief smile flashed in Ji-hee's eyes. Wasn't this just what she wanted? "I'm just forgetful," Ji-hee replied without directly answering, pretending to have forgotten. She found some leftover paper from the last time she ate system bread and wrapped the apple, handing it over. She didn't use the paper from home to avoid any mistakes. The packaging paper from the system should be safe, right? Fortunately, this time the robot didn't refuse. It noticed he didn't answer the question, but didn't mind. The screen flickered, and it reached out to take the apple. Then, it extended a sharp spike from its right hand and gently scraped the bottom of the apple.
Beep.
Natural plant, no special effects. Contamination level below 5%. Safe to eat. Contamination level below 5%. The robot was thrilled. It had thought this little one was stingy, but it turned out to be so generous. Food with a contamination level below 5% could be given away freely? That was worth several silver coins. This surprised the robot greatly. Why would someone so wealthy be picking up trash? Rich people are really strange. "You can take it back." "I can't accept it," it said, but its grip was tight, showing no signs of letting go. Seeing it like that, Ji-hee smiled and leaned against the wall, pushing the apple back to it. She took out a pack of candy she had traded for from Lily yesterday and showed it to the robot. "You know this, right?" The robot nodded. "How many packs of candy can I get for this apple?" The robot tightly held the apple and began to think. This fruit, with a pollution level below 5%, is probably worth 6 silver coins. This pack of candy is a new product from the fruit company, claiming to be made from fruits with a 30% pollution level, and it's not cheap. Such an apple could be exchanged for about 2 packs of candy. It wasn't trying to deceive Ji-hee. Most interstellar food is affected by varying degrees of pollution, and anything with a pollution rate below 40% is considered edible. The selling price increases as the pollution rate decreases. Families with better conditions eat natural food, similar to the fruits and vegetables from Ji-hee's hometown. Families with poorer conditions rely on nutritional supplements, which are very filling and considered a cost-effective choice. Not only are they cheap, but they also have a low pollution rate. A good value option. Of course, many warriors also drink nutritional supplements for various reasons. This is quite normal. Natural food can be simply divided into 2 types based on their effects: regular food and special effect food. The apple Ji-hee had was the type of natural food without special effects. Although it was expensive, its price was still much lower compared to those with special effects. Ji-hee hugged the robot and leaned against it. "Hey, can we discuss something? Look, I'm busy with work and can't spare a hand. Can you help me buy some candy? It won't be for free." After some friendly communication, The robot agreed to help He buy the candy, a total of 1,000 packs, with a service fee of 2 red apples. It wasn't that He didn't want to buy more, but if she bought more, it wouldn't arrive today, making it pointless. After finalizing the plan, He happily handed over 502 apples to the robot and turned to enter the second room. If luck was on her side, there should be more business coming soon. He refocused her thoughts and began to observe the room. This room was different from the previous one. It was filled with floating island vegetables. However, they looked a bit wilted, not as fresh and crisp as the ones he had picked from the clouds before. She casually picked up a vegetable that looked like broccoli and pressed it. It was a bit soft but not spoiled. Floating island vegetable. Overproduction. Can't be consumed. Note: you won't even pass on wilted vegetables that have been sitting for 3 days? He rolled her eyes. This talent was really lacking. So, what if the vegetables had been sitting for 3 days? When she was poor, she would cut off the sprouts from potatoes and eat them. What was wrong with these wilted vegetables? As long as it doesn't have hair, it's fine. People back home can't even go to the bathroom because they don't eat vegetables, and you're here being picky. No matter how bad it tastes, it's still better than that unhealthy bean cake. Just this one wilted vegetable, if I put it in front of them to take, they might lose their minds. He pretended not to hear the complaints and quickly packed the vegetables into her space. These vegetables were more obedient than the ones she picked up in Xiansang's kitchen. Those would move around and were less cooperative. But these were different. They didn't move and could only be eaten. While mechanically packing the vegetables, she listened carefully to the sounds outside, always keeping an eye on the robot's actions. Did the bait attract any other fish? Thinking of this, He's eyes darkened. The term food pollution made her uneasy. The germination rate of seeds back home was starting to drop. Could it be related to pollution? If it really was polluted, could the food still be eaten? Also, if natural food was so precious, why was there so much waste on farms and fishing grounds? Don't tell me that bones can't be eaten. No matter how bad it is, it's still better than the nutrient solution, right? She had been curious and tried a bag of that nutrient solution before. It was awful, like a mix of blood and plastic, gritty and slimy, making her feel nauseous. It really only filled her stomach and was useless otherwise. While packing the vegetables, He pondered but couldn't find answers. 3 hours later, she finished packing all the vegetables in the room and felt a bit hungry. She took out a lunch she had packed earlier from the kitchen and was ready to bond with the robot. As she stepped outside, she saw several large boxes beside it. Raising an eyebrow, He felt a bit surprised. Did this arrive? No, the robot replied, taking He's apple. Its service attitude was excellent. I bought in bulk and even bargained for 5 extra bags, and they agreed. Very clever. He praised the robot like it was a puppy, then opened the boxes to count. 1 bag, 2 bags. That's right, you're amazing, not a single mistake. After confirming the count, He stored the candy in her space, picked up the food, and sat down next to the robot to chat. Just eating is boring, can you share something fun with me? How about I share some gossip news? The robot took He's apple, treating her like one of its own without any hesitation. Suddenly, its right arm shot out a beam of light, and a projection appeared in the air, somewhat like a projector, but without a physical medium. At first, He was very interested, but soon her expression turned blank, and her eyes became distant. She couldn't understand a single word. The A-grade energy fruit she ate only allowed her to understand the alien speech, but it didn't help her read their writing. The robot next to her seemed to be enjoying the gossip, while He pretended to understand, afraid to reveal that she was illiterate. As the news scrolled down, He suddenly saw a silhouette under the moonlight. It was sitting atop a snowy mountain, its scales black but shimmering with a soft white glow in the moonlight, making it look incredibly beautiful, as if enhanced by a filter. However, this figure gave He an indescribable sense of loneliness, as if it were the only being left in the world. Wait, who is that? She asked. I don't know either, the robot replied, surprised by the sudden appearance of the image, which had no description below it. Seeing that the robot didn't know either, Jihe decided to put it out of her mind and focused on her meal. After finishing her food, she planned to continue gathering supplies. The third room was different from the second. It contained soon-to-expire vegetable juice. Floating Island vegetable juice. Freshly squeezed from floating island vegetables, it has a refreshing taste and is rich in nutrition, providing various nutrients. Note: 20 days until expiration, not recommended for consumption. She realized that this place had an abundance of vegetables. There were wilted vegetables, vegetable juice, dried vegetables, and vegetable essence products. While she was collecting, a head suddenly popped in at the door. It was the robot. Lily and the others want to trade floating island vegetable essence for your apple. Are you willing? Jihe felt a surge of excitement. This was an opportunity. She pressed her lips together, keeping her voice steady without turning around. What's the exchange rate? 4 apples for 1 bottle of floating island vegetable essence. 1 for 1, Jihe countered. When buying something, it's always a back-and-forth negotiation. Who agrees right away? I also want to trade for 2 floating island vegetable seedlings. The robot sounded shocked. You're asking for too much. Jihe smiled but didn't respond. After a while, she heard the robot's voice fading away. She knew that they went to negotiate the price. If what this robot said was true, then Lily and the others would not give up. Based on what she learned about these females yesterday, they had high standards for food. They wouldn't eat anything that wasn't good enough. Now it depended on whether they really wanted to eat. Jihe focused on collecting vegetables. Business had to be done, and trash had to be picked up. Lily and the others said no, this price just doesn't work. Their vegetable essence is in large quantities. 1 bottle lasts a long time. Your fruit is too small, not even enough for a single bite. Plus, the seedlings from the floating island are very precious and have strict environmental needs. Even if you take them back, they might not survive. 2 is definitely not enough. Jihe thought about Lily and the other's size and fell silent. Not to mention that an apple wouldn't be enough for them. Even a watermelon might not suffice. With their big mouths, they could swallow a person whole.
So?
This caught the robot off guard, but thinking about the commission, it remained patient. 2 apples for 1 bottle of floating island vegetable essence, plus an extra floating island seedling. This is the lowest price. It can't be any cheaper. This was still a good deal since they were the producers. Otherwise, they wouldn't sell it so cheaply. Okay. Jihe nodded. This price was about what she expected. She had plenty of fruit in her space that she couldn't finish, and she would have to sell it eventually. It was better to exchange some for vegetable essence, which would sell better. As for the people back home, vegetable essence was more useful to them than fruit. Even if she traded 1 apple, it wouldn't be enough for a few people to share. How many? 1,000 bottles? Jihe fell silent. The robot looked at her expression and suddenly felt uneasy. Was that too much? But Miss Lily and the others promised it would give it an extra apple if it traded for 1,000 bottles. The skin it wanted was a bit expensive. If it got these apples, it could afford it by the end of the month. While the robot was in a dilemma, Jihe spoke up, I don't have that many of those fruits. Can I trade you some other fruits? They are also delicious. With that, Jihe took out a pear. This pear was crunchy, juicy, and about the same size as an apple. The robot carefully took it and tested it. Beep. Natural plant, no special effects. Pollution level below 5%. Edible. The robot was satisfied. That works. The 2 of them agreed, and the robot turned to go upstairs to get the vegetable essence tablets and the floating island vegetable seedlings, while Jihe stayed downstairs to get the fruit. Jihe was fine with the fact that Lily and the others did not show up, and only let the robot handle things in between. She knew yesterday that female members of the floating cloud beast species were rare and precious, each one treated like a treasured gem. There was no way they would agree to come to such a simple place like the basement. After Jihe took out 2,000 apples and pears, the robot came down from upstairs, carefully holding a large box containing a seedling from the floating island that grew on clouds. Jihe quickly stepped forward to take it, her smile never fading. With this floating island vegetable seedling, she could start her plan to raise cloud worms. Although she didn't know what cloud worms ate, their habits, or if she could keep them alive, she just liked these non-aggressive little creatures. Whether it would succeed or not was up to fate. After handing over the floating island seedling, both Ji-hee and the robot silently counted their items to ensure everything was correct before putting them away and parting ways. Ji-hee turned back to the house to continue gathering vegetables, while the robot happily went upstairs to deliver the fruit to Lily and the others. Unlike other robots bound by lifetime contracts, this one was here to work for a monthly salary. Although it had a bit more freedom, the pay was lower, so it thought about earning some extra money on the side. By the time Ji-hee finished gathering vegetables from the third room, it was still not time to leave the instance. She didn't want to rest, and urged the robot to help her open the fourth room. At that moment, the lazy robot looked at Ji-hee with a complex expression. It began to doubt itself. How could someone so wealthy, with thousands of fruits, be so hardworking? Today, it had seen with its own eyes that this little person worked all day long, only taking a break for lunch. What kind of spirit was this? Even the robot, which couldn't scrape together 3 silver coins, felt a hint of fear. With many thoughts racing through its mind, the robot quickly opened the door for Ji-hee. There was plenty of work to do, and it could do as much as it wanted. After opening the door, it squatted by the wall outside, chuckling to itself. The motivation to work hard had already been pushed aside. Working was nowhere near as interesting as browsing the Star Network. This little guy is so capable, he finished all his work. Now he can rest, and that makes him happy. When Ji-hee walked into the fourth room, she raised her eyebrows at the many vegetable essence packets. Floating island vegetable essence packets, expiring in 1 month. Note: are you picking up soon-to-expire items again after the wilted leaves? Ji-hee didn't care what the talent said. She didn't mind at all. So, what if it's soon to expire? It hasn't expired yet. In her hometown, soon-to-expire items are still sold as good products, and people rush to get them. She didn't spend any money and just picked them up. What was there to complain about? Having something is better than having nothing. Did you see her trading apples for 2 apples per bottle? This didn't even require apples. Back when she was in the fishing area, she picked up quite a few soon-to-expire canned fish. Despite the talent's complaints, her store sales were particularly good. She sold entire boxes, and within 2 hours, everything was gone. People even complained it wasn't enough. They left messages asking her to continue restocking. Ji-hee quickly packed the vegetable packets into her space. Because the packets were so large, she didn't want to take a break, fearing she would be teleported out of the game before finishing, so she kept packing. At one moment, she suddenly felt darkness in front of her, becoming a bit dizzy, with a sharp pain in her head that made her feel slightly nauseous. It felt like someone had hit her temple hard, causing cold sweat to break out instantly. Ji-hee quickly held her head with both hands and used a healing spell. As the white light shone, she felt a little better. Ji-hee knew this was due to overloading her space with too many items, causing her mental energy to be drained. After a while, she slowly opened her eyes and continued packing with both hands, desperately filling her space. If she left even 1 bottle behind, she would feel heartbroken when she got home. As for the headache, it wasn't important. It would be fine after a good sleep. She didn't know how long it had been, but just as Ji-hee felt her head becoming heavier, she heard the system's notification sound. Time's up. Players who did not complete the task within the time limit will be considered failed and will lose their game qualifications. All players are now being teleported out of the instance. Then, Ji-hee saw darkness. In the last second before leaving, she remembered to store 2 bottles of vegetable essence in her space. She made sure to utilize every minute to the fullest. When she opened her eyes again, Ji-hee found herself back in her space pod. It was quiet around her, with a small night light quietly glowing nearby. The silence made her feel as if she had traveled to another world. Without rushing to get up, Ji-hee chose to close her eyes, her hands glowing with white light to heal her mind and relax a bit. This game level was quite tiring. At that moment, a system notification sounded in her ear. Congratulations! You have successfully completed the game. Now starting the game summary. Task completion level A. Rewards are as follows. Floating island vegetables x6. Total of 3 silver coins earned. Among them, the floating cloud beast salary, 2 silver coins. After deducting a 50% service fee, you receive 1 coin. Customer feedback. Very satisfied. Please continue to provide better service. The time for the next game is unknown. Stay tuned. Gee, he couldn't help but smile. This game really knew how to take it easy. Receiving too many vegetables. Why not just reward her with more vegetables? She opened her eyes, sat up, and looked at the tall stack of vegetables beside her, feeling somewhat satisfied. This system was much more generous than before. Although there weren't many, only 6, they were quite large. These vegetables were not like the small and cute local cucumbers and tomatoes. Each one was thick and as long as Jihee's arm, enough to feed a family of 3 for 2 meals. She just wondered about the level of contamination in these vegetables. Jihee picked one up to examine it, but didn't notice anything special, so she stored them away. She turned off the nightlight and left the basement. Outside was still as quiet as ever, with most people out scavenging. Since the supply of water and gas had stopped, fewer people stayed at home each day. Everyone was trying to adapt to their surroundings and live as best as they could. With only 2 hours of electricity each day, there was no need to rush back. After all, the time spent traveling back and forth could be used to gather more supplies. Jihee stood in the simple shed of her backyard, listening to the sounds around her. Not sensing anything unusual, she slowly walked to the front yard, returned home in the dark, and started to take a shower. The 3 days in the game had been exhausting, making her feel like a caveman. She couldn't take it anymore. After showering, Jihee felt refreshed. She lay on her bed and took out a noni fruit to snack on. This fruit was delicious and sweet, leaving a fragrant taste in her mouth that she loved. While eating the fruit, she opened the regional chat to see what everyone was discussing. She was too tired from the 3 days in the game, and although there was still a lot of work waiting for her, she really didn't want to move. She decided to take a break and relax for half an hour. Half an hour later, she got up to work. Whirlwind Little Gold Bean. This game is no fun. In this round, we encountered some tough monsters that lifted us into the air and tormented us. We spun around for 2 nights straight. A big guy threw up into my friend's mouth. My friend wanted to die. Snow in the wind. Making friends out of nothing. Moonjiao, we must have entered the same dungeon. The floating island one, right? The monsters inside are a bit gross, but the rewards are great, and we can eat as many vegetables as we want. It's just a bit the throat. I'm on my way to the hospital now and can't speak. I guess I'll have to spend a lot on medical bills. Heartbroken. Worry-free. Is that really true? Whirlwind Little Gold Bean. There are some advantages, especially safety and a high success rate. Other than some mental stress, it's quite good. Of course, it's not the dungeon's fault. I'm just too weak. If a trained warrior came, they could probably spin for 24 hours without a problem. Moon Xiao. Really? Our dungeon is actually quite simple and fun, like playing a game, treasure hunting, and eating as many vegetables as we want. It's just that the monsters are a bit crazy and love to hear people scream. Anyone who makes it out of this dungeon probably has a ruined voice. Whirlwind Little Gold Bean. I almost forgot. There was also a masked monster with terrifying strength. This person can change weapons and seems to have a talent for weaponry. Happy little genius, you think you have it tough? In our round, we had to help the monsters take care of their kids, and it was driving us crazy. The monster kids cry so much that I feel like my ears are ringing. I can't hear anything now, and I'm on my way to the hospital. I'm afraid I might go deaf. Tribute. Did you bring out any vegetables? Moonjiao. No. After I collected enough vegetables for the task, I stopped looking and just found a place to rest. Whirlwind Little Gold Bean. Haha, I'm different. I found 2 extra vegetables and managed to bring them out. Even the cloudworm meat. This dungeon is surprisingly generous. Snow in the wind. I'm really jealous. I want to eat vegetables too. My mouth is full of sores. Stuck in the past, Don't tell me you've played so many rounds and still can't afford a vegetable.
Muốn giàu, á?
I regret it. I've never brought anything out of a dungeon before. I never thought about it. But it doesn't matter. After finishing the game, they gave me 3, enough for my family. Snow in the wind. Want to sell them? I really need vegetables. The elderly and children at home are really lacking vegetables. He fell silent upon hearing this. Yes, it has been extremely hot for several months now. Before, there were still some dried vegetables available, but now they are becoming increasingly rare. Getting vegetables is much harder than getting rice. After all, if rice is stored properly, it can last, but vegetables cannot. He casually closed the chat window and checked her phone for notifications. Finding none, she took out the solar charger sent by the robot and cautiously began charging the hammer. Once she confirmed that the hammer was charging, he stored it away. She decided to charge it inside, as she needed to keep some attention on the outside. Opening her shop, he first collected the ores she had sold previously and stored them away, then began to arrange her items. This trip to the floating island had brought her many rewards. Her space was filled to the brim, and she needed to clear some out. She found a batch of floating island vegetable essence and vegetable juice that would expire in a month and started to arrange them. Considering that the upper levels actually don't lack vegetables as much as the lower levels do, he opened the bottles and bags, placing the vegetable pieces one by one. She also set out 1 bottle and 1 bag of vegetable juice. After arranging everything, she made sure to note, strong flavor, eat a little at a time. 1 piece is enough for a month, along with how long until expiration. She wanted to avoid anyone being careless and hoarding too much that could expire, or eating it all at once and then blaming her for it. After setting up over 60 spots, he filled the remaining space with cloudworm meat and flying clouds that would disappear in 6 months. She only placed 3 flying clouds, knowing that even if they disappeared in half a year, they would still sell easily. With flights nearly grounded, this high-end transportation option would attract wealthy buyers, even if only for a short time. It has a certain prestige. It's clear at a glance that it's something special. He quietly marked them up by 50 times the price. She was concerned that a lower price wouldn't match the status of those buyers. As for the cloudworm meat and the soon-to-expire vegetable essence, she didn't raise the prices, keeping them at the store's lowest price. Although they weren't cheap for ordinary people, he had no control over the store's pricing. She decided not to rush with the other items, taking her time to sell the soon-to-expire ones first. After closing the shop, he quickly entered her space. Since discovering that upgrading her space could instantly mature plants and animals, she hadn't spent much time there in the past few days. As long as I don't starve, that's enough. After feeding the livestock, he went to a small hillside. Last time, the space expanded quite a bit. She used up the black soil and breeding area, but there was still a small patch left on the hillside. It wasn't that she didn't want to fill it up. She just didn't have enough seedlings. She had planted densely before, and to fill this piece of land, she needed to buy more seedlings. She is practical and not very interested in seedlings that look nice but have no use. Being a bit picky, she didn't plant everything at once. The space she left was just right for raising cloudworms, floating island seedlings, and long fruits. He first marked out an area with bamboo to prevent the cloudworms from getting out and damaging her other fruit trees. Once the area was enclosed, she took out 2 seedlings. After placing them on the ground, she washed her hands and sprayed a bit of floral water on them. Then she knelt down. Jade Emperor, primordial heavenly venerable, please bless your believer with good fortune, a turnaround in fate, a rise to success, and all wishes fulfilled. After a prayer, he turned around and cast a skill on the floating island vegetable seedlings. Then came the anxious wait. Mutated floating island vegetable seedling. Long growth cycle, high mortality rate, temperamental, and strict environmental requirements. However, someone has now given it new possibilities, making it resilient and a dream seedling for the cloudworm tribe, a hope for their survival. Note, you even raise worms in this space? He was thrilled and ignored the comments about her talent. These cloud worms are great. They are plump and meaty. Although the meat is a bit tough and lacks flavor, it's not a big deal. He took out 4 cloud worms from the space, not wanting to take more. She couldn't tell their genders, so she would try this batch first. If they didn't produce little worms after some time, she would get another batch. While the cloud worms were busy with their food, he quickly tossed some wilted floating island vegetables on the ground and turned to leave. She had previously asked the little robot, and these worms would eat anything that was food. They had strong appetites. He worked in her space, completely unaware that her shop's products had caused a stir. The extreme heat had lasted for a while, leading to a severe decrease in water resources, making vegetables a luxury that only the wealthy could enjoy. Even this enjoyment couldn't afford to be wasteful. After all, every vegetable required a lot of resources to grow. Even the seeds for the planting game shop need resources to exchange for copper coins before they can be sold. In this situation, people in the middle and lower classes are facing various health issues due to a lack of vegetables. Their craving for vegetables has become stronger. Normally, they eat vegetables every day and don't realize how important they are. Now that they are scarce, they feel very precious. When Jihee's shop suddenly had so many good items, everyone went crazy trying to grab them, regardless of whether they were close to expiration. Oh my, there are vegetable essence slices and they are sold one by one? What a kind merchant. I apologize for calling him a greedy seller before. Who cares about expiration? Just buy one slice and we can eat it together at home before it goes bad. I'm crying. He even made a special note. Truly, a kind merchant. Oh my, what do I see? A cloud mount? Oh no, who took it? They are so fast, those greedy capitalists. Why not sell more whole bottles? If the poor can't afford it, they shouldn't eat. With it sold one by one, we can't grab much. Why are there only near expiration items? Is there anything with a longer shelf life? Not just in Long Country, but staff around the world waiting in the shop went wild. They frantically called others to bring resources. In City A, at the Talent Management Bureau, Jing asked seriously, "Did you get it?" "I got it." The staff member smiled widely, and as soon as he logged out of the game, he opened the shop to borrow another 500 billion. Following the previous selling style, every time the shop owner came out of a dungeon, they would list a batch of supplies. Just as he expected, he immediately spotted the best item, the flying cloud. This is a mount that can fly, and its value is obvious to anyone. If he had the resources, he would want one. Who doesn't dream of having a mount like Sun Wukong? He reported his find to his leader right away, and after special arrangements, he managed to grab the flying cloud before anyone else. Quick, let's see it. Show us what a flying mount looks like. This feels like playing a game.
Ha ha ha.
Here it is. The man happily pulled out the cloud and handed it to Jing. As he handed it over, he couldn't resist touching it. This might be the closest he ever got to a flying mount in his life. Thinking about the resources needed to exchange for this flying mount, he couldn't help but sigh. He realized he could never afford it. Jing noticed his small actions but chose to ignore them. Managing subordinates shouldn't be too strict. Everyone is human, and too much pressure can backfire. Following the instructions, he took out a piece of big white rabbit candy. After thinking for a moment, he first offered a quarter of it, but the cloud showed no reaction. Jing said. With everyone watching him, he offered another quarter. This time, the cloud floated a bit closer to the candy in his hand. It was clear it wanted more. Wow, it really can move. Can it really carry someone? Won't it drop? Logically, a cloud shouldn't be able to hold a person's weight. It seems like it needs more to eat. Jing paused for a moment and then placed the remaining half of the candy inside. This time, the cloud didn't chase him. Instead, it flew behind him and wrapped around him, lifting him off the ground and flying around the room. Jing exclaimed,
Wow.
That's so cool. Great job, leader. At that moment, Xiecheng hurried back from outside and immediately saw the cloud flying with Jing. He was thrilled. He quickly spoke up, "Hurry and contact Xiang Tian to borrow another 500 billion. This is a great find. We need to buy more. Don't worry about the cost. It would be best to secure all of them. Then they could sell one cloud for 100 times, or even 1,000 times the price. Wouldn't they get their resources back?
Yes.
Meanwhile, the two other countries that had captured the other two clouds were just as excited. They were even more frantic. Who took the other two flying mounts? This is a gift from the heavens and should belong to us. Quickly notify everyone, contact Xiang Tian to borrow another 500 billion, and tell him we have plenty of resources. Hurry and get them ready. We must get them before anyone else. Contact the Ministry of Foreign Affairs immediately. No one can take pictures without our permission. Anyone who dares to do so will regret it. Leader, the temperature is too high. The equipment outside can't last long. Are you stupid? Do you understand the meaning of a threat? Yes. In the following days, Jihee's shop was very busy, especially with the clouds and vegetable purification tablets. However, considering various factors, she didn't put everything on the shelves at once. She needed to give others time to test them, right? That afternoon, Jihee was sitting at her desk, eating while browsing the news. Although the weather was hot, the news was updated daily. The government was still trying to maintain normal life. Experts say that covering yourself in mud can effectively lower your body temperature. Water resources are extremely scarce, and many places have experienced incidents of people dying from thirst. What should we do? Healthy bean cakes. Nutritious and delicious. Everyone who has tried them says they are good. Mosquitoes are getting bigger and laying eggs inside other insects. Is this a new form of evolution? One day, a gifted person declared themselves king on an island. Experts say people can raise natural enemies of mosquitoes at home, such as frogs and spiders. Mosquito meat pies, a brand new dark cuisine. Surprising! A new species of bug that feeds on humans has been discovered. Jihee frowned and clicked on the link. It opened to a clear photo of an insect that looked somewhat familiar. She quickly remembered it was the type of bug the little chicks were eager to eat before entering the dungeon. It wasn't very big. How could it possibly feed on humans? As she continued reading, Jihee realized it was just clickbait. This bug is somewhat similar to a mosquito. It can fly, is aggressive, and bites people. However, unlike mosquitoes that can transmit dysentery, this bug causes people to pass gas, producing a particularly foul smell. Those who smell it may feel nauseous and in severe cases, could faint, requiring immediate medical attention. Otherwise, it could be life-threatening. Even the person who passes gas isn't completely immune. If they smell it, they might also feel sick. It's a classic case of harming the enemy while hurting oneself. The article concluded by stating that no effective treatment has been found yet, advising everyone to take precautions when going out to avoid being bitten by the bug to address the problem at its source. If bitten, there's no need to panic. It's best to stand by a ventilation source when passing gas. As long as you hold your breath, you won't smell it, and everything will be fine. The article conveniently ignored who might be affected by the gas carried by the wind. Jihee. She felt speechless. She couldn't bear to smell it at all. This bug, equipped with a biological weapon, is much more harmful than mosquitoes. Just thinking about the people around her passing gas while waiting for water made her feel suffocated. This bug is truly disgusting. At this rate, even using insect repellent wouldn't help. After all, insect repellent only works on bugs and can't control others from passing gas. If she smelled it, she could also be affected. Thinking about this scenario, Jihee fell silent for a moment and quietly took out a toy from her sister's house and put it in her pocket. Ball-shaped odor collector. Produced by Rue Toy Company, specializing in prank toys for 300 years. Note: the sound was too loud during the release, leading to disqualification. When found, it was a bit worn out, and she guessed it must have been a toy for the little rabbits. At that time, she didn't think it would be useful, so she just put it away. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be just what she needed. These strange items may not be harmful, but if used well, they can be quite effective. Thinking of the bugs, Jihee quietly opened her shop and started displaying the insect repellent incense. The prices were 20 times higher than before. Rare metals were controlled by large corporations and the government, and private individuals had none. Collecting during this time wasn't particularly smooth, so she wanted to earn more while others needed it. As for the vegetables and insect meat, the higher-ups were not foolish and wouldn't trade rare metals for them. Just after she finished listing the items, her phone buzzed with a notification from the community group. Director Sue, considering the recent appearance of bugs and their unpleasant smell, please avoid gathering in large groups. Starting today, water distribution will change to groups of 10. A table will be provided for family divisions. Our water delivery truck will stop at each household at the scheduled time. Please pay attention to the loudspeaker announcements outside. Latecomers will lose their water for today. Director Sue, starting this afternoon, the neighborhood committee will collect vegetable seeds from the game store. Please spread the word and encourage talented individuals to sell seeds to the government. Items exchanged will include rice and flour. Mom, Kiki, really? They are willing to exchange flour? Director Sue, we are recruiting talented individuals to join the patrol team. The benefits are excellent, including a meal and vegetable distribution every day. Brother Sean, so you mean these seeds are really good? Family with 2 treasures. Talented individuals aren't foolish. If the seeds are good, why wouldn't they just plant them themselves? Why sell them to you? Foodie expert. Exactly, who do they think is foolish? Not fat girl. No matter how good the seeds are, they still need water to grow. Talented individuals are also people. Where will they get so much water? Mom, Kiki, who has a way to buy water? The daily distribution is really not enough to drink. Director Sue, contributors can receive priority treatment when they are sick. Director Sue, the government has found a way to sterilize mosquitoes. Starting today, we will buy live mosquitoes. 30 pounds of mosquitoes can be exchanged for 2 healthy bean cakes. If anyone is interested, please catch them. The collection point is near the supermarket. Brother Sean, this price is too low. Can it be increased? Winter plum blossom. The price is quite high, and there are so many mosquitoes outside that they stick to your mouth. You can catch a whole bag with a big net, and soon you could have over 100 pounds. Brother Sean, you can't afford it either. Save some money. Water prices are really high right now. Family with 2 treasures. I suddenly have a bad guess. Has anyone thought about the insect powder and health bean cakes? Could it be mosquito powder? Western ginseng. My elderly family member got bitten by mosquitoes, and due to a long-term lack of vegetables, they are all swollen. The hospital is short on medicine. Can anyone help get some? The price is negotiable. Director Sue, everyone must take precautions. Medicine is in short supply, and even if it's hot, you should wear long sleeves and pants. If possible, families should spray some mosquito repellent. If not, even some strong-smelling oil will do. Keek's mom, is pain okay? I have a few buckets left over from when we renovated, and it has a strong smell. He family joy. Experts say you can apply mud to your skin. Link. Brother Sean, nonsense. We don't even have enough water. Where would we get mud? The ground is all dried up. Family with 2 treasures. Without water, you still don't need to? Western ginseng. Brother Sean, amazing. Director Sue, the weather is hot and trees are dry, which can easily cause fires. If you have time, you can go up the nearby mountain to chop trees. The government will collect them. About 10 big trees can be exchanged for 1 health bean cake. For the exact exchange rate, ask at the exchange center. I love my home. Building mud stoves, I have 10 years of professional experience and excellent skills. If interested, message me privately. Seeing this, he put down her phone, knowing what she had to do tonight. She actively responded to the national call, chopping trees on the mountain. Since the gas was uniformly stopped, firewood, once looked down upon, has become a treasure. Not only can you exchange big trees for health bean cakes at the government, but you can also take some home to cook. After all, those health bean cakes are so hard that people with weak teeth have to go home, add some water, and cook them before eating. At night, on the mountain, people spread out in the darkness, each chopping a few trees. He was one of them. She was quite strong. After seeing the tall trees in the game, these saplings on the mountain seemed like little tree babies. She swung her axe, chopping vigorously. At that moment, an older woman approached from behind, calling out from a distance, "Girl, you can't take all those big trees. Can you share some with me after you finish chopping?" "What do you mean, yours and mine?" "Auntie, why are you being so distant?" He glanced at the person speaking, a neighbor from nearby. She wasn't a bad person, just someone who liked to take advantage. "This tree will be yours in a bit. I'll go to your house for dinner tonight." The neighbor hesitated. It wasn't common to invite someone over for dinner at that time. She stammered, somewhat unwilling, "There's nothing you like to eat at my place. Maybe next time."
Ah.
This seemed to touch a sore spot for Ji-hee. She decided not to cut the tree and sighed, "Annie, to be honest, I've been eating poorly these days. With this heat, even the bugs are gone. I can only eat mosquito cakes, which are tough and taste terrible." The neighbor was speechless. After Ji-hee sighed, she suddenly seemed to remember something and turned to the neighbor with bright eyes. "Annie, what's for dinner tonight?" "I still have some mosquitoes. I can bring them as a dish." She patted the bag hanging at her waist. The neighbor's eye twitched uncontrollably. Everyone knew what was in that girl's bag. Her taste was stronger than that of the older ladies. "Well, dear, I just heard someone calling me. I'll go check." "Let's talk later," the neighbor said, as if chased by a ghost, and quickly ran away. Ji-hee smiled and went back to chopping the tree. Soon, another neighbor approached, and before she got close, she let out a loud. Ji-hee quickly pulled out a plastic bag and put it over her head, tying a knot around her neck. After that, she used another bag to wrap around her neck a few times before looking at the embarrassed neighbor and cheerfully asking, "Auntie, what's up?" Thanks to living in a group for the past few days, Ji-hee had become quite skilled at putting trash bags on her head. Others were doing the same. While it didn't help much, it was better than nothing. The neighbor, now unbothered, thought, "So what if half the world does it? Why be embarrassed?" Clearing her throat, she stood a meter away from Ji-hee and said, "Dear, a few people in my area are gathering firewood. Since you can't carry the tree after you cut it, how about trading it with us?" "How would that work?" Ji-hee stood up straight and kicked the tree, causing it to fall in the direction she had planned, kicking up a cloud of dust. The neighbor couldn't help but twitch her eye again. "This girl eats bugs all day and still has so much energy. Youth really is different." 11 trees this size for one healthy bean cake, the aunt said, as if worried that Ji-hee might disagree, her words coming out quickly like a machine gun. "Dear, I can't harm you. We don't earn much here, and the nearest exchange point is over an hour away. Carrying it there is just hard work. It can't be less. Think about it. You've cut down so many trees, and you need to find a way to carry them back and forth for several hours. You could cut down even more trees, right?" Ji-hee. She never said she wanted to bargain, but the aunt seemed anxious. Finally, they agreed, and the aunt left happily to find her next customer. They earned from the price difference. Ji-hee bent down and continued cutting trees. Previously, the government limited the purchase of healthy bean cakes, but later the bugs appeared and the limit was lifted. After all, the bugs were so powerful that many people fainted from the smell while waiting in line for bean cakes. Some even felt a sense of revenge and deliberately spat at those who farted. Many people complained about this, leading to protests. In the end, the government had no choice but to lift the purchase limit. Now, just one person from each household could buy cakes, reducing the number of fainting incidents. Despite this, the community committee still sent daily messages urging everyone to save food, advising not to exchange if they couldn't finish their meals, as fresh food is better for health. They were worried about wasting food. The price the aunt offered Ji-hee was fair, reflecting the local market rate, as most firewood collectors paid this price. In recent days, Ji-hee had been selling her firewood, saving a lot of time. After cutting down the last big tree and gathering 11, Ji-hee took one healthy bean cake and tucked it into her pocket. Then, she carefully strapped the bundled firewood to her back, slightly bending over, and slowly made her way home. As she passed by the public restroom, she noticed a long line forming ahead. Perhaps fearing the lights were off, people were cautious not to fall in while using the toilet and had to be rescued. The government generously installed lights in every public restroom for everyone's convenience, although they weren't particularly bright. The people in line were busy swatting mosquitoes while waiting, making the most of every moment. Ji-hee naturally walked around the crowd, avoiding them, and continued on her way home. In just a few days, the power of the bugs had become as notorious as the mosquitoes. Basically, 1 in every 2 people gets attacked by a bug, and then starts to. With so many people waiting in line in front of the public restroom, you can imagine how awful that smell must be. She really doesn't want to smell that. What if it makes her sick? That would be embarrassing. She would rather take a longer route. So, Ji-hee avoided 14 public restrooms and walked an extra 10 minutes to get home. During this time, there was no water at home, so everyone had stopped using their own toilets and went to the public ones instead. It seemed like there were 2 public restrooms right around Ji-hee's house, as if they were afraid there wouldn't be enough. People living next to these restrooms complained every day and went to the community committee to report it. In this hot weather, a bunch of people ran to use the toilets near their homes. The smell was simply unbearable. It was suffocating. Unfortunately, it didn't help at all. The community committee just kept delaying and promised to fix it but never did. It wasn't targeting anyone specifically, they were just too busy. Many people were getting sick in the heat stroke, heat exhaustion, dysentery, and so on. With daily reports of people getting sick or even dying, the issue of a bad smell really seemed trivial. The workers who had dug the public restrooms were no longer around, and those who made mistakes continued to face labor education after finishing the restrooms. They had to go to the public restroom every day to clean up. It was truly a miserable job, recognized by everyone as the worst kind of work after a natural disaster. It was even worse than being a body collector. After putting down her firewood, Ji-hee sat on a stool, took a few sips of water, ate a little something, got dressed again, and left the house. She still had to catch mosquitoes. This had become her daily task. In the first half of the night, she chopped wood, and in the second half, she caught mosquitoes. While other talented individuals were busy trying to climb the social ladder and gain power, she kept a low profile. Even when other women talked about talented people, she joined in with gasps of admiration and envy, blending in perfectly. Fully equipped, Ji-hee placed a small nightlight by her feet, picked up a large net for catching fish, and began waving it in the air. The mosquitoes were particularly thick, and just by waving it around a few times, she could catch quite a few. Just as she was fully focused on her task, she heard voices coming from a distance. "Dad, look at this cloudworm meat I bought. Is that even normal? Where did you buy it?" "I met a talented older brother who helps with purchasing supplies without any fees. I just have to do some work for him." "Is it still that shop that borrows 500 billion from the heavens?" "Yes, she has some good stuff this time. I even heard there are vegetable essence tablets and flying mounts. I just wonder when they will sell pig organs again. Although cloudworm meat is tasty, it's a bit too tough and doesn't have the flavor of pig organs. You're just greedy and wasteful. You want to eat pig organs when you can't even finish the cloudworm meat? With the money you spent on this cloudworm meat, you could have bought a lot of bean cakes. We could have several meals with that. I'm just trying to send some to my little nephew. He's only 3 years old and is so skinny that his cheeks are sunken in. Eating bean cakes every day isn't nutritious. And Dad, haven't you noticed that the bean cakes are getting worse?"
Sigh.
"Dad, who is this person borrowing 500 billion from the heavens? How does he have such power? He seems to have more supplies than the country." Today, that talented guy said that many other countries have reduced their food supplies, but he still has so much stock, including many special items, even if most are close to expiration. He must have special channels. Don't ask what you shouldn't. How much supply he has is none of our business. We're just ordinary people trying to live a peaceful life.
Got it.
I'm just chatting. Ji-hee quietly listened, as if it had nothing to do with her, while continuing her work. She had heard this kind of talk a lot lately. Since items like Flatulence and sunscreen spray were put on the shelves, more and more people had contacted her, and discussions began to arise around her. She knew countless people wanted to find her, but what could she do? They can worry, and she would continue her stable life. Both could go on without interfering with each other. After more than 3 hours of catching, Ji-hee carried about 30 pounds and finally the bag to take the mosquitoes home. She planned to hand over the mosquitoes when she went to collect water in the evening. Due to the presence of the bugs, everyone was advised to gather less, so collecting mosquitoes while getting water meant no need to line up at the recycling station. Passing by a neighbor's house, Ji-hee noticed the door was open and a few people were standing outside watching, with faint cries coming from inside. Sigh, this is really tragic. She wouldn't drink water and saved it for the kids, letting them die of thirst. What's the point? Why can't she think straight? At least while alive, she could catch some mosquitoes to trade for bean cakes. Now that she's gone, what will happen to her little grandchildren? One 5 years old, and the other 4? I'm told she didn't drink much, just a sip or 2 each day.
What's the use of that?
Look how hot it is. What do the child's parents say? What can they do? They work every day and hardly notice. I think it will only get harder for them. They are exhausted and can barely earn enough to feed themselves, let alone support 2 kids.
Sigh.
I think it's a shame. Life is good. At least they can have a liter of water each day. Once they're gone, there won't even be that. She didn't expect it. What is there to not expect? It's so hot. A sip or 2 each day won't do anything. I heard she has to filter the water when she brings it home, then boil it for the kids to drink, so it ends up being even less. I say just drink it straight. Why bother boiling it? It's a waste with all that evaporation. Are you silly? That water is so dirty, you can't even see through it. If you give it directly to the kids, what if something happens? Where would you get the food to pay for treatment? You can't weigh what's important.
You.
People were restless, and seeing such a tragedy made everyone feel worse. A group outside began to argue. Ji-hee said nothing and turned to go home. The struggles of the world are beyond human control. Once inside, she closed her eyes to organize her supplies and quietly put a batch of water on the shelf. The water from the tap is priced differently than lake water. Lake water is cheap, while tap water is expensive. Ji-hee decided to put up lake water since it can be consumed, and the cheaper option allows them to buy more resources to drink. Just as she finished, she heard a loudspeaker outside. Water distribution. Water distribution. Families nearby, bring your containers and ID to collect water. Don't be late. She stood up, got dressed, and took a mineral water bottle before heading outside. There weren't many people, about 7 or 8, all wearing plastic bags on their heads and keeping about a meter apart. Even though it was hot, this way, if someone passed gas, they could at least react instead of fainting from the smell. Ji-hee timed it so that after everyone else had passed gas, she secretly took out a smell collector, held her breath, and let out a loud, stinky. The people around her quickly stepped back. She covered her face, lowered her head, and pretended to be embarrassed. Then she quietly let out another loud. Now there was a clear space of 2 meters around her. She was grateful for the contributions of the cloud bugs and others for this stinky situation. Without that sacrifice before its death, she wouldn't know where to find a way to blend into society with the bad smell. Isn't this just perfect? With this smell, none of the neighbors suspected Ji-hee. Not only did they not suspect her, but they also kept their distance, afraid of being overwhelmed by the stench and wasting money on medicine. According to their private chats, they thought she might have eaten too many bugs, which made her farts especially foul. Those who smelled it said it could rank among the top 3 worst smells. Although no one had to go to the hospital yet, no one dared to take the risk. She calmly stood in line, watching others carry water and healthy bean cakes home. Director Sue, is there any meat today? How could there be? Meat has to be exchanged at the trading post. We only have bean cakes here. These bean cakes seem to be getting darker. You could still see some grains before, but they seem harder these days. I think so too. I really want to eat meat. Then you should use a knife. If you have a pig slaughtering knife, that would work too. My greedy little one secretly took it to trade. Now we don't even have a nail clipper at home. Director Sue, can we get more water? It's hot, and this little bit isn't enough. You can trade for it at the trading post. They have some there. but I need to keep a knife at home for protection. Listening to others chat, he remained silent, quietly waiting in line until it was her turn. He handed over 30 pounds of mosquitoes. Director Sue, wearing a gas mask, weighed it and confirmed it was just over 30 pounds. After confirming, she took 2 hard, dark bean cakes from a large basin and handed them over. 2 bean cakes, take them. And here's your water. Next. He happily accepted them, carefully putting them in her pocket, then turned to head home. At this time, with the water shortage, no one was concerned about cleanliness. Everyone just ate directly, without worrying about washing their hands. It didn't matter if they were picky. If you wanted to eat, you had to eat. If not, you would go hungry. Back home, he stored the healthy bean cakes away, planning to save them for the chickens. With that, her work in front of others for the day was done. She still had more work to do. As for resting, that was out of the question. There was still a pile of tasks waiting for her. Even though she didn't have to cook right now, which seemed to free up 2 hours, she still needed to organize the storage space and prepare food for the livestock. Every day, she had to spend at least 3 hours stocking supplies at the shop. The remaining time must be spent processing and cutting the animal meat taken from Chef Xian Sang into small pieces. Every day has been busy, like a whirlwind. In City A, at the agricultural plantation area, Xiacheng is leading a group of people to inspect the fields. The extreme heat has lasted for several months. After all the crops and vegetables that were exposed to the sun died, they quickly organized a team to build greenhouses. They invested a lot of resources and manpower to create a suitable environment for plant growth, aiming to grow as many vegetables and grains as possible. With so many people, if there is no stable source of food, they will eventually run out of supplies. Xiacheng looked at the corn that was growing fairly well and nodded. Just as he was about to reach out to check if the ears were full, he was immediately stopped by someone nearby. Old Xie, stop. You can't touch it directly. I was being careless, Xiacheng quickly apologized. This plant was so precious. What if he damaged it? No, I'm worried that if you touch it and then eat without washing your hands, you might get sick and waste medical resources. The speaker, Sun Guohua, is a well-known plant expert in the country. He handed Xiacheng a pair of gloves, signaling him to wear them before touching anything. Xiacheng paused for a moment before taking the gloves. Sun Guohua also put on gloves and turned to lead the group into the experimental field. As you all know, since the extreme heat, the soil conditions have been very unsuitable for plant growth. No matter how hard we try to create the right temperature and humidity, it doesn't work. Under the same growth conditions, the plants just won't grow or sprout. Even if they do sprout, they look malnourished. To ensure the plants grow quickly, we inevitably have to use some extreme measures. Just tell me how many kinds of chemicals you used, Xiacheng interrupted, impatient with the technical jargon. Ahem, it's not that many, Sun Guohua said, touching his nose with his bare hand, trying to brush it off. Not that many? How many is that? Not many, just over 50 kinds, I guess? Over 50 kinds? Xiacheng was taken aback, nearly losing control of his voice. He struggled to keep his emotions in check. You used over 50 chemical agents and this stuff is still safe to eat? It won't kill you. After saying that, Sun Guohua seemed to relax, raising his voice confidently. What are you questioning? You know the situation. If we don't use chemicals, they'll die. What else can I do? Those vegetables are less than 1/5 of what they used to be.
Who can eat that?
With so many people, are they all going to starve? As he spoke, Sun Guohua couldn't control his excitement and let out a loud. Everyone immediately held their breath. Their quick movements were almost painful to watch. They swiftly moved to a spot without the smell and continued the previous topic, as if they had not been interrupted at all. Do you know how precious water is outside? You use so many chemicals. Even if they mature, how will the people eat? How can they wash without water?
How to eat? Cook it.
Sun Guohua felt that Xiacheng had an attitude of indifference. I mean, old Xie, how did you become like this? People are starving outside every day. Don't tell me you don't know. Are you still focused on using more plants for medicine? If you don't use enough, people will starve before they even get sick. You are drinking poison, to quench your thirst.
Did it quench your thirst or not? You.
All right, we've seen enough here. Let me take you to see the plants grown from the seeds in the talent shop. Sun Guohua was tired of listening to Xie Cheng's complaints and led the way forward. Did he not know how much chemicals were used?
Of course he did.
But if they didn't use chemicals, they wouldn't survive. What could he do? Over 10 billion mouths to feed. Seeing this, the people nearby dared not speak, keeping their heads down and pretending they didn't exist. Xie Cheng felt a lump in his chest, unable to express his feelings. He knew that people were starving outside every day and shouldn't get caught up in what was useful or not. But could it really be okay to use so many chemicals? He had a bad feeling in his heart. If these plants were treated with countless chemicals from seedling to maturity, was this still food? Wasn't this just using toxic plants to grow medicine? Suppressing his swirling thoughts, Xie Cheng silently continued forward until he reached another experimental field. Look, these are the plants grown from seeds in the talent shop. Sun Guohua's frown relaxed as he saw the lush vegetables. These seeds are excellent. They need little water, adapt to high temperatures, mature quickly, and most importantly, they are very resilient. Almost every seed will sprout. During their growth, we hardly need to use chemicals. We just need to focus on pest control. If all the talent holders exchange their coins for seeds to plant, our country's food shortage problem could be solved by at least half. Xie Cheng remained silent, bending down to look at the alien version of a tomato. They are plumper than the local tomatoes. Although they are not fully ripe yet, you can see that the fruits are much larger than the local ones, growing on green stems, heavy and beautifully red. Are they ripe now? Almost. We want to see if they will grow a bit more. They have been growing quickly lately, Sun Guohua said, looking at the tomato with joy. No farmer would dislike healthy-looking fruit. Have you tested them? Can we eat them?
We tested them.
We had some help from a plant expert to speed up the ripening process, and the results were good. There are some unknown trace elements inside, which should be beneficial for health if consumed long-term. Sun Guohua was excited about this. He had a feeling that this seed was the hope for the future. Xie Cheng remained silent and looked around the field again. The difference between the two sides was clear. Even though they had used over 50 kinds of pesticides on the other side, it was obvious that this side was growing better and looked more vibrant. After a group of people toured around, Xie Cheng received a phone call and hurried to say goodbye. He was very busy. If Sun Guohua hadn't insisted he come, he wouldn't have had the time. Wait, Lao Xie, don't leave yet, Sun Guohua said, grabbing Xie Cheng's arm. He couldn't let him go until the main purpose of this visit was achieved. I still want more of those game plant seeds. I've given you everything I can, Xie Cheng frowned. He had already given as much as possible. Since he learned the seeds were useful, the soldiers had been using all the coins they earned from the game to buy seeds. Stop pretending with me. Sun Guohua insisted. How many soldiers are there? There are even more talented people outside. You should have them exchange all their coins for seeds. If they just trade for bread and instant noodles, it would be a waste of valuable resources. Xie Cheng struggled to break free from Sun Guohua's grip, but he held on tightly. Feeling helpless, he said, I want to, but I've already sent out announcements. The known talented people have been encouraged to exchange for seeds, but those outside haven't joined the team. What can I do? Let go. You know how busy I am right now, right? I just got news that enemies are trying to steal our grain storage. I need to check on it. Sun Guohua was not a combat person, and since he was older, Xie Cheng was worried that if he pushed too hard, he might hurt him. Then they would have to waste medicine to treat him. What do you think I called you here for? You can trade those vegetables for seeds. Sun Guohua grabbed Xie Cheng tightly. If Xie Cheng escaped today, his chance for seeds would be gone. There are countless vegetable planting areas across the country. You could trade those nearly ripe vegetables for seeds with those talented individuals. If they don't want them for free, trading should work, right? You want to trade those toxic things that have over 50 kinds of chemicals for good seeds. Xie Cheng was shocked. What are you thinking? What nonsense are you talking about? What's toxic about them? Sun Guohua was unhappy. I said they are edible, they won't kill anyone. You can trade one vegetable for one seed. What's wrong with that? It even saves them growing time. Plus, those talented individuals have strong bodies and good resistance. They'll be fine. Don't worry, no one will die.
You.
Hey, what's going on here? Just then, an old man with a wrinkled face came running from a distance. As soon as he saw Xiecheng, his eyes lit up, clearly having come prepared. The old man approached, grabbing Xiecheng's arm and trying to push Sun Guohua away with his body. Isn't this a coincidence? Just walking and we meet. When fate comes, it can't be stopped. I heard there are medicinal seeds in the game store this time. That's true, but... Xiecheng frowned, feeling deep regret. He shouldn't have come today. Dealing with Sun Guohua was already tough, and now there was also Tianqi. Troublesome. You know about the newly discovered bug, right? Tianqi held on tightly, determined not to give up until he got what he wanted. This bug reproduces rapidly. We just found out it lays its eggs in other bugs and in water. Do I need to explain what that means? And we've discovered that with each generation, their aggression increases. Some bugs can even clothing and injure people. Soon, wearing clothes won't be enough protection. With the current temperature outside, those vegetables might survive, but our medicinal plants are in real danger. Today, you have to exchange those medicinal seeds for me, or I won't let you go, no matter what. Tianqi, listen. Don't cause trouble in my vegetable planting area. This isn't the place for you. Get out of here. Sun Guohua sneered and began to chase him away. Today, Xiecheng was caught by him first, so why should he let him go? You're talking nonsense. As long as you get the talented seeds, anyone can grow them. If you're really brave, go take care of your local vegetables. Stop being so aggressive. Tianqi said coldly, pointing at Sun Guohua and starting to scold him. People can skip a few meals and still be fine. They might just lose some weight. But if my herbs run out, people won't just starve. They'll be in serious trouble. Don't blame me for being blunt. You all know how many talented individuals have come forward for our medical needs. If we run out of medicine, even the best doctors won't be able to help. You've seen how many people have fallen ill recently. I'm being honest here. If we continue treating so many people and using up our supplies, we won't last a year with what we have. If they find out they can't get treatment even in the hospital, what do you think will happen? Humph. Your plant seeds? They've probably gone home to grow their own. No one is going to coddle you. Hearing this, Xiecheng and Sun Guohua looked very upset. They fell silent. The truth was harsh. Talented individuals could buy seeds and food in the market. If it weren't for the medical needs, they wouldn't even need to contribute to the country. They could live well on their own. If they couldn't even guarantee basic medical care, what was the point of their work? Contribution? Don't be ridiculous. Seeing Xiecheng and the others silent, Tianqi became more animated, making bold claims. By the way, the test results for that vegetable essence we brought in recently are out, and they are excellent. They are rich in vitamins and trace elements that the human body needs. We can grind one piece into hundreds or even thousands, solving health issues for millions. Oh, and don't forget the vegetable juice. Just add a bit of water for the perfect effect. Xiecheng and Sun Guohua thought he sounded like a quack, claiming to solve health issues for millions. What a stretch. Let's start with 100,000 bottles. That's a good amount, and 200,000 isn't too much either. Oh, and there are too many pests lately. Don't forget to buy some pest repellent and other remedies. We also need Flatulence. Hearing this, Sun Guohua was not to be outdone. We want some too. The floating island vegetables you sent for testing last time were good. They contain anti-cancer properties, which are very beneficial for cancer patients. I want 100,000 plants.
Give me mine first.
Mine comes first.
You.
Xiecheng felt overwhelmed. What do they think this is, a street market? Asking for 100,000 like it's nothing? Is there anyone who can help him? On the other side, Ji-hee had just finished working in the space and was sitting at the table eating. Her most comfortable time of the day is during meals when she can relax for a bit. Today, she enjoyed the spicy fish head, lamb skewers, garlic oysters, and salted edamame that she made herself. The lamb skewers were freshly prepared, and while they couldn't compare to those from a barbecue restaurant, the ingredients were fresh and clean. Before entering the game, she thought the meat she bought wouldn't be edible. However, she ended up bringing back more and more from the game, and she couldn't finish it all. While eating, Ji-hee watched videos and felt very happy. Gifted individuals have become very popular lately. Many of them posted videos, and no matter the type, they received a lot of likes. Ji-hee didn't understand why they would put in so much effort to make videos without making money. Wouldn't it be better to just relax during that time? With a flatulence on her and insect repellent incense burning in her room, there wasn't a single bug in sight, which made her feel particularly comfortable. After finishing her meal, Ji-hee opened her shop, collected the exchange supplies, and listed the insect repellent incense for sale. With the recent bug outbreak, it was a great time for selling the incense, and she decided to raise the prices a bit. Switching to her personal information page, Ji-hee saw several messages, including one from Tribute. After a few games, the system had become more user-friendly, offering many new features, including pinning messages. Ji-hee pinned her top customers so that anyone looking for her could find them easily. After all, she received private messages from tens of thousands of people daily, and even if she had 8 pairs of eyes, she couldn't keep up. After replying to everyone else, she opened the chat with Tribute. Tribute. How many floating island vegetable essence, floating island vegetables, insect repellent incense, bug repellent, and flying clouds do you have left? We want them all. Tribute. The price is negotiable. Borrowing 500 billion from the sky. What kind of negotiation? Tribute. You name the price and we'll pay it, no bargaining. Borrowing 500 billion from the sky. Tribute. Don't you need rare metals? We have those too. Borrowing 500 billion from the sky. The countries of Beautiful Nation, Bitey Nation, and White Bear Nation are willing to pay triple. What do you think? He wasn't joking. Those people were her big clients. They even sent someone to watch her shop, and any time she sold special items, they would buy them up quickly. Moreover, they often messaged her to suggest raising prices. He truly felt helpless. As long as the items were there, if they were quick enough, even she, as the shop owner, couldn't refuse to sell. All she could do was secretly notify Tribute in the background. It seems that this game is quite fair in this aspect, not allowing small groups to form. Among these big players, there's only respect. Every time they come to her, they do nothing but buy good items and always negotiate prices. If they weren't from the same country, he would have ignored him long ago. He's very stingy. Although she doesn't plan to sell to other countries, it doesn't stop her from using this to annoy him. He made him anxious again, and he finally agreed to buy. This person is from the government, and he enjoys the stability and benefits that come with it, so she won't turn against her own country. Those who can do more work should, so she considers it a form of tax. Besides, the rare metals she needs for space upgrades are not useful for anything else. Selling to her own country still allows her to profit. As for whether they will raise prices to exchange for goods later, he doesn't care. After selling all the near-expiry vegetable essence, vegetable juice, and flying cloud she brought back from the floating island, the materials needed for her space upgrade went from 11 types to 6: gold, silver, copper, iron, coal, and energy stones. She is not worried about these types at all. After all, she still has plenty of insect repellent incense and vegetables. As long as she is determined, gathering these metals is just a matter of time. The main issue is that until she obtains the energy stones, even if she collects all 10 remaining types, her space cannot upgrade. So, she will take her time. Those stones can't be eaten or drunk, and she will eventually gather them. If she were to exchange everything at once, her arms would be exhausted. As for near-expiry products, there's no choice. With the countdown on, she needs to sell them as quickly as possible. A city talent management bureau. Jing kept an eye on the shop until he started displaying cloudworm meat again, then slowly let out a breath. How much did we manage to grab? 70%. That's good. Jing was satisfied with that number. With so many countries competing against them, getting this much is already impressive, especially since these were the fastest elite players selected for the task. Otherwise, they wouldn't have managed to secure so many. As for the remaining items, there's no rush. They can borrow 500 billion from the sky and sell at the same time tomorrow. Leader, is this medicine really that effective? They say this vegetable juice can fight cancer?
Yes.
Xi Jing nodded and called someone over. Take these to be delivered, and be sure to pay attention to safety on the way. The soldier saluted, licked his dry lips, and carefully had someone carry the vegetable essence slices and vegetable juice to the vehicle. Everyone receiving the task was extremely cautious, afraid of any bumps or knocks. These were precious medicines. With these essence slices, countless elderly people and children would be saved. That night, the wind carried vegetable essence slices around the globe. Many countries worked overnight to transport them to factories for further processing. As for the flying clouds, not a single one reached the ground. They were all divided among the upper class and became rare treasures. Owning one had become a symbol of status and power among the wealthy. The Dragon Country also took the opportunity to sell 5, exchanging them for numerous resources. As for the insect-repelling incense, it was too useful. There was never enough, and no one wanted to sell it. In the afternoon, He had just woken up and was lying in bed reading the news. Bugs are the enemies of all species. They will destroy the world. Vegetable seeds in the talent market are the saviors of all humanity. Mass slaughter of poultry will eventually have consequences. Crops are maturing in large numbers. The disaster may soon pass. The National Grain Depot was robbed. The beautiful country has declared it will pursue the matter to the end. A dispute between talent holders and ordinary citizens resulted in 1 death and 2 injuries. Overextraction of groundwater will eventually lead to disaster. A new medicine has been launched by the state, which will supplement essential vitamins and replace vegetables.
Frogs.
Bullfrogs. The enemies of insects. The most foolish action. Exchanging food for talent currency. He watched the news for a while, and once she was fully awake, she put down her phone and quickly entered her space. She first plugged in the shell grinder and put in the shells she had eaten earlier. Then she went to the chicken coop and collected the eggs laid today. Leaving the space, He went to the kitchen, sat on a stool, took out a serving of hot dry noodles, grilled sausage, and soy milk, and began to eat while playing on her phone. Director Sue, starting today, our city will launch a batch of new medicines, health vitamin tablets, rich in various vitamins and other elements needed by the human body. 1 tablet can meet the body's needs for 5 days. Everyone can line up to buy them at the supermarket. Currently, only credit points are accepted. Image. He opened the image and glanced at it. It was the medicine's description, specifically noting that there was a purchase limit and to bring an ID when buying. However, He looked at the small round tablet, which was no bigger than a mung bean, and fell silent. It was quite expensive. 1 tablet seemed like it could be made into thousands. That's ruthless. She still had a long way to go. Community notifications keep popping up in the group. Director Sue. The seeds produced in the Talent Merchant Mall are excellent, requiring little water, yielding high crops, and having strong vitality. Everyone can rally their resources to buy seeds from the Talent Merchant Mall and plant them at home. Our community will also recycle them in exchange for rice, meat, eggs, toilet paper, sanitary pads, and more. Please spread the word. Keek's mom. Do we need to send this every day? Those who should have paid have already done so, and those who don't want to won't change their minds no matter how often we remind them. Family with 2 kids. What about money? Why can't we buy with money? Brother Sean, you seem a bit slow on the uptake. Western ginseng. Haven't all the talents turned to the government? Where can we buy them? Can we buy seeds from you? Don't forget, not everyone has been taken in by the government. There are still many people. The government can't support everyone. Many are still at home, like my brother-in-law's neighbor. He helped someone buy seeds recently, so if anyone is interested, contact me and we can go find him. Keek's mom. Why look far when we have several nearby? The guy who sold fish roe recently, his son is the one to ask. Son loves candy. Those seeds aren't easy to get. The talents have to complete tasks in the game and use the copper coins earned to buy them. The cheapest seed costs 10 copper coins, and they don't earn much in a game, plus they need to save some for emergencies. If they want exchange for a few seeds, they'll need to offer a lot of supplies. Family with 2 kids. So what do? We don't have anything valuable to trade. My family is already eating bean cakes. Where can we find meat to exchange? Brother Sean, stop saying we. Who are you including in we? At this point, we must mention the big shot near our community, Wang Yiliang. I heard he stays home all day, enjoying air conditioning and eating meat. Professional foodie, we shouldn't underestimate ourselves. All vegetables need water to grow. They are growing so many vegetables. Where will they get the water? It would be better to sell them, and everyone can save some water. Director Sue, good news. The vegetables planted in our city are ready for harvest and will be ground into our healthy bean cakes. Therefore, there will be 2 types of healthy bean cakes, the original price for those without vegetables and a new price of 0.7 credit points for those with vegetables. If you can't find vitamin tablets, you can buy some healthy bean cakes, as they contain some vegetables. Family with 2 kids. I bet the quantity is going to be very small, right? Just get it done and stop asking for snacks all the time. Can we have something a bit more substantial? Brother Sean, so, are there vegetables for sale? Wang Yiliang, not really, my family just has a lot of kids, with 4 gifted ones. We can offer some seeds for exchange, but not many. After all, the kids need to save some silver coins. We can't spend it all. We can't just throw the table over when we eat, right? Also, we can trade for pest repellent and bug spray, whatever you need. Mom Kiki. So, is it still 30 pounds of mosquitoes for 2 bean cakes? Director Sue. Yes, 30 pounds of mosquitoes for 2 of the old-style bean cakes, and 50 pounds for 2 new bean cakes. Lizzie, why are the bean cakes still so unappetizing and now more expensive? It's much harder to catch mosquitoes now than before. How long will it take to catch 50 pounds? Brother Sean, appreciate what you have. It's good to catch any at all. I heard the mosquito sterilization plan is almost fully implemented. After a while, they probably won't be collecting mosquitoes anymore. Haven't you noticed there are fewer mosquitoes now? The future belongs to the bugs. Wu Wang, I heard this batch of vegetables has a lot of chemicals. The people growing them don't even eat them, they just trade for seeds in the gifted market. Brother Sean, when did they stop using chemicals? Before the disaster, we ate grapes that had over 20 kinds of chemicals on them, and we survived, right? Who knows how long we can live? Family with 2 treasures. Aren't they denying it? They said they don't use chemicals. Brother Sean, I bought some strawberry seedlings for my home, and they didn't use chemicals. In the end, there were so many bugs that we couldn't eat them and had to throw them away. Do you believe they didn't use chemicals? He watched the others chat for a while before switching out to watch a video. As soon as she opened the app, she saw a girl in the video introducing items from her shop. There were many types, both expensive and cheap. Vegetables, cloudworm meat, floating island vegetable essence, vegetable juice, pest repellent, bug spray, Plalin, Bilidin, and more. There were over 10 types in total. These are all items sold in store number 200. The shop owner is someone named borrowing 500 billion from heaven. This person is extraordinary and has remarkable talents, but is very low-key. To this day, no one knows which country they are from, but there are rumors suggesting they might be from the Dragon Country, though this has not been confirmed. Let's get back to the point and introduce the items in the store. Everyone knows that growing vegetables and grains is very difficult now, but this store has countless vegetables for sale. Although they are alien vegetables, they are very nutritious. And this bug-repelling incense is amazing. Just a tiny piece can burn for over 5 hours, and during that time, there will be no bugs in your home, including mosquitoes and other pests. Then there's this cloudworm meat, which is very chewy. When made into jerky, it tastes quite good. Although many people say it's a type of bug, the flavor is still nice. After listening for a while, he quietly scrolled away. This promotion was impressive, much better than what she could do. She usually just wrote a few words under the item descriptions. At 11:50 p.m., Li Qiu was walking slowly towards Jihe's house, carrying a large water bucket and shining a flashlight. Yesterday, a secret mission was suddenly issued about finding a way to borrow 500 billion again from the heavens. A gifted person had calculated the precise information, 18 years old. Although they couldn't refine the details further due to the nature of the ability, the order was still given to find her as soon as possible. After all, the ability to borrow 500 billion again was extremely valuable, far surpassing all other gifted individuals. People from all over the world were watching her, not just locals, but even foreigners were keeping an eye on her. They needed to find her and protect her before anyone else did. As Li Qiu walked, she recalled Ji He's profile. 18 years old, excellent academic performance, orphaned with a distant uncle, and lived alone with a regular routine. Before the disaster, she had dropped out of school to sell sheep offal and had records of buying grains and spices, though the amounts weren't excessive, and she had also sold some. Li Qiu thought this wasn't too much of a problem. After all, she had seen Ji He a few times and noticed some typical behaviors for her age. These actions might be related to the loss of her parents. It was understandable for a teenager to act unusually during such a crisis. There were many who were even more extreme, including high-level residents who dug basements. They had excavated hundreds of meters, larger than their original homes. With enough supplies inside, a family could survive for 2 years without going out. Wasn't that even more outrageous? There are still some doomsday enthusiasts among us. Many of them used to stockpile compressed biscuits and bottled water, throwing away batches just before they expired to buy new ones. They ensure they have enough compressed biscuits at home for their family to last 2 years. There are many people like this. Ji He might have acted a bit strangely at first, but after the disaster, her behavior was hard to criticize. After being robbed, she survived by eating insects and later relied on the government selling healthy bean cakes. Neighbors said she ate maggots, but Li Qiu thought it was fine. After all, it's wise to keep wealth hidden. As a lonely girl, she couldn't defend herself against others, so being cautious wasn't a bad thing. Neighbors had a decent view of her. Warm-hearted, kind, childlike, unfortunate, with strong tastes, and willing to endure hardship. It can't be completely ruled out that she borrowed a huge sum from heaven, but the likelihood is low. While pondering, Li Qiu arrived at Ji He's doorstep. She didn't rush to knock but first observed the area. The large iron gate still had a big hole from the previous robbery, which was left unaddressed and casually secured with a chain. The security was barely effective. Li Qiu bent down and shone her flashlight through the hole, illuminating the dark interior. It didn't seem like anyone was home, but Ji He should be there at this time since someone had seen her walking home just earlier. The house appeared ordinary, so Li Qiu shone her flashlight around the yard. It looked very normal, albeit a bit messy, with plastic sheets and other clutter piled in the corners. It seemed like an entirely typical house. She had heard that Ji He went to chop firewood in the mountains every day, but she didn't see any in the yard. Had it been stored in the back, or... Li Qiu noted this in her mind, straightened up, and knocked firmly on the door. Soon, she heard a voice from inside. "Who is it?" "Community Dr. Li Qiu, here for a regular survey. Can you please open the door?" This excuse wasn't too strange. Since the extreme heat, there had been many population surveys, usually conducted by Director Su, while Dr. Li handled specific groups. This was her first time checking on Ji He. She stood quietly outside, listening with her keen ears, which had sharpened after her talent awakened. She could clearly hear footsteps approaching, accompanied by the sound of plastic bags rustling. Based on the speed of the footsteps, it seemed the person had come out right after she spoke and hadn't been doing anything else inside. Then she saw the large iron gate open and a beam of light shone through. She adjusted her expression to be as gentle and approachable as possible. When she looked up, she saw a figure with a white plastic bag over their head. In the flashlight's beam, their expression was unclear. "Hey, Dr. Li, come in quickly. Why isn't Director Su here today?" Ji He's enthusiastic voice reached her ears, accompanied by the sound of a chain being opened. Li Qiu glanced at her watch. 11:55, just 5 minutes until the game started. "There are too many people, so we'll each handle a different area today," Li Qiu said kindly, smiling. She noticed Ji He wasn't in a hurry to ask questions, but pointed to the water bucket on her back. "That's today's water source. I'm here to do a survey, and we'll drop it off. Can you bring your ID to collect the water? Okay. He quickly agreed and turned to grab a mineral water bucket from inside. Li Qiu silently watched her retreating figure, dressed in simple long clothes that were a bit dusty, not looking like someone preparing for a game. Game players usually had no worries about food and clothing. Besides, there was that big shot who could lend 500 billion. In her mind, she lowered the possibility of he being connected to that big shot. Meanwhile, he was quickly grabbing the water, but her mind was racing with thoughts. Recently, due to the pest problem, the water delivery efficiency had dropped significantly, and it usually arrived at their place around 4 a.m. Today, it was surprisingly early. And at this sensitive time, with only a few minutes before the game started, he felt a slight heaviness in her heart. She didn't know if the game would suddenly pull her in today. If they did, how would she explain it? And why was this person here at this specific time? Was it a coincidence or something else? If it was just to prove whether she was a gifted person, it wouldn't need to be so complicated. After all, she had observed that there were 3 gifted individuals in her neighborhood who hadn't revealed themselves. They hadn't exposed themselves simply because they hadn't joined the national team or been as flashy as that uncle. They seemed to be going with the flow, neither actively revealing nor deliberately hiding. Many neighbors had noticed, but no one said anything. If the goal was to find all the gifted individuals, they shouldn't have come to her first. Despite her many thoughts, he moved quickly, grabbing the water bottle and rushing towards Li Qiu, looking as if she was extremely thirsty. Li Qiu turned her head to look at He, who was focused on filling a water bottle. She kept smiling and started chatting casually. He, I remember you just turned 18 this year. Why don't you live with your uncle? I don't want to go. My sister and I don't get along. She thinks I'm a burden. He replied, looking down at the water slowly filling the bottle, her words reflecting some youthful defiance. Living alone must be tough in many ways, right? If you ever need help, just let me know. I'll do what I can. The implication was that if she couldn't help, she wouldn't. Unexpectedly, he seemed not to understand and cheerfully replied, Oh, I have so many needs. I could talk for days. I want rice, steamed buns, roasted chicken, and grilled pig's trotters. Cough. Well, let's not rush. Let's go inside first, and I'll see what's going on. If it's true, I can help you apply for assistance from our community. Hearing he mention her needs, Dr. Li didn't immediately refuse but chose to go along with it and entered the house. Aren't you asking for things? I need to see if you really need help before deciding what to do. And even if I can help, it depends on what the community has available. It still requires an application. If the application gets denied, that's not my fault. That sounds great, he said, seemingly unaware, leading the way with enthusiasm. You really shouldn't feel embarrassed. You came all this way and still want to help me. Is our community really doing poverty alleviation? Honestly, if they were selecting low-income households, I would definitely be among the top few. I know everyone has it tough, so I don't want to cause any trouble. Just 20 healthy bean cakes and 2 ounces of salt will be enough. As she spoke, he was deep in thought. In this day and age, asking for help like this was quite bold. This was quite a request. Behind her, Dr. Li, who followed into the house, had a slightly stiff smile on her face. She was just joking. She never intended to really give anything. Why is she so bold? She's still young and doesn't understand the ways of the world. The key point is that he's request hit the mark. These 2 items were indeed available at the community. They had been distributing healthy bean cakes daily, and no one would believe they didn't have them. And just yesterday, they received 30 pounds of salt, which many nearby residents had seen. Recently, the bug that causes flatulence has been rampant. Out of every 10 people, about 7 get bitten. Among these 7, there are mild and severe cases. In mild cases, the gas may just smell bad, which can be unpleasant but not too threatening. However, severe cases are different. The gas from these individuals is like a biological weapon, causing indiscriminate attacks within a meter radius, often leaving everyone fainted. Just yesterday, A few people were sent to the hospital due to the severe cases, suffering from serious respiratory infections and high fevers. Even the person who caused the gas ended up in the hospital, claiming it was so foul it damaged their brain, possibly affecting their intelligence too. All these incidents have made everyone much more cautious about the flatulence bug than mosquitoes. After all, mosquitoes cause individual harm, while the flatulence bug attacks in groups. Due to the rapid reproduction of the flatulence bug and the lack of effective treatments, the authorities have only issued a notice encouraging people to exercise more, use the restroom frequently, and not hold it in. They also sent salt because there are no special medicines available, suggesting that severe patients drink some salt water to lessen the smell of their gas. Although it doesn't cure the problem, it's better than nothing. The authorities advise those with severe cases to drink more and visit the restroom often to avoid bothering others. Li Qiu moved her lips, about to change the subject, when Ji He suddenly opened the door and walked in. The door was wide open, and the room was dark, making it hard to see anything.
Dottore Li, come in.
Li Qiu swallowed her words, adjusted her mindset, and stepped inside. The task was important. As soon as she entered, Ji He quickly closed the door. Li Qiu stood still, turning on her flashlight to look around. Ji He's room was darker than others, with only the weak light from the flashlight illuminating the spacious, shadowy area. Li Qiu glanced at her watch. It was 11:57. Would the game pull people in today? She felt a mix of excitement and nervousness. Li Qiu looked up, ready to chat and keep Ji He in her sight for the next minute. Why don't you light a candle? I don't have a candle, Ji He replied firmly. Our community doesn't distribute them, so where would I get one? The supermarket over there is really expensive, and it's only open for a short time each day. It's far from here, and by the time I get there, I'd have to wait in a long line. Even if I wait for 3 hours, I still might not get into the supermarket. In a place where a few people are passing gas outside, I was waiting in line, surrounded by others. Before I could even buy supplies, I ended up in the hospital because of it. I suggest that our community could open a convenience store. It doesn't have to sell food. Everyday items would be fine. This could not only help solve people's difficulties but also increase employment rates. Our community has many people in need, like me, who are desperately looking for work. Ji He spoke passionately, feeling like she finally had the chance to express her struggles to someone in charge. She completely caught Dr. Li off guard. Who isn't struggling during a disaster? She was just making small talk, so why did it lead to this? She had become a gifted person early on, her abilities were decent, and her life was better than some, though not as good as before the disaster. Still, she was far from being unable to afford candles. She had just mentioned the darkness in her house casually. What do you use for lighting? I use this, Ji He said, patting her flashlight. It's a hand-crank flashlight that I bought for 68. It works really well. After saying this, she seemed eager to talk, grabbing Dr. Li's arm and continuing, Dr. Li, to be honest, things are really tough. I have so much to say, but no one to talk to. Today, meeting you feels like finding a support system. Not to mention, I need water and toilet paper. Do you see my shoes? They've fallen apart from wearing them too much. As she spoke, Ji He casually picked up a bottle of fresh water, opened it, took a small sip, and then carefully closed it again. Li Qiu silently observed her swallowing and the entire process of drinking. In the end, she concluded that there was a 90% chance Ji He was actually drinking. Her doubts about Ji He borrowing a huge sum of money from the heavens decreased a bit. People like her have their own pride, especially at the age of 18. How could she lower herself to drink unfiltered water? Even if she did it intentionally, she wouldn't drink it so casually. The water looked very murky and had a muddy taste. Not even a typical gifted person would drink it without filtering and boiling it first. After Ji He finished drinking, she acted as if nothing had happened and resumed sharing her troubles. Li Qiu listened quietly, occasionally glancing at the time. As the seconds passed, when the clock struck 12, she focused intently on Ji He's expression. Would she be nervous? This was the time to enter the game. Ji He seemed completely unaware, continuing to talk without any sign of nervousness or seriousness about entering the game. Let's not talk about anything else, but there's just not enough water. Look at my hands, they're all muddy. I'm always grabbing things to eat, and the dirt gets in my mouth, making my teeth feel awful. If this goes on, I'll lose my teeth before I even die. He kept chatting away, but inside, she was just as anxious, fearing the game might suddenly betray her. After all, it had been over 20 days since she last exited the game, and the time was about right. Fortunately, this time the game spared Ji-hee and didn't pull them in. The tense minute passed with Ji-hee's constant chatter and Li Chio's readiness. Li Chio quietly checked the time. By 12:02, they still hadn't been pulled into the game. Unsure if she should feel regret or disappointment, she sighed and was about to say something when suddenly, there was a loud noise. Ji-hee had let out a very unpleasant. Li Chio was caught off guard. The sudden attack made her feel nauseous, and she fought the urge to gag. Ugh, that's disgusting. She quickly covered her mouth, trying to suppress the feeling. Ji-hee was prepared and didn't smell anything at all. She held her breath and looked at Li Chio, choosing not to speak. She didn't throw up? Even with her eyes rolling back, she could still hold it together? Impressive. After a while, the smell faded, and Li Chio, with tears in her eyes, managed to calm her stomach while leaning against the wall to keep from collapsing. At that moment, her doubts about Ji-hee grew even stronger. No strong person would allow themselves to be in such an embarrassing situation. Never. Unless she was a complete fool. She believed that someone as proud as Ji-hee would never in front of others, especially not something so foul. Moreover, with all the insect repellent she had, she was the only one who hadn't been bitten. I'm so sorry, Dr. Lee. I couldn't hold it in. I'm really sorry, Ji-hee apologized sincerely, full of remorse. Li Chio waved her hand, signaling it was fine, silently reassuring herself that it was all for the mission. Farting was uncontrollable. It wasn't Ji-hee's fault, just an accident. Even thinking this way, she still didn't dare to stay in the same room with Ji-hee anymore. It was just too smelly, and she feared she wouldn't withstand another wave of attacks. In case of another incident, take them to the hospital. It seems today's task won't be completed. After catching her breath, Li Chio adjusted her state and smiled at Ji-hee. Can I look around the room? Ji-hee hesitated, clearly reluctant. I have many valuable items in this room, and it's not convenient for outsiders to see them right now. Li Chio instantly perked up. Valuable items. Was it pest repellent or something else? Could she have misjudged this person? Before she could speak, Ji-hee changed the topic. Of course, special circumstances call for special measures. Since Dr. Lee is here to help, I can't stop you. Just sign this, and you can look around. While speaking, Ji-hee pulled out a book from the dark behind her, tore out a page, and began writing quickly. Li Chio was confused. What was she writing? The next moment, a piece of paper was in front of Li Chio. Li Qiu. She looked down and saw a line of fancy characters clearly stating, he can use this receipt to collect 20 health bean cakes and 2 ounces of salt from the community center. The date was for tomorrow, and all that was left was her signature. Li Qiu. She stiffened, unable to write. There was no allowance for her to sign this. If she did, she would have to pay Ji-hee for the supplies. How could she spend her own money for work? As she hesitated, Ji-hee urged, Dr. Lee, please sign? Li Qiu. She forced a smile, suddenly at a loss for words. Should she say she was just pretending to help to get into the room? She never intended to actually provide anything. If she said that, it would surely cause a scene tonight. This girl would definitely be upset and make a fuss. Then, not only would she not be able to check the room, but many curious neighbors would also come out. Thinking about the series of consequences that could arise and remembering the instructions to be very careful and not to alert anyone. In the end, Li Chio still stiffened her face, picked up the pen, and signed. Fine, she would just consider it a good deed. It was just 2 ounces of salt and some pest cakes after all. She could afford that.
Sigh.
Next time, she would definitely think before speaking. After this incident, She lost interest in talking to Ji Hee and quickly handed the signed note to him, openly requesting to check the room. "I'll go investigate first. If everything checks out, you can come to the community center tomorrow with this note." "Okay," Ji Hee replied, carefully folding the note and nodding in response to Li Chio's words. "Go ahead and check." She inspected this room several times a day. If she found something, it would be a loss for her. With permission, Li Chio turned and grabbed a flashlight to start her observation. She first went upstairs to take a look. The upper floor was quite empty, with few items, making it feel desolate. One room contained several plastic baskets used as flower pots, but they only had soil and no signs of any plants. Li Chio bent down to examine the soil closely. It was dry and clumped together, clearly not watered for a long time. Perhaps he had tried to grow some vegetables, but ultimately failed. Many families had done the same, so it was quite normal. If Xiang Tian borrowed 500 billion again, there should be signs of planting. He regularly sold some local vegetables, indicating he likely had special planting skills or a suitable growing area. Experts speculate that his talent leans towards supportive abilities, possibly in planting, business, or spatial portals. Only these supportive talents could explain why he could provide a large amount of supplies. Additionally, many of the supplies were nearing expiration, which puzzled the experts. Was it because expired goods are cheap and easy to obtain, or because they come at a low cost? Was there a price to pay for obtaining supplies when borrowing 500 billion again? There were many questions, and the experts were eager to meet Xiang Tian to inquire further. Allowing grassroots talent holders to check was intentional. Experts believed that if Xiang Tian's supportive abilities were so strong, his combat power would likely be weaker, possibly even less than that of ordinary talent holders. After all, he couldn't be strong in every aspect. Even if these grassroots talent holders encounter resistance from Xiang Tian, they likely wouldn't face significant danger. Li Chio carefully looked around the room, not missing any corners. For now, she found nothing suspicious. When she entered Ji Hee's room, she cautiously opened the door. There were many mosquitoes buzzing around, just like in any ordinary person's room. The room had few items: a wardrobe, a bed, and a bedside table. Nothing else. It was clear and straightforward. She opened the wardrobe, which had several clothes hanging inside. Li Chio pulled them out to check and even leaned in to smell them. There was a strong odor of sweat, indicating they hadn't been washed in a long time. Besides the clothes, she felt around the wooden boards of the wardrobe and discovered that the bottom board was movable. A sense of excitement and nervousness filled her, as if she had stumbled upon a big secret. She stood still for a moment, listening carefully, then reached out to lift the board. When the flashlight beam fell on it, she saw a 500g bag of salt and a 5-pound vacuum-sealed bag of rice. Li Chio's heart suddenly felt at ease. It was normal to hide some food at home, but this was quite different from what she had imagined. She thought. Pressing her lips together, Li Chio placed the board back as it was, without touching the rice. Standing up, she began to check the bedside table. She lifted it to look underneath, revealing wooden flooring with no holes. After putting it down, she opened the drawer, which was somewhat messy, but not too full. Inside were phone charger, headphones, and hair ties. She quickly glanced through them, found nothing of interest, and closed the drawer again. Next, she moved to Ji Hee's bed, paying attention to every detail. After checking the sleeping pillow, she carefully bent down to lift the bedsheet for a closer look. Finally, she crouched down to check under the bed. She found nothing suspicious. After a while, unable to find anything unusual, Li Chio turned and left the room, making her way down the stairs. Having finished checking upstairs, she needed to continue her search downstairs. Although Ji Hee's house was spacious, many rooms were quite empty, which saved her a lot of time during the search. When she saw a room filled with firewood, Li Chio's eyes lit up. Firewood was quite a valuable resource now, and Ji Hee must have moved it inside to prevent theft. That made sense. Without saying a word, she carefully closed the door and went to the next room. In this room, there was a small pile of dirty clothes. Li Chio's eyes flickered and she smiled, saying, "Are you just going to leave these clothes here?" "Yeah, when they get sweaty, I just toss them in. I find a dry one to wear when I need to go out," Ji-hee replied casually while sitting on a stool playing on her phone, not even looking up. Lee Chio noticed that throughout her time upstairs and downstairs, this girl had just been sitting there playing on her phone without moving at all. She couldn't tell if she was relaxed or just carefree. She smiled but didn't say anything, then stepped into the room with the dirty clothes. A strong smell of sweat hit Lee Chio, but she remained calm, as if she didn't notice it. She was professional. Unless it was unbearable, she wouldn't be bothered by it. Focusing on what was in front of her, Lee Chio picked up a piece of clothing and took a quick look. It was all ordinary clothes of average quality, not like those from the game store. Patiently, she inspected everything carefully. Once she confirmed there was nothing unusual, she quickly left the room and began to check the other rooms with her flashlight. It was clear that the owner hadn't cleaned the house in a while. The corners were messy and dirty, and she could write in the dust with her finger. Looking up, she noticed mosquitoes flying around. Entering the kitchen, she tried to open the refrigerator. A few bugs flew out, along with a strange smell, indicating it had been unused for a long time. Closing the fridge door, Lee Chio carefully shone her flashlight around the kitchen, occasionally touching surfaces. The pots and stove clearly hadn't been used in a long time, but on the only wobbly table, there were 2 plates stacked on top of each other. Lee Chio carefully lifted one, revealing a small piece of leftover healthy bean cake, with clear bite marks still visible. She crouched down and shone her flashlight on the floor, hoping to find food scraps. Unfortunately, she found only a lot of dust. This was common. After a long dry spell, the ground cracked, and every time she went out, she would come back with dust on her face. Inside the house, it was even worse, with a lot of dust around. Families that could maintain a decent life were not ordinary. They either had talented individuals or were part of the powerful elite. After examining the kitchen, she finally found a bottle of soy sauce hidden in a corner of the wall. It was already expired. Before she arrived, she knew that this girl had bought a lot of seasonings at once. Although some might have been stolen by robbers recently, she figured there would still be some left. A wise person always has multiple hiding spots. It was in their nature. Not to mention, her own family never kept all their food and seasonings in one place. It was perfectly normal to find a bottle of seasoning left behind. Standing up without touching the soy sauce, she walked out and saw a net for catching mosquitoes and a plastic bag in the hallway. Before coming here, she had heard that Ji-hee was quite diligent, usually going out every day to chop wood and catch mosquitoes in exchange for bean cakes, managing to get about 3 bean cakes a day, which, along with some bugs, was enough for her to eat. Although the food may not be great, at least it keeps you from starving and allows you to live. After looking around, Dr. Lee has mostly set aside her doubts. The whole house looks quite ordinary, even a bit dirty, due to the lack of water. But that's normal. After all, many families are in the same situation. With such scarce water resources outside, who can say they clean their floors every day and keep their homes spotless? Is that a joke? She may have put her doubts aside, but before leaving, there are still a few questions she needs to ask. Lee Chio thinks about her job and her talent, puts on a smile, and approaches Ji-hee, who is watching a video. The sound is not too quiet, and half of her face is lit while the other half is in shadow, making it hard to see her clearly. Lee Chio squats down in front of Ji-hee and looks at her, using her talent to get straight to the point. "Do you know about borrowing 500 billion from the heavens?" "I wish I could." Ji-hee replies quickly, smiling at Lee Chio. "Who wouldn't want to borrow 500 billion from the heavens? Don't you want to?" Lee Chio's surprised expression freezes as she realizes both statements are true.
Wait.
Lee Chio suddenly squints, sensing something is off. This girl is not an ordinary person. How does she know about borrowing 500 billion from the heavens? She has one more chance. She hadn't planned to use it on Ji-hee, but since they're already discussing it. After thinking for a moment, she decides to continue being direct. "How do you know about borrowing 500 billion from the heavens?" After asking, she holds her breath, focusing all her attention, waiting for Ji-hee's answer. This is her last chance to use her talent today. I just finished watching a video about borrowing 500 billion from the heavens, and it has over 1 million likes. Who doesn't know about the things in her shop? He replies, even finding the video to invite Li Qiu to watch together. It's all about balancing work and relaxation. This borrowing 500 billion from the heavens is really famous. Talent assessment, true. Feeling the feedback from her talent, Li Qiu experiences a sense of resolution, along with a hint of fatigue and the realization that it makes sense. Yes, many neighbors know about the person borrowing 500 billion from the heavens. It's completely normal for Jihe to know. How could she make such a basic mistake? To waste her talent like this? Jihe's words today have made Li Qiu's emotions go up and down like a roller coaster, sometimes excited and sometimes disappointed. But deep down, she didn't really think that Jihe was borrowing 500 billion from the sky again. She had her own judgment. This room showed clear signs of life, indicating that Jihe had been living here for a while. Moreover, the cleanliness of the place suggested that the owner hadn't tidied up in some time. The small piece of healthy bean cake in the kitchen had bite marks and signs of being softened by saliva, proving that Jihe had just eaten it. Based on feedback from the neighbors, her daily routine was very regular, and she spent a lot of time working outside, including chopping trees and catching mosquitoes. In addition, more than 10 people could confirm that she had been seen outside when supplies were being stocked for borrowing 500 billion from the sky. And who is borrowing 500 billion from the sky? She was a well-known big shot in the game. It was said that besides the reserves of various countries and globally renowned tycoons, she had the most supplies. Someone with so many supplies that they couldn't possibly use them all. How could she live in such poor conditions? How could she catch mosquitoes and chop trees? How could she eat that hard bean cake and drink raw water? It seemed impossible. Besides these objective facts, there was one crucial point. Li Qiu really didn't sense the pride and confidence of a gifted person in Jihe. No matter who it is, when a person suddenly gains a certain power, their emotions will fluctuate, perhaps pride, surprise, or even fear of the unknown. That was an uncontrollable instinct, a kind of confidence that allowed one to live more freely. But she didn't see any of that in Jihe. Jihe felt like an ordinary person striving to live, someone who might have a bit of cleverness and would genuinely feel happy about a small gain. After all, those little things were precious to ordinary people, but insignificant to the gifted. So, why was she so fixated on Jihe? Why was she using her gift? It was all very strange. At that moment, Jihe's voice broke into her thoughts. You should get online when you have time. Too much work will turn your brain to mush. Jihe said this with genuine concern. And how could you think I was borrowing 500 billion from the sky again? Could it be? Jihe's suspicious gaze made Li Qiu a bit nervous. Had she revealed something? For the mission? Perhaps. Li Qiu's eyes gradually darkened. Just when her thoughts were wavering, she heard Jihe excitedly say, "Isn't this like a substitute story? Do I look a lot like her? Do I need to step in and attract some foreign threats to protect her? It's not impossible, but let's agree on some terms first. This job is a bit dangerous. If I take it on, I need 3 meals a day. I don't need much, just 1 meat and 1 vegetable per meal. As long as we have that, we can discuss everything else. Don't say it's like borrowing 500 billion again. I could borrow 5,000 billion instead." Li Qiu frowned, listening to Jihe making such bold demands. She felt she shouldn't be foolish. What could an 18-year-old high school dropout possibly contribute? She thought it was time to leave. Staying any longer would be a waste of time. These young girls really have vivid imaginations. She patted Jihe on the shoulder and said seriously, "Right now we can't even get walnuts. Instead of wasting time, you should catch more mosquitoes." With that, she turned to leave. If her mind wasn't sharp, she should at least eat more bean cakes to boost her health. As Jihe watched Li Qiu leave, she locked the door and took a deworming pill. After 2 minutes, her stomach began to hurt severely. She rushed to the bathroom and ended up passing some warm eggs. Jihe thought, "I knew that water was suspicious." Recently, So many fish had died in the lake and reservoir, and with all the frightening bugs outside, the water was murky, almost the color of the Yellow River. With all these issues, how could the water be safe? She instinctively felt there was something wrong with it. Sure enough, just one sip caused problems. If others have been drinking it for a long time without issues, that would be surprising. She had sacrificed a lot for this investigation. Just thinking about Li Qiu's thorough check today made Ji-hee feel that these people were too idle. Don't tell her that others were unaware of the water problem. They aren't foolish. Even the neighbor's old lady knows to boil it for her children. How could the higher-ups not know? With so many issues waiting to be resolved, they were wasting time looking for her and spending resources. Calming her emotions, Ji-hee picked up her bag and went outside to catch mosquitoes as planned. If she chose to pretend to be an ordinary person, she had to do it convincingly. In the following period, things began to stir. With the encouragement of some people, a strange movement started across the country, seeking to borrow 500 billion again. No one knows where the first news came from, but everyone is talking about how borrowing 500 billion from the sky is only 18 years old. They say the resources are endless. As long as you find them, there will be plenty of food to eat. Not just for themselves, but even their relatives can live well. The rumors keep getting wilder. Now, not only people in the country know, but everyone around the world is aware. Li Qiu bit her teeth in frustration at the community committee. Who leaked this? Isn't this a secret mission? How did it get out to the whole world? How can she proceed with the task now? Every time she steps outside, several people follow her secretly. In less than 5 minutes, all the relatives of this household show up. It makes her feel like a joke. It's inconvenient to do anything, and her identity as a gifted person is exposed. She spent 40 silver coins to bribe the stubborn money system, keeping her achievements hidden. Wasn't she supposed to have a peaceful life? Then, let's turn the table. No one should eat. If they want her to suffer in silence, they are mistaken. Unfortunately, she doesn't mind eating everything but dislikes being taken advantage of. If they want to search, let's do it together. Has anyone seen One Piece? Everyone should join in.
No one can stay out of it.
The more chaotic it gets, the better. As for the 40 silver coins spent, he doesn't mind. It's inconvenient now, but she will definitely get it back double from the tribute later. As time goes on, the search for borrowing 500 billion from the sky not only hasn't decreased but has intensified, pushing the bounty list further down. It's said that many bounty hunters want to come to Longwa from abroad. International relations are tense. Even the older folks in he's building have stopped catching criminals and look at her and the other young people with strange eyes. One ant approached he while she was outside swatting mosquitoes and whispered, "Girl, tell me, are you the one who borrowed 500 billion from the sky?" "I promise I won't tell anyone." "Ant, I wish I could, but I'm 19. He replied with a hint of helplessness from her plastic bag. "I just had my birthday a few days ago, and now I'm 19. I don't fit the age." "I also think you're not. I heard that those who borrowed 500 billion from the sky eat abalone and lobster every meal, have endless rice and flour, and enjoy air conditioning and ice cream. Why would they need to catch bugs?" The ant smoothly changed the topic. "I wish my daughter could borrow 500 billion from the sky. I don't need to catch this annoying bug. I just want to go home and lie down while scrolling on my phone." "Ant, your daughter is already 39. That's 2 rounds of borrowing 500 billion from the heavens, and she's still not settled." He felt helpless. Maybe the government keeps the internet running to prevent people from causing trouble when they have nowhere to vent their frustrations. At least now, after work, people can still scroll on their phones and vent their anger. Once they express their feelings, they won't bottle them up inside. A few days later, more and more people online started claiming they found a way to borrow 500 billion from the heavens. It wasn't just one person. Over 40 appeared at once. There were both men and women, all aged 18. Each claimed to be a part of it. Their statements seemed genuine, well-reasoned, and almost believable. This sparked even more excitement, Ji-hee thought. To be honest, the evidence these people presented seemed quite convincing. If she didn't know the truth, she might have believed them. Joining in the online fun, Ji-hee also posted a few comments asking for support and sponsorship. Even though people were looking for a way to borrow 500 billion, daily life for ordinary folks didn't change much. They continued living as usual. During this time, due to excessive tree cutting, although the threat of fire was reduced, the once lush mountains had become barren, and with more dust in the air, people had to venture further into the deep mountains for firewood, which was very inconvenient. To go there, they needed to rent trucks from the authorities, but the cost for just some wood was too high. With the money for renting trucks, it would be better to buy a load of iron or other metals to exchange for supplies at the store that offered to borrow 500 billion. Ji-hee felt that if she didn't reveal her true abilities, going back to cutting trees wouldn't make sense, so she decided to give up. Every day, she just went out to catch mosquitoes and collected some metals to exchange for credit points. Her life felt fulfilling. The mosquito sterilization program was showing results. The once rampant mosquito army had significantly decreased during this time. Before people could relax, a new army of pests arrived. After some time of evolution, they adapted better to the hot environment and became even more aggressive. They swarmed in groups, reproducing quickly, unafraid of the heat, and charged at humans. Although no one believed these bugs would harm people, their sheer numbers meant that anyone bitten would end up with many tiny, painful welts on their skin. It was overwhelming and quite unsettling. They pose a greater threat to humans than mosquitoes. Director Sue. Starting today, we will no longer collect mosquitoes but will instead collect flatulence bugs, with prices similar to mosquitoes. Director Sue. Recently, there have been several large vomiting incidents caused by crowd gatherings. Everyone should try to spread out when outside and avoid clustering together. Brother Sean. With mosquitoes gone, flatulence bugs are taking over the world. I can't stop passing gas every day. My backside is getting sore. When will it end? A beauty and nail salon. It feels like we're facing a biological weapon. In our house, everyone has their own room. No one dares to gather. We have to shout to communicate, or else our family wouldn't last 2 minutes together. A beauty and nail salon. Does anyone sell mosquito repellent, essential oils, or floral water? Anything with a strong scent will do. Please help us. I really can't take it anymore. I'm about to faint. Keek's mom. Is perfume okay? I bought a very strong one before from a big brand. A beauty and nail salon. Private message me. Family with 2 kids. Collecting flatulence bugs? Are we not putting mosquito powder in the bean cakes anymore? Are we supposed to eat flatulence bug powder now? Brother Sean. Indeed, I've noticed that the food in the bean cakes seems to be less and less, while the bug powder is increasing. It's really dark and not only irritates the throat but also tastes a bit bitter. After eating, my throat swells up. Shaved ice is my life. Be grateful. I heard that those who made mistakes and had to clean the toilets can only eat bugs now. They can't even get bean cakes. The other day, someone fainted while cleaning the toilet because it was too smelly and fell into the pit, choking to death. Little Phone wants to eat meat. Ever since I got bitten by a flatulence bug, mine's been smelling much worse. Every time I go to a public restroom, it feels like a test of my life. Not just the cleaners, even I can't stand it.
Can someone do something?
I'm afraid I'll faint one day while using the toilet. As Ji-hee was watching, a news alert popped up on his phone. A certain gifted person fainted from their own flatulence and was taken to the hospital. Their fate is uncertain. Flatulence bugs will rule the world. Gifted individuals are helpless against them. A large number of gifted individuals have recovered and been discharged from a hospital. Ji-hee. Is this because of the injury from the last mission? Or did they go in for another illness? And this flatulence bug is really powerful. Before, mosquitoes weren't such a big threat to gifted individuals since their bodies had improved. But this new flatulence bug is truly formidable.
Scary.
Ji-hee was scrolling through her phone when she suddenly heard someone calling her from outside. She stood up and walked to the yard. It was the aunt who had spoken to her a few times before. She didn't open the door but asked through the large iron gate, "Aunt, what's up?" "Oh, it's good news." The aunt smiled brightly, as if she had just won a lottery. It was clear she was truly happy. I got my hands on some seeds from the talent shop and thought I'd share them with family. Girl, I'm on your side. I came to you first with this batch of seeds. Once you plant them, you'll have endless vegetables.
What kind of seeds are they?
Can I see them? Be careful. These seeds are precious. The ant carefully pulled out a seed from her pocket and showed it to Ji-hee in her palm. Ji-hee didn't reach out. She was cautious about touching someone else's belongings. She looked at it but couldn't tell if it was real or fake. She had seen seeds sold in the shop before, but she couldn't distinguish them with her untrained eyes. Aunt, how much are these seeds? Very cheap, just 2 taels of salt and 20 bean cakes. The ant spoke as if Ji-hee was getting a huge bargain. Ji-hee twitched her mouth. It seemed like a trap. Aunt, you should keep them for yourself. Ji-hee politely declined. I can't afford this. After saying that, she turned to go back inside. Hey, why don't you understand? Don't just look at the price now. These can feed you for a lifetime. The ant was anxious. These are tomato seeds. Once you plant them, you'll have countless tomatoes, and you won't need to buy seeds anymore.
You can save some for next time.
You'll never have to eat bugs again. These tomatoes are easy to grow. Just give them some water and they'll thrive. This is a great opportunity, a treasure. Your bean cakes will run out, but these seeds are worth much more. This good deal, you should keep for yourself. Everything I raise dies. He wasn't fooled. If it were that good, would she even be remembered? Besides, she didn't believe that the money-hungry system shop would have such a big loophole waiting for her. Even modern people need to buy seeds every year. What? Do interstellar people not know that having seeds is the key to wealth? They must be foolish, thinking only you are clever enough to take advantage of them. Aunt, you should plant some. You're getting older and need to eat better to take care of your health. Don't worry about us young ones. A little rough food is a test for us. I don't want to waste good food. After saying this, Ji-hee turned and went back into the house, ignoring the ant who called after her in frustration. At her age, she was going through a rebellious phase. I'm sure all the ants can understand her. Since that day, many people selling special seeds appeared around Ji-hee's home, including neighbors and strangers. The prices for these seeds varied widely. Many people couldn't resist the temptation and bought a few, while others, like Ji-hee, didn't buy any at all. When someone came to sell seeds to Ji-hee, she would just say, "There's no water. People can barely survive. So how can we grow tomatoes? I'm more worried about thieves coming to the house. Even if we borrowed 500 billion, it wouldn't change our daily life. The important thing right now is to grow vegetables." As the movement to conserve water for growing vegetables intensified, the authorities stepped in. 10 days later, around 11 p.m., after Ji-hee finished catching pests and was heading home, she encountered a group of people. The leader was Director Sue from the neighborhood office, followed by several uniformed officers, 2 of whom were armed. Among them were several people in handcuffs, looking disheveled. Before Ji-hee could greet them, Director Sue spoke first. "Ji-girl, out catching bugs?" "Yes, Director Sue, what's going on?" Ji-hee asked, curious about the people behind him, some of whom were her neighbors, including the ant who had approached her earlier. Now, she was handcuffed and looking down, clearly distressed. "Well, there's something to discuss. You should come along," Director Sue said, looking serious, and led the group to an open area. Curious, Ji-hee followed. When they arrived, they found a crowd already gathered. Due to the threat of pests, everyone was standing apart. Director Sue stood upwind from the crowd, holding a flashlight and a loudspeaker, and began to speak. "Everyone, please be quiet and listen to me. Recently, many people have been selling seeds from the special market in our area. After investigation, we found that most of them are fake. They use seeds bought from the local market and pass them off as special market seeds, which are of poor quality. In reality, none of them will grow. And the people who were arrested today are part of that group. Everyone should be careful during transactions in the future. Stay alert and don't fall for small tricks. Some people from this organization have escaped capture, and they will be put on a wanted list. If you have time, you can check it out." This statement caused an uproar among the crowd. "I knew it. That's why the seed I planted at home hasn't sprouted. I thought my planting method was wrong. I've been looking up tips online every day. I bought 10 seeds. That's my rice. This is terrible. Those who eat this kind of food will surely face consequences after death. My bean cakes. I saved up for those. Lee Grandma, we've been neighbors for 20 years. Last time, I risked my life to bring you toilet paper. How could you betray me like this? Give me back my water. Luckily, I only bought 1 seed. What a relief. People were furious and rushed to confront a few individuals, shouting, "Give me back my bean cakes. You fraud. I'll make you pay." I watered that seed every day. I cared for it more than anything. My grandson can't even touch it, and you owe me water. This has nothing to do with me. I'm innocent too. I bought seeds as well. Some among them felt very wronged. They had no idea the seeds were fake. I'm a victim too. Someone asked me to help sell them and offered me a commission. How was I supposed to know the seeds were fake? Don't hit me. This isn't my fault. Go after the mastermind. You sold it to me. So, who else should I blame? Hurry up and give me back my bean cakes. If you don't return my supplies, I'll come and smash your house. Yes, let's smash your house. Director Sue looked at the chaotic scene and frowned, shouting, "Everyone, calm down and listen to me. The seeds from the talent market do have a high success rate, and they are rare. It's impossible for anyone to come door to door selling them. Don't be greedy and fall for scams. Some of you traded 3 bean cakes for just 1 seed. Think about how unlikely that is. Don't act impulsively. These people will be taken away to clean public restrooms. They won't get off easily. From today on, our community will have a special patrol team to handle security issues, led by Officer Chi, who is behind me. Everyone, please be quiet. Quiet." As Director Sue's voice grew hoarse from shouting, the angry crowd gradually calmed down. The people who were attacked also sighed in relief. They were genuinely afraid they would be hurt. At that moment, the man standing behind Director Sue stepped forward. He had a crew cut, tan skin, and wore a camouflage military uniform. He stood straight, exuding a strong presence. Facing the crowd, he saluted and said in a firm voice, "Hello, everyone. My name is Chili, and from today on, I will be responsible for the security in this area. You can call me Captain Chi." After a pause, Chili continued, "All individuals who are just captured will face strict consequences, and all their property will be confiscated. Personal belongings will belong to the group. I hope everyone learns from this and stays true to their principles during these special times. The world is tough right now, but I believe that if we work together, we can overcome these challenges. Starting today, we will conduct investigations in an orderly manner, so please do not panic and cooperate actively." Chi spoke at length, and Jihi summarized it. Essentially, it meant no troublemaking and following orders, or there would be consequences. Punishments would range from light to severe. Minor offenses might result in not receiving water or being denied bean cakes, while serious offenses could lead to hard labor. Human resources are scarce and each person is valuable, so they won't let you go easily. If you make mistakes, you'll be put to work, and if you get hungry, you'll have to eat whatever you can find outside. If you survive, you continue working. If not, it's just bad luck. After delivering a stern warning, Chili added, "I know everyone wants to plant seeds for the talent market. Once the population census is complete, we will sell them uniformly, so please be patient. At the same time, the government will provide a channel to collect the vegetables you grow. You can choose to sell them to us or keep them for yourselves, completely voluntary." This statement successfully calmed some anxious people in the crowd. The seeds sold by the government surely can't be a scam, right? If they could really grow their own vegetables at home, that would be great. Recently, they had seen many videos online of people successfully growing vegetables. He was aware of some details about these seeds. After the decision to use grain to buy seeds for the talent market, many hidden talents emerged. Some of them wanted to grow vegetables openly, as the seeds in the market had proven to be very productive and resilient. Others sought seeds to trade for rice and flour to store away. Although they had enough to eat and drink, they still had family members to support. Initially, it was said that vegetables could be traded, but later it was heard that trading vegetables was not suitable due to the small quantities. The last batch of vegetables was exported, and in exchange, a new supply of grain was brought back. Even though it was old rice, given the current situation, old rice is still valuable. The remaining vegetables were also put out for people to choose from, and those who wanted to trade could do so. However, not many people wanted to trade. Most preferred to exchange for vacuum-sealed grains that last longer. With the vegetable essence sold above, and by borrowing more vegetables from the store, the urgent need for vegetables was temporarily eased. The coins earned by the talented individuals from their tasks would ultimately be used to buy food in the marketplace, which is much more expensive compared to the government's offerings. Exchanging at the same price with the government yields double the supplies, so why not? The government could also take this opportunity to acquire many seeds from the marketplace. The seeds given out would help collect the food spent by the public and, once harvested, allow for a win-win situation. After all, even seeds that require little water still need daily watering, and if everyone plants them together, the water needed would be substantial. By distributing them this way, those who care for the plants will find ways to water them, ensuring they don't die of thirst. After briefly explaining, Chile called for dismissal. The smell was overwhelming. Even a short time in that place was unbearable, and he feared someone might faint if he continued. It was best to disperse. Although he announced the dismissal, those who bought fake seeds were unwilling to leave and gathered to demand an explanation. If they just walked away, wouldn't their efforts be wasted? They felt upset. Back home, Ji-hee glanced at the clock. There were still over 20 minutes until noon. She bent down to tighten the bag containing the insects, ensuring they wouldn't escape, and casually tossed it by the door. Sitting on a stool, she opened her shop and began to display goods. The common people could still buy things like cloudworm meat and offal at cost price, while items for higher-ups were marked up 50 times. This applied to all products, including pollen and insect repellent. At this price, it was unique worldwide. Buyers could take it or leave it. Ji Jing had been trying to reach her, but she hadn't responded at all. Now that everyone knew they were causing trouble if she engaged with him again, it would seem like she didn't understand the situation. Although Ji Jing insisted that it wasn't their order but a decision made by others, Ji-hee remained unreasonable. She is not a judge, so she doesn't have time to settle your case or find the truth. Let's wait a while and let them feel anxious. To say she is very disappointed or angry would not be true. Throughout her life, she has faced many unfair situations. If she took each one to heart, she would only suffer. Right now, she feels powerless and can only lie down. If she were the strongest in the world, she could strike with precision. Would you see her shaking then? Timing herself, she turned off the flashlight and quietly made her way to the backyard. Standing in the yard, she listened carefully. It was very quiet, with only the sound of insects buzzing. The neighbors should still be gathered around Chile, as she had seen many of them deceived by that gang, even those in the yards around her. People often hold on to hope, knowing it might not be reliable, but they wish to be the exception. In the stillness, Ji-hee made no sound and skillfully slipped into the basement. After changing her clothes, she lay down in the space capsule, with just 1 minute left until midnight. Ji-hee closed her eyes and quietly waited for the time to arrive. During this time, she tried to return every day. If she couldn't come back, she would find a safe place to hide. As soon as it struck midnight, she heard the familiar game notification. Hello. The helping game is about to begin. Please get ready. 3, 2, 1. Ji-hee opened her eyes again and found herself in a huge underground cave. The environment was somewhat dim, but not completely dark. There were faint lights around her, allowing her to see clearly. Looking up, she noticed the high ceiling adorned with sharp stalactites of various colors. Was this a cave? The surroundings were very humid, and she could faintly smell the scent of decaying wood. Not strong, but noticeable. The area was filled with game players, all standing closely together. Yet no one moved. They all stood still, quietly waiting. Then, she heard the familiar game notification again. Dear official players, welcome to the one-star edition, The Awakening of the Mushroom Chicken. The mushroom chicken tribe of Paclaria continent loves to eat mushrooms due to their species traits. The underground mushroom realm is one of the famous mushroom-producing areas in Paclaria, where countless delicious little mushrooms grow every year, captivating the mushroom chickens. To participate in the mushroom chicken tribe's talent awakening ceremony and admire their beauty, you decided to go to the underground mushroom area to collect precious mushrooms as gifts. Task 1. Obtain a ticket to the Mushroom Chicken Tribe's Talent Awakening Ceremony within 3 days. Task 2. Help your mushroom chicken friends successfully awaken. Note: if the mushroom chicken fails to awaken, the task fails. As the system notification ended, discussions erupted around. Admiring a chicken's beauty? You might as well send me to catch one. Is this a cruel joke? Do you know how long it's been since I had chicken? Are you trying to test me? I wonder if the mushroom chicken lays eggs? Will it give them to its dear friends? What does the chicken's failure to awaken have to do with me? Why should I fail too? Where do we get the tickets? Where are the instructions? This game is so irresponsible. God help me. Where is the awakening ceremony? How do I get there? I hate unclear instructions. It would be better if they were straightforward. He looked around. There were so many people. Definitely hundreds. So many people, there must be a lot of mushroom chickens awakening. Just then, she heard a familiar sound. She instinctively held her breath. Who farted? Have some manners. It stinks. Don't they know to borrow some incense to get rid of the smell? Who are they trying to suffocate? No one stepped forward to admit it. That was like a battle cry, and the crowd quickly scattered. Groups formed, and some moved alone. The crowd dispersed rapidly. He followed them out. The entrance they had been at was the narrowest, but as they moved forward, the space widened and more paths appeared, causing the crowd to spread out. There were many groups like theirs, scattered in different tunnels, like ants scattering in all directions. He seized the moment and quickly slipped into another path at a fork, twisting and turning, gradually distancing herself from the crowd. She preferred being alone. With many people, there are more troubles. Not only would she have to worry about the task, but also about others' betrayals, adding to her worries. As she walked, he pondered, a one-star task isn't too hard. There are plenty of clues, all out in the open. The system's earlier messages revealed a lot of information, mentioning mushrooms multiple times. Anyone paying attention would have noticed. She guessed that the awakening of the mushroom chicken tribe must be related to mushrooms. Their task should also involve mushroom picking. However, the 2 tasks mentioned did not mention anything about gathering mushrooms. One was to obtain a ticket for the awakening ceremony, and the other was to help a friend of the mushroom chicken successfully awaken. It might just be a distraction. If the 2 tasks are unrelated to mushrooms, what is the point of them coming to the underground mushroom area? Just to stroll around? The system surely wouldn't be that boring. After making up her mind, he looked around. She had noticed that she hadn't seen a single mushroom along the way. It was just a series of huge stone caves, with damp walls emitting a faint glow. She gently placed her hand on the wall and used her talent. However, her talent showed no response at all. Day by day, it was sometimes effective and sometimes not. With no other choice, he continued walking through the cave, which resembled a maze. Each intersection had several choices, and she didn't know which one was right, so she could only guess blindly. To avoid getting lost, she marked every path she had taken. As she walked, he suddenly heard footsteps behind her. She turned to look. There were 2 men and 1 woman. The man and woman appeared to be of Asian descent, while the other man was Caucasian. The 3 seemed surprised to see Ji-hee. The woman in sportswear smiled brightly and greeted her. Hi, what a coincidence. Want to walk together? He remained silent. The woman didn't mind and introduced herself with a smile. I'm called Plum Powder Lover. Then she pointed to the Asian man beside her. This is Seed Snacker, and this is Cloudy Potato. Both men smiled and nodded at Ji-hee. The Asian man, with a friendly smile, invited her again. It's dangerous to walk alone. Let's stick together for safety. Yes, yes, I can help protect you with seed snacker, added Cloudy Potato, who spoke very clearly, making it hard to tell he was a foreigner. Jihi smiled slightly, finding it interesting. It was rare to meet such kind-hearted citizens in the game. She nodded and said, "It's nice to meet you. There aren't many good people like you in the game." Upon hearing this, Cloudy Potato's smile briefly faltered but quickly returned, almost unnoticeably. "We are all human, and we should help each other." Love Eating Plum Powder smiled unchanged. "Come, walk in the middle with me. Let them protect us outside." While eating seeds and watching the show, they showed a gentle smile, silently making space. The three stood still, smiling at Ji-hee as if waiting for her reaction. "My ability is special. If someone gets too close to me, I will automatically defend myself. I don't want to hurt you." Ji-hee shook her head in refusal. Love Eating Plum Powder didn't believe it, thinking Ji-hee was just making excuses. With a big smile, she stepped forward, trying to reach out to her. But as soon as she got within a meter of Ji-hee, she saw 8 long rods suddenly appear behind her, each with a round scoop at the front, looking like the big scoops used in ice cream shops. Just as Love Eating Plum Powder was still confused, she watched as the scoop quickly filled with a brownish substance, then tilted back, launching the substance out like a bullet. A terrible smell followed, leaving Love Eating Plum Powder stunned. She instinctively crouched down and rolled on the ground to escape. Meanwhile, Ji-hee kept apologizing. I'm sorry. I can't control myself. I really didn't mean to. Get away, please get away." Seeing Love Eating Plum Powder being attacked, the other two rushed over. One kicked her away, sending her rolling several meters. Though a bit messy, she was out of Ji-hee's attack range. Yun Jian Tudu stood in front, waving both hands, a huge metal shield appearing to block the 8 projectiles. But the awful smell only grew stronger. The three of them frowned in unison. Love Eating Plum Powder lay on the ground not far away, her eyes flashing with anger before she controlled herself and adjusted her expression. She looked up at Ji-hee with hurt in her eyes. "Why did you attack me? I just wanted to be your friend." Woo, sister. It's really not my fault, I told you." Ji-hee's voice was more sincere, her loud apologies echoing in the empty cave. "My ability is automatic. It attacks when someone gets too close. I can't control it. Believe me, I really didn't mean to attack you." Loves to eat plum powder, snack on sunflower seeds, and watch plays. No wonder it smells so bad. It's just waste. Loves to eat plum powder moved her lips, starting to believe that this person might not really want to kill her. After all, no one uses waste to commit murder. She adjusted her expression, showing hurt in her eyes, while her mind raced with strategies. Your talent for attack seems a bit weak." Loves to eat plum powder didn't forget her main goal and continued to probe. If it weren't for her talent indicating that this person had great potential and strong abilities, she would have wanted to leave right away. What a useless talent. She had never heard of it. It seemed worthless. She couldn't imagine how this ability could develop. Would it end up using waste to drown others? It felt like a joke. With such a poor talent, even if she joined an organization, their future wouldn't be bright. Would they have to wade through filth every day? Just as she hesitated about whether to abandon her plan to eliminate this person, she heard the naive yet slightly foolish voice from the woman across from her. "No, I'm really strong. I can throw a lot. If you don't believe me, I'll throw some more for you to see." Hearing this, Loves to eat plum powder's lips twitched. "No, thank you. Once was enough." She felt this woman's intelligence was questionable, but thinking about her talent's reaction made her hesitate. The talent indicated that this person's abilities were strong and had great potential for recruitment. Her talent wouldn't deceive her. She wondered if, with more progress, she could start launching bombs outward. Maybe in the end, she could evolve into a mobile cannon? But this talent was just too disgusting. Who could stand being near someone who throws waste? Yet, if she gave up now, she felt a bit reluctant. No, she couldn't give up. If necessary, she could recruit her and then send her away to deal with the family. Determined, her expression returned to its initial gentleness, and she slowly got up from the ground. I'm sorry, I didn't know your talent was like this. I apologize for offending you. I won't come close anymore. Shall we continue moving forward? She still wanted to observe if this person's words were true. If she dared to deceive her, she wouldn't hold back. He seemed blissfully unaware, happily nodding. Sure. After they agreed, they maintained their distance and moved forward one by one. He wanted to walk at the back, but the others were also uneasy about her. After a moment of hesitation, he ended up walking in front. However, this time, the three people behind her dared not get close and kept a distance of several meters. They watched as the weapon turned to face them menacingly after he turned around. It seemed that if they dared to take a step closer, the unpleasant surprise would be unleashed. The three of them were speechless. The threat was zero, but the insult was strong. He seemed unaware of their thoughts and continued walking ahead. Among the three, the biggest threat to her was the one who was snacking and watching the show. Although he hadn't made a move, he sensed he had the strongest combat ability. Yet, she hadn't tested his skills. The one with the potato-like appearance clearly had a metal-based ability, capable of both offense and defense, and was not weak in combat. The one with the plum-colored attire seemed more like a support type. She had almost dodged their earlier attacks, indicating her ability was likely not weak. Otherwise, she wouldn't be protected by the two. He kept some attention on the three behind her while walking slowly forward. Behind her, the tool that resembled a spider with 8 legs was actually a toy. It could be filled with snow or other materials, and when someone got close, it would automatically launch, similar to a child's water gun, but without needing to use hands. First-generation fully automatic snowball machine. Are you anxious about slow snowball fights and clumsy techniques? The fully automatic snowball machine fires 8 shots at once, helping you rise to the top. It can easily switch between manual and automatic modes. Note, the 3rd generation is already out. What a waste. He thought it was fine. Although the 3rd generation was out, the 1st generation was still a classic. There's no such thing as complete trash, only treasures in the wrong place. Look, it's proving useful now, even if its power isn't particularly strong. But it wasn't the tool's fault. It was her mercy. She thought about getting some sulfuric acid when she returned. The 4 of them, each with their own thoughts, maintained this strange formation as they moved forward. After walking for about 10 more minutes and turning 6 corners, He's keen ears picked up the sound of footsteps and the flapping of wings ahead. In the next moment, a man with wings appeared at the end of the road, running quickly. Behind him were 3 large creatures that looked like a mix of rats and rabbits, each over 2 meters tall. The rat-like creature was incredibly fast, with a large mouth that looked very fierce, and he watched as it was about to catch up to the man. Just before he was about to bite, the man's wings behind him flapped violently, propelling him forward a considerable distance before he landed and continued running. The mouse that had bitten the air looked even angrier and sped up behind him. At that moment, the man saw he and the others and shouted, "Run! This thing travels in groups." Before he finished speaking, he had already turned and dashed away. The 3 people behind her were also quick. Yunjian carried Mei Zi and ran ahead, while Kogwazi ignored the others and sprinted to the front. As he ran, she thought about what to do. The mice behind them were too fast. She could clearly hear their increasingly loud breathing. If they kept running like this, they would eventually be caught. She wasn't good at running. Just as he hesitated about whether to take out her bike, a group of people appeared in front of them. It was a man and a woman, and they were also followed by 5 mice. When the 2 groups locked eyes, they saw despair reflected in each other's gazes. It was already troublesome enough. Why were there even more?
How could they escape now?
Both groups seemed to have the same idea. They wanted to pass the mice to the other side to make their own escape. They didn't know each other, came from different countries, and had different backgrounds. Plus, with the competition between them, who would care about anyone else? Everyone knew the saying, "Better them than me." Just as the 2 groups were about to clash, their eyes blazing with determination to throw the mice at each other, another group appeared to their right, followed by 4 mice. Ji-hee saw the surprise in their eyes quickly turn to despair. What was going on? Were they putting on a show of three-way standoffs? Adding it all up, there were now 12 large mice around them. How could they escape? The three groups stood silently in the middle of the road. It was over. They were trapped. There were only 3 paths, and they were all blocked. Now they had to fight, whether they wanted to or not. The groups exchanged glances and decided to set aside their differences and unite against the common threat. Just as they made this decision, the mice reached the battlefield, their massive bodies blocking all 3 paths. The people stood in the middle, looking small and helpless. Ji-hee stood to the side, keeping a distance of about a meter from everyone. She wasn't used to having people close to her. Backstabbing was too common in this scenario. In a situation where one is a lone wolf, there is basically no one to trust, especially when there are no conflicts of interest. When conflicts arise, people instinctively pull others down with them, not caring who you are. At this moment, even though she knew there was some danger outside, she still didn't push into the crowd. Maisie Fun was silent, not pretending to be generous, and kept Ji-hee within her protective circle. Ji-hee noticed this and wasn't surprised at all. This was better. It saved her the trouble of pretending. The 3 mice from the 3 paths were all in position, their mouths open, heads lowered, eyes fierce, ready to charge and bite at any moment. Everyone was on high alert. The atmosphere grew tense, ready to explode. Just then, one mouse twitched its nose and let out a chatter sound. In the next second, all the other mice turned their gaze to Ji-hee. Following the mice's focus, everyone else also looked at Ji-hee. A moment later, their expressions became complicated and they quietly moved away from her, forming 2 groups, one with her and the other with the rest. They would rather be closer to the mice than to Ji-hee. This meant they were willing to sacrifice her. The 3 who had been with Maisie Fun were even more obvious, moving to the farthest spot from Ji-hee, clearly marking their boundaries. Ji-hee. Wait, are you giving up on your little scheme just because of a few mice? Am I that worthless? Despite her thoughts, Ji-hee felt a bit relieved. The fact that they could give up so easily showed they didn't know she was borrowing 500 billion from the heavens. That was a relief. Suppressing her thoughts, Ji-hee turned her attention to the few mice that were getting closer. The problem was, she couldn't understand what these animals were saying. This hadn't happened since she ate the translation fruit. Before she could think of a solution, several mice seemed to have reached an agreement and charged forward. However, to everyone's surprise, they didn't head for Ji-hee, but for another group of people. It was as if Ji-hee had been completely forgotten. All the mice skillfully avoided her, staying at least 2 meters away, and rushed toward the others. Ji-hee. Everyone else. Regardless of their thoughts, the mice were now attacking, and they had to respond quickly. The scene turned chaotic. Everyone began to show their skills. Ji-hee quietly leaned against the wall, pulled out a handful of broad beans, and started eating while watching the commotion. To prevent bad people from secretly picking up the broad bean skins to plot against her, she chewed and swallowed the skins. As she watched, she noticed something. The talent for eating sunflower seeds while watching a show was quite unusual. 3 threads appeared in his hand, each connected to a person. She had no idea where these 3 people were hiding before. She only saw him suddenly reach out, and they appeared out of nowhere. All 3 of them had special abilities. Their powers were different. One was defensive, while the other 2 were offensive, specifically a water element user and a lightning element user. It's common knowledge that water conducts electricity, and with the help of the water user, the lightning user became incredibly powerful. Their skills could attack a large area. As for the defensive user, there are very few of them compared to offensive users, with a ratio of about 3 to 7. Among the defensive users, there are also differences in strength. This defensive user was clearly strong. With a wave of his hand, a transparent shield appeared, protecting both him and the other person from harm. The other 2 users he controlled attacked the rats, and with their strategy of trading injuries, one rat was soon severely wounded and on the verge of collapse. The 3 controlled users looked dazed, showing no expression even when injured. They resembled puppets, yet their movements were quick and agile. Were they dead? Or alive? Ji-hee's eyes darkened. This sunflower seed eater was not easy to deal with. This was the first time she had seen such a talent, even in the videos she usually watched about special abilities. That was quite normal. Those videos only covered common knowledge. Everyone keeps their secrets hidden and wouldn't broadcast them openly. Previously, they made videos to earn money, but now that money was no longer needed, making videos became a hobby, allowing for more freedom. After watching for a while, Ji-hee shifted her gaze to others. She didn't recognize these people. They were a random group, so there was no teamwork. They acted independently and were wary of each other. Occasionally, attacks would hit others, leading to several curses being shouted. Then came the blame game. Despite this, the battle was different from previous ones where it was one-sided. The group was fighting the rats back and forth, and over time, the balance of victory seemed to lean towards the humans. The fighting ability of these mice is nothing compared to the aliens that appeared in the previous scenario. Previously, humans couldn't even last a round against those aliens. They were taken out almost instantly. However, when fighting these mice, there seems to be a chance to gain the upper hand. Ji-hee has an answer in her mind. She seems to understand why she can't comprehend what the mice are saying. At that moment, the battle situation changed. Someone was unhappy with Ji-hee just standing by and wanted to lure the mice towards her, dragging her into the fight. They were all in a tough spot. Why should this woman just watch? Ji-hee remained silent, standing still and watching him. As the man approached, she pulled out a hammer and struck his knee. Ah! The man let out a cry and fell straight down, rolling his eyes and twitching. Ji-hee then took out a shovel and hit him on the back of the head with the sharp edge. No matter how powerful the hammer is, it's just a tool for massage. In terms of lethality, the shovel and gun are much stronger. From a distance, Mei Zifun, who was keeping an eye on the situation, suddenly narrowed her eyes. She wasn't foolish. With a little thought, she realized she had been tricked. This person's talent wasn't about throwing weapons as she claimed, but rather the ability to switch weapons freely. She was the hammer fanatic from that game on Floating Island. The tough one. She was not just a simple, weak, and pitiful person. The known weapons included a shovel, a hammer, a Gatling gun, and a bulletproof shield. No, maybe there were 5, including the one she threw from her back. Based on the strength of the first 4 weapons, could the 5th really be as useless as it seemed? Not necessarily. Was this a trick? Could her true identity have been revealed? Mei Zifun felt a shiver run through her as many thoughts raced through her mind. Just then, the woman looked up and made eye contact with her. In the next second, she saw the eyes behind the mask squinting into a smile, and the woman waved her hand, clearly in a good mood. She wasn't even trying to pretend anymore. Freak, Mei Zifun muttered under her breath. She felt like she had bitten into a tough bone. This person was clearly not the fool she had encountered before and would be difficult to deal with. It seemed unlikely they could win her over this time. What's wrong? Someone munching on seeds, watching the battle, noticed Mei Zifun's unusual expression. That woman is a hammer fanatic, Mei Zifun said, not planning to hide it. We might not be able to take her down. They usually have dedicated staff to collect information on gifted individuals, and those with strong combat abilities are often recorded. The Hammer Maniac is one of them. No one knows her real name. They only know she appeared out of nowhere in the Floating Island dungeon. It's also possible she had appeared before, but anyone who saw her was silenced. According to others, this woman has extremely unusual abilities, is very strong in combat, and has a terrible personality, taking pleasure in torturing others, making her hard to approach. The Plum Powder Eater has a supportive ability. She can see a person's potential, which automatically guides her toward capable individuals. With this ability, she can always find exceptional talents in dungeons, bringing fresh blood to her organization. As soon as she entered the dungeon this time, her talent alerted her to an extraordinary genius, constantly guiding her to get closer. She initially thought it was an inexperienced young girl, but it turned out to be a man-eating shark. It's okay. We can talk to her, the sunflower seed eater said with interest, his words sounding cold-blooded. As long as she's human, she has desires. We can give her everything she wants. Someone like her is more suitable for us, isn't she? Upon hearing this, the plum powder eater felt a chill run down her spine, and her gaze instinctively darted to the three puppet figures. The man knew this woman was twisted and enjoyed torturing others, yet he said they could give her everything. His meaning was clear. This pervert. She quickly looked away, not daring to watch any longer. She obediently said, "Yes, I will continue to interact with her." The sunflower seed eater smiled in satisfaction and turned to the woman leaning against the wall, saying, "Make sure to work hard. Obedient children won't be turned into puppets." The plum powder eater lowered her head and said nothing. In the distance, he was watching others but kept an eye on these two. When she noticed the sunflower seed eater staring at her, she met his gaze and then raised her right hand, making a gun gesture.
Come on.
Seeing this, the sunflower seed eater suddenly grinned. Interesting. The plum powder eater looked down and remained silent. Forget it. What's so interesting? They're both perverts. Just as the battle was turning in favor of humanity and victory seemed close, a series of running sounds and chattering noises suddenly came from a distant cave. Everyone instinctively turned to look. A swarm of huge rats suddenly burst out of the hole, each about the same size as the ones they had just fought. At a glance, there were at least 10 or more, and more rats kept pouring out of the hole. Everyone instinctively exchanged glances. In the next moment, they stopped attacking, turned around, and ran away. At that moment, all they needed to do was run faster than each other to survive. So, Jihi stood there, watching as the group of rats chased after the others, eventually disappearing from sight. No one even remembered her. Even the three who were eating sunflower seeds and plum powder vanished. All that remained were the rat bodies scattered on the ground. Jihi. After a moment of silence, she stepped forward, walked over to the dead rats, and used her ability. Rabbit Rat, a pest from the underground mushroom realm, with large front teeth that have a numbing effect. They are omnivorous, have a keen sense of smell, low intelligence, strong appetite, tender meat, and high reproductive ability. Note, they become dizzy and weak when they smell something foul. Jihi thought she understood why these rabbit rats stayed away from her. It was because of the fully automatic snowball machine she was carrying on her back. After just using it, it was bound to leave some scent behind. What a beautiful surprise! Jihi reached down to collect a few of the dead rats and turned to continue down the tunnel. Knowing that these rats were afraid of bad smells, she didn't hesitate. She quickly took out a stick from her space, picked up a piece of waste, and held it up as she walked. To ensure the rats could smell it, she waved it around while walking. She also made sure to keep a distance of 1 meter from the end of the stick, careful not to let any waste fall on herself. It's okay to play around, but she didn't want to get messy for real. These rabbit rats truly lived up to their reputation for high reproductive ability. In just a short time, she encountered over 10 of them. The large bodies lay clearly in the tunnel. Jihi waved her hand and collected them all. The combat ability of these rabbit rats was indeed not very strong. For someone with her abilities, they posed little threat if there weren't many of them. As Jihi walked, she suddenly found herself in a dead end, where at the end of the tunnel was a nest made of hay and dry leaves. Next to the nest lay a number of mushrooms. Each of these mushrooms was very large, the smallest over 1 meter tall, and the largest reached 2 meters. They were all uniquely shaped, but they shared one thing in common. They were all incredibly beautiful. The mushrooms were vibrant and stunning. There were blue, green, and white mushrooms with red spots, looking just like the poisonous ones from their hometown. If someone eats these, wouldn't the whole village have to gather for a feast? Red and white caps. After eating, everyone lies down together. Thinking about it, Jihi still held onto a glimmer of hope. She approached and tossed a talon at them. What if? Mushroom, edible mushroom, edible mushroom. Edible. Jihi tested all the mushrooms in one breath and found that they were all edible. She was truly shocked. These brightly colored mushrooms, back home, if you dared to take a bite, you'd definitely end up in the ICU. She never expected that upon arriving here, they were all safe to eat. If she hadn't known, she wouldn't have dared to touch them on the way. He quickly gathered all the mushrooms and checked the cave again, finding nothing else before turning to leave. She still hadn't found the entrance to the underground mushroom field and really couldn't waste any more time here. She was anxious. Not long after he left, a stone rolled down deep in the cave, and a rabbit mouse emerged. It twitched its nose, looking at the empty cave and shedding glistening tears. "Oh no, thieves have come to our home. It's all empty. How sad." Meanwhile, it seemed like he had a built-in navigation system. She clearly didn't want to find the rabbit mouse's nest. She only wanted to locate the entrance to the underground mushroom field. Yet every time she ended up discovering a bunch of rabbit mouse bodies, she somehow found herself at their nest. And every time, it was an empty nest with a pile of food. She felt embarrassed not to take something. In the end, she could only grin widely and happily collect a large number of mushrooms, leaving behind a bunch of weeping rabbit mice. Food is important, but life is more important. They could only watch helplessly as this annoying person emptied their home. But they were unwilling. If they didn't explode in silence, they would perish in silence. The rabbit mice were furious, their teeth clenched. They didn't even care to catch the intruders in their home and gathered together for a meeting. They pooled their not-so-smart brains and came up with a very good plan. So, as he walked, she discovered a magical sight. In front of her, at the intersection, was a bright, large mushroom, red and very noticeable. As soon as she picked it up, she looked up and saw another one in the distance, a vibrant green. Following the line of mushrooms, she saw a series of colorful mushrooms ahead. The mushrooms seemed to be placed by someone or something that wanted to make sure she noticed them, as they were almost every meter apart, arranged very closely together. They almost formed a line. He paused for a moment, then decided to walk over and pick them up, storing them in her space. She thought she knew who had done this. After all, in this cave, there were only humans or rabbit mice. And it was impossible for humans to have so many mushrooms. It was clear who had set this up. Curious about what the rabbit mice were trying to do, she followed the mushrooms they had placed, picking them up as she walked forward. According to her talent, rabbit mice had low intelligence. Given that assessment, he really didn't understand why they were causing such a fuss. Surely they weren't trying to ambush her? Even as she thought this, he gripped the wooden stick tightly in her hand. She had even prepared several buckets of treasures in her space, just in case the rabbit mice caused trouble. She would splash them with it. While he was focused on being ready for any surprise attacks, she suddenly realized she had walked out of the cave. Looking at the muddy ground, the dry leaves, the dark brown trees, and the colorful mushrooms all around, he fell silent. So, the rabbit mice wanted to help her find the entrance to the underground mushroom ridge? That made them seem quite nice. Meanwhile, the rabbit mice gathered together, staring at the empty cave, also falling into silence. Something felt off, but they couldn't quite put their finger on it. They had indeed sent someone out, but why was their cave still empty? Where had all the mushrooms gone? The rabbit mice looked at each other, puzzled and unable to figure it out. The underground mushroom forest was completely different from the one above, with no light at all, yet some faint spots emitted a glow, illuminating the surroundings. It could be the mushrooms or perhaps a vine. Together, they formed a beautiful world. He stepped on a dry branch, looking around. This forest was noticeably more humid than the one outside, resembling a tropical rainforest she had seen on TV. Many vines hung beside the massive tree trunks, and green little plants grew on the vines and trunks. At first glance, they looked like moss, but upon closer inspection, they were not. He tried to touch one, but her talent did not respond. Undeterred, she lowered her hand and turned to look at a large fallen tree lying in front of her. This tree was quite sturdy but had likely been dead for a long time, with many dark brown mushrooms growing on its trunk. These mushrooms look a bit like the reishi mushrooms from their hometown, but they are thicker. He carefully touched one and identified it as poisonous. Startled, she quickly pulled her hand back and wiped it on her pants. What is this? So plain and yet poisonous. Who would want to eat you? Turning around, he spotted a large red mushroom growing at the base of a tree. This mushroom was bright red all over, looking particularly festive. It seemed somewhat familiar to her. She identified it and found it was edible. Great, I'll take it. Look at it, not only does it look good, but it's also edible. I need to learn quickly. He was completely clueless about how to obtain the mushroom chicken family's awakening ticket. She had a few guesses, but couldn't find any evidence. She could only gather as many mushrooms as possible, hoping to find some clues from them. After collecting many edible mushrooms without any game response, he decided to go after the poisonous ones. Maybe the path got narrower? Is the mushroom chicken a big poisonous chicken? Does it love to eat poisonous mushrooms? So, he collected over 40 poisonous mushrooms in a row. But the game still showed no response. He stood silently for a moment, then looked up at the colorful mushrooms in the tree. This place is called Mushroom Ridge because there are so many mushrooms. It's not an exaggeration to say there are really a lot. Not only on the ground, but there are also mushrooms in the trees. Moreover, the number of edible mushrooms here is several times that of poisonous ones. Just a glance reveals brightly colored mushrooms almost everywhere. In contrast, the dull-colored poisonous mushrooms require a thorough search to find in the corners. This can be said to be his easiest time obtaining food in the dungeons so far. In just half an hour, not counting the poisonous ones, she had collected hundreds of edible mushrooms. Each one was over 1 meter tall and quite thick. Just this one would be enough for a family of 3 to have several meals. He looked at the mushrooms in the tree and decided to climb up to try. Maybe the mushroom chicken likes to eat tree mushrooms? It's possible. Determined, he began to climb the tree. This tree wasn't easy to climb. The green moss on it was a bit slippery and hard to grip, but he was agile and managed to get up quickly. The mushrooms on the tree grew in all sorts of directions, and he carefully started cutting the roots of the brightly colored ones with her knife. The mushrooms on the tree and those on the ground are similar. The bright ones are edible and non-toxic. After collecting all the edible mushrooms from the big tree, she started to gather the toxic ones. There was only one toxic mushroom on this tree, and it looked very ugly, with small bumps on its surface that made her feel uneasy just by looking at it. He carefully avoided touching the bumps and cut the entire mushroom off. She stored it away. Just then, she suddenly felt a tickle in her throat. She tried to suppress it, but the urge to cough grew stronger. She had to cover her mouth and began to cough quietly. After coughing for a while, her eyes turned a bit red, and she slowly straightened up. Leaning against the tree, he let her hands glow and started to heal herself. Not knowing what the issue was, she decided to treat her whole body. In this scenario, everything required caution. It was strange to start coughing out of nowhere. After a while, the white light faded, and he felt revitalized. The itchy feeling in her lungs completely disappeared, and her breathing became smooth again. Thinking about it, she looked down at the countless large mushrooms below the tree. Mushrooms reproduce through spores, so with so many mushrooms, how many spores were in the air? Could the spores have entered her lungs? He pondered as her hand instinctively touched the slimy green moss. She activated another ability. Purifying moss, bitter and fishy. Consuming it helps expel impurities from the lungs. When used as medicine, it can treat various lung diseases, but it causes intense pain, making it rejected by many races. Note: go ahead, it will hurt. He, who had been feeling a bit lazy, suddenly became energized upon reading this. This moss had such an effect? Wasn't it just a remedy for lung diseases? This was a great find. Many people back home suffered from lung diseases and cancer, so if it could really clear impurities from the lungs, a bit of pain was normal. It showed it was powerful and effective. Pain was nothing to those who had survived the apocalypse. Wealthy people used anesthetics, while those without money relied on willpower. Having medicine was better than having none. Determined, Ji-hee took out her large shovel and began scraping. This moss was different from the plowland. The plowland grew in complete sheets, while this moss looked like it was in sheets on the tree, but when scraped off, she found it was made up of small pieces. Ji-hee even took several large clean plastic bags to collect it. Speaking of plastic bags, she silently reminded herself to buy more disposable ones when she got back. Having these made life so much easier. Although there were some small troubles, Ji-hee saw them as tests on the path to happiness. She swung her shovel quickly and began to scrape. Before long, she collected a lot. After finishing with one tree, Ji-hee wondered if she could go back and plant it, so she turned to look for a suitable large tree. This forest was better than the previous ones because there were many dead trees on the ground, all covered with purifying moss. Otherwise, if she had to dig up the roots herself, with trees as thick as these, it would take her forever. Ji-hee casually collected a few large dead trees and some dried leaves and grass into her space. Although she didn't have much hope, she thought, why not give it a try? What if it worked? If she could keep them alive, wouldn't that mean a continuous supply of purifying moss? Along the way, Ji-hee picked mushrooms and pulled purifying moss. With her previous experience collecting plowland, she was very skilled at using the shovel to scrape the moss. With just a few swift motions, she could remove all the purifying moss from a large tree. As she was deeply focused on her work, she suddenly spotted a huge fence in the distance. Tall tree trunks were regularly planted in the ground, forming a large area, and the green tree crowns at the top were very lush, stretching out of sight. He felt a spark of curiosity. Was there a creature living there? Perhaps an intelligent one? She didn't rush to act, but quickly climbed up a nearby large tree to see if she could catch a glimpse of what was inside the fence. Unfortunately, even after climbing several stories high, she still couldn't see inside. The trees were too dense, completely blocking her view. Trying to see inside from the outside was just wishful thinking. With no other option, she turned around and began scraping the purifying moss from the tree. Since she had climbed up, it would be a waste of effort not to collect some moss. After getting down from the tree, Ji-hee put on a cloak woven from green vines. Although it was called a cloak, it resembled a large fishing net, just green and tightly woven, leaving only her eyes visible. She had made it from local materials after entering the instance. The vines here were so thick that even one was as thick as her forearm. After not detecting any effect with her talent, Ji-hee didn't waste time on them and quickly wove something that would work. As expected, after finishing the cloak, her talent showed no reaction at all. Ji-hee didn't mind. As long as she looked less obvious and could blend into the forest, that was enough. She wore a cloak and carefully moved through the bushes, trying not to attract the attention of other creatures. She wanted to find an entrance and see if she could get in. She felt that this territory might be a breakthrough, and perhaps she could find clues about the ticket here. After cautiously running for more than 10 minutes, Ji-hee finally saw a huge wooden door. It looked completely different from the other wooden fences. It was bright red and very eye-catching, impossible to miss. She hid behind a large tree in the distance and carefully observed. The surroundings were quiet, with only the sound of the wind rustling the leaves. Ji-hee decided to wait for 5 minutes. If no one knocked on the door after that, she would go. It had been over 7 hours since she entered the game, and if she didn't find a clue soon, it would be night. She didn't want to wait that long to see what changes the night might bring in the instance. When the 5 minutes were up, Ji-hee stopped waiting and prepared to stand up. Just then, she caught sight of a white man stepping out from behind a large tree and walking toward the red door. Ji-hee quickly crouched down again to observe. The man approached the door, looked around, and touched it. Then he knocked hard, but the door didn't respond. Ji-hee watched as he pushed against the door, creating a small gap, and he slipped inside. The door quickly closed behind him. Next, Ji-hee saw men and women entering one after another, like characters rescuing their grandpa from a gourd. More than 20 people went in, but none came out. Ji-hee decided not to wait any longer. She tucked her cloak away, stood up, and walked to the door, pushing it hard to create a small opening. Like a fish, she slipped inside. The door slammed shut behind her with a dull thud. Looking up, Ji-hee found the inside environment was similar to the outside, not as neat and organized as she had imagined. Upon entering, she saw several large, haphazardly stacked logs, looking messy, with bright yellow flames burning on them. She could feel the heat of the flames from a distance, making her face feel dry and hot. After taking a look around, she lifted her foot and began to walk deeper inside. The deeper she went, the stranger she felt. The entire yard was filled with many piles of burning wood, and the flames were bright yellow. The wood below varied. Some were dry, some were damp, and she even spotted a few piles of decaying wood stacked for the fire. As it burned, a wisp of white smoke rose high into the sky. Can this kind of wood really burn? What's the secret behind it? All these fires had one thing in common. They were very hot. Even without getting close, she could feel the heat. There were several bonfires around her, all roasting her at once. It didn't feel very pleasant. It was too hot. Soon, sweat formed on her forehead. After walking for more than 10 minutes and passing countless bonfires, she finally saw something different. It was a large square surrounded by flames, and in the center sat a huge creature with black, scaly skin. Even sitting down, it was about 4 stories tall. Its long, pointed mouth had a slightly rounded tip and 2 large nostrils. Behind it was a thick, heavy tail that kept sweeping the ground. In front of it were over 10 large mushrooms. It would occasionally grab one with its left hand, while its right claw seemed to be reaching for something in the air, mimicking the action of placing it into the mushroom. After placing one down carefully, it would grab another and repeat the process. Meanwhile, the humans who had entered before had all scattered and were performing, jumping through fire rings, crawling through fire holes, and leaping over fire pits. Various fire-related acts. Their faces were twisted with clear resistance, and a few young girls even had red eyes. Yet, despite this, they continued to jump into the fire pits at a steady pace. Crying and jumping, they managed to do both. Ji-hee thought, where are the friends from the National Acrobatics Troupe? Where are the brave soldiers from the army? Where are the firefighters? This is your stage. She quietly walked to the center of the area and looked up at the scaly creature, hearing it muttering, "Why is there so much fear? Is there really that much fear today? What about joy and happiness? Oh, there's even hatred? Where does this emotion come from? Why hate when jumping through a fire ring? Isn't this voluntary? This group is really strange, trading emotions for mushrooms. It's a mutual agreement, so why all the negative emotions? It truly leaves me speechless. I'm really tired of all these negative feelings. The mushrooms I grow are too painful to use, and sales are terrible. Are these people just looking for trouble? Why is there still despair? The despair mushrooms sell the worst. Even if I give them away, no one wants them. Adding fire-type despair mushrooms is just a disaster. It's going to make me lose everything. Don't be so hopeless. I feel even more hopeless. If I get more competitors like this, I won't have to do anything this year and will just lose money from start to finish. I've decided. When I give them mushrooms later, I'll just give them the mushrooms created from their own emotions. These people are really annoying. They should just leave already." He stood silently to the side. When the scaly creature glanced at her arrival and then continued to mumble, she cautiously reached out to touch its
foot.
There are so many racial traits, and each race has its own taboos. She didn't dare to touch anything without knowing more. She guessed that unless it was a very special race, touching a foot shouldn't make them angry, right? Her talent quickly responded. Ink. Early to bed, early to rise, loves to chatter. The group lives underground among mushrooms, relying on selling emotional mushrooms for a living, and will be touched by sincere, positive beasts. Note, absent father, disabled mother, you with a disability, him crying, go ahead. Ji-hee. This is so ridiculous, just like last time. She won't comment on anything else, but why call her disabled? That's a bit rude. What are they even complaining about?
And
she wouldn't pretend to be disabled as the talent suggested. That would be too low. Ji-hee rolled her eyes, adjusted her expression, and began to sing passionately, "Little cabbage, in the field, yellow. 2 or 3 years old, without parents." Ji-hee shouted, recalling her first time eating ice cream, where she couldn't bear to bite it and licked it for so long that it melted and fell on the ground. Thinking back to that feeling made her suddenly feel a wave of sadness. "When I see you, I see my family. Both parents gone." Ink indeed noticed Ji-hee. He lowered his head, his huge head almost as big as Ji-hee herself. "And you're just a young female? Don't be sad. If you have anything on your mind, you can talk to me. I'm an orphan. My parents have passed away. I can only live by picking up trash and doing various jobs. I also perform to make a living. I hope you enjoy the song I sing for you." Ji-hee said this very sincerely. After finishing, he sang another song, "Little cabbage, oh so yellow in the field, 2 or 3 years old, without parents." Then he performed the sixth set of school exercises for middle and primary students again. Clap, clap, clap. 2mo felt Ji-hee's enthusiasm. Although he didn't think the song was that great, he started clapping to be polite. He could sense Ji-hee's joy, which made him feel happier too. Seeing him support her, Ji-hee danced a bit of the school exercise. She forgot some moves and just waved her arms around. She even added some music. "The sun shines bright, the flowers smile at me."
Great.
So much fun. 2mo swayed back and forth, feeling happy too, shaking the ground beneath them. Ji-hee felt like the ground was shaking. She quickly stopped and said, "The performance is over. Thank you for your support." 2mo calmed down and chatted with Ji-hee. "I really liked your song. It was full of emotion. But your feelings seemed both sad and uplifting."
I don't quite understand.
"You said your parents are gone. Aren't you very sad?" "My parents passed away when I was born. Sometimes it's tough, but I try to think that life is still beautiful." Ji-hee noticed that 2mo didn't like negative emotions, so she aimed to create an image of a cheerful little son despite her sad background. Hearing this, 2mo expressed his feelings, cried a bit, wiped away some tears, and continued talking to Ji-hee. "What about your family?" He didn't ask about a partner as she was still young and thin, making it hard to find one. It was better not to touch on sensitive topics.
Ah.
"Poor me. No family." Ji-hee dramatically began to recite, wandering everywhere, seeking tasks, picking up scraps, struggling to survive, begging, living one day at a time. While reciting, she focused on conveying positive emotions. She couldn't treat 2mo as an emotional dumping ground. Listening to Ji-hee, 2mo imagined a tragic scene of a family lost, abandoned by her community, living alone in the stars, surviving by scavenging, barely eating, living in constant worry. So tragic, too tragic. She could easily rank among the top 100,000 in the list of tragic lives in the galaxy. Oh, maybe that's too generous. After all, there are many who have it worse than her. Her situation can't be considered too tragic. This also explains why, despite being underage, she wore a badge for a garbage collection job. Children without parents always have to grow up faster. Thinking of this, he felt a surge of sympathy, not expecting to encounter a creature today that had an even more tragic fate than his own. He couldn't help but wonder how much suffering she had endured to survive until now. He wanted to help her. "Don't worry, since you met me today, I won't let you suffer like this. Although I can't do much and I'm not very wealthy, I can share some mushrooms with you. Here, have some water." As he spoke, he pulled out a large bag of water from his space and handed it to her. Ji-hee immediately felt someone staring at her from behind. While she was chatting with 2mo, others had been secretly watching them. Now that they saw 2mo giving her something, their eyes nearly popped out in surprise. Ji-hee stayed silent, lowering her head and pretending not to notice the attention behind her. Standing straight with a bag of water taller than herself, she looked at Ji-hee holding the water obediently, and 2mo felt pleased. What a good child. Why does she have to suffer so much? "So, did you come here today to get emotional mushrooms? Look at me, asking silly questions. Who comes here not wanting emotional mushrooms? Are you working 2 jobs? That's really tough. Compared to you, my life is much better. At least my tribe hasn't abandoned me. Actually, someone like you could find those love-struck tribes. Most of them are very accommodating, and you could enjoy being treated like royalty at home, eating and playing as you wish. How about I help introduce you? With a bright smile, he quickly interrupted, remembering she was there for a task, not to find a partner. No, I'm not of age yet. I need to be more selective. Since I just performed for you, how about sharing some news about the Mushroom Chicken Talent Awakening Ceremony? Simple, just gather 3 mushrooms. They have to awaken many times in their lives, and each time may not be successful. Sometimes, if they are not satisfied with their talent, they can awaken again. Their tribe is wealthy and willing to do this, so it's not our concern. Our task is also straightforward. We just need to provide more emotions while completing it. The more emotions, the shorter the task time. You just need to go over there to the fire pit and stay in the middle for 20 minutes. Go ahead. I'll call you when the time is up. Do you see it? It's that distant white flame circle over there. Just sit in the middle. He followed Tumo's finger and looked over, her lips twitching. This flame was completely different from others. It was pure white and burned very high, forming a cylindrical shape. Given the size of the circle, there was indeed a lot of space in the middle. But would staying inside for 20 minutes really not get her burned? Wasn't that like stepping into an oven? While she hesitated, she caught a glimpse of a person rolling on the ground, covered in flames, among the dry leaves. The others kept their distance, afraid of getting burned themselves. Some even showed expressions of sympathy. 2mo, noticing this, frowned. How foolish. That little flame can't burn you. Great, more trouble. I'm really speechless. If you're not happy to be here, just go home. Why linger around? After saying this, he spat towards that direction. The flames went out, and the white man lay motionless on the ground. The others also stopped, half of them looking at the man on the ground, uncertain of his fate, while the other half glanced at their expressions dark. Had just spoken to that monster, and they all saw it. Although they couldn't understand what they were saying, it was clear that they could communicate. Moreover, the monster's attitude towards her was much better than towards them.
So,
if they capture her, would this game be secured? Would they no longer have to jump through that cursed fire circle? In an instant, everyone exchanged glances, understanding each other's thoughts, and the atmosphere became strange. He turned her back to 2mo, facing the crowd's scrutiny, and slightly smiled.
Come on.
The Gatling awaits you. He's petite figure contrasted sharply with the obedient giant beast behind her, causing everyone to pause in their breaths. The impulsive thoughts from before came to a halt. The woman in front of them couldn't possibly control the giant beast, could she? As their thoughts raced, they lowered their eyes, not daring to meet his gaze. They just wanted to take advantage without risking their lives. He was quite satisfied. Just as she was about to look away and turn around, Tumo's booming voice came from behind. Are they staring at you? In the next moment, the giant beast suddenly stood up, its figure blocking the sky, and let out a furious roar. You fools who can't even jump through a fire circle. How can you have the nerve to bully others? You're the worst group I've ever seen. Jump now. He felt her lips twitch. She strongly suspected that 2mo was looking for trouble. She already disliked the negative emotions everyone was bringing, and now he was nitpicking. Although the others couldn't understand what 2mo was saying, they instinctively tensed up at his fierce expression and angry shouts. They quickly averted their eyes and pretended to continue jumping through the fire ring. Even the person who had been lying on the ground pretending to be dead quickly got up and started jumping through the fire ring again, moving much faster than before. He thought, so it was all an act. Turning her head, she realized that the fire ring didn't seem too bad. It was just sitting there for 20 minutes. She could do that. I'll go over there. He waved at 2mo and walked toward the flames. She never considered pretending to be pitiful to trick the mushrooms. She just wanted a little convenience, not to be lazy. Instead of going back and forth for a long time without getting what she wanted, it was better to sit by the fire for 20 minutes. Unlike the intense heat of other flames, This fire wasn't too hot. Although the flames were high and obscured the view inside, they didn't make her feel uncomfortable. Ji-hee stared at the flames, taking deep breaths in her mind. Even with her healing talent, looking at the fire made her legs feel heavy, like they were weighed down. It took a lot of courage to jump into the fire. Just then, she heard screams behind her. Turning around, she saw another person whose backside was on fire, rolling in the mud while screaming. His companion was pouring water on him. The fire ring he had been jumping through was over 2 meters wide, and if he missed the jump and hit the flames. What was even more troubling was that he had to keep jumping, not just once, but many times, until enough emotions were gathered to get the mushrooms and leave safely. Thinking about that scene, Ji-hee silently turned back. At least with 1/2 kilogram and 8 ounces, she didn't have to keep jumping. Barbecue was barbecue. Making up her mind, Ji-hee opened the water bottle she was holding and soaked herself to ensure she was completely wet. Then she covered her head and face with her hands and, with a burst of energy, dashed into the flames. As soon as the flames touched her, they quickly ignited on her, giving her a burning sensation. Luckily, the wall was shorter than she had imagined, and with one jump, she easily leaped over it. Ji-hee fell to the ground and rolled quickly, trying to put out the flames on her body, but it was no use. The burning sensation only grew stronger. She suddenly waved her hand and summoned a bathtub, diving into it. Water splashed everywhere, but the flames did not go out. They continued to burn on Ji-hee's body. She lay in the water, rolling around, and the intense pain made her unaware that although the flames were burning, her skin was unharmed. She only felt the deep, penetrating pain of the fire. Throughout this, she remembered what 2MO had said about not wanting to feel fear or hatred. Her hands glowed with white light as she tried to ignore the physical pain and think of joyful things. She thought about her first strawberry cake, the first time she had her own 100 yuan, and the first time she saved up 10,000 yuan in her bank account.
It was okay.
She could heal. She wouldn't die. This was all an experience, and it was normal. She wasn't in pain. Not at all. Time felt unusually long, as if every minute and second was stretched infinitely. Finally, after what seemed like a long time, Ji-hee felt the pain in her body gradually lessen and then disappear. She surfaced from the water, gasping for air, her whole body shaking. At that moment, she heard 2MO calling, "Is it time? Hurry up and come out." "Okay," she instinctively replied, and then Ji-hee noticed that the once clean water had become very murky, filled with many impurities, looking quite dirty. She quickly stood up and stepped out of the bathtub. Only then did she realize that her clothes were completely intact and had not been burned by the flames. They were just a bit dirty and wet, looking exactly the same as when she entered. Ji-hee. If there hadn't been a fire, what was that pain? She could clearly feel that the heat was not an illusion. Ji-hee then felt an indescribable sense of relief wash over her, as if she had shed dozens of pounds of weight, feeling comfortable from head to toe. Suddenly, she understood. That fire was definitely a good thing. Not wanting to make 2MO anxious, Ji-hee waved her hand to clear away the dirty bathtub and quickly walked over to the flames. Even though she was very close now, she didn't feel the heat of the fire. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Tentatively, she reached out her hand, slowly extending it into the flames. She felt nothing at all, as if her fingers were touching a mass of air, neither hot nor cold. She withdrew her hand. Ji-hee raised his head and walked forward confidently. He stepped over the flames and made eye contact with the two groups facing off outside. Ji-hee. Ji-jing never expected to encounter someone munching on seeds and watching the show in this scenario. He had met this person before in a different situation. He had a nasty personality and enjoyed manipulating others, acting like a madman. Look who we have here. The seed eater smirked upon seeing Ji-jing. Isn't this our leader? The savior of the world? Ji-jing frowned and chose not to respond. People like him only became more persistent the more you engaged with them. However, he noticed that behind him, the one who could take on 5 was reluctant to step in. "What are you doing here?" You can't expect anything good from a mouth like yours. Stop provoking me. I'm not afraid of you. Oh, look, the watchdog is here too, the seed eater said, narrowing his eyes. He glanced at the speaker before turning back to Ji Jing. He knew that in a fight, it was hard to predict who would win between the two of them. But did it really matter? He wasn't afraid of dying. Losing wouldn't change anything. Thinking this, a surge of excitement and a desire for chaos filled him, and he wanted to unleash it all. Ji Jing frowned and waved his hand, signaling the one who could take on 5 to stay quiet. He turned to lead the way toward the monsters to accept a task. But in the next moment, the seed eater blocked his path again. Ji Jing furrowed his brows, remaining silent, and turned to the right. The seed eater moved his feet to block Ji Jing's way, refusing to budge, his face full of provocation. You, the one who could take on 5, glared, ready for a fight. Ji Jing stopped him. The task was important, and they didn't have time to waste on this person. If he really wanted to fight, they could wait until they were out of the game. Their luck had been poor in this round, wandering around that mouse hole for half a day before finally getting out. They couldn't afford any more delays. Please step aside. I need to complete a task, Ji Jing said calmly. Come on, let's have a match, the seed eater said casually, appearing relaxed, but his eyes showed a hint of excitement. The thought of fighting Ji Jing and turning him into a puppet thrilled him. The idea of blood and adrenaline fascinated him. Ji Jing remained silent, slowly extending his left hand. The seed eater straightened up, his tension rising, and a grin spread across his face. Was he finally going to make a move? He had been curious about Ji Jing's abilities for a long time. What were they exactly? So excited at that moment, they suddenly felt everyone's gaze shift past them to look behind. They instinctively turned their heads. They saw a masked woman casually walking out of the flames. White flames surrounded her, not harming her at all, but instead giving her a beautiful glow. She looked strangely inhuman. This person felt somewhat familiar to him. As soon as Ji He emerged from the flames, she attracted everyone's attention. She blinked and saw a few familiar faces across from her. What a coincidence. You all continue. Feel free. Feel free. The others. No matter what they thought. After saying this, Ji He turned to leave. As for the voices calling her from behind, she pretended not to hear. She wasn't close to these people. Just because they called her, did she have to respond? But if she wanted to leave, she had to see if those two groups were willing. One person bounced over to Ji He. Nice to see you again. What a coincidence. How did you just walk out of the fire? Why didn't your clothes get damaged?
And do you know how to handle this game?
Hearing this, a guy eating seeds scoffed. You really think too highly of yourself, don't you? Why would she tell you anything? What I can't stand about you guys is that you always want to pry into everything. After saying that, he turned to Ji He and made a sincere invitation. These people are so hypocritical. You don't fit in with them. Join us. This is where you truly belong. Ji He, got it, the kind of place that feels like home. Glancing at 2MO, who was looking this way, Ji He raised her head and chose to ignore these teammates who were delaying her mission. Let them stare at each other like confused chickens. She didn't fit in. Without saying a word, she looked at 2MO and dashed over like a little cannonball. In an instant, she shot several meters forward. This drew shocked gazes from everyone. Not only did the expressions of the seed-eating guys change, but even the others were filled with astonishment. After all, this person hadn't transformed yet. It's not that no human could run this fast. Those with physical talents had already transformed, and their speed was time-limited. Once their physical energy was exhausted, the transformation would also end. But this woman was still in her human form.
So how could her speed be so fast?
Everyone suddenly thought of many things. Ji He was also shocked. She had thought about running faster, but she never expected to be this quick, arriving in front of 2MO in the blink of an eye. She didn't react in time and just fell to the ground. She decided not to get up and rolled around on the spot, feeling sad and shouting loudly. Life is tough. My parents died early, and now I'm being burned while doing tasks.
Teumontak.
The onlookers stared at her. A group of 5 approached respectfully and quietly asked, "Captain, what should we do?" "Don't speak, just observe." The group of 5 nodded in understanding and took on a serious attitude, carefully watching all of Ji-hee's movements. Not only that, but everyone else was also focused on observing. Although they couldn't understand what was being said, they could see. Copy. 2Mo felt a bit at a loss. This was the first time he encountered such a situation and didn't know what to do. The fire was a good thing. It could remove impurities from the body. Why was this little female still unhappy? "It hurts. But what's the big deal about pain?" 2Mo said, his voice growing softer and less confident. He knew this method was a bit harsh. The fire that removed impurities sounded nice, but it was actually very painful, much more so than the flames that only burned the skin. Since he awakened this talent, his business had not been good. The fire felt like being pricked by 1,000 needles, and the beasts couldn't stand it. At first, some people who didn't understand came to try it, but once word got out, no one came anymore. His sales of flame mushrooms dropped too. In the end, he became the poorest single beast in his group. He had thought that since this little female had a tough life, she could handle some pain, so he recommended her. His intentions were good. Although there were painless methods to remove impurities in the galaxy, they were expensive. His method was free. Anyone could come and do it. "Don't cry. I'm the one who's worse off. My talent isn't good and everyone in the group calls me 2,000 needles, sob. Now I'm infamous, living all alone on the outskirts. Today, I ran into nothing but pain and hatred. What a bunch of trash emotions. No one wants them, even for free. Are these people here to curse me? Why can't anyone experience the benefits of my flame mushrooms? They hurt, but they're free." 2Mo wailed loudly, not only silencing Ji-hee, but also making the other humans quiet as a mouse. What was wrong with this beast? "Don't eat people. Please don't eat them. Just eat that crazy girl rolling on the ground." After he finished speaking, Ji-hee realized she had sat up without knowing when. She pointed at the white flame and smiled sincerely. "I like it. It hurts a little, but if you give me more, I won't complain about you poking me with a needle. All right, here's some candy, stop crying." Ji-hee held up her hand, which had a small white candy in it, and 2Mo spotted it right away. He looked at the white candy and then at Ji-hee. "Huh, what did you say?" "I like it, I really like it." Ji-hee's voice was gentle and sincere. "Here, it's sweet. If you eat it, you won't be sad anymore. Woo, you're such a great creature." 2Mo was very touched. Ever since he awakened this talent that felt like being poked with a needle, he felt abandoned by the world. He didn't expect to meet such a friendly little female. There was still hope in his life. He could keep going. "Eat it, don't be sad," Ji-hee said, offering full emotional support. At that moment, 2Mo reminded her of a stray dog from her hometown. Thinking of this filled her heart with maternal love. 2Mo extended his sharp claws, gently stroking Ji-hee from head to toe. Then, he carefully picked up the candy with his fingertips and tried to put it in his mouth. Under his huge body, the candy looked tiny, but his expression showed he was enjoying it. "It's really tasty." While Ji-hee watched 2Mo eat the candy, he suddenly picked her up and held her in his arms, using his large body to shield her from the gaze of others. "Hold this, don't let them see." Then, he secretly gave her more than 10 small white mushrooms without anyone noticing. The mushrooms were still burning with white flames, looking just like the flames Ji-hee had encountered earlier. Ji-hee reached out her hands to receive them and hugged them close. The flames were not hot and had no temperature. The mushrooms looked like the small white mushrooms from her hometown, cute and tiny. White flame mushroom. Degrade energy fruit. Consuming it feels like being poked with a needle and scorched by fire, but enduring it can remove some impurities from the body. Note: since you just got burned by the white flames, eating this won't help. I didn't grow many, but since you like them, they're all yours. 2Mo was very happy. This person really understood him and thought his talent was great. These mushrooms were from years ago, and since he hadn't sold them, he hadn't grown more. Since this little female liked them, he decided to give them all to her. Although she has bad luck, she is really kind. If it didn't take so long to grow, he would have wanted to give her 1,000 flowers. Oh, by the way, you still need to give the mushrooms to the Gugu chicken. After giving the mushrooms to Ji-hee, 2mo suddenly remembered something and took out more than 30 red flame mushrooms to hand to Ji-hee. I'll give you a few extra. Just give one to the Gugu chicken and keep the rest. When times are tough, you can sell them for some food. Flame mushroom contains fire energy, can continuously release heat, and can be used as a bomb when ignited. Note: be careful not to hurt yourself. Ji-hee's eyes lit up. This time, she didn't complain about the rare talent. This means the flame mushroom is quite powerful, and if thrown, she needs to keep her distance. After all, she had previously complained about her Gatling talent being useless. She carefully stored the flame mushrooms. They would be her secret weapon. But before using them, she needed to ask some questions. How far can I throw it safely? Ji-hee asked directly, deciding not to play dumb anymore. Stuttering would only waste time. Safe? Anywhere is safe. It's not dangerous at all. 2mo replied, then took out a flame mushroom to demonstrate by lighting it and throwing it at his feet. But he quickly stopped him.
Great.
Their defenses were different, so she shouldn't have asked that. Looking at 2mo covered in armor, he must have strong defense. She was weak and couldn't compare. All right, you should go see the Gugu chicken awakening ceremony. Let me tell you. After he carefully stored the mushrooms. She raised her head to listen attentively as 2mo explained the Gugu chicken awakening ceremony. When he finished, she felt deeply moved. What a good beast. She didn't ask a single question, yet he told her everything. I'll help you collect trash in return. Oh, you're so kind. That's not necessary. It's fine. After a bit of back and forth, 2mo finally agreed to let her help collect trash to repay him for the white flame mushroom and all those flame mushrooms he gave her. Just as he waved goodbye to 2mo, she was stopped by a person named Jing. Hello, would you like to team up to clear the game? He blinked. She only needed 2 more mushrooms to clear the level, and this person didn't have any at all. What kind of cooperation was this? How do you want to cooperate? He asked with mild interest, hoping this person would finish quickly so she could go collect trash. You help us translate, and we'll clear the level. We'll prioritize ensuring you get the mushrooms. He was speechless. Even at this point, they were still trying to negotiate. Don't you just want to know if the mushroom is a clue to pass the level? Why not just ask directly instead of going around in circles? As soon as those words were spoken, someone in the distance, who was being held back by 5 others, laughed mockingly. Oh, do you really think she needs your help to get through the game? Come to us, and I will give you everything you want, the mocker said, looking at Ji-hee with a meaningful glance. As long as you want it, and I have it. Oh, is she here to make empty promises? You wouldn't say that without at least 500 years of experience in sales. What I want is much more than what you can offer. This person seems untrustworthy. Back when my sister was making promises to others, you were probably still a baby. Come on, show me what you've got. Don't say I'm unfair. Both of you can present for 2.5 minutes each. Whoever is more convincing, I will work with them. He crossed her arms and stepped aside to give them the stage. What slogans are you shouting? Let's see some real action. Her challenge left the 2 of them speechless. For a moment, no one spoke. The air grew quiet. Ji-hee rolled her eyes and turned to leave. This is pointless. Instead of wasting time with petty tricks, they should focus on jumping through the fire ring. Getting the mushroom is more important than anything else.
Wait.
Seeing Ji-hee really about to leave, the one who loves plum powder blocked her path. I have information you might be interested in. This level is too difficult for her. She absolutely cannot let this woman leave. Jumping through the fire ring might be considered moderate difficulty for others since they train regularly and have combat-related talents. But she is different. Before becoming a formal player, she was just an office worker, and her awakened talent is supportive. She definitely cannot jump through that fire ring. What do you have to say? Ji-hee took a big step back to keep her distance. I know how to borrow 500 billion from the heavens. The one who loves plum powder took a deep breath and dropped a bombshell. If you tell me how to pass the level and join our organization, I will introduce you to him. Ji-hee. That's truly exciting news. Before Ji-hee could respond, the one who can take on 5 others couldn't hold back. You say you know him just because you say so? I could say we've had a meal together. Ji-hee. They really did have a meal together, literally. The one who loves plum powder stared at Ji-hee. I'm telling the truth. It's up to you whether you believe it. Don't believe a word. What do you have that she should trust? One person scoffed loudly. I'll tell you, their leader used to be involved in a pyramid scheme. If it weren't for the heat, he would have been caught by now. Ji-hee. So they really were involved in a pyramid scheme. You're talking nonsense. Without proof, stop spreading lies. The person who loved plum powder was so angry that their face turned red. I'm not talking to you. Please don't disturb us. Is this your place? I can stand here if I want. The scoffer rolled their eyes and turned to Ji-hee. Really, they're not good people.
We.
Borrowing 500 billion from the heavens is an organization with many people, and the products in their store are provided by many. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by someone munching on seeds, who strangely didn't want the woman across from him to know the true identity of the tribute. One of our members can connect you to the organization. You know how valuable the items in his store are, right? If you join us, you'll have a much better chance of buying from his store. The seed muncher was confident that no one could resist this temptation. You should know that many items in the borrowing 500 billion from the Heaven store are highly sought after. Free? Ji-hee became interested. What this guy said sounded almost real, making her question if she had forgotten something. Ahem, this statement caught the seed muncher off guard. Free? This person wanted something for nothing. Normal purchase, but the chances of buying are very high. Ji-hee understood it was all about speed. Then why do I need you? Can't I just go to her store myself? The items are right there. Ji-hee felt a bit disappointed. If it wasn't free, what was the point? Besides, there have been hundreds of borrowing 500 billion from the heavens online recently. Do I really need you? I can just find them. With a chuckle, the person next to her laughed. Isn't that right? What you said is laughable. You have no proof, and I could say I'm a VIP customer who chats with him every time. Would you believe that?
You.
The plum powder lover's eyes blazed with anger. How could someone be so annoying? Wait. Don't argue yet. Ji-hee interrupted the dispute. When both sides turned to her, she spoke up. Actually, getting information is simple. Who has mushrooms? Just give me mushrooms, and I'll tell you about this matter. The few people in front were taken aback. Can mushrooms really be enough? Aren't they everywhere? I'll go get some for you right now, said the one who liked plum powder, even though she suspected it might not be the same as the ones outside. Don't get your hopes up. These aren't the common mushrooms you find everywhere. Ji-hee realized they didn't have any mushrooms, or else they wouldn't be confused. Hurry and find an NPC to take the quest. I can't help you any other way. Be careful not to get eliminated when time runs out. After saying this, Ji-hee quickly walked away from the group. Although these two sides didn't get along, they were both the type to wait for results before acting. Even in conflict, they didn't intend to let her take advantage. There wasn't much information to be gained by continuing this way. It would only waste time. It was better to give them a hint and let them get busy. Then she could go collect trash in the backyard. After all, it wasn't a secret that completing the task would yield mushrooms. They would find out sooner or later. It was a good excuse to give them.
Hey, wait.
The one who liked plum powder didn't expect Ji-hee to leave so decisively. Just as she was about to stop her, she noticed that the 8 metal rods behind Ji-hee had reappeared, suggesting that if she got any closer, she would be in trouble. For a moment, she hesitated and didn't dare to approach. She really didn't want to smell bad. This delay allowed Ji-hee to get far away. It was too late to chase after her now. Let's go do the task, Zijing said, glancing at the 3 people across from them before leading the way. As I got closer to Zijing, I whispered, Captain, what should we do? Let's do the task first. Jing stood in the middle of the area, surveying the surroundings and looking at the fire rings. Although they were all fire rings, there were different levels of difficulty. It was unclear if the mushrooms obtained from jumping through fire rings of varying difficulties would be the same. The person earlier didn't say it outright, but anyone smart could understand that this task was about getting mushrooms, which was related to jumping through fire rings. The key to solving this task should be jumping through the fire rings. They all saw how that person had come out of the fire ring and rolled on the ground. At first, they thought about playing it cool, but the roar of that black beast made them realize that it wasn't easy to mess around. If they weren't careful, things could go wrong. So it was better to play it safe. However, this meant they had to jump through the fire rings for sure. Fortunately, they all received training, and with their improved physical abilities, these fire rings are only slightly dangerous for them. Be careful, but it's not a big problem.
Montag. Who?
Why is the mood getting worse again? So much negativity. It's so annoying. These people are really bothersome. Are they all coming here to pick a fight with me? On the other side, Ji arrived at the back and immediately spotted the so-called pile of trash. Unlike the previous space junk, this pile is outdoors and looks very dirty and messy, with a lot of dirt and dry leaves on top, fitting the image of a trash heap. She twitched her mouth, wondering what Tumo's trash pile contained. The pile mainly consists of two different colors of wood. One is gray-brown, and the other is reddish-brown, with about the same amount of each. Ji casually picked up a large piece of gray-brown material and examined it, but couldn't tell what it was. She threw it away, but there was no reaction from her ability. After thinking for a moment, she decided to keep it in her space. She would check it later, and if it turned out to be useless, she could throw it away then. After searching for a while, Ji realized that this pile of trash only looked like garbage. Underneath the leaves, it was all wood and not as messy as it seemed. Although the gray-brown material looked somewhat like wood, it felt softer when squeezed. It was very damp, and when she squeezed it hard, it seemed like it might release water. Not only was this gray-brown wood like that, but the reddish-brown wood was also not as hard as it appeared. Ji didn't believe it was really wood. After collecting trash for so long in the game, she hadn't encountered any real garbage. Determined, she threw several more pieces of her ability. Finally, one of the abilities responded after remaining silent for a long time. Storage Mushroom Cultivation Rotting Wood, a tool for cultivating skills specific to storage mushrooms, reusable. The nutrients have been absorbed, leaving just the residue. Note: the mushrooms cultivated are merely superficial, single-use items, trash. Ji. Does this mean that with this storage mushroom cultivation tool, she can grow mushrooms that store skills? Ji was overjoyed. As the name suggests, skill storage mushrooms are valuable items. In the real world, she never used up her healing abilities each day, which felt like a waste. With this storage mushroom, she could save her extra healing abilities for later use when injured. It's like having extra lives. The surplus mushrooms could not only be used by herself, but also sold. Now her shop can add a new type of product. Thinking of this, Ji hurriedly stored the items. This is a good thing. It looked ordinary at first, and she thought it was just junk, but it turned out to have this use. What's wrong with single-use items? Even single-use ones are better than nothing. This is a mushroom that can store skills, a great item. Many people outside want it, but can't get it. After testing the gray-brown wood, Ji started testing the reddish-brown one. This time, her talent reacted quickly. Flame Mushroom Cultivation Wood, a special tool for growing flame mushrooms, single-use. The mushrooms have a short lifespan and weak power. Note: it can only be used as a stove. The explosion power is too weak, not even as strong as some creatures spit. What good is it? What's wrong with a stove? A stove is also a good thing. Besides, the previous one was too powerful and could hurt her if thrown. This one is just right. The number of flame mushrooms she had before was not enough. She saved them as a last resort. She often worried about her lack of combat power, but with this bomb, oh no, the flame mushroom, she gained another weapon for self-defense. If anyone bothers her in the future, She can throw the flame mushrooms using her snowball toy for a complete attack. Hee hee. There were quite a few cultivation woods in the backyard, which hadn't been collected for a while. He didn't miss any of them and stored them all. After gathering all the cultivation wood, she felt very happy and relaxed. Looking up, she noticed a door behind the trash pile. She walked over and pushed it hard, and the door slowly opened. Seizing the moment, she quickly slipped through the gap. Goodbye to those people in the front yard. She wouldn't be joining them anymore. This place was no different from the previous forest, with lush trees and the ground covered in dead leaves and decaying wood. Bright mushrooms were growing among the leaves. He couldn't sit still. She cut mushrooms with her knife while observing. She really couldn't tell which was which. After thinking for a moment, she decided not to look for the previous path. Instead, she picked up a shovel to clear the moss and collect mushrooms while searching for the ink painter's home. According to what the ink painter said, she needed to gather 3 types of attribute mushrooms to awaken the mushroom chicken, and she still needed 2 more. There were 2 days left, so there was no need to panic. In the underground world, there was no difference between day and night. It was all dim. He kept busy until she felt hungry and realized it was time to eat. Glancing at her watch, she saw it was already 9 p.m. She hadn't eaten a single meal all day. There were mushrooms everywhere, and picking them up was so addictive that she felt eating was a waste of time. Putting away her shovel, she climbed the nearest tree, covered herself with vines, leaned against the trunk, and took out her homemade lunch to eat. While she was eating, she suddenly heard a commotion in the distance. Frowning, she looked toward the sound but couldn't see anything because of the bushes. After a moment, he decided to eat faster. She needed to have enough energy in case there was a fight later. Finishing her meal quickly, she wiped her mouth and jumped down from the tree, running toward the source of the noise. She climbed a large tree, concealed herself, and took out binoculars to look into the distance. There was a group of rabbit-like creatures chasing a few humans. They moved in packs, although each one wasn't very strong. Their numbers made them a problem. The humans running ahead seemed to be in trouble. He adjusted her binoculars for a closer look. One of the humans looked exhausted, closing their eyes while running and tripping over a tree root. Another was running while pinching themselves. How did these creatures end up in the forest? Don't fall asleep. If you do, it's over. Why am I so tired? We can't keep running like this. We need to fight back. I can't do it. I can't keep my eyes open. I'm too tired. Stay awake. We can't sleep. It's a dead end. Listen to me. If you don't fight hard, you won't survive. Just give yourself a little pinch. These creatures aren't hard to fight. We've beaten them in the cave before. If we stick together, we can win. Watching the humans from a distance, he squinted. The rabbit-like creatures behind them didn't seem too threatening. There were only about 10 of them. The humans ahead numbered around 7 or 8. If they stood their ground and fought, they might actually win. These rabbit-like creatures were not as strong as the ones in the cave. He had collected several of their bodies before, so the humans should have noticed them. As she continued to observe, he saw one person fall to the ground while running and, before they could get up, was bitten by the approaching rabbit-like creatures. Then, a huge fireball shot out, hitting several of the creatures and causing them to squeal in pain. The people in front continued to run, their figures gradually disappearing, but no one stopped to wait for him. This is what the instance is like. They are even less connected than the neighbors in her hometown. He had no intention of stepping out. She stood in the tree, wanting to see if there was any follow-up. The man initially struggled and shot a few fireballs. But as the rabbit mice bit him, his voice gradually weakened until it disappeared. He lowered her binoculars and withdrew her gaze. The few people were too far away, and she couldn't hear them clearly. She vaguely thought she heard the word tired, but she wasn't sure. She frowned and focused on feeling her own state. It felt similar to usual. She didn't feel so tired that she couldn't keep her eyes open. How could these people be tired? He inexplicably thought of the coughing fit she had when she first entered the instance, when her lungs felt itchy, and she couldn't stop coughing. After using her healing ability, the urge to cough disappeared instantly. Ji-hee's eyes darkened. It seemed that this instance had other hidden dangers. At night, Ji-hee couldn't find the second home of 2MO and didn't want to sleep, so she continued to scrape moss and pick mushrooms. Rest was absolutely not an option. If it weren't for the need to sleep, she could have worked nonstop in the instance for these few days. After stopping to use her ability to heal her sore arms, Ji-hee looked around and suddenly noticed a reflection in the distance. Curious, she cautiously walked over and pushed aside the bushes. It turned out to be a lake. Not approaching immediately, she hid behind a tree and carefully observed until she confirmed there were no other creatures by the lake before cautiously walking over. She gently touched the surface of the lake. It was indeed water, at least it felt like water. Ji-hee felt a bit relieved and began to collect it into her space. This water could be tested in the system shop. If it was drinkable, it would be perfect for selling. She had heard that in Africa there had been several fights over water resources and many people had died. Her neighbors were better off, with a daily water supply, so they wouldn't die of thirst for now. Although she was a bit angry about the recent search for her, that was a matter for the upper class and didn't concern the common people much. Selling this water wouldn't completely solve the problem, but having some was better than none. While she reached into the lake to collect water, she remained alert and scanned her surroundings. Suddenly, she noticed ripples in the lake. Something is swimming at the bottom of the water. Upon closer inspection, it looks like a fish, maybe a little green. She isn't very sure, but before she can observe further, the water quickly becomes calm again. Ji-hee wanted to take a closer look, but the ripples appeared for just a moment and then vanished. The lake's surface returned to stillness, as if it had all been a figment of Ji-hee's imagination. However, she is certain that there was indeed something in the water. She didn't missee it. She didn't take out a fishing net to try to catch a fish. Instead, she continued to reach her hand into the water to fill her container. Whether it's fish or fresh water, both are good things. Of course, she should first gather what is easy to obtain. As for the fish, there's no rush. It will happen sooner or later. Meanwhile, Ji-hee, wearing a green vine cloak, quietly crouched down to collect water when she suddenly heard a commotion from afar. She frowned. After thinking for a moment, she pulled her hand out, stood up, and prepared to check the situation on the other side. She hadn't finished filling her container, and she didn't want those people to come over. On the other side, the three were running desperately through the woods, followed by more than 10 humans. Behind them were over 30 rabbit-like creatures. Except for the three, everyone else felt extremely sleepy. They were so tired that they could barely keep their eyes open, stumbling through the woods in a very awkward manner. "Boss, why do you think they are so sleepy?" Hong Tangao felt something was off. Normally, people would wake up when being chased by such large creatures. In a life-and-death situation, who could sleep? It might be because they didn't sleep before entering the instance. "I can fight 5," said calmly, full of energy. He was running easily and didn't feel tired at all. This amount of exercise was nothing compared to their usual training. "Do you remember that we coughed a bit during the day?" Zijing didn't ignore the changes in the crowd behind them. This state was clearly unusual. The drowsiness was particularly strong, severely affecting everyone's reaction speed, making it impossible for them to stop and fight the rabbit-like creatures. "It seems so. What's wrong?" "I can fight 5," thought for a moment. They had indeed coughed a few times, but he hadn't paid much attention. "Boss, are you saying our coughs are connected to the drowsiness of the people behind us?" Hong Tangao quickly caught on to what Zijing meant. "I suspect that our physical condition is good. We just checked before entering the instance and shouldn't have coughed, yet all 3 of us did. And look, those people behind us are falling asleep while being chased by the rats. This clearly doesn't make sense. If they were normal people, they would be wide awake, even if they were tired. There must be something going on here." The voice was heavy with concern. He feared they might end up like the others. I glanced at my companion, and we both felt a sinking feeling inside. This situation was tough. They had indeed coughed earlier, but the coughing stopped after jumping through the fire ring.
We didn't think much of it at the time.
Now, it seemed that the coughing was more serious than we realized. Would they continue to cough in the coming days? I quietly turned to look at the others behind us. Many were running while pinching themselves, desperately trying to stay awake. Yet, their fatigue slowed them down, allowing the chasing rats to catch up and bite them. The pain would jolt them awake for a moment, but soon they would succumb to drowsiness again, repeating the cycle. Meanwhile, the rats chasing them seemed more energetic and showed no signs of tiredness. In this situation, it was only a matter of time before those people were caught. I felt a heaviness in my heart. I couldn't save them. I had a mission in this scenario. I needed to complete the task and gather as many resources as possible for research. Helping others was not part of that mission. Moreover, among the people behind us were individuals of different skin colors, and I couldn't tell if any of them were from my country. Just then, I heard a woman's voice through a loudspeaker. 1 mushroom per person, a total of 19. Hand over the mushrooms, and I will save you. It was clear that these people had nothing to offer. A day had passed, and surely they must have at least 1 mushroom by now. Immediately, voices of discontent rose from the crowd. Why should we? You're profiting from our misery. We're all human. We should help each other. If you have the ability, why don't you help us? Please, save us. Yes, if you help us, we can talk about anything. I ignored their pleas and picked up the loudspeaker. Countdown. I will count to 10. If you don't hand over the mushrooms to me by then, I will leave.
10, 9.
5, 4. We'll give in, we'll give in. The last few people in the crowd started to panic. He had already been bitten by a mouse, and if he didn't comply, the next bite would be on his neck. I'm telling you, if anyone doesn't cooperate, don't blame me for being rude. Even if I can't kill you, you won't leave this place alive. The man's tired eyes flashed with anger, and just after making his threat, he yawned. This is too much. Just give her 1 mushroom. Why does she need so many? He, seeing their hesitation, stood up and turned to leave. The crowd immediately panicked, with many shouting out, Wait, we'll give in. Why didn't they do this sooner? He threw a bag tied with a rope, instructing her to put the mushrooms inside. Once confirmed, she would save them. Oh, and you few in the front, don't think this doesn't concern you. If you don't want to cooperate, leave now. Otherwise, if I'm short by 3 mushrooms, I won't save anyone. Seeing the people behind obediently taking out mushrooms, she immediately turned her attention to the few in front. She remembered their faces. Day after day, they didn't want to contribute, just hoping to ride along. So stingy. This time, Jing didn't say anything else and signaled for the brown sugar cake to take out mushrooms. The people behind were clearly on the verge of breaking down, and at this moment, it was easy for things to go wrong over mushrooms. He also wanted to know if there was a way to deal with these mice. After checking the mushrooms and confirming there were 19, He nodded in satisfaction. A good haul. She pressed the launch button. The sound of something slicing through the air made everyone instinctively look up. They saw dark shadows continuously shooting toward them. The woman was crouched on a tree branch, with 8 metal rods behind her firing dark objects. Along with these projectiles came a terrible stench. Don't mention it, it's a fair trade. He waved her hand as she noticed the people below looking at her. She could even sell. She truly was a business genius. It was a shame she didn't have a place on Wall Street back in the day. Among those running behind, although they had noticed things shooting toward them early on, they were already exhausted, and with the rabbits and mice chasing them, they couldn't dodge in time. Several people in the group were hit by the dark objects. Some were even hit on the head. However, the agile few at the front of the line managed to dodge all of it. Yuck. It smells terrible. What is this?
Ugh.
It seems like something unpleasant. You've gone too far. You collect so many mushrooms and then throw this at us?
Ugh.
Who does that? So inconsiderate. Just wait until I get my hands on her. Throwing that at people. I'm so tired. I just want to sleep. Everyone was frantically looking for something to clean up, but as they did, they started to feel sleepy. Some remembered the person who threw the unpleasant thing and tried to stay awake to confront them. It's fine. I'll leave first. He still had a good attitude towards the customers he had just served. He was in a decent mood and stood up to leave. Wait, the mice. When the speaker turned around, he suddenly realized that all the mice chasing them had disappeared without a trace. The group wasn't really foolish. They were just so sleepy that their thoughts were sluggish, and their minds were not clear, making their reactions much slower than usual. When they finally realized the mice were gone, the tension in their chests eased, and many of them just sat down. They didn't even question why the unpleasant thing could scare the mice away. The one who was hurt the most was relieved to have survived and sat down to tend to his wounds. He had been at the back and had the most bites, and now he was bleeding, staining his pants red. Such wounds would require a doctor to stitch up outside, but in this game, he had to deal with it himself. Fortunately, he had brought some bandages and a healing item from the game shop. After playing the game multiple times, most people figured out how to bring useful items with them. With a chance to rest, the overwhelming sleepiness hit them even harder. Even if they didn't want to sleep, the strong urge made them yawn repeatedly, one after another. Eventually, the first person in the crowd leaned against a tree and fell asleep. Then came the second. The few at the front were not sleepy. One quickly walked over to where he was standing but didn't get too close, asking, "Shall we exchange information?" He smiled. Why was he so eager to take advantage? Besides, she didn't really need their information. What about the mushrooms? Let me make it clear, if you don't have anything to say, don't waste my time. Jing was silent, originally planning to share some news, but was surprised that the person didn't want to. He wanted to struggle a bit. Aren't you curious about the game? Not at all, he replied without hesitation. What a joke. If we're talking about news, I might know just as much as you do. Bring me a mushroom. Or just be quiet. Jing paused for a moment, then nodded in agreement. He pulled out a yellow mushroom from his pocket, held it up, and tossed it to He. This is a wind-type mushroom. I want to know about this quest. He skillfully caught the mushroom, took a quick look, and tucked it away. If you collect 3 mushrooms, you can get a ticket to the Mushroom Chicken Talent Awakening ceremony. Just make sure the abilities of the mushrooms don't conflict, or the awakening might fail. When the mushroom chicken awakens, it will fall into a coma. If wild beasts come to eat the mushrooms, you need to stop them from getting close to the mushroom chicken, or the awakening will fail. Jing frowned. What kind of beasts? How long do we need to stop them? He shook her head. I don't know. Just that you can't let the beasts get near the mushroom chicken. The 2MO clan usually didn't go out, and they only heard about the mushroom chicken because it was their major client. Otherwise, they wouldn't know much about it. The previous 2MO didn't explain clearly to He, just said to keep the beasts away from the mushroom chicken, or it would fail due to stress. After discussing the task, He was about to leave. Jing saw her getting up and quickly asked, "Do you know why these people are feeling drowsy?" He shook her head. I don't know. What's your name? Jing called out as he seemed ready to leave. We've met several times, and it feels odd not to know your name. I can't just keep saying, hey. They had heard rumors about this woman, saying she was strong, controlled many weapons, and knew a lot about games. However, she was very cautious, never interacted much with others, and it was said she never introduced herself. Each time she appeared, she wore a mask, and no one had seen her true face. Smiled. That comes at a different price. Jing, I can take on 5 and brown sugar cake. This person really was all about the money. I can't give you another mushroom. Jing still wanted to know who she was. She suddenly appeared, was very strong, and yet remained mysterious. We can only trade information. He nodded. That works. What organization were those 3 people from? They are from the Divine Assistance Society, replied Jing with a calm expression. Oh? Tell me more, he said, intrigued. The name sounded like a cult, not serious at all. Where is the divine in this world? I'll explain. I couldn't hold back. I jumped in to give my thoughts on those 3 people. These folks are not serious. They don't do good things. This game has only been around for over 7 months, and they have already gathered tens of thousands of people, almost like a pyramid scheme. This organization claims to be founded by gifted individuals. They see themselves as superior, believing that people are ranked in tiers. They think the game is a way to filter and evolve, and they consider themselves higher beings, acting as protectors. Ordinary people who want their protection must pay a fee. They also post various tasks and have attracted many gifted individuals. I don't know who the leader is. I've never seen them. They keep everything very secretive. So far, they haven't caused any major harm, but I heard they were involved in a robbery at a police station recently, though there's no evidence. My boss just went there and caught nothing. The people ran away. He even said I was too slow. I was quite annoyed about this. What does it have to do with me if we can't catch anyone? Ahem. Ji Jing pretended to cough from the side. He signaled to Hong Tang-gao to manage this. Someone with such a loose tongue is truly a double-edged sword. It's easy to let them go, but hard to bring them back. He blinked at this, thinking about capturing people. She had a guess in her mind, but didn't say much, changing the topic. Do they protect ordinary people? Yes, I admitted honestly, but they charge a protection fee. Anyone wanting their protection must provide resources, or have some value. What is that seed-spitting talent? That's the puppet master. When I said this, my expression changed slightly as I looked at Ji He. If he starts a fight, those who lose have a chance of becoming his puppets, so unless absolutely necessary, it's best to refuse if he challenges you. That potato guy has a metal talent. He mostly acts as a bodyguard. The plum powder talent is supportive and can see a person's potential. Ji He nodded, not saying more. Can you finally tell us your name? As soon as I asked, the three of them looked intently at Ji He, offering to the heavens, may blessings abound. After making that up, Ji He was ready to leave. Before she left, she looked down at the confused three and casually pointed in the opposite direction. There's a water source over there. After she finished speaking, she pulled the vine hard and swung away, disappearing instantly from the sight of the three. She hadn't forgotten that her mission was not to save anyone but to prevent these people from going to her water pool. The mushrooms were just a bonus. The three watched in shock as Ji He vanished into the darkness, murmuring, "Husband sacrifices to the heavens, great blessings? Can a game have such a long name?" It can. If you want, you can make it as long as you like. The game doesn't mind, Hong Tang-gao replied confidently, recalling a name with over 40 characters she had seen before. Is that really the true name? Ida Wu was even more shocked. How unfortunate must this person's husband be? Let's move on, Ji Jing said, not dwelling on the matter. He glanced back at the group of people who had already fallen asleep and called to the others. Let's check the direction she mentioned. Although this person seemed unserious, the information provided was still reliable. Captain, why didn't you ask more questions? Hong Tang-gao was curious. That husband knew a lot of information, and if they learned more, it would surely help with their mission. Even if I asked, they might not answer, Ji Jing replied, moving quickly through the forest. He wanted to know more, but would asking really get him answers? Not necessarily. Once in the game, things were different. The public had no obligation to answer questions. If they chose not to speak, there was nothing he could do. Moreover, that person seemed unwilling to share unless they were offered mushrooms. They needed to save some of the mushrooms they had for their tasks and couldn't use them all. It's a pity I didn't let the bug bite me. Otherwise, I would have been invincible in this level, Ida Wu said, clicking his tongue in regret. Ji Jing remained silent, focused on their journey. After a while, the forest was quiet, with only the sound of people snoring on the ground. In the distance, Ji He crouched on a large tree, starting to gather mushrooms. What a delight! She had collected 20 mushrooms for free and sent those people in the opposite direction. These mushrooms came in two colors, red and yellow, with red being slightly more common. The red ones were the flame mushrooms she had collected before, which she put away after a quick glance. The yellow ones were the wind mushrooms. Wind mushroom, filled with wind energy, consuming it will create a gust of wind behind you. Note, awesome. From now on, you will have a wind effect when you appear. Her abilities were becoming more and more unique. Ji He stored the mushrooms away, feeling quite satisfied. This deal was worth it. This mushroom isn't so easy to find. It has special properties. Selling just one can bring in a lot of money. While thousands of pounds of grain are hard to get, 100 pounds is still possible. Farmers abroad have plenty of grain. Moreover, this big mushroom and the fire-type mushroom can be collected together for the task. She only needs one more mushroom to complete her mission. Not bad. Climbing down from the tree, Jihi ran to the lakeside, leaned down, and quickly put her hands back in the water to gather more. She hoped no one would interrupt her this time. She had no interest in saving the world. Jihi didn't plan to drain all the water. After 3 hours of collecting, the lake's water level had dropped significantly, so she stopped. Luckily, no one had come to disturb her during this time. She stood up, ready to catch some fish. Earlier, while draining the lake, she noticed many live fish in the water. They were helplessly lying in the muddy ground, mouths open wide, as if begging to be rescued. He had sharp eyes. In the dim light, she spotted a long black creature. Its shiny skin looked quite plump. Upon closer inspection, this black creature was over 1 meter long, resembling a loach, with 4 long whiskers on its head, nearly as long as its body. He carefully reached out to touch it. Its surface was slippery and slimy. Opening its mouth, she found it had no teeth. Loach, a common fish found in freshwater lakes. It loves mud and vegetables, has many spines, and has a strong earthy taste. Note: picking up everything will only harm you. He didn't care what the talent said. How could meat be harmful? This one was all meat. Bending down, she quickly collected the loach into her space. So what if it had spines? She would find a way. Worst case, she could make fish balls. She couldn't just stop eating fish because of some spines, right? Given how things were outside, having something to eat was good enough. Wasn't it better than that bug bean cake? She heard that it was getting worse, turning sour and bitter, and after eating it, people's throats would swell for a long time. Just as she stored the loach, Jihi noticed another one in front of her, even bigger than the first. She hurried over and grabbed it, quickly storing it away. Big treasure. What are you waiting for? Get into the pot. As Jihi continued to collect, she noticed that there were a lot of mud loaches. It was clear that there were no natural predators, as they were densely packed in the mud. Sometimes, she didn't even need to move. She could catch several just by standing still. In addition to the mud loaches, Jihi discovered a creature that resembled a rice snail. Its shell was black, blending in with the mud at the bottom of the lake, making it hard to find. If she hadn't touched it, she might not have noticed it at all. It was quite large, weighing about 1/2 pound, and when she touched it, she realized it was still alive. Mud snail. Hard shell, small meat, lives in mud, has a fishy taste. Note: small and not tasty. Jihi picked it up and weighed it in her hand. She had collected quite a few shells in her space last time, including scallops and oysters, but she hadn't found the time to eat them. She wasn't very interested in this creature. As her talent suggested, it had little meat and was fishy. If she happened to catch it while looking for mud loaches, that was fine, but searching for it specifically would be a waste of time. After all, time was precious in the dungeon, and she still needed to find one more mushroom. She really didn't have time to spend feeling around for such a small creature. Regaining her focus, Jihi bent down and continued to search in the muddy bottom of the lake. After more than 2 hours of busy searching, she finally collected all the mud loaches from that area. She glanced at her watch and saw it was already 4 a.m. She had been up all night again. She found it strange that with more trips into the dungeon, she wasn't getting more rest but was instead staying up late. If she didn't get a break after exiting the dungeon, she was genuinely worried about losing her hair at such a young age. Sighing, Jihi took out her fishing net and walked to the center of the lake to start fishing. Since it was already so late, she decided not to sleep and would just use some healing later to recover. Feeling reassured, Jihi focused on catching fish. Since she had removed a lot of water earlier, many mud loaches had swum to the center of the lake, gathering in a dense group. With her net, she often caught a lot. Looking at the densely packed black fish in her net, Ji-hee felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. The feeling of catching them in net after net was truly wonderful. If she had more time, she would love to keep fishing until the end of time. After another 2 hours, she had caught more than half of the fish in the center of the lake, and the remaining ones became harder to catch. Realizing that continuing to waste time here wasn't efficient, Ji-hee decided to put away her net and walked away from the lake. It was now 6:30 a.m., and it was time for her to continue with her tasks. After washing her hands, Ji-hee quickly ate 4 large buns, a salted duck egg, and a bowl of porridge while leaning against a big tree. She stood up and continued walking. As she passed the spot from yesterday, she looked around but didn't see the campfire. She kept going, heading straight for the place where she had found the ink creatures yesterday. When she reached the familiar fence, Ji-hee pushed open the gate and walked in. This environment was completely different from the previous one. The area had many small water bays. Just one glance was enough for her to turn around and leave. It wasn't suitable. Previously, she had obtained fire mushrooms and wind mushrooms, but this place clearly had to do with water. Fire and water are opposites, and if she were to take something from here, she worried about a failed awakening. Leaving the fence, Ji-hee continued to search for the third ink creature's territory while cleaning the purification moss. She felt a bit anxious, fearing something unexpected might happen, so she didn't stop and kept moving forward. She wasn't sure if she had missed something along the way, or if the ink creatures were just scattered like this. It wasn't until noon that she finally saw the third ink creature's territory. Letting out a sigh of relief, Ji-hee quickly walked to the gate, pushed it open, and entered. This territory was very different from the previous 2. It was exceptionally clean. At first glance, it didn't even look underground. The ground was dry and the air fresh. Ji-hee felt a bit surprised but remained calm as she walked forward. As she continued, she heard a very loud noise. It was sharp and quite grating, and after a while, it made her head feel fuzzy. Curious, she wondered if this was a place for sound wave attacks. When she reached a huge open area, she widened her eyes at the sight before her. There were a bunch of small ink creatures over 2 meters tall, at least 20 of them, playing in the open space. Some were playing with a ball, some were kicking their legs, and others were chasing each other. Each one was accompanied by a human player who was acting like a babysitter. One man was even carrying a larger ink creature on his back, spinning around on the ground. The ink creature seemed a bit unhappy, stretching its neck and shouting. Whenever the man, who was red-faced and sweating, stopped, the creature would cry out loudly. With no choice, the man had to keep moving, struggling to navigate the area. Ji-hee glanced at the large creature's feet, which were dragging on the ground due to its height. Was this position really comfortable? Silently withdrawing her gaze, Ji-hee looked toward the center of the area. There was a black creature lying over there, comfortably eating snacks and drinking beverages. It didn't seem to care about anything at all. Just by looking at its relaxed posture, you could sense its comfort. Ji-hee thought, I really don't know what kind of mushroom this is. Is it a lucky mushroom? A fertility mushroom? A child-watching mushroom? Inside, she was a whirlwind of emotions, but on the outside, she remained calm. She tried not to show any negative feelings and quickly walked over to the black creature sitting in the middle of the area. As Ji-hee approached, she was about to share her sad story about being an orphan and sing a heartfelt song. However, the creature interrupted her before she could say anything. This creature was much larger than the first one, with several layers of scales on its belly, clearly well-fed. Upon seeing Ji-hee, it changed its position and said, "Oh, I know you, the orphaned young female. No need to say more. I've been waiting for you. You came to the right place. This mushroom is perfect for you. If used well, it has amazing effects. Oh, wait, I just remembered I have 3 special mushrooms for my sister, top quality. You can't help me with watching kids, so how about this? I heard you like collecting trash. If you help me clean up the trash, I'll give you these 3 extraordinary mushrooms. What do you think? This mushroom is a treasure, definitely better than the fire mushroom you just had. Trust me, you won't regret it. Besides this mushroom, I'll also give you some of my own mushrooms. If used well, they'll ensure your future is smooth sailing. I'd say you're just lucky to be here early. Today, besides you, there are a few others with much sadder backgrounds. Our clan even held a fundraiser for them. If I didn't have so many kids, I'd have to join in too. Then you wouldn't get anything. Fundraiser? Yes, they are deaf, mute, and disabled, suffering from albinism. It's really pitiful. Although they are adults, their lives are worse than yours. Jihi thought, wow, you all have your secrets, don't you? In this world, everyone complains about being poor and says they are nothing, but now it seems everyone has their own tricks. She glanced back at the parents watching the kids, smiled, and walked straight to the backyard. They had thought that with one person arriving, they could be let go. But this person didn't even come to see the kids? That's too much. Why is it that, since we are all human, this person doesn't have to watch the child? God knows how difficult it is to take care of this huge baby. These little ones have so much energy. Since they entered, they haven't stopped for a minute, running around and shouting wildly. They are so strong that sometimes, if you're not careful, you might get hit by a punch. I saw stars for a moment. Really, everything went white, literally. It's so overwhelming. These mushrooms are truly a matter of life and death. One person stepped forward and started dancing. His talent is to express emotions and power through dance, which can communicate with others or unleash skills to deal damage. At first, when he danced, the others didn't understand, and it didn't cause much harm. Now, with more experience, his abilities have improved a lot, and his attacks are much stronger. This time, as long as he doesn't stop dancing, he can communicate with the others. It may not be perfect, but he can understand about 70%. After protesting for a long time, not only did he fail to bring that woman back to help with the child, but he also received worse news. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he held the huge baby while discussing with a teammate nearby. Forget about that person. I heard that a few deaf mutes came to the dungeon and organized some kind of charity performance, asking these people to donate. I heard many went, and if we don't hurry with our tasks, those people will take all the mushrooms. He hurried her steps. Knowing someone was competing with her for mushrooms made her a bit anxious. These mushrooms are really good, and she wants to collect more. She quickly arrived at the backyard and found that the environment here was much better than the first area. Though it was a bit messy, it wasn't dirty. There was no dust in the corners, just piles of things that looked chaotic. The trash mainly consisted of two colors, the familiar dark brown wood and a pink one. He guessed that the dark brown one was used for storing mushroom cultivation wood. She tentatively picked it up and tested it with her talent, and indeed it was. She didn't recognize the pink one. It was her first time seeing pink wood. She picked it up and examined it closely. Apart from the color, it looked just like the storage wood. Even the texture felt the same when she squeezed it. This time, her talent quickly responded. Multi-spore cultivation wood, a tool specifically for cultivating multi-spore mushrooms. The nutrients have been absorbed, leaving only residue. It can only cultivate one batch, and the effect is average. Note: the cultivated mushroom has only a 50% chance of producing offspring, and it only gives birth to 3 at a time. That's not great. He widened her eyes. 3 at a time? Is that really not good? Should it produce 10 or 8 instead? If this were used for giant pandas, wouldn't there be countless pandas after a few years? Besides, humans typically have one baby at a time. It's rare to have twins or triplets. Guaranteeing 3 is already impressive. Moreover, the fact that it can be used by both males and females made her hesitate. How does that work? Do males consume something that allows females to have 3, or do males consume something that allows them to have 3? Why isn't this talent explained clearly? Who actually gives birth? Looking at the large piece of mushroom cultivation wood in front of her, he felt a bit uncertain. Everyone knows the current situation outside. Even if she took this back, would it really sell? People are already struggling enough. Would anyone really want to have children? And possibly have 3 at once? What a joke. Not to mention how to raise them afterward. How would they survive during pregnancy? Being pregnant isn't easy. It requires nutrition. Eating those bug bean cakes every day won't help them have healthy babies. After a moment of hesitation, Ji-hee decided to take the mushroom cultivation wood anyway. No time to waste. She would take it first. Although she didn't think it would be useful right now, she didn't want to have outdated thoughts. She needed to look at this from a different perspective. This mushroom could also be used as a hidden weapon. What a great poison it could be. If someone bothers her in the future, she could feed them this mushroom. They would eat it and give birth. After giving birth, they would eat again. Continuously giving birth and eating would drive them crazy.
Haha.
Maybe there would even be a medical miracle of a man giving birth. Ji-hee smirked and quickly started to pack it away. Now she thought this mushroom was simply amazing. It isn't exactly poison. The antidote probably wouldn't work on it. It's just unsolvable. Ji-hee packed it away quickly with both hands. It seemed business was good. The mushroom cultivation wood in this backyard was more than 3 times that of the first family. 2 Ji-hee spent over 2 hours packing away all the cultivation wood from the backyard. After standing still for a moment and taking a sip of water, Ji-hee turned around to go back and collect the mushrooms. The number of children in the venue was now double what it was before, with each 2 baby accompanied by a human. They really did it. The number of people determines how many children can be provided. Everyone who came is staying to take care of the kids. No one is allowed to leave. Ignoring the tired faces of the caregivers and the loud cries and wails around them, Ji-hee found 2 to collect her reward.
Hey, you made it. You did a great job.
Here, take this, but don't thank me too much, 2 said, lying on the ground as if she couldn't hear the cries of the little ones nearby. Seeing Ji-hee made her cheerful and relaxed. As she spoke, a pair of large claws appeared in front of Ji-hee, holding over 30 mushrooms, most of them pink, with only 3 being bright pink. After thanking her, Ji-hee took the mushrooms and was about to leave when she was suddenly called back. Without Ji-hee saying anything, 2 continued, "Wait, little one, don't go. I'll give you a tip. Life may be tough, but you have to hang in there. Just use the mushrooms I gave you wisely, and I promise a happy life is just around the corner. Do you want a tip or the mushrooms? Never mind, I'll give you a bigger tip. You don't need to have too many kids. A few dozen will do. Too many just come asking for help." As she rambled on, 2 scratched a black card against the badge on Ji-hee's chest. The badge emitted a warm mechanical voice. "Thank you for your donation and your 10-star review. Wishing you a smooth journey. Regarding the employment of underage females, our company has a reasonable explanation. This hiring fully complies with interstellar regulations and is a cross-species assistance employment, approved by the signing species, making it completely lawful. As for your request for a salary increase, we will consider it. Thank you for your understanding. We welcome you to continue choosing our company, and we will strive to provide better service for our esteemed clients." Ji-hee. Surprisingly, during previous game entries, they did ask for opinions. If someone didn't want to join, they could refuse, which was quite democratic. Moreover, during the recent tasks, if someone didn't want to work, they could simply be unproductive, and if they didn't complete the task, they would naturally be dismissed from the game. Life went on without much loss. However, having tasted the sweetness of the game, these people wanted to support their families, and hardly anyone was doing that. All right, poor little one. Ji-hee waved goodbye to 2 who had some unfortunate ideas, and reminded her, "Remember, first find someone with good conditions and feed them the bright pink mushroom. After that, keep them away from others. Whenever they fall in love with you, you can let them go. Then you can start having kids, 100 of them. Once they grow up, they can take care of you, and you'll be well-fed and happy. Trust me, if you don't take care of yourself, who will?" Ji-hee thought, no need for that. She didn't want to have 100 kids to take care of her. After finally saying goodbye to 2 who was so eager for her to have children, Ji-hee quickly turned and left. After a short while, she felt a bit of ringing in her ears. She was afraid that if she stayed too long, her cheerful persona would fall apart. Once she was out of 2's yard, she sighed in relief. Having too many kids would just be noisy. She hid under a tree, looked around to make sure it was safe, and carefully took out the mushrooms to examine them. The light pink one was the fertility mushroom, and the bright pink one was the love mushroom. Both had strong effects. Love mushroom. Eating this will make any creature develop a love-struck mindset, lowering their intelligence and making them eager to please. The downside is you can't choose who it affects. Note: you really are ruthless. Fertility mushroom. Eating this allows any creature, regardless of gender, to become pregnant. It's a savior for those who can't conceive, loved by certain species, with 8 to 10 offspring per pregnancy. The downside is they require a lot of food. Note: haha. Jiha ignored the comments about the mushrooms and carefully stored the love mushroom. She didn't plan to hand it in for a task. She wanted to keep it. This was a precious treasure. Just one of these could change everything for someone. The love mushroom was like a serious illness. Anyone who got affected would end up foraging for wild vegetables, proudly digging them up. Anyone trying to stop it would be the first to be affected. Unfortunately, it couldn't be mass-produced. Otherwise, if someone annoyed her, she could just give them one. No matter how talented they were before, their thoughts would be consumed by love. After securing the love mushroom, Jiha held the 3 mushrooms she had obtained: the flame mushroom, the wind mushroom, and the fertility mushroom. She could hardly imagine how extraordinary the abilities of the creature that ate these 3 mushrooms would be. Perhaps wherever the flame mushroom went, everything would catch fire, and everyone would end up pregnant. With the wind mushroom added to the mix, the power would be even greater. A gust of wind over a fire would surely scare everyone away. It would be incredible. Haha. It's a pity she hasn't awakened this talent. Otherwise, she would make those who are watching him experience the feeling of being pregnant. He was smiling when suddenly a white vortex appeared in front of her. She paused for a moment and then cautiously placed the mushroom in her hand into it. The first mushroom didn't cause much reaction, so he decided to put all 3 mushrooms in at once. The white vortex began to spin rapidly, getting faster and faster. Then the color changed from white to red. After spinning for about a minute, it spat out a white card and quickly disappeared. He quickly caught the card that the vortex had thrown out and looked down at it. In the center of the card was a red vortex along with some symbols. At the bottom corner of the card was a countdown showing 30 hours 11 minutes and 32 seconds. The numbers were constantly changing, and he guessed it was the time for the Mushroom Chicken Awakening ceremony. She carefully stored the ticket for the Mushroom Chicken family's Talent Awakening ceremony. He jumped down from the tree and quickly took out her shovel to scrape the purification moss and collect mushrooms. With the task completed, she felt no pressure at all. There were still over 30 hours left before leaving the dungeon, and the remaining time was all hers. He had a net bag made of vines on her back, scraping the purification moss while moving forward quickly. As she walked, she kept looking around, hoping to find a home for the ink. Although she didn't need to complete any more tasks, she still wanted to do a few more to collect some mushrooms before going to the ink's home. These special mushrooms were quite precious. For example, those that could help with childbirth or boost romantic feelings were really good. If she could find some mushrooms related to causality, that would be perfect. Not to mention, the mushrooms growing on the rotting wood in the backyard of the ink's home were quite nice, and she wanted to take more back with her. He happily scraped the purification moss from the tree while moving forward. Just as she pushed aside a large patch of grass, she suddenly spotted a lake. Are there really that many lakes in this place? The water resources are abundant. This was the 3rd lake she had seen in this dungeon. He quickly crouched down, hiding in the bushes to observe her surroundings. Compared to the natives, she was more afraid of humans in the dungeon. After all, natives might not be encountered outside the dungeon, but humans had a nature of digging deep into things, which could lead to ongoing trouble. If they discovered someone who could take half a lake from the dungeon, it would certainly cause a lot of problems. After waiting by the lake for a while, he didn't see anyone else, which made her feel a bit more at ease. However, she remained cautious, crouching down and carefully looking around as she moved step by step toward the lake. With the help of the green vines woven into a net around her, he carefully navigated through the weeds, blending perfectly with her surroundings. When she reached the lake, she lay down carefully and stretched her hands into the water, eagerly starting to collect it into her space. She set a timer for herself, 1 hour. No matter how much she collected in that time, she would keep moving forward afterward. The underground mushroom area was vast, and she had only explored a small part of it. There was still a lot of ground she hadn't covered. While collecting water, Ji-hee lay on the ground with her eyes closed, allowing herself to rest. She was exhausted, having not slept the night before, so a short nap was welcome. In this half-asleep state, she remained aware enough to keep collecting water. When the water level dropped, she remembered to move forward a bit. In the hour that passed, only 2 groups of people came by. They didn't linger at the lake, just taking a little water to drink before continuing on their way, as their tasks were not yet complete, leaving them no time to waste. No one noticed the person lying in the grass nearby. In this world, there were both strong and weak individuals. Even among those with talent, everyone's starting point and destination were different. Some thrived in this environment, collecting a large number of mushrooms, while others had only managed to find one. The strong felt their resources increasing, while the weak sensed that the challenges were becoming tougher. They had entered this scenario, first getting lost in a cave while being chased by rats. After finally finding the entrance to the underground mushroom area, they had already wasted half the day. With only a little time left, they had just located the lair of a giant beast. Those who were slower, after working for hours without completing their tasks, would be inexplicably driven out. If they clung on, they would even get beaten. During the day in this scenario, they would cough, and at night, they would feel extremely sleepy. As time passed, their symptoms worsened. If there were no dangers, they could deal with the sleepiness, but at night, those pesky rats would come out to chase them. So at night, they had to fight off their drowsiness while performing extreme escapes from the rat hordes. After finally making it to the next day, I found the monster's home to take on a task, only to discover that the tasks were not the same. Each task from the Ink family was different. Some were difficult, while others were easy. If I was lucky, I could finish an easy task in just over an hour. But if I was unlucky, a difficult task could take 3 or 4 hours. One task involved watching children for the Ink family. Although it wasn't dangerous, it was tiring and took a long time. If I didn't watch the kids for at least 4 hours, I wouldn't be let go. They also had to consider that if one task took a lot of time, it would reduce the time available for other mushroom tasks. Without careful planning, they might not be able to gather enough mushrooms. While most people had no idea how many mushrooms were needed for this task, they could only try to complete as many tasks as possible. Naturally, they felt a bit anxious. When the time was up, I opened my eyes, moved my numb arms, pulled my hands out of the water, stood up, and started walking forward. Based on the previous distribution of the Ink family, I thought I would need to walk for at least another 2 hours to find something. After walking for over 2 hours, I finally saw the 4th Ink family home. From the outside, it looked no different from the previous ones. I pushed the door open and walked inside. Once inside, I immediately saw countless mushrooms growing on the ground. Some mushrooms had a visible milky white air ring on top, which gradually shrank and disappeared as I moved away. Others had small tornadoes on top, looking very dangerous. I thought, is this going to send me to the sky? Help, I wasn't sure I wanted to go in. After considering the time I had already spent, I decided to take a look. If I didn't do this task, I would have to walk for at least another 2 hours to reach the next Ink family home. As I walked to the middle of the yard, I saw many people sitting around, frantically squeezing a big mushroom. They were red-faced and looked fierce, clearly using all their strength. Some gentle ones were kneeling on the mushroom, squeezing with all their might, while others were aggressively pounding on it. A few people were sitting on the mushroom, laughing foolishly while squeezing it hard. Their intensity was like that of palace maids, hitting it with great force. Hearing the pounding sounds and the silly laughter, I felt that my earlier worries were a bit unnecessary. As long as she doesn't go to the sky. Isn't it just about hitting mushrooms? She can do it too. She walked closer and sat down in the middle of the black ink area. Just as she smiled, the ink figure spoke first. I know you, Poor little female with a sad background. No need to say much. I understand everything. How about this? I'll give you a little mushroom. You need to let it absorb air 1,000 times to complete the task. It's very simple. Oh, little female, do you know how to make it absorb air? Just compress it a bit, and it will start to take it in. After saying this, he handed Ji-hee a large, round mushroom with a white base and blue stripes. It was smaller than others but still about 1 meter tall. Ji-hee took it, thanked him, and walked to a corner. As she left, she heard the ink figure talking to itself behind her. I don't know what this company is thinking. They don't hire good people, just fools. Now, I'm worried these fools won't complete the task and will get scolded, so I have to lower the task difficulty. It's too hard every day. Well, whatever. It's not easy for anyone. I hope next time they send some capable ones. These fools are pitiful, but their efficiency is just too low. The ink figure muttered while pulling out colorful red polka mushrooms from a space button, cutting them into pieces with a small knife, and tossing a piece in front of each person. The mushroom in front of the one who was giggling was noticeably larger than the others. Everyone doing the task was stunned. Why were they getting mushrooms while doing the task? Did this mean they succeeded? But these mushrooms were different from the ones given earlier. And this mushroom was so brightly colored. It clearly looked poisonous and shouldn't be eaten. What were they for? Were they trying to poison them? As they exchanged confused glances, they saw the black creature sit back down and eat a large red mushroom. Everyone. This mushroom could actually be eaten? Or was this creature not afraid of the mushroom's poison? Ji-hee sat in the corner, not rushing to act. In front of her was a slice of mushroom, neither the biggest nor the smallest. Ji-hee understood. This meant there were a few others in the room with even sadder backgrounds. Thanks to her keen ears, she clearly heard the discussions around her. She had looked at the mushroom earlier and confirmed it was indeed edible and non-toxic. This ink figure was actually quite nice. Maybe it was worried they would get too tired doing physical work and even provided food. At that moment, Ji-hee heard 2mo talking to himself. It's really sad to be foolish. You don't even know to eat when there's food. Luckily, my mom didn't make me a fool. I need to eat more mushrooms to calm down. I'm too scared. Ji-hee. They didn't dare to eat because they weren't foolish. If they were, they would have started munching right away. Everyone was still chatting while working on the task. Those who had been doing tasks for a while knew that the tasks were their own and wouldn't decrease just because they slacked off. After watching for a while, Ji-hee understood how to do the task. It wasn't too hard, but it did take time and effort. In simple terms, it involved squeezing the mushrooms until they were flattened. Once the mushroom was squished and the person sitting on it left, the mushroom would slowly absorb air and return to its original shape, completing one air absorption process. If the mushroom were a few times smaller, the task would be much easier, but this mushroom was not. All the mushrooms 2mo provided were super large. Even Ji-hee's, which was the smallest, was about 1 meter tall. Some of the bigger men had mushrooms that were over 2 meters tall, taller than they were, requiring even more time and effort to empty all the air. To empty the air from a mushroom, everyone needed to use all their strength. This is where the physical mutants had an advantage in doing the work. While their abilities might not be as strong in combat as those with mental powers, they were really convenient for tasks. With their strength, one could do the work of two. Ji-hee lifted her feet and sat on the mushroom stalk, using her body weight to press down on the mushroom. She pounded the top of the mushroom with her hands. With each punch, the mushroom got more and more dense. It was exhausting. Ji-hee felt like she was boxing. Although it wasn't dangerous, it was tiring. If she hadn't just eaten, she might not have been able to keep going with such a physically demanding task. After flattening the mushroom again and waiting for it to bounce back, Ji-hee sat cross-legged on the ground, wiping the sweat from her forehead. The advantage of this mushroom over a compressed blanket at home was that it wouldn't bounce back during the air release process. As long as someone was sitting on it once it was squished, it would stay that way until the person left, at which point it would start to absorb air. If a person's body leaves while pressing the mushroom, they shouldn't blame the mushroom for being unfriendly. It won't be gentle with you, and this time the breathing process will surely fail. At that moment, Ji-hee noticed that the mushroom that 2mo had placed near everyone had disappeared.
It was probably eaten by someone.
At least, she didn't know who the first person to try it was. Just then, a strong voice came from beside her. "Hello, are you going to eat that mushroom? If not, can I have it?" Ji-hee looked over and saw a man in his 30s, with dark skin and a friendly smile, standing about 2 meters away from her, not getting too close. "You can have it," Ji-hee replied, not moving, indicating that he could take it if he wanted. As long as they knew this type of mushroom was edible, there were plenty outside and they could easily find several. It wasn't anything precious. "Thank you," the man said with a smile as he bent down to grab the mushroom slice and went back to sit down, eagerly starting to eat. Cooked mushrooms taste good, while raw ones are just okay, but he didn't mind. The taste wasn't important to him, as long as it filled his stomach for the task. This piece was the third one he had obtained from others. As he ate the mushroom, the man thought about remembering to take a few more with him when he went out. This mushroom was a good find, and he couldn't get it outside. He had a physical mutation ability. His power wasn't particularly strong, but he was very strong. This task wasn't too hard for him. He could quickly crush the mushrooms by transforming. The downside was that he got hungry quickly. The mushroom given by 2mo had just solved his urgent need. With this mushroom, he could finish the task soon. If possible, he wanted to complete as many tasks as he could, so he could bring back more mushrooms from the instance. Previously, he had brought back an empty bottle from the instance, which was ordinary and a bit worn out, given to him by a monster for doing a good job. But this bottle turned out to be able to hold far more liquid than its size, almost up to a ton. This completely solved his living difficulties. He sold the bottle and exchanged it for a lot of rice and water for his daughter. With the vegetables and other food he earned from completing tasks, his daughter could live well without having to eat bug cakes like other kids. Thinking of his soft and lovely daughter at home, the man's dark face broke into a smile. He was truly grateful for the game. Without it, how could an ordinary person like him support his child in such extreme heat? While others criticized the game, he thought differently. The game was wonderful. It took him away from reality for an hour each time, and he could return without any delays. Once he arrived, he just had to work hard, and when he finished, he earned plenty of resources. Where could he find a job that allowed him to earn resources while also spending time with his child? He was just an ordinary person, not very educated, and didn't think being a gifted person was anything special. There were many gifted individuals around him, all strong in their own right. As long as he could safely take care of his child in this harsh world, that was enough. After completing the task, Ji-hee lay back on the ground, breathing heavily as she waited for the mushroom to finish inflating. She felt completely exhausted. The hardest part wasn't her body, it was maintaining her emotions while pounding the mushroom and trying to stay happy. She had to avoid any negative feelings. This created a sense of disconnection for her. She really didn't know whether this task was easier than sitting by the fire for 20 minutes. That task was painful, but quick. This one, while not painful, required her to maintain a happy mood for a long time, which felt very uncomfortable alongside her fatigue. But thankfully, the task was done. Once the mushroom beside her returned to its original form, Ji-hee carried it to 2mo to turn in the task. As soon as she stood in front of 2mo, the large black creature that absorbed emotions began to speak with a personality that completely contradicted its appearance. "You did great. No wonder you're an A-level employee. Your emotions were spot on. Here's your mushroom. Take care of it. Oh, by the way, I heard you also collect trash? I have some in my backyard. You can take care of that. I'll give you a little extra tip. Or, do you want my air-purifying mushroom? If you want that, I won't give you a tip." Mushroom. There was no need to think about it. Ji-hee immediately shouted for the mushroom, afraid 2mo wouldn't understand, and repeated it twice. Giving a tip would mean the game system would take half as a fee, but giving the mushroom meant all the rewards were hers. Ji-hee didn't see anything wrong with that. If the rules allowed it, how could it be called stealing? That was clever thinking. You have good taste. You know my purifying mushroom works well. I told you, when placed in the house, The purifying effect of my mushrooms is amazing, and one mushroom can last a long time. 2Mo chattered as he took out over 40 mushrooms and handed them to Ji-hee. Besides the one mushroom meant for Ji-hee's task, the rest were extra. Ji-hee thought, this 2Mo is really generous. Air-absorbing mushroom automatically absorbs impurities and odors from the air, ensuring a fresh, living environment. Its size will increase as it absorbs more substances. Please dispose of it promptly when its color fades completely. Note: it can only absorb, not purify. It's useless. Ji-hee's mind raced. Does this mean the mushroom can absorb bad smells from the air? If I bring it home and place it inside, can it automatically eliminate odors? No more worries about embarrassing moments? Work and life could go on normally? It's no wonder Ji-hee thought this way. The problem of bad odors was so serious that many people had started living apart. But considering the nature of the mushrooms, Ji-hee felt it wasn't that simple. The description mentioned it could absorb impurities from the air, meaning it could take in not just bad smells but other dirt as well. If it's only used to absorb odors, wouldn't that be a waste? Putting that thought aside, Ji-hee collected the mushrooms, said goodbye to 2Mo, and walked towards the backyard. Her departure didn't detract the attention of others in the yard. After all, pressing the mushrooms was a physically demanding task. To finish quickly, everyone needed to focus all their energy on their own mushrooms, leaving no one with the energy to notice someone else. As Ji-hee walked to the backyard, she observed everything. She noticed that each 2Mo's home had its own characteristics. The first 2Mo's home was clearly messy and hadn't been cleaned in a long time. The home with many children was somewhat chaotic, though not dirty, just disorganized. However, this 2Mo's home was very tidy. It was hard to tell if it was to create a good impression for clients, or if this 2Mo simply liked cleanliness. Ji-hee noticed that the compost wood in the backyard, although piled high, was neatly arranged and looked very organized from a distance. There were many pieces, indicating a thriving business. But this way of stacking was a bit inconvenient for Ji-hee. The compost wood was stacked tightly, with no gaps, making it hard for her to pull one out without causing the whole stack to collapse. She was also worried about stepping on it and damaging the compost wood. There was no choice. Ji-hee could only step on the table and stand on it to start collecting the decay wood into her space. She had to tiptoe just to barely reach the top of the decay wood pile. First, she picked up a piece of dark blue decay wood, a color she had never seen before. Decay wood for mushroom cultivation, a special tool for growing air-purifying mushrooms. Nutrients have been absorbed, can only grow one batch, and the mushroom quality is poor. Note: trash, it's a waste of time to grow. This was a good find. Ji-hee glanced at the pile of decay wood in the backyard. If she took all of it, she could grow mushrooms to sell later. What was there to fear from the pesky bugs? Wasn't this the perfect solution to them? Even if it was a one-time use, so what? Previously, she had been tricked into buying mushroom kits that claimed to produce several batches and last a long time. In the end, she found out she could only harvest one batch. Who could she complain to? At least this one didn't have false advertising. It promised one batch and delivered. Plus, the mushrooms had special functions and were free to collect. What was there to complain about? Ji-hee quickly filled her space with the dark blue decay wood. After finishing that, she spotted the familiar gray-brown mushrooms. She picked one up and tossed it aside. Sure enough, it was storage decay wood. She realized that families with the inked pattern generally had this type of storage decay wood. There was a difference in quantity. Thinking about the description of the talent, the inked clan made a living selling emotional mushrooms, so the mushrooms grown from this storage decay wood must be the kind that holds emotions. Not only could they store emotions, but they could also hold talent skills. The mushrooms grown from other colors of decay wood should be the ones that held their unique talents after awakening. For example, the multi-seed mushroom and air-purifying mushroom had completely different decay wood colors. This type of decay wood was likely cultivated by the inked clan themselves. While she thought about it, Ji-hee didn't slow down. She quickly filled her space with a pile and then moved the table to another pile. She was racing against time, not stopping for a moment. After collecting all the decay wood, Ji-hee took a breath and started to walk outside. She had just checked the time and realized it was already 5 p.m. After a moment of hesitation between hurrying and finding a place to rest, Ji-hee decided not to take a break and continued forward. She felt fine for now and could rest later if she really couldn't keep going. After saying goodbye to the Inked clan, Ji-hee quickly walked out of the courtyard, popped a lemon into her mouth, and continued on her way while eating. Thanks to the lemon, her drowsiness faded significantly. Wide-eyed, I continued to walk forward. Remembering yesterday's cough, I instinctively applied some treatment to myself. If you're sick, treat it. If you're not, take precautions. After using the treatment, I felt much less sleepy and could still work for another 5 hours. As night fell, a wave of sleepiness hit everyone. Except for a few lucky ones who found a way to get rid of the lung spores, most people were passively enduring it. This sudden sleepiness felt strange, and many noticed something was off. But what could they do? Knowing there was a problem and solving it are two different things. Moreover, this sleepiness came earlier than before. Yesterday, they started feeling tired around 8 in the evening, but today many were struggling to stay awake by 5. They couldn't stop yawning. It felt terrible to know something was wrong, to be unable to sleep, yet still be unable to control it. This caused panic in many. Fortunately, the gifted ones managed to stay calm. They calculated that they had one more day, at most 24 hours, before leaving this underground mushroom area. As long as they could endure this last stretch, they would succeed. Thankfully, this task only lasted 3 days. Otherwise, they feared they might fall into a deep sleep and never wake up. This was the 6th yawn I had while trying to stay alert. After yawning, I realized something was wrong and quickly pinched my thigh hard, wincing in pain. The sleepiness faded for a moment. I leaned closer to my teammate. Hey, something feels off. Do you remember how tired everyone was yesterday? I'm feeling the same way now. Did we get affected? Usually, even after 2 days without sleep, I wouldn't feel this tired, but I had rested last night, so this was definitely unusual. Yeah, let's finish this task quickly and get the mushrooms. We can't delay, my teammate replied calmly. He felt the sleepiness too, but could still push through. If it gets too bad, just pinch your thigh hard. It won't kill you. After saying that, he demonstrated by pinching his thigh hard without holding back. Once he finished, he felt revitalized. He stopped talking and got back to work, his hands moving quickly. Hearing this, I sighed, thinking I hoped the leader had a better solution. Well, it seemed my thigh was going to take a beating. As he was lost in thought, a wave of drowsiness suddenly hit him, making him yawn uncontrollably. Startled, he quickly pinched his thigh hard and grimaced before running off to complete his task. Before, a quick pinch could keep him awake for a few minutes, but now the time was getting shorter, and this drowsiness was too strange. He felt that by the end of this task, he might lose all the flesh from his thigh. It could even rot away. At that moment, he caught a glimpse of someone named Red Sugar Cake holding something shiny, which she suddenly jabbed into his thigh. He jumped in surprise and turned to see it was a long needle. Red Sugar Cake, feeling it wasn't enough, jabbed him again. After finishing, she nodded in satisfaction and returned to her task. I can take on 5 at once. That was really scary. Was there a competition in this mission to see who could be the hardest on themselves? He felt Red Sugar Cake could win. Just then, Red Sugar Cake looked up and their eyes met. She smiled slightly. Once we finish the task, remember to find a place outside to take care of this. We need to apply something on ourselves for the journey ahead. It was wise to prepare in case the drowsiness became too strong and they accidentally fell asleep. Not to mention the malicious people among humans, just the swarms of mice that roamed at night would be enough to cause trouble. This wasn't their dorm. They couldn't afford to fall into a deep sleep in an unsafe place, or they might never wake up again. I can take on 5 at once was a bit reluctant. No way. Why should I do everything? Am I shameless? I can't do it. I don't have enough strength. Use yours, Red Sugar Cake said with a pleading smile. If she were alone, she would have no choice but to do it herself, but she had teammates now. We'll remember your sacrifice. Once we get out of the game, I'll treat you to some cloudworm meat. I still have some oil and salt, and the groundhogs have some cumin and chili powder. We can slice it up and roast it. It will taste amazing.
Well,
Okay, at least a pound. I can take on 5 at once. Hesitated for a moment, but eventually agreed. I still have a pound of flour. We can make dumplings later. He was just being stubborn earlier. He had planned to do it himself anyway. Getting some cloudworm meat was an unexpected bonus. If he didn't agree quickly, red sugar cake might change her mind and jab him with that big needle, and he would regret it deeply. He realized he couldn't let the captain do it either, unless he wanted to see the captain's face turn as long as a donkey's. Secondly, Hongtang Cake is a girl, and they are teammates. Yesterday, he did the pulling, and today he just complained a little, not really wanting Hongtang Cake to join in. Thinking about the chewy cloudworm meat, he smacked his lips and chuckled. That pound of meat is quite a lot. Each of his teammates can have several bites. It's been a while since they gathered, so this time they can chat and satisfy their cravings. They usually don't go hungry, as the cafeteria serves 2 dishes daily along with whole grain rice, which is decent. Although it can't compare to before the disaster, it's still better than many ordinary people who eat bean cakes. However, eating in the cafeteria every day gets boring. They're all in their 20s and sometimes want to cook something special and flavorful. As for silver and copper coins, they don't have much left. The silver coins and supplies they earn from missions must be turned in as per the rules, but they can keep a little copper, about 1/5. They can't save that either. It's not like it grows on trees, and everyone has a family to support. When they learned that the seeds from the shop could be planted and had high yields, they exchanged their saved copper coins for seeds to send home. Now their pockets are emptier than their faces. Wait, where did you get the cloudworm meat? We spent all our copper coins. I can take on 5 with a puzzled face. He suspects that Hongtang Cake is clever with money. Last time they exchanged seeds, Hongtang Cake got the most seeds among them. Before the disaster, I liked gold. I had no place to spend my prize money, so besides saving it in the bank, I bought quite a few gold bars, hoping they would increase in value. Recently, I exchanged a lot for food, Hongtang Cake said, looking disdainfully at the Moonlight Clan. He had spent all his previous salary on things like game consoles and sneakers. She advised him to save, saying he wasn't fashionable, but now look, they just take up space in his room. And I also sell water in the dungeon. Ever since we started collecting gold and silver at the shop, borrowing 500 billion from heaven, we've been exchanging water for supplies and gold. This way, I can earn quite a bit. Hongtang Cake generously shared her way of making money. When we go out this time, you can exchange for some seeds from the shop to grow in the dorm. Tomatoes would be great. They have high yields and are cheap. Once you grow them and sell them, it'll be another source of income. If you want to make some extra money, you'll have to sneak out at night to pick up trash. The steel from those construction sites is probably gone, but you could still go to someone's house and take a doorknob, just in case it's made of iron. Or there are those dog leashes. Even though the dogs are gone, the leashes are still there, and many are made of iron. You could collect some of those. I could handle 5 at once. Doesn't the dog owner pick them up? Why would it fall to him? It feels unreliable. To the salute. Shouldn't he pretend not to hear? Encouraging his team to sneak out at night to pick up trash and take dog leashes right in front of him? But after thinking it over, he chose to remain silent and listened closely. Borrowing 500 billion worth of meat from the store is good, but it's expensive. He wanted to hear if there were other ways to make money. He could learn from them. Brown Sugar Cake is the wealthiest in their team. She often treats herself. Her worth is several times that of others. Brown Sugar Cake was talking confidently about her ways to make money when suddenly, the large figure in the middle stood up, shouted, and then sat back down. Instantly, everyone's attention was drawn to him. People exchanged glances, unsure of what this giant was shouting about. But at least they stopped chatting and started focusing on their tasks. Brown Sugar Cake also closed her mouth, quickly picked up a needle from the side, and pricked her thigh. The pain made her wince, but she then calmly focused on her task. I could handle 5 and salute. Why did they stop talking? Keep going. What other ways are there to make money? If Ji-hee were here, she would understand that the monster said, I'm so sleepy. I should go to bed. You have 10 more minutes, and those who don't finish their tasks can come back tomorrow. At night, Ji-hee had just finished collecting water from the lake and was ready to move on. Suddenly, she heard the sound of animals running nearby. It was very noisy. After thinking for a moment, she took out a stick from her space that was covered in waste and tucked it under her arm. She didn't want to encounter those rabbit-like creatures. While she could collect their meat, they came in groups and were not easy to catch. Plus, it would waste time. With the time spent fighting those creatures, she could gather plenty of mushrooms and still have a good harvest. Holding the stick, Ji-hee moved forward and soon spotted a group of people tied to a tree, sleeping. At a glance, there were at least 10 of them. Ji-hee. Upon closer inspection, it seemed these people had tied themselves up. They each occupied a tree branch, their bodies tightly bound by green vines except for their arms. Some were deeply asleep, even snoring. She felt as if she had traveled to a green spider's lair, though the threads here were much thicker. Since everyone was asleep, he didn't disturb them. She held a stick, ready to continue her journey, when she suddenly noticed clear footprints around her. After a moment of silence, Ji-hee rubbed the stick against the tree. No need to thank me. After seeing the people sleeping in the trees, Ji-hee didn't dare to rest in the instance anymore and chose to sleep in her space. 3 hours later, at 4 in the morning, the alarm went off and Ji-hee groggily opened her eyes. She grabbed a basin to wash her face, and once she felt fully awake, she started to eat breakfast. She wasn't hungry, but she needed to eat to have energy. In this instance, she was either completing tasks or constantly moving forward, which was very exhausting. 10 minutes later, Ji-hee stepped out of her space. She found herself in a patch of weeds by the lake. The surrounding weeds were thick, blocking her view. After looking around to find the right direction, Ji-hee continued on her way, remembering to use her shovel to clear away the purification moss. After encountering another person tied to a tree, Ji-hee felt helpless. Was she the only one awake in the entire instance while everyone else was asleep? She had lost count of how many sleeping people she had come across last night. Luckily, the pig in her space could pull, or she would have run out of supplies. Continuing forward for another 10 minutes, Ji-hee came across another house belonging to 2MO. She had encountered it last night, but the door was closed then and she couldn't push it open. She had to keep moving forward. Time in the instance couldn't be wasted. If she couldn't complete tasks, she could at least collect other items, so it wouldn't be a wasted trip. Ji-hee approached and pushed the door with all her strength, but it was still locked. Although her talent said that 2MO went to bed early and woke up early, for a clock might still be a bit too early, she guessed 2MO was still asleep. Ji-hee stepped back and started picking mushrooms around the area. She picked mushrooms while keeping track of time, pushing the door every 10 minutes. Finally, at 5 in the morning, the door was pushed open by Ji-hee. She quickly stepped into the yard. If she completed her tasks quickly today, she might be able to get 2 mushrooms. As she entered the yard, Ji-hee immediately spotted 2MO sitting in the middle of the area, munching on a mushroom. The huge blue mushroom looked very tiny in his claws. He took a bite of the mushroom and dipped it in seasoning, looking very content. Seeing Ji-hee walk over from a distance, he greeted her warmly. Hey, good morning. The poor little one has arrived. Have you had breakfast? Want to eat some mushrooms with me? My blue ones taste better than the red ones. I've eaten. Ji-hee waved her hand. I'm here to work. Oh, we have a charity performance to attend today. Do you want to go? 2MO extended a sincere invitation. Is it free? Of course not, but the show is really good. I wanted to go yesterday, but I couldn't get a spot. Today it's finally my turn. Ji-hee replied, I'll stick to my work. Then go cheer on these mushrooms. Oh, I need to find you some tools. You can't do it alone. Your lips will get too thick. Never mind, no one else is here anyway. The others are probably asleep from the mushroom spores, so you can help me here. After saying that, he pulled out a large basket of shriveled mushrooms and a giant air pump and placed them in front of Ji-hee. The metal frame was big, and the mushrooms looked squished and oddly shaped, with several holes on top. Even though they were flat, The mushrooms were quite long. The shortest one was about her height. There were almost 100 in the basket. She reached in and dragged a flat mushroom out, placing it on the ground. The texture of the mushroom was not as hard as it looked. It was somewhat soft and quite moist. She searched around the mushroom stem but couldn't find an air hole, so she decided to insert the pump into one of the holes on top. The holes were tight, and the pump fit perfectly without falling out. After securing it, Ji-hee pressed her whole body down on the pump and started to inflate it. She wanted to see if she could pump air without using her hands. Back home, they always had to use their hands to pump air into balloons. After a while of testing, she found no air leaks, which made her feel a bit relieved. Not worrying about leaks made things much easier. Feeling more confident, she jumped onto the pump and bounced down like on a trampoline. This was much faster than using her hands. Seeing Ji-hee bouncing on the pump, 2mo kept clapping for her. "Little one, you jump really well. I was worried you might not have enough strength to finish the task." Ji-hee smiled and threw out a question. "Why are those people still asleep?" "This is a specialty of our underground mushroom area," 2mo proudly said. "The mushrooms from our underground mushroom ridge secrete a special sleep-inducing factor. This factor is released into the air when they release their spores. Long-term inhalation of these factors can effectively help people in the galaxy with insomnia. It's quite a treasure. You should know that insomnia is very uncomfortable. Some creatures are sensitive and tend to overthink, sometimes going days without sleep, which can lead to severe headaches. For them, getting a good night's sleep is a true blessing. Not only those troubled by insomnia, but many people from the galaxy come every year just to experience our sleep mushrooms. Our mushrooms even made the headlines for their excellent hypnotic effects. One creature hadn't slept for over a month. It was about to go into a frenzy, and if it weren't for our mushrooms, the outcome would have been unimaginable. 2mo said this with great pride. Although the mushrooms outside were not grown by them, they were planted by their ancestors, so they felt a connection. Ji-hee understood. "So, do they still work if you leave Mushroom Ridge?" "At most, they can maintain their effects for a week. To permanently cure insomnia, you need to stay here for over a year. But if that's not possible, we also sell local products like sleep tablets. If you take those, you won't have insomnia. They work very well and have no side effects." He felt intrigued. These sleep-inducing mushrooms sounded very useful. Could they become an additional tool? "How long does it take for the sleep mushrooms to make you sleepy?" "About a day," 2mo replied after thinking for a moment. "Generally, people who come to our underground mushroom ridge only start feeling sleepy at night. The only downside to our sleep mushrooms is that when they first enter the lungs, some creatures may feel uncomfortable and cough, or even have a mild rejection reaction. But it's nothing serious. It will pass after a while." Ji-hee thought, "So that's why I was coughing on the first day, because of these sleep mushrooms." After gathering all the information, Ji-hee decided against using the sleep mushrooms as a weapon. The effect was just too slow. Although they were powerful, by the time they took effect, it would be too late. As Ji-hee continued to jump around, the mushrooms beneath her began to expand like they were being inflated, eventually turning into a large gray mushroom. She only stopped when no more air could be added. Wiping the sweat from her forehead, she jumped down from the air pump, pulled off the top connector with a bit of force, and plugged it into the next mushroom. The freshly inflated mushroom was taken away by 2mo, who was sitting nearby and still eating, without any help from Ji-hee. By the time Ji-hee finished inflating 200 mushrooms, she hadn't seen anyone else come over. After completing the task, before Ji-hee could show her acting skills, 2mo started to give her something. "You're really capable. This is your reward for the task." 2mo felt a bit sorry for Ji-hee, thinking that losing her parents must have caused her a lot of pain, leading to her mental stress and severe insomnia. Even coming to their underground mushroom area hadn't helped. It was a pity he couldn't keep her around, otherwise, he could build her a little shelter in the backyard for her to stay for 10 or 8 years. She would surely get better. "Thank you." This reward was different from the previous ones. It was quite large. It was the same flat mushroom he had inflated, but this one was the uninflated version, which she struggled to carry on her shoulder. She waved her hand to tighten the space. Air spray mushroom, pressed to release air, can disperse fog. Note: not as good as a hairdryer, useless. Gee. Deep down, she somewhat agreed. What was the use of this air spray mushroom? Wasn't it just an offline hairdryer? Could it really disperse fog? In her hometown, it was so hot that not a single drop of rain fell. Where would the fog come from? What was the point? These mushrooms might really just end up collecting dust. She pulled out a spinach from her space and held it up for 2Mo to see. Trade for a sleep aid. 2Mo blinked and carefully reached out his huge claw to examine the spinach, glancing at Ji-hee before pressing down with his claw. Suddenly, a long, thin syringe appeared in the air and aimed at the spinach. The length was only relative to Ji-hee's height. Compared to 2Mo's massive size, the syringe was smaller than his palm. Ji-hee blinked, realizing that this testing device could be customized based on size. What procedures were needed for purchasing? Could anyone buy it? Or was it linked to a personal account like the Light Brain? Beep, natural food, no special effects, pollution level below 5%, safe to eat. 2Mo's eyes lit up. Little female, do you have more delicious food like this? How much do you want to trade? Just to be clear, I'm not trying to take advantage of you. This vegetable is good, but it's a bit small. Look at my size. I can eat thousands in one meal. How about this? You give me 20, and I'll give you a bottle of sleep tablets. What do you think? Even though my sleep tablets can't compare to your natural food, they are quite effective. After saying this, 2Mo took out a large bottle of sleep tablets from his space, which was almost as tall as Ji-hee's shoulder. In terms of size, this bottle was indeed much larger than her spinach. However, with the exchange rate on Floating Island in mind, how could Ji-hee agree? So, she quickly sat down on the ground, pretending to wipe her tears, but spoke loudly and clearly so 2Mo could hear her well. My parents passed away early. I've been living alone until now. Eating bug meat. Drinking raw water. I've only saved up this little bit of vegetables. Life is hard. My heart is heavy.
Don't stop me.
I'm going to throw myself off a cloud on Floating Island. I can't go on. My life is so tough. Don't cry, don't cry. I'm not lying to you. Our kind sleep tablets are really effective and quite valuable. They are medicine. Ji-hee ignored him and continued to wail. Which part of what she said was a lie? Was it a lie that her parents were gone? Or that she ate bug meat? Or that she drank raw water? After such a long performance, wasn't it worth a fair price? Finally, under her dramatic display of sadness, 2Mo, whose heart was breaking from Ji-hee's crying, had no choice but to agree to sell at cost price.
Sigh.
Well, at least it wasn't a loss.
Okay.
Ji-hee quickly sat up, wiped the dust off her face, and from his tone, she realized this was the bottom line. He couldn't go any lower. That was fine. After all, she had plenty of vegetables in her space, enough to trade for many.
Look at you, stop crying.
2Mo gently poked Ji-hee, almost causing her to fall over. Ji-hee suspected he was taking the opportunity to get back at her, but she had no proof. Not dwelling on that, she waved her hand and took out a pile of vegetables from her space, spreading them all around her as she crouched down to count. These vegetables included spinach and lettuce, varying in size. The common point was their high yield. All of them were grown in her space. 1, 2, 29.99, 30.20. That should be enough to exchange for 302 bottles of sleep tablets. After counting, Ji-hee opened her arms towards 2Mo, signaling him to bring the sleep tablets. 2Mo didn't hesitate. He had been watching her count. With a wave of her hand, she released 302 bottles of sleep pills in the nearby open space. Ji-hee quickly approached, placed one bottle into her storage space, and counted each time until she confirmed there were 302 bottles. Satisfied, she nodded and turned to 2Mo, pointing to the backyard. Collect the trash. Although she thought the mushrooms weren't very useful, since she was there and had completed the task, she couldn't just give up. She had to take what she could. Go ahead, I'll give you your reward first. There's a door in my backyard, so you can just walk out from there later. 2Mo waved his hand, finding this young girl too good at bargaining. His eyes hurt from it. Do you want mushrooms or silver coins? Mushrooms. Smart kid. After saying that, 2Mo took out the flat mushrooms and placed them on the ground next to Ji-hee, indicating for her to collect them. Including the ones he had given her before, there were about 30 in total. She waved her hand to store all the mushrooms and waved goodbye to 2Mo before heading to the backyard. The alien beasts were quite generous with their rewards, which were much better than silver coins. She could exchange silver coins for supplies, but there was no place to get these mushrooms. Although she didn't know their purpose yet, it didn't stop her from collecting them. With her previous experience in collecting trash, she recognized the familiar decay wood in the backyard and quickly started storing it. When she came across a piece of gray wood, she casually used a talent and then stored it directly. The detection results weren't too important. From her past experiences, she could roughly guess the function of this wood. Air spray mushroom cultivation wood. A special tool for cultivating air spray mushrooms, single use. The mushrooms produced have a short lifespan and weak power. Note, great. Gather 18 mushrooms, and you can sprinkle some glow powder at the outlet to hold a concert. Ji-hee. If you don't want to talk, you don't have to. Every day, it's so sarcastic. Ignoring the talent's comments, Ji-hee focused on storing the wood. Although she didn't know what the air spray mushrooms were used for, whether aliens used them as hair dryers, the number of decay wood in the backyard suggested that business should be good. While it couldn't compare to the many child mushrooms, the quantity was still considerable, much more than the first flame mushrooms. Clearly, they were useful. She kept storing until 10:30 a.m., finally clearing out all the decay wood from the backyard. Not daring to rest, Ji-hee took a sip of water, opened the door, and continued forward. If she could move a bit faster, she might be able to complete another task before the transport today. This mushroom is not very useful. I hope the next one is better. With this confidence, Ji-hee moved forward energetically. After more than an hour, Ji-hee pushed aside the grass and discovered a lake. She realized that this underground mushroom area had an abundance of water resources. Since entering this place, she had encountered at least 10 lakes, each not too small. If people from her hometown, who could only collect 1 liter of water daily, saw this, they would be overjoyed. Skillfully finding a spot in the grass, Ji-hee took out 6 large buns and began to eat with one hand while using the other to collect water. Thanks to her efficient use of time, she had mastered this multitasking skill on her own. After finishing the buns, Ji-hee felt a bit unsatisfied and took out a duck wing to nibble on. Although there were many duck products at first, she was nearly out after a few months. This was the last one. After eating the duck wing, Ji-hee stayed still and collected water for another hour until the water level dropped significantly before standing up. She took out a fishing net and skillfully began to fish. Perhaps due to a lack of natural predators and a very comfortable environment, there were many mud loaches in the water, and they were quite naive, lacking any sense of danger. They didn't even try to escape when Ji-hee cast her net. They just stayed there until she collected them. These mud loaches were heavy. Ji-hee estimated that each one weighed over 20 pounds, and she could easily catch hundreds with a single cast. Her biggest gain in this area was the mud loaches from the lake, which probably totaled several tons. After spending half an hour in the water catching mud loaches and noticing their numbers were decreasing, Ji-hee pulled back her net and continued on her way. She had 5 hours left in this area and needed to hurry. After walking for over 20 minutes, Ji-hee spotted the home of the painter in the distance. She sighed with relief, realizing she still had time to find another mushroom. Upon entering the walls, Ji-hee noticed that this painter's home was very different from others. From the entrance, the ground was covered with black mushrooms, and tiny insects crawled all over them, intertwining and wriggling, which was quite unsettling. For a moment, Ji-hee considered turning back. These mushrooms looked suspicious, and she didn't know what the upcoming task would entail. What if she had to eat the insects? She could handle hardship, but it's only in selective situations that anyone would want to suffer. However, after hesitating for a while, she stepped forward confidently into the yard. There were still over 4 hours until the transfer, and to successfully find the next mushroom house, she needed to set aside at least 2 hours. Even if she didn't pick mushrooms or clean moss on the way, she still needed about an hour to walk. Adding in the time required for the task, 4 hours might not be enough. She wasn't used to scheduling her time so tightly. It wasn't her style. And what if things went wrong? What if she couldn't find the next mushroom house in time, or if that house had already sent out all the mushrooms? That house would be the last place she found mushrooms in the underground mushroom area. She couldn't let it go like that. Earlier, while doing her task, she heard others say that some mushroom houses had no mushrooms left, making the trip pointless. Determined, Ji-hee walked with even more confidence. She had decided that even if she had to eat bugs, she wouldn't back down. With her eyes closed and then opened, she thought, what can't be eaten? As long as it doesn't kill her, it's fine. As she got closer to the yard, Ji-hee couldn't help but glance at the people doing tasks inside. She wanted to see what they were doing and if it was worth referencing. Compared to other mushroom houses, there weren't many people in this yard. About 10, scattered and standing quite far apart. Most of them were men, with only 3 women, including Ji-hee, making her the 4th. These people were holding a large wooden hammer over a big basin, vigorously pounding something. Ji-hee could clearly see black juice splattering as the hammer rose and fell. Just then, a man put down his hammer, grabbed a handful of black things from a nearby barrel, and threw them into the basin, continuing to pound. Ji-hee felt relieved. It was just physical labor. She could handle that. As she got closer, she noticed that next to each person's barrel were wriggling black bugs. They needed to put these bugs into the basin and pound them into paste. These black bugs had an unknown structure and were very moist. One man, while grabbing them, accidentally squeezed one too hard, causing it to burst and spray black juice all over him, earning him a series of curses. Although the scene looked a bit disgusting, Ji-hee accepted it well. It was better than having to eat bugs. Hello, I'm here to take a task. Alright, I'm waiting for you. Go ahead, and after you finish the task, you need to clean up the trash, right? You want mushrooms as payment instead of silver coins, right? I know everything, so just go and do your task. Among all the tasks, mine is the easiest. He only said one sentence, and this person talked a lot like a machine gun. They even kindly gave Ji-hee a spot at the edge to keep her away from others. Hey, I don't know what's going on lately. There are so many fools around. I've told them many times that if they just pull the bug's leg, it will dissolve automatically. They ignore me and insist on using hammers. They're making a mess of the work, leaving everything all over the place. After they leave, I still have to clean the floor. I haven't complained, but they seem unhappy first. Every one of them has a negative attitude. Why are they here if they don't want to work? It feels like I'm forcing them. Ji-hee. Whoever is dealing with the bugs probably isn't happy, right? Don't say you're unhappy. I see almost everyone has a grim expression. If they had a choice, they would probably want to quit. Shaking off her thoughts, Ji-hee reached out to grab a bug. She was tough and not delicate like other girls, so she wasn't afraid of these bugs at all. She grabbed a big bug and, following what the person said, pulled its leg. In the next moment, the bug began to dissolve at a visible speed, finally turning into a puddle of black water. Ji-hee raised her eyebrows. It was quite simple, but her hands inevitably got covered in black water. Then, she quickly started pulling the bug's legs. At first, she pulled them one by one, but soon she could grab 3 at once, greatly increasing her efficiency. Compared to others, it was like she was on fast forward. Initially, Ji-hee was just in the corner pulling bugs, and others hadn't noticed her. But against the backdrop of everyone else hammering away, this quiet person who wasn't using a hammer stood out. Soon, everyone noticed that there was someone in the corner who could dissolve the black bugs just by touching them. What kind of talent is this? Corrosion? Under everyone's gaze, Ji-hee remained calm, neither speaking nor hiding her actions. Before long, someone noticed that this girl was pulling the bug's legs. Someone among them had a sudden idea and tried pulling one too. In the next second, they were amazed to find that the hard bug in their hand suddenly dissolved. It just dissolved. This scene shocked everyone. Then everyone dropped their hammers and started pulling the bug legs frantically, moving at an incredible speed. Compared to the physical work before, this method was much easier. He watched silently, continuing to pull the legs. By the time she finished pulling a large bowl of bugs, her hands were completely black. This method was simple, but it was hard to avoid getting it on her hands, which was unavoidable. When she found 2mo, before he could say anything, she handed over 46 mushrooms. "Oh, take these. I saw you help those little fools and saved my poor land. This is what you deserve. Go clean up the backyard. You don't need to come back. I'll give you the mushrooms in advance. Don't worry, they all say you did a good job, and I believe you. Thank you." After saying goodbye to the enthusiastic 2mo, he carried the black mushrooms to the backyard. These mushrooms were completely black and slender, tied tightly with vines, and were not heavy to carry on her shoulder. Bug-attracting mushroom, bug's favorite. Wherever this mushroom is, all bugs will eagerly gather around it. Note: an item to attract bugs. This mushroom was different from the bug-repelling incense he had received before. The bug-repelling incense could drive bugs away, while this bug-attracting mushroom could draw them in. He thought of the parasites in water and had a sudden idea. If a person has bugs inside them, could these bugs be attracted out by the bug-attracting mushroom? Would this mushroom work similarly to deworming medicine? But all of this was just speculation. It needed to be tested. When she arrived in the backyard, the scene was similar to before, with 2 different colors of decomposed wood stacked in a cross pattern. In addition to the familiar gray-brown, there was also a deep black decomposed wood. This should be the bug-attracting mushroom's decomposed wood. She picked it up for inspection, and indeed it was correct. Bug-attracting mushroom decomposed wood, a special tool for cultivating bug-attracting mushrooms. Nutrients have been absorbed and can only be harvested once. Note: can only attract small bugs and waste. Does that mean the previous bug-attracting mushroom could attract larger bugs? What size counts as a large bug? More than 3 meters long? Like a caterpillar? What happens after attracting them? If it can only attract and not kill or sedate, what use is attracting so many bugs? To eat them? Don't joke around. She was pretending not to have food, not actually lacking it. Unable to think of anything else for now, he focused on putting the decomposed wood into her space. How should I put this? In this instance, although the items obtained are many times more than in previous instances, they can be sold in large quantities. It's still those wild mushrooms and mud loaches. These mushrooms have some amazing functions, but they're not essential. Many people's current needs are just for basic survival. What use do the baby mushrooms, air spray mushrooms, and bug-attracting mushrooms have? Who would spend resources to buy something to have children? Or use air spray mushrooms to away bug larvae? Or use bug-attracting mushrooms to gather the larvae in one place for disposal? Let's be realistic. Rich people are not foolish. She has good items, and those people are flattering her, but once the items become useless, they won't spend resources to buy them. These items are not ready to be sold yet. After realizing this, he decided to temporarily store the mushrooms and rotten wood in her space until they are needed. She had previously learned from 2mo how to cultivate mushrooms, so while she still had time, she could grow a batch in her space. If there is a real need in the future, she would be able to sell them. Leaving 2mo's house, he took out the ticket for the Mushroom Chicken Talent Awakening ceremony, which showed that there was less than 2 hours left on the countdown. With such little time, there was no way to complete another task. He decided not to search for 2mo's house anymore and took out a shovel to start clearing the purification moss and picking mushrooms nearby. She would take things as they came. Although she couldn't accomplish anything significant in the remaining time, these 2 hours were still precious and shouldn't be wasted. The purification moss in front of her might not be as useful as Plowin, but at least it was related to medicine and could be useful later. When there was 1 minute left on the countdown, he took her hand out of the water pool, pulled out the invitation, and quietly waited for the countdown to end. As the countdown finished, the invitation in Ji-hee's hand suddenly transformed into a vortex, quickly growing larger until it was about her height. Looking at the vortex, she tentatively reached out her right hand. Just as her fingers touched the vortex, a strong pulling force came. Instantly, Ji-hee sighed. Then the vortex quickly disappeared. The surroundings returned to silence. When Ji-hee opened her eyes again, she found herself in a large open area surrounded by disheveled talent holders. Looking up, she noticed a bright flame hovering above them, illuminating the slightly dim sky around. In the distance, there were many straw huts built like nests, lined up one after another, as if they were planned. These nests only look like straw on the outside. The material inside is likely metal. Ji-hee is already quite experienced with this. Before she could think further, she heard a series of coughs nearby. Cough, cough. Once the first person started coughing, soon there was a second, as if it were a chain reaction, and everyone began to cough. Some were coughing so hard they couldn't stand up straight, holding their chests and bending over as if they might faint. Ji-hee. Before she could cough too, the coughing around her gradually stopped, and people began to yawn. One by one, some yawned continuously, with tears forming in the corners of their eyes. Ji-hee. So, she should yawn too, right? To fit in with the group, she quickly followed suit and yawned a few times. While yawning, she kept observing her surroundings. They were supposed to help the mushroom chicken friend awaken smoothly, but where was the mushroom chicken? Where was her cutest mushroom chicken friend? Yawning, Ji-hee moved with the crowd. They had been in this scene for a few minutes, and no one had come to find them. Staying here was just a waste of time. Many shared Ji-hee's thoughts. Although everyone was tired, they couldn't relax and sleep in a new place. As they walked, their confusion grew. Ji-hee remained silent in the crowd. Their common goal was to reach the row of houses in the distance. However, when they arrived, they found the door wouldn't budge. Several people tried to push it open, but it wouldn't move. The crowd erupted in chatter. Is our task to find the mushroom chicken friend? This game. Why is it so hard? What do we do now? Should we try to pry the door open? Or should we keep looking further? What are we looking for? Can't you see this whole area is filled with these houses? Ji-hee listened in silence and tried pushing the door herself, but it wouldn't open. She turned and chose to leave the crowd. Since she knew they couldn't enter the house, there was no point in wasting time with these people. Yet, she was still a bit hopeful. There were many small houses. If they weren't allowed inside, what was the purpose of so many houses? Could they be the mushroom chicken's home? As she passed each house, she pushed on the doors. What if? Not knowing where else to go, she figured it was better to put some effort into the door. After all, it wouldn't take much time. If you can push it open, you gain something. If not, then forget it. Just as she thought this, the door in Ji-hee's hand suddenly swung open, leaving her stunned. How did it open? Look, this person pushed the door open. Ji-hee frowned and quickly slipped inside, turning back to close the door. She stood still, staring at the door. After waiting for 2 minutes, there was still no sound outside, just silence. That shouldn't be. Someone must have heard her open the door. How could no one come to push it? Walking back to the door, Ji-hee didn't rush to open it, but chose to feel around on the door with her hands. Suddenly, the door in front of her turned transparent, and she could clearly see what was happening outside. 5 or 6 strong men were gathered at her door, straining with red faces, but they couldn't do anything about the door. Ji-hee could see their mouths moving, but she couldn't hear a sound. The soundproofing was incredible. Knowing they couldn't open the door, Ji-hee felt relieved and turned to explore the room. Just as she imagined, everything inside was made of silver metal. Silver walls, a silver bed. In the center of the room was a huge metal bed, with a long metal table shaped like a mushroom at the head. On the right side of the bed was a large metal sofa with a few green mats on it. That was the only splash of color in the room. Ji-hee walked over and rummaged through it, hoping to find some clues. But everything was empty, completely devoid of anything. On the left side of the bed was a sizable round metal table with a glowing button in the center. He didn't know its purpose, so she didn't press it for now. On the left side of the bed, there was an empty wall. Based on her previous experience, He stood by the wall and began to investigate. Soon, she found the door button. With a light touch, the metal wall began to change and quickly vanished, revealing a sink and a toilet inside. So, it was a bathroom, hidden so well. She thought it might be a treasure room. He went inside to take a look. It was very clean, and there were some items on the sink. They were about the same size as those back home. Compared to the alien size, these items seemed more like trial sizes. She picked one up and smelled it. It was quite nice. Not finding anything else, He turned and walked out. The metal wall behind her silently closed, returning to its original state. Standing in front of the round table, she summarized her thoughts. Compared to being at Gugu Chicken's home, this feels more like a hotel. If she guessed correctly, this house should be their place for tonight. As for why Gugu Chicken hasn't appeared yet, he couldn't think of an answer for now, and decided to set it aside. She reached out and pressed the glowing button on the table. Then a voice came into He's ear. "Dear guest, hello. Would you like to dine now? Is it free?" She had to ask, just in case it costs money, then she wouldn't eat. "Yes, it's free. If you are not satisfied with the free meals, we also offer a menu service." "No need, just bring out the free food." "Okay. When will Gugu Chicken awaken?" "It will be ready in your room at 8 a.m. tomorrow. At that time, the teleportation will begin. Please rest well tonight. I want to dispose of trash. Where is the recycling area for Gugu Chicken's trash?" After a brief pause, the voice continued. "A map has been drawn on the table. Please take note." As the voice finished, a map appeared on the metallic table in front of He, with a little person symbol indicating her location. She quickly took a photo with her phone. A good memory is not as useful as a poor pen. No matter how good her memory was, a photo was more practical. After taking the photo, He looked closely. The trash pile wasn't too complicated to find, but it was a bit far away, so she would need to walk for a while to reach it. After waiting a bit longer, the map on the metallic table flickered 3 times before disappearing completely. "Dear guest, do you need anything else? Will this room be opened by others?" "No. The room can only be opened by its owner. All our rooms use the latest interstellar security system, so you can rest assured." "All right, I have no further questions." Now He understood. The reason others couldn't open the room was that it didn't belong to them. The door didn't recognize them. She could open the room because it was hers. Gugu Chicken was quite particular. After so many tasks, this was her first time staying in a hotel. Thinking this through, He walked to the door. She found the button again and pressed it, noticing that the people who had been blocking the entrance were now gone. After such a long time, others must have entered through the door. They didn't need to be blocking it. Looking outside, He turned back to the dining table. She planned to finish her meal quickly and go out to explore. Sitting back at the dining table and waiting for a while, in less than 5 minutes, the table suddenly split open. A hole appeared in the middle, and then 2 bowls of food were raised from below. According to interstellar customs, it was hard to tell what the ingredients were. On the left was a glowing yellow dish, and on the right was a glowing red one. Between the 2 plates was an empty bowl and a metal spoon. He first used her ability on both dishes, but nothing happened. Accepting reality, she picked up the spoon and cautiously took a bite. Not judging by appearance, it actually tasted pretty good. It was sweet and sour, like a dessert, quite tasty. The other dish had a slightly spicy flavor, crunchy and crispy, also not bad. After the first bite, the second one was easy to accept. By the time he was completely full, the food on the table was almost gone. Indeed, free food meant small portions. It was similar to her previous jobs. It could fill you up, but taking leftovers was out of the question. After eating, he put down the spoon. The table began to flicker, and then the utensils lowered, returning the table to its clean and tidy state. He thought, "Life in the stars is so convenient. Not having to clean is such a blessing." After eating and drinking, he pushed the door open and walked out. It was still bright outside, but there was no one around, and the surroundings were eerily quiet. Maybe everyone had gone back to sleep. After all, the series of yawns she heard in the crowd was no joke. They looked extremely tired. Carefully noting her location to avoid getting lost on the way back, Ji-hee turned and headed towards the recycling area. After running for nearly an hour, she suddenly saw a tall metal wall. She frowned and took out her phone to check the map again. That's right. The map indeed showed this direction, and she had already walked most of the way. Just a little further would be enough. Putting down her phone, Ji-hee leaned against the wall and observed closely. After searching for a long time, she couldn't find an entrance. She took off the badge on her chest and tested it around the wall. Suddenly, the metal wall moved to the sides, opening a small door for Ji-hee to pass through. She walked in and found that the environment inside was quite different from outside. There were many plants and some flowers. Following the map's directions, Ji-hee walked forward for 15 minutes and finally saw a slightly old metal house. She breathed a sigh of relief. Finally made it. She went around to the back door, where a robot was busy working. Upon seeing Ji-hee, it immediately scanned her. A-level garbage collector Ji-hee. I don't need to be reminded repeatedly. I am a garbage collector. Thank you. After scanning Ji-hee, the robot showed no other reaction and continued to focus on collecting garbage. It didn't seem interested in talking. Ji-hee glanced at it but didn't say anything. She turned on her flashlight and entered the storage room. The room was very dark and the lights were off. The robot could see in the dark, but she couldn't. As the flashlight beam illuminated the area, Ji-hee immediately spotted a pile of particles stacked to the ceiling. Curious, she picked up a handful to examine. They were hard, large particles that resembled red beans from her hometown but were much bigger, like plums, and had a similar color. Old bean fruit. Very hard. Many species use it to grind their teeth. When cooked, it has a soft texture and a natural salty flavor, but the outer skin remains very hard. Note: old, at least over a year, garbage. Ji-hee. Isn't it a bit like salty rice? Of course, it's hard when raw. Rice is hard when raw too. As for whether it's old or not, she didn't care. People back home eat bug cakes daily and have hoarse voices. They wouldn't complain about old bean fruit. The fact that the skin remains hard after cooking isn't important either. Have you seen how hard crispy rice is? Many people love it. Claypot rice, anyone? That crispy layer at the bottom is a favorite for many. If it's too hard to eat, she can just peel it. With food available, who would go hungry? Rice is a luxury now. Adults hesitate to eat it, saving it for the elderly and children. The elderly hesitate too, leaving it for the kids. The kids can't skip it, they are weak, and eating too many bean cakes makes them sick. It's ridiculous. With her hands deep in the old bean fruit, Ji-hee began to fill her space rapidly. The mountain of bean fruit visibly decreased. As Ji-hee worked, the robot, which had been busy, stopped and leaned against the wall to recharge. Ji-hee glanced at it and then turned her attention back to her task. There were many bean fruits, and it took her over 4 hours to collect them all. She worried about overdoing it, so she timed her work, taking breaks in between. Finally, no headache. After finishing with the bean fruit, Ji-hee stood up in front of the robot, ready to chat with it. However, after saying a few words, she realized the robot didn't respond. With no choice, she gave up. Turning around, she continued deeper into the room. This time, it was filled with stacked white bags. Ji-hee opened one to find it was full of chicken feathers. Ji-hee. Yeah, chickens do shed feathers. But not too many. Mushroom chicken feathers. Due to their species traits, these feathers can store a small amount of talent. Note: great job, you found a treasure. In battles, while others pull out flashy weapons, you can take out a bag of chicken feathers. How wonderful, you could make your opponents laugh to death. Ji-hee. If this talent weren't hers, she wouldn't want to deal with it at all. This is just ridiculous. Now, there are more complaints than descriptions of the traits. Before, it was usually just 2 words. Trash. Now it has a sarcastic tone. Seriously. Who brings a bunch of chicken feathers to a fight? What a big mess. Although the talent sounds bad, he thinks the mushroom chicken feathers are still useful. They can store talent. It's basically similar to that skill-storing mushroom. It's a good thing. No matter how the feathers look, at least they can be used directly. If those people outside find feathers that can store skills, they might go crazy trying to grab them. It could even lead to serious trouble. He was complaining in her mind while quickly putting the feathers into her space. Though this big bag can hold more at once, it also consumes more mental energy than packing them one by one. He had to take breaks while packing. She kept going until after 1 a.m., finally packing all the mushroom chicken feathers away. After checking the time and looking at the items in the storage, he felt she could pack for another 2 hours. She headed back around 3 a.m., reaching her place by about 4 a.m., which left her 4 more hours of sleep before the teleportation. That was enough. With her plan set, he didn't rest and turned on her flashlight to continue forward. Ahead, there was a pile of white, long fruits, each about the length of a cucumber, with very smooth skin. Aged corn. The flesh is bland and tasteless, but it's a favorite of the mushroom chickens, who stock up on it every year. Note: the fresh skin is already hard, and the aged ones are even tougher. You need a knife to eat this, which is quite a hassle.
Trash.
Doesn't this look a bit like chestnuts? Chestnuts also have a hard outer shell. Not having much flavor isn't a big drawback. Just add some seasoning. If there's no seasoning, you can eat it plain. That previous cloudworm meat and Billy Ding were so picky, saying this and that was bad. In the end, they didn't have enough to eat back home, almost making them extinct. What she's raising in her space can't keep up with the selling speed. Because the price is cheaper than other foods, the sales have been exceptionally good. People have even commented that this is the best value in her shop. Many have encouraged her online to offer more affordable and quality items, as everyone needs them. He touched the aged corn and closed her eyes to start filling her space. Unfortunately, she couldn't find any seeds. Otherwise, she could add more new varieties to her collection. Just thinking about the limited space, she had made her feel it wasn't worth it. No matter how many new varieties she got, she needed a place to plant them. Her area was just too small compared to others with thousands of acres. She planned to head back at 3 p.m., but when the time came, she looked at the pile of aged corn in front of her and couldn't bring herself to leave. She decided to stay for another hour until 4 p.m. If needed, she could sacrifice a bit of sleep. With so much in the storage room that she couldn't take, she felt a pang of regret. With a spirit of prioritizing food over her own comfort, he continued for another hour, finally emptying the storage room by 4:30 a.m. before stopping. She felt satisfied, tired but happy. As she turned to leave, she started running faster after exiting the recycling area, hoping to make it back in 40 minutes. With this thought, she ran swiftly, feeling energized despite earlier fatigue. As she neared her resting spot, she suddenly spotted a few figures in the distance. Upon closer inspection, she saw it was the 3 who were snacking on seeds. They had clearly woken up and come out to check the situation. Seeing Ji-hee, they quickly surrounded her. One of them, who loved eating plum powder, spoke up on behalf of the others. Having interacted with Ji-hee a few times, she had some understanding of her and skipped the small talk. We have mushrooms and want to know how to complete the task later. 3 mushrooms. Ji-hee initially didn't want to engage, but since they were offering, she felt she had to accept. What if we give you the mushrooms and you don't tell us or give us false information? Then forget it. The one who loved eating plum powder tried to negotiate, make it cheaper, 1 mushroom.
Goodbye.
Ji-hee rolled her eyes, ready to leave. After all, trading should be mutual. She wasn't forcing anyone. Give it to her, the one snacking on seeds said, staring at Ji-hee, lost in thought. Fine. The one who loved eating plum powder was reluctant, but still pulled out 3 pink mushrooms and handed them over. Ji-hee felt that the mushroom looked strangely familiar and took a closer look. Mushroom for many children. So, everyone knows that the baby-making mushroom isn't very useful? Ji-hee put the mushroom away and repeated what she had said to the 3 people in front of her. Suddenly, 3 figures dashed out from the dormitory behind. I can take on 5 of them. Ji-hee's eyes lit up, and she called out loudly, "Hey, you 3 over there, hurry over." Following her voice, "I can take on 5" immediately ran over like a husky. The 2 behind exchanged glances and quietly followed. The one eating sunflower seeds frowned. He didn't want to tell them the news and scoffed. "Whose dog is this? Why isn't it leashed? Full of nonsense." "I can take on 5" shot back. "She called me. What does it have to do with you? You better leave, or I won't be polite." After saying that, he turned to Ji-hee. "These people have no morals. They are very powerful." Ji-hee nodded dismissively. She didn't know about their power, but she knew that with these 6 troublemakers together, she would definitely find a chance to go back and sleep. "Ahem, everyone quiet down, let me say a few words." After saying that, she quickly repeated what she had told the 3 people earlier. At the end, she added, "These 3 bought the information in advance, so it's not a violation of the rules. The mushroom definitely can't be returned." She was a person of integrity. After saying that, she tried to slip away. The one eating sunflower seeds immediately blocked her. "What's your name?" "Ask him." Ji-hee pointed at "I can take on 5, he knows." "I can take on 5" immediately responded with a provocative look. "Come on, beg me." The one eating sunflower seeds ignored him and looked at Ji-hee. "Wanna have a match with me?" Ji-hee rolled her eyes. Why was this person not sleeping in the morning? Grabbing the scent collector, she held her breath and pressed it down hard. The next second, everyone except her was overwhelmed and rolling their eyes. She took the chance to dash far away. Hearing the sound of someone gagging, Ji-hee quickly left a message. "Let's skip the fighting. Feel free to come to me for information. I handle all kinds of side quest info, and we can negotiate resources." Information is guaranteed to be true. The 6 people left behind.
Ugh.
The one who loves plum powder said, "This is too much. What's so great about her being a middleman?" The one eating sunflower seeds said, "We should recruit her into the organization. Then we can get as much information as we want." "I can take on 5" glared angrily. "You're dreaming." 6 people looked at each other with annoyance. Not wanting to waste time, they exchanged angry glares and harsh words before turning to leave. No one stopped them, and Ji-hee returned to her place without any issues. She didn't even change her clothes, set an alarm, and went straight to bed. It was already bright outside. If she didn't sleep now, she wouldn't get any rest at all. At 7:50, the alarm rang. Ji-hee sat up quickly, feeling a bit dazed. Knowing she was short on time, she didn't linger in bed. After blinking a few times, she went to the metal table and pressed a button, hoping to get a free breakfast. However, she was informed that the service only included dinner, and breakfast required payment. Ji-hee decided to skip it. She turned to the sink and took 2 minutes to freshen up. After washing her face, she felt completely awake. Sitting at the table, she took out her breakfast and ate quickly. To avoid choking, she drank a bowl of porridge with a small plate of pickles. It was thin and not too hot, and she finished her breakfast in under 5 minutes. With a few minutes to spare, Ji-hee went to the sink to fill her container with water. In the last minute, she stopped and returned to the metal table, sitting quietly to wait. When the time was up, the metal table began to change, lowering slowly, and a large black hole appeared in front of her. Ji-hee thought, "Is this for me to jump into?" She had expected to be transported like before. Looking at the black hole, she jumped right in. What followed was a swift rush through darkness. It wasn't just going down, sometimes it went up, but both directions were equally fast. Ji-hee didn't understand the mechanics. She just knew that moving quickly through this dark tunnel was quite a challenge. After what felt like a long time, she finally saw a light ahead. In the next moment, she was thrown into the air. Ji-hee spotted a large white chicken squatting in the center of the area. This must be the gugu chicken. Its feathers were fluffy and soft, and it looked quite plump, peacefully sleeping with its eyes closed. Ji-hee was falling directly toward the back of the gugu chicken. She adjusted her position and landed on its back, bouncing a couple of times without any harm. Once she steadied herself, she reached down to touch the gugu chicken. Its meat was firm and elastic. What a good chicken! Even though she was so big, the gugu chicken showed no signs of waking up when she fell on it. It was clearly in a deep sleep. He didn't rush to get down. She stood on the back of the gugu chicken and observed carefully. In front of the chicken were 3 mushrooms. From their color, they were the same ones she had submitted earlier, which meant this chicken was her partner. Looking around, they were on an open stretch of black land, surrounded by lakes. In the distance, she couldn't find another island like theirs. He slid down along the gugu chicken's wing. She picked up the 3 mushrooms in front of it and confirmed they were indeed the ones she had collected. Holding the mushrooms, he wasn't sure what to do next. After thinking for a moment, she decided to wait. If there was still no reaction after a while, she would feed the mushroom to the chicken. Sitting in front of the chicken's beak, he waited for 5 minutes. Aside from the wind, nothing changed. She turned a look at the gugu chicken and decided to just feed it the mushroom. However, when she reached to touch the chicken's beak, she found it tightly closed. How could she feed it? Looking at the mushroom in her hand and then at the deeply sleeping gugu chicken, he decided to force it open. Sometimes, you have to be bold to see results. Wearing gloves, he began to pry open the chicken's beak with all her strength. It was tightly shut, and she had to use a lot of effort to get it open. As soon as she managed to pry it open, she quickly placed a steel rod inside to keep it from closing again. Taking advantage of the open beak, she stuffed the mushrooms inside one by one until all 3 were in. She paused to check, but the mushrooms were stuck in its throat and hadn't gone down. She took a stick and pushed them further in until she was sure all the mushrooms were swallowed before closing the chicken's beak. Then came the tense waiting. 1 minute passed and nothing happened. 5 minutes went by and still nothing. Just when he thought she had messed something up, the gugu chicken suddenly burst into flames, engulfing the entire chicken in red fire. The flames shot up high, radiating intense heat, and he quickly stepped back. This fire was no ordinary fire. It was dangerous to be near. At that moment, a strong wind blew around the chicken, and the flames grew fiercer, soon reaching twice their original height. Terrified, he began to back away until she was 5 meters away from the flames before stopping. Did she really not know what mushroom she had fed the chicken? This fire is quite something. It's unreliable, very unreliable. At first, he was on high alert. 10 minutes passed, then 20. An hour went by, and the mushroom chicken showed no change. It still looked like it was being roasted, almost like a burnt chicken. The surrounding water was calm as well. He had already crouched down to start collecting water into her space. She wasn't used to wasting time in the instance. Seeing the water there tempting her, she felt uncomfortable not taking it. After 3 hours passed, just when he was getting tired of waiting, the flames on the mushroom chicken finally began to shrink. She lay on the ground and turned her head to look at the mushroom chicken. Had it awakened successfully? However, this was a bit different from what 2MO had told her. Where were the mushrooms? After another 10 minutes, the flames completely went out, and the mushroom chicken's body was revealed to Ji-hee. Its white feathers had changed to a pink color, like the multi-spore mushroom. Aside from this color change, Ji-hee didn't notice anything else different. She walked closer and reached out to touch it. Oh, it was still a bit warm. After throwing a talent, it seemed the talent was ignoring her now. With no other choice, Ji-hee walked around the mushroom chicken to see if there were any changes. By the 3rd round, she noticed a change. 2MO was right. Mushrooms were starting to grow on this chicken. One after another, large white-stemmed mushrooms with pink caps popped out from under its feathers. They grew over a meter tall before naturally falling to the ground. As these mushrooms fell, the chicken's expression became more content, and its closed eyes never opened. It even started to snore. Ji-hee. She stepped closer and tentatively touched a mushroom, but the talent still didn't react. This time, she threw the talent more than 10 times and finally it responded. Mushroom of the mushroom chicken, Mushrooms that the mushroom chicken expels during awakening, sweet in taste, edible, with no special effects. Note: why eat mushrooms when you have chicken? Jihi. Eating vegetables is so much better. It's safe. Eating chicken can be dangerous. Look at that sharp beak, reflecting a cold light, and it feels really hard. One bite, and it could take off an arm. Most importantly, this chicken was crucial for her task success, so she couldn't afford to eat it. With the help of the talent, Jihi finally understood why wild animals would want to eat the mushrooms. The talent said they were fragrant. These mushrooms must be really tasty. Jihi quickly collected the mushrooms produced by the mushroom chicken into her space. Although she collected mushrooms quickly, the mushroom chicken produced them even faster. At first, only 1 or 2 mushrooms appeared, then suddenly 7 or 8 popped up at once, and soon there were dozens of mushrooms. The growth speed increased, and all the mushrooms visibly expanded quickly before naturally falling off. He gradually smelled a strong, pleasant fragrance. It was hard to describe the scent, but it was definitely appetizing, not like perfume. Just the smell made her think that this would taste really good. As the number of mushrooms increased, the aroma became richer and began to spread around. He felt energized. She sensed something was coming. But in this water-surrounded place, what kind of wild animal could appear? Would it be a fish with legs or an amphibian? A few minutes later, He noticed ripples forming on the water surface nearby, which gradually grew larger. Then a reddish-brown head emerged.
Was that
a bullfrog? As the bullfrog's body came out of the water, He confirmed it was indeed a bullfrog, just a larger version, about a meter long. Its strong hind legs looked very tasty. Did it know she hadn't had dry pot bullfrog in a while and was bringing her some? What a nice creature. She was very pleased. She didn't have any bullfrogs in her space. Giving up on collecting mushrooms, He ran outside, grabbed her shovel, and charged forward. She wanted to test her combat skills. If she couldn't handle it, she would use her gun. But the bullfrog completely ignored her. It showed no reaction to her presence and jumped several meters straight toward the mushrooms produced by the mushroom chicken. Startled, He quickly ran back and managed to catch the bullfrog just before it reached the mushroom chicken, pulling it into her space while also throwing in a talent. Ribbit frog grows in the lake corresponding to the mushroom chicken's awakened talent, loves eating mushrooms, only surfaces once a year when the mushroom chicken awakens, and its skin is inedible. Note: after all that effort, just to eat a leg? You really don't know how to eat. The legs of the bullfrog are the best part. The rest has little meat. Plus, dry pot bullfrog is so delicious, especially spicy and numbing. Shaking her head and pushing thoughts of food aside, He focused on the situation. The bullfrog was jumping too far. Given the distance of this area, it could reach the mushroom chicken in just 4 jumps, and it might awaken due to the disturbance. That absolutely couldn't happen. She also didn't know how far away the mushroom chicken would awaken. Maybe if I stay about 4 or 5 meters away, I can sense it? To complete the task smoothly, it's better not to take any risks. Determined, He turned around and ran to collect mushrooms. In just a short time, many mushrooms had appeared in front of the mushroom chicken, almost piling up to half her height. If she didn't hurry to collect them, the smell would become stronger. Once the smell intensified, it would surely attract more bullfrogs. That could lead to mistakes. He quickly gathered the mushrooms with both hands. Just as she finished collecting the mushrooms in front of her, 2 bullfrog heads popped up from the lake behind her. He rushed over. She needed to collect them before the bullfrogs got too close. Although the bullfrogs didn't show any signs of aggression, they jumped quickly and far. This really tested her reaction skills. If she made a mistake, the bullfrogs would rush toward the mushroom chicken. He focused completely, not daring to relax for a moment. Suddenly, she took mushrooms from her space and threw them far from the mushroom chicken. Sure enough, the bullfrogs that had been heading straight for the mushroom chicken hesitated. Should they go for the more fragrant food further away, or eat the mushrooms that were closer? The frogs were quite conflicted. Finally, they decided to eat the closer mushrooms first before going for more. They couldn't miss any. So they quickly changed direction, hopping over to eat. He was already prepared, waiting on the side. She took out a large net and began to swing it. She didn't care about its attacking power. She just needed it to be big enough to catch the bullfrogs. After quickly collecting both bullfrogs in her space, he didn't even take a moment to catch her breath before turning and running back. In such a short time, the mushrooms produced by the mushroom chicken had increased even more, nearly hiding the whole chicken. She couldn't stop. Meanwhile, other talented individuals were showcasing their abilities. This task was practically a paradise for wind-type talent users. No matter the size or type of their abilities, as long as they could wind and disperse the smell, it was enough. Those huge bullfrogs came for the fragrance, and now, as long as they blew the smell away, the frogs would lose their way in the vast lake. Zhou Ping was a physical mutation talent user, and since entering the game, he had been thriving. After completing several tasks smoothly, and with a bit of luck, he obtained an item that wasn't particularly valuable, but had some special functions. He exchanged it for supplies in the game store. He felt this was a highlight of his life. During school, he was an average student, and after graduation, he found an ordinary job. He always thought his life would continue to be average until the game arrived. He was chosen and became a talented player, awakening special abilities. Although it was different from what he read in novels, in reality, order had not collapsed, and he couldn't directly become a leader. However, he was satisfied with his current life. People around him praised him. He was no longer the ordinary Zhou Ping. His parents and family were proud of him. Even distant relatives and former classmates who once looked down on him came to find him, bringing gifts and flattering him just to ask for help in exchanging seeds from the game store. After accepting their gifts, he agreed to help, and the demand for seeds even extended into next year. People kept coming to him for help. His parents smiled every day when they saw him. Life felt incredibly joyful. He even thought that disasters weren't so bad, they just brought some excitement. He didn't need to work every day anymore. He could spend his time playing games on his phone. All he had to do was participate in the game once a month. There was no better life than this.
He thought the same way for this task.
Although obtaining mushrooms was a bit challenging, he teamed up with a few reliable people and completed it smoothly. When he saw the bullfrogs this time, he didn't think too much and charged in to fight them. Killing one or two was manageable, and although it was a bit tricky to block them, he finished in just a few minutes. Sitting on the ground, Zhou Ping felt the difficulty was not too great. If he managed his pace well, he could even take short breaks to recover his strength. Just when he thought this task would be uneventful and successfully completed, an unexpected turn of events occurred. As time passed, the mushrooms behind him gradually increased, piling up like a mountain. Their aroma became stronger, filling the entire area. Not only the frogs in the lake, but Zhou Ping also felt a strong urge to eat them, which distracted him during the battle. This enticing smell drove many frogs wild. At the same time, more frogs logged in. The number increased from 2 to 5. Scattered throughout the area, it became difficult for Zhou Ping to intercept the frogs all at once. He was feeling overwhelmed. Fortunately, he successfully defeated 5 of them. Just as he picked up a mushroom to eat, he noticed 8 frogs' heads popping up around him. They quickly swam toward him, ready to land. Zhou Ping hurriedly dropped the mushroom and ran away. Just when he had 4 more frogs left to kill, 6 more heads emerged from the water nearby. Zhou Ping thought this is bad. He felt frantic and stressed. How was he supposed to handle this? If he didn't stop them in time, even one frog could lead to disaster. Zhou Ping desperately started killing frogs, attacking fiercely without holding back. Finally, through his efforts, he managed to hold off the frog army for a moment. The outer edge of the small island was piled high with frog bodies. Breathing heavily, Zhou Ping transformed back, thinking he could finally take a break. However, more frogs appeared in the lake, as if they were endless. For every one he killed, 2 more would come up. After killing 10, 30 would jump up in their place. Eventually, the first frog jumped near the mushroom chicken and began to eat the mushrooms. Zhou Ping panicked. But panicking didn't help. He had 5 frogs in front of him, and if he let them go, they would rush over together, leading to even worse consequences. He could only increase his attack speed, hoping to get back and save the mushroom chicken in time. Luckily, the mushroom chicken had a thick layer of mushrooms on it, so the first frog was only eating the outer layer and hadn't touched the chicken itself. The game didn't indicate he had failed yet, which eased his mind a bit. However, his relief was premature. Soon, a second frog jumped over to eat the mushrooms, followed by a third. More frogs quickly surrounded the mushroom chicken, starting to eat. One frog's tongue accidentally brushed against the chicken's fur, creating a sticky sensation. The mushroom chicken stirred and woke up, letting out a loud, frantic cry. Zhou Ping's heart sank. He had only one thought. It was over. The next second, he heard the game's failure notification, mission failed, eliminated. Then, everything went dark. When he opened his eyes again, he was back outside the game. At 1 o'clock in the morning, he was lying in bed, surrounded by family members with happy faces. Is the mission going well? Just come back safely. Are you hungry? Should I cook you some noodles? Zhou Ping stared at the ceiling, silent. He was finished. When Hong Tango smelled the mushrooms and realized that the bullfrogs only wanted to eat them and wouldn't attack, she had a clever idea. She used her water ability to throw the mushrooms to the shore. Sure enough, the bullfrogs that came ashore immediately changed direction, no longer heading for the chicken but instead turning straight for the mushrooms. 2 bullfrogs even fought over the mushrooms. Hong Tango sighed in relief. She knew this game wasn't that hard. Finding the right method made it much easier to pass. Next, she threw half of the mushrooms to the edge of a small island to attract the bullfrogs and tossed the other half into the lake to feed them. She hoped this would slow down the bullfrogs' approach to the shore. Even if they didn't stay away completely, it was better to have them around for a while. Once her ability was used up, she used her strength to keep throwing mushrooms far from the chicken. This way, even if the bullfrogs came ashore, they wouldn't disturb the chicken. It also gave her more time to react. In the battle to protect the chicken, many people were eliminated at first because they couldn't find a way to pass, but as the game went on, the remaining players found the right strategy. The number of eliminations actually decreased. Everyone gradually realized that this was not a fighting game, but a mushroom-throwing game. As long as they threw the mushrooms away in time and kept them away from the chicken, the frogs wouldn't try to get close. They would only eat the mushrooms nearest to them, showing no interest in the chicken itself. After 10 hours, the frequency of mushrooms appearing on the chicken began to decrease. Many people sighed in relief. Continuously throwing mushrooms was very exhausting. They didn't even dare to take a break. He was doing well. With space available, she didn't have to throw mushrooms away like the others, so her energy consumption was manageable. She only needed to place 2 or 3 mushrooms at a distance to attract the bullfrog's attention, ensuring they wouldn't jump straight toward the chicken. Her game was basically secure. Because when there were other opponents and only 1 mushroom available, the frogs would compete with each other. With time as a buffer, she could successfully collect the bullfrogs and mushrooms into her space. Because he picked mushrooms quickly, the smell here was not as strong as on other people's islands. The bullfrogs here were also fewer than on other islands. She was managing well on her own, and even had time to eat a few big buns to regain her energy. After another 2 hours, the mushroom chicken finally stopped growing mushrooms, and he collected the last bullfrog on the island. She sighed in relief, knowing that she had likely completed her task successfully. The mushroom chicken in front of her was still quietly sleeping, like a sleeping beauty. He wiped the sweat from her forehead, lay down at the edge of the island to recover her strength and collect water. After running for over 10 hours, she didn't feel tired earlier, but now that she lay down, her legs started to tremble uncontrollably. After resting for about 10 minutes, she heard the sound of wings flapping behind her. Just as she was about to turn around, she suddenly heard the familiar notification sound from the system. Time's up. All players who failed to assist the mushroom chicken in awakening will be eliminated and lose their game qualifications. Now, everyone will be teleported out of the game. He felt darkness envelop her. This time was different. She was not successfully teleported out of the game, but fell into a void. The game's notification sounded again. Starting from the next game, you will enter a 2-star level. To prepare all players better for the tasks ahead, we will unlock a new gameplay mode. From today, players who successfully complete the game will unlock a new mode, Lucky Spin. Players can choose to continue with the original mode, receive rewards, and leave the game, or they can choose the challenge mode and gamble with the game. Those who choose to gamble will use all rewards obtained from this task as chips for a lottery. Prizes include food and items. Please don't worry. Even if you don't win an item, we will provide you with food as a guarantee. What are you waiting for? Join us now. Participation in this event is not mandatory. Players can choose whether to participate voluntarily. Please make your choice within the given time. 5, 4, 3. Participate. As Ji-hee spoke, a red machine suddenly appeared in the darkness and gradually grew larger. The machine looked quite primitive, resembling a slot machine, with 2 glowing windows on the screen displaying 10,000 coins. It was almost blinding. There was also a lever on the right side of the machine which was very easy to understand. Ji-hee couldn't help but smile. The overwhelming feeling of a low-class gambling venue hits hard. Is this meant to leave players with nothing? A greedy system. They find every way to avoid paying wages. Even so, Ji-hee still wants to try the new mode. The resources she gets from the game might help others a lot, but for her, they are not very useful. They don't really provide much support. They barely add any value. She doesn't need those few vegetables. Even if given to her, she would sell them for resources to upgrade her space. It's better to take a gamble here. What if she could get something good? If not, it doesn't matter. She can afford to lose. She grabs the lever on the right and pulls it down hard. In the next moment, the machine lights up with cheap, colorful lights, and several streamers are shot into the air, accompanied by loud cheers and shouts. It's clear that this machine is trying very hard to create an exciting atmosphere. But the direction is wrong. All that effort is wasted. In the stillness of the dark, everything feels like it could swallow you whole, making one feel abandoned by the world. In this environment, the machine's actions seem very strange, even a bit awkward. Ji-hee can't help but twitch her lips. Still, she claps her hands and starts cheering enthusiastically. Oh, amazing. Really amazing. I've never encountered such an interesting machine. It's simply captivating, unforgettable. You have no idea how much I love you. I wish I could be with you every day. You are my darling, my treasure, my little angel. No matter how sincere it is, as long as the machine likes it. With Ji-hee's praises, the machine's lights shine even brighter. The screen spins faster and faster, dazzling Ji-hee. So, she continues to compliment it. The machine keeps spinning. It's a mutual effort. Finally, just when Ji-hee feels a bit lost for words and is about to recite something from the beginning, the machine finally seems satisfied, and the speed of the 2 windows begins to slow down gradually. Ji-hee rushes forward, her emotions overflowing, giving her plenty of new words. You are my little treasure. No matter how much I love you, it's never too much. You are the wind, I am the sand, entwined until the ends of the earth. Under the light, I see beauty. Under the moon, I see flowers, dreaming of you. The windows slow down more and more. Ji-hee's eyes widen. Finally, she saw clearly that the left window was filled with food, including vegetables, grains, seeds, and even nutrient solutions. However, these foods were not the familiar local items. They had turned into interstellar food. Ji-hee even spotted billy tea, noni fruit, and cloudworm meat among them. There were many varieties, and the quantities varied as well. This must be what the system referred to as a guarantee. The right window displayed coins and some strange items. From their appearance, she couldn't tell their purpose, so Ji-hee could only guess. If nothing went wrong, these should all be tools. The system was generous. If everyone received one, wouldn't these talented individuals be thrilled? Her eyes sparkled as she rushed to hug the machine and gave it a big kiss, showering it with sweet words. Where did you come from, you treasure? You are my dream come true. I love you so much. I can't even imagine how happy I would be if I had a powerful bloodline, strong weapons, and incredible defense and attack talents. I would sing your praises every night. He didn't even realize what she was saying. All her energy was focused on the right window. She had never felt so excited. Her heart raced as she watched the window slow down, moving gradually past a long weapon, a drop of blood, and a shield, finally approaching a weapon that looked very impressive. He was thrilled. She held onto the sides of the machine tightly. Oh my goodness. Finally. Was she about to rise to greatness? Was she going to become an extraordinary powerhouse? But then, he watched in disbelief as, at the last moment, just when it was about to stop, the machine actually reversed. It went backward. Right before her eyes, it moved back to a piece of mud and stopped. He felt heartbroken. It was as if her dreams had shattered. Everything felt dark. It was over, completely over. She believed that even if her partner cheated, it wouldn't hurt as much as this moment did.
This was a disaster.
Her dreams were crushed. It felt like a black curtain had fallen. She had never seen a machine that could go backward. It was simply too much. She had been so close to getting to the good stuff, and yet this thing had the audacity to reverse. She gasped in frustration, rolling her eyes. Just as she was about to curse, something even more infuriating awaited her. The familiar notification sound reminded her. Dear, borrow 50 billion from heaven, hello. Your lucky spin has produced 2 types of resources for you. One is food, which you can claim, but the system does not recommend it. The other is an item which is very valuable and significantly different from your salary. To maintain fairness and justice in the galaxy, and to comply with basic laws, we will consult your opinion and follow a voluntary principle. If you want to claim it, you need to pay an additional amount equivalent to 70% of the item's value. Friendly reminder, 70% is our maximum discount, so please don't hesitate and click to purchase now. Once you reach a certain spending level, you may become our super luxury VIP. Start a new life as a super luxury VIP. Please believe that we will provide exceptional service to our super luxury VIPs, ensuring great value for your money. What are you waiting for?
Click to purchase now.
Yes, no, not recommended, Jihi. I'm really speechless. What does this mean? It's like they are working for this company, but the boss doesn't want to pay them. But not paying them isn't an option since they have worked. So what do? They create a lottery-like system, making employees use their wages to participate, allowing the company to profit even more from them. It's a perfect scheme. They have a firm grasp on human nature. Everyone has greed. No one feels their salary is enough. Most people are dissatisfied and hold on to a hope for luck. What if they get lucky this time and win more? Isn't that a profit? Just once, only once. Many people will have this mindset. By exploiting people's desire for small gains and their gambling mentality, the system company may obtain cheap labor, while the talented individuals might end up losing their wages. They would truly be working for free. If anyone claims there's no dark side to this, I wouldn't believe it. Even at the market, they use tricks to weigh vegetables. Do they really expect us to believe this is honest business? Plus, the system has mentioned the voluntary principle many times. What does that mean? They're not forcing you. You can choose not to participate. But would you want to? Everyone is curious and wants to see what it's like. Once they look in, they see. Wow, on the left, basic resources are offered, but on the right, there are items. What are items? They are the key to wealth, a windfall of 50 billion. This is quite unusual. Nowadays, anything with special functions can sell for sky-high prices. From what he has seen, any item with unique features in the marketplace is sold at an incredible price. Who isn't making a fortune and reaching the peak of their life? Buyers are happy too. Before the disaster, being able to trade thousands of pounds of grain for an item that seems straight out of a fairy tale would have been a dream come true. Don't think that just because life is tough in the country, it's the same abroad. In the country, people are eating bug cakes because the government hasn't released grain from storage. They only squeeze out a little during tough times, like trying to get toothpaste from a tube. The little grain that is released must be mixed with bran, straw, and bug powder to make cakes. This keeps people in a state of barely eating enough, hungry, but not starving. Abroad, it's different. There is plenty of land and fewer people. Many large grain producers and farmers own multiple farms, exporting corn and other grains to many countries every year. Even though they lost some crops to pests this year, the remaining harvest is enough for them to live comfortably for generations. They can even hire bodyguards and exchange for other resources, living a life even better than before the disaster. Moreover, in those countries there are fewer people, so even an ordinary person has access to more resources than here. After a few months of disaster, they are just starting to feel the effects of decline. The wealthy are living extravagantly, while the poor are becoming increasingly desperate. Now that they know they can exchange game rewards for items, they must be overjoyed. As for the resources needed to exchange for items, those with grain don't care. They initially had to compete with others in the game marketplace to get items. Now, they can just buy them with game rewards. Once they have the items, who cares about the details? As for the game, there's no loss. Even if they get a rare item, it doesn't matter. They aren't getting it for free, they have to spend resources to buy it, so they won't lose out. With no idea of the original price, what's the difference between a 30% discount and a 50% discount? This move directly turns employees into customers, not even sparing the employees' benefits. Time has only passed a few seconds, but the shopping button in front of G, he isn't showing a countdown this time, looking quite patient. When entering the game, you usually count down 3 seconds, but when it's time to spend, it seems like the countdown disappears. G, he was speechless, but still clicked yes. She knew it was a greedy merchant, but she had no choice but to buy. Not making progress was the same as going backward. She didn't think there was anything in the game that was worth much, except for food. Sure enough, as he clicked yes, the machine in front of her transformed into a large scale. On the left side of the scale was the item she had taken out, a plain piece of mud, covered by a transparent glass dome that could only be seen but not touched. He leaned in to take a closer look but couldn't figure out anything special. On the right side of the scale was a large tray that was empty. A system prompt sounded, "Dear user, you can place your items on the right tray. When their value is equal, the protective dome on the left will disappear." At this point, he didn't hesitate and directly took out some lettuce from her space and placed it on the scale, but the scale didn't move. She continued to add more: bitter melon, winter melon, radishes, and cabbage, putting everything she had until the scale was full. Suddenly, the items disappeared, and a progress bar appeared below. 1/20th. He thought, what can I do? She silently began placing more vegetables on the scale. As for grains, she would never part with those. Producing rice and flour was too labor-intensive, and she needed to keep her stock for herself. Vegetables were suitable since they had a short growing time and high yield: cucumbers, eggplants, tomatoes, pumpkins, zucchini. Once he filled the tray, the vegetables would disappear instantly. Then the progress bar would slowly start to rise. Finally, after placing the last batch, the progress bar showed it was full. She let out a sigh and looked at the left side of the scale, where the transparent dome had vanished. Approaching, he gently picked up the lump of mud. In the next moment, the scale transformed into tiny white light points and disappeared completely. Then, without a word, He's vision went black. When she opened her eyes again, she was back in the space pod, still holding the lump of mud she had just taken out. Meanwhile, half the world was frantically gathering resources to exchange for items. After exiting the game, the system's actions shocked all the talented players. First, they announced that the difficulty would increase next time, then immediately held a lottery. Such a blatant situation. How could anyone resist? Very few could remain calm and not be swayed by temptation, willingly leaving with their earnings. Most people choose to participate in the lucky spin. Without mentioning anything else, just the special items named in the game are enough to attract attention. These items can be roughly divided into 2 categories: attack items and life items. Regardless of the type, their effects are incredibly good. With such an item placed in front of them, how could they not be tempted? They have to bet their wages on it. As for failure, didn't the system say there's a safety net? With a safety net, what's there to fear? When the lottery results come out, they are even more ecstatic. Is the item guaranteed to appear in every round? Under the shining items on the right, no one even looks at the food on the left. Everyone chooses the item on the right. When it comes to the resource exchange phase, everyone is stunned. Unlike Ji-hee, who carries resources around, they have nothing on them. What can they trade? The system is not unreasonable. So, it gives everyone 3 minutes. Within these 3 minutes before leaving the game and returning to reality, they can choose to place real resources on the magically appearing tray beside them. If someone can gather the required resources in 3 minutes, they can successfully exchange. Of course, if they can't gather the required resources in time, the exchange will fail. The default choice is the food on the left. With the system's rule, all the talented players go wild. Anything they can see goes on the scale. There are only 3 minutes. If they can't gather enough because of the short time and miss out on the item, they will really be heartbroken. Among these resources, the system doesn't accept everything. It doesn't want houses or vehicles. It doesn't want electronics, secondhand clothes, or shoes. Not only does it refuse those, but it also reminds them not to litter. It only accepts tangible and practical items like plants, food, new fabrics, metals, minerals, oil, and so on.
Dad. Mom.
Hurry and bring our food over. Sweetheart, don't worry. I've called your grandparents. They'll bring it right away. Son, we can't give all our food away. We still need to live. If you give it all away, how will your dad and I survive? Your father. Half the world is going crazy over these 3 minutes. After waking up in the room designed for them to enter the game, they immediately start making frantic phone calls. There are many places like this for them to enter the game. This is just one of the less noticeable ones. The purpose of setting up this situation was simply for safety, to prevent enemies from launching surprise attacks, and it has the advantage of being very secretive. Safety is ensured, with guards every few steps outside, and countless people patrolling to make sure these talented individuals are safe the moment they come out of the game. But there aren't enough supplies. They were only focused on safety and never expected the game to throw such a curveball. This caught everyone off guard. The system loves to do this. Not only was this update sudden without any warning, but previous changes in the game were similar, always surprising everyone. Unless you discover something, the system won't say a word. Now, they don't even have any supplies to exchange, making it nearly impossible to trade for the items they need. Moreover, with over 100 people in one room, where can they gather enough supplies? The room is chaotic, filled with the sounds of phone calls. Despite being well-trained, even if they were initially flustered, they quickly calmed down. They had no choice but to stay calm. They are all on government support. The little food they save up is not enough to trade for anything. Unless the system decides to help, they can only rely on higher authorities for solutions. After making 3 calls, he finally hung up the phone. 40 seconds have already passed, and they still have nothing. There are many people in this place, including those from the Talent Management Bureau and those from the military. He is in charge of the Talent Management Bureau but has no control over the military side. He called the members of the Talent Management Bureau to gather around and asked them seriously about their items. Although he made calls, it had only been 3 minutes, and he couldn't guarantee that supplies would arrive on time. Even if they did, he couldn't ensure there would be enough for everyone to trade. He must prioritize exchanging for the more powerful items. I don't have a description, but this item looks like a ruler. My item looks like a box. I have a long tube. I have a seed. I have something that looks very much like a cannon. The speaker was very excited. Who knows how thrilled he felt seeing a cannon. Just thinking about the interstellar laser cannons from sci-fi movies, which can destroy a planet with one shot, made him feel like he was dreaming. If they really had one, wouldn't they wake up smiling? As soon as he said this, everyone's eyes turned toward him. Not only did the people here pay their respects, but even those from the military became quiet and turned their attention to him. It's not an exaggeration to say that the room was silent for at least 3 seconds. Facing the gaze of everyone in the room, Han Tan felt a bit nervous. He swallowed hard and repeated his words. "Leader, trust me, this really looks like the big cannon we used to have, and it even has a base." Ji Jing frowned. He didn't doubt him, but could the items in the system really match their appearance? If they did, then why weren't they given any explanations? In the next moment, the room erupted in chatter. Soon, a second and third person stood up, claiming their props were also cannons. Everyone. This was awkward. Are cannons really that common?
Why do so many people have them?
It feels like the probability of getting one is much higher than expected compared to such a rare weapon. Thoughts raced in their minds. Outside, the cooking team had already arrived at the battlefield. "Hey, hurry up. We brought the food from the kitchen. We don't know if it's enough, but it's all rice and flour. The vegetables are just cabbage. Everyone take a look and see if it's enough. Oh, and we also brought some cooked flatbreads and steamed buns. Besides these, we have soy sauce, vinegar, and soybean oil. Let's try them and see if they're useful." Before they could finish speaking, another group rushed in, dropping their weapons and running outside. "Everyone, step aside. We brought guns and bullets. We also have gasoline, so please hold on while we go get more. And we brought office desks and chairs. Let's see if they can be used." Ji Jing snapped back to reality and began to organize the personnel to exchange supplies. The room was chaotic yet orderly. 3 minutes felt a bit tense. After the upper command urgently dispatched a batch of supplies for the spatial ability users to transport, they finally managed to exchange for the cannon. Although this cannon was quite common, it might not be what they imagined. But among all the items drawn, it was the only one that resembled a weapon. The other items included vases, monitors, grass, leaves, beds, and sleeping bags, which clearly had nothing to do with weapons. They seemed more like everyday items. They didn't dare to take risks. It's important to understand that if you take one step forward, you'll keep moving forward. If you fall behind, you'll keep falling behind. This principle still holds true. If they can seize the opportunity and obtain powerful weapons from the start, they can gain a dominant position in this battle of talented individuals. After all, they are not familiar with the items in the game and can only guess as best as they can. This cannon is one of their more reliable guesses. Everyone held their breath, as hundreds of eyes were focused on Han Tan. Not only them, but several leaders and experts were also on their way in special vehicles. Han Tan tried it out and turned to Ji Jing, saying, "The system says this place is insufficient and wants me to change to a larger venue." "Oh my, awesome. It looks extraordinary. Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry outside. There's plenty of space out there." Ji Jing pondered for a moment. "No, we can't go outside. During the day, the sunlight can expose us, and there's no cover. We need to keep it indoors." "Leader, our logistics warehouse is very large, over 1,000 square meters, and it's empty now," shouted a local team leader. "All right, let's go there." The crowd split into 2 teams. One went out to patrol for safety, while a small group followed to the logistics warehouse. This weapon exchange involves secrets, so it's better if fewer people know about it. Thus, Ji Jing took 4 people, including Han Tan. 2 were from the Talent Management Bureau, and 2 were leaders from the military side. Once they arrived at the logistics warehouse, Han Tan finally nodded, indicating that the space was sufficient. Everyone let out a slight sigh of relief. If this place didn't work, they would have to find another, which would increase the risk of exposure. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Han Tan waved his hand and placed the successfully exchanged cannon in the basement. As soon as the cannon was revealed, everyone gasped in excitement. Their eyes were filled with thrill. They had made the right bet. It was indeed a cannon. It stood proudly, boldly displaying its massive size to everyone. It was a perfect combination of power and beauty. Its exterior was dazzling, made entirely of blue crystal, and it sparkled under the lights. Ji Jing's eyes sparkled as he carefully admired the cannon, filled with enthusiasm. No man could resist such a magnificent cannon. It was 100 meters long and 5 meters high, barely fitting under the ceiling of this slightly shorter warehouse. Not only did they pay their respects, but the others in the room were also extremely excited. What a huge cannon! How powerful must it be when fired? After a while, the excitement finally settled down, and he turned to Han Tan, who was grinning widely like a fool, and asked, "What about the shells?"
Shell.
Shells? Han Tan paused for a moment, then repeated like a parrot, "Right. What about the shells?"
Huh.
Shells. Han Tan shouted loudly, his face looking worse than if he had just lost a loved one. "They didn't sell me any shells. They only sold me the cannon, no shells." This statement left the room in silence. The smiles on the faces of the others froze instantly. What kind of joke is this? What good is a cannon without shells? What do we do? Calm down, calm down. One person spoke up, his tone steady as if he were stating a fact. Maybe this cannon doesn't even need shells? We shouldn't limit our thinking. Haven't you seen movies? Like those laser cannons? Maybe it just needs to be pressed to fire. Yeah, that makes sense. Let's look for a launch button. The remaining three thought this person was very reasonable, so they stopped watching and started feeling around. Be careful, if you find the button, let me know, but don't press it. If something goes wrong, we won't be able to escape. Okay. As soon as this was said, everyone became serious and cautious. However, after searching for a long time, they still couldn't find any clues, not a button, not even a place that could be pressed. The cannon stood there, unresponsive no matter how they touched it. This is not good. For some reason, a bad feeling began to stir in their hearts. Just then, several elderly men with gray hair suddenly burst in. They looked excited and were sweating, breathing heavily. Seeing the group crouched over the cannon, they immediately exploded with anger.
Get down.
Hurry up. What are you doing? Do you understand what it means to respect weapons?
Do you?
What if you break it? Exactly. Why are you still on it? Get down now, or I'll report you to your supervisor.
Quickly.
You shouldn't be messing around like this. Look at the footprints on it. Such a waste. The four exchanged glances, jumped down without a word.
What do you mean break it?
The system may be damaged, but the quality of the items is still very good. As a result, their actions drew a scream.
Are you really going to jump down while standing?
Can't you come down on your stomach? Oh my, look at the cannon's mouth. See that diameter? The power of the missiles it can launch must be incredible. The four people paid their respects. Haha, the cannon has arrived, but who knows where the missiles are? This scene happened in various corners of the world. Although the requirements for exchanging props were high, many capable people still succeeded. Many organizations chose to exchange for cannons. Everyone knows that the strong are the leaders. But when the cannon was exchanged, they were all stunned. Without missiles, just having a cannon is like having scrap metal. Yet, this one cannon made them restless, feeling reluctant to give up. The world was stirred up by the changes from this game. Ji-hee lay in the space capsule, holding a lump of soil, raising it to her eyes. With a faint light, she turned it over, not missing any details, and examined it closely. In the end, she felt it was a very resilient piece of mud. Not seeing any significance, Ji-hee used a talent. After a while, when there was no response, she thought she would have to wait a few more days to try again. But then the talent reacted. False reality. After use, the holder can create a false face for themselves. The better the skill, the more realistic the false face. While having a false appearance, the holder can also choose a new name. Note: only the weak need to hide their identity. The strong can take on the world alone. Ji-hee ignored the note. She was somewhat satisfied with this item. Although it wasn't a powerful weapon, hiding her identity was also good. It solved her urgent problem. Sitting up, Ji-hee began to mold the mud. Though it was called mud, it felt more like Play-Doh. After thinking for a moment, she took out a balloon from her space, blew it up, and placed the Play-Doh on top. She started to mold. Half an hour later, Ji-hee finally finished creating her second face. A round face, big eyes, and a high nose. At the moment she placed the mask on her face, the mud naturally transformed, quickly adhering to her skin. Her appearance gradually changed, ultimately becoming the image Ji-hee had molded. The system prompt soon appeared. Please enter a name husband sacrifice to heaven. Great blessings everywhere. Name successfully created. Please choose a display name husband sacrifice to heaven. Great blessings everywhere. Change successful. To change the name again, please call the system. As the system's voice faded, people around the world began to guess who would borrow another 50 billion from the heavens. They received a unified response. No such person exists. Everyone was confused and shocked. Some wanted to try again, but the stronger the talent, the stricter the usage limits. After using it once, they could only use it again by entering the game and successfully completing a level to refresh their talent for another prediction. For those with slightly weaker talents, the restrictions weren't as strong, but even they couldn't get any useful results. The vague answers left everyone puzzled, and it was hard to find clarity. Meanwhile, Ji-hee, in a good mood, cheerfully climbed out of the basement. With a false truth in place, she didn't have to worry about her identity being exposed for now. Although it didn't solve the problem completely, she was satisfied with this temporary relief. Back in the house, after taking a shower, Ji-hee lay on her bed and browsed the game chat channel. Whirlwind Little Gold Bean. Are you all choosing items or food? Snow in the wind. Do we even need to ask? It has to be items. If a person is gone, what good is food? I need to choose items so I can become stronger in the game and get more resources later. Mountain Old 2. I didn't choose that spinning option. I'm happy with the rewards the game gives me. I don't have any special skills, so I can't take advantage of any lucky breaks. I'm fine with it as it is. Kong Leezy. Boo-hoo, I want to cry. I clicked on items, but didn't gather enough. The game even scolded me, calling me a cheapskate, saying I wasted its time. Boo-hoo. You are my fortune. I didn't gather enough either. Are you kidding? Resources are so hard to come by. The supplies I get from the game have to feed my whole family. There's no way to save up. I've already used up everything I have at home, but the system doesn't care. Moon Jiao. What did you take out? Bug cakes?
Ha ha ha.
Snow in the wind. You're something else. Durian candy. I'm so unlucky. As soon as I said I wanted to trade resources for items, my parents went crazy trying to stop me. They always take from me, but when it's important, they turn against me. Xiao Xiao. They can scold me all they want, but when I didn't manage to trade for items, the game still threw me some food from the left side. Although there are only 3 bags of nutrients, I appreciate them for not making me go bankrupt. Haha, what a joke. This is a scam. Anyone who buys it is foolish. I won't buy it. I work hard in the game to earn those supplies, and it's not easy. It's barely enough for me to eat. Forgetful one. Everyone, go check it out. The store has listed many items, and they all have great effects. Hurry and take a look. As soon as these words were spoken, the chat channel fell silent. Ji-hee quickly exited and opened the store. Every time she logged out of the game, some people would list the items they obtained in the store. Although the quantity was not as much as hers, many people combined made a significant amount. This time was even more so. The old items that were not sold in the store before were taken down by the sellers before entering the game. Now, what was listed were all new items. Each of these items had detailed descriptions. The first was a water bottle that automatically fills with water, replenishing 1 liter every 12 hours. Price: 20,000 pounds of rice. Ji-hee. The second was a piece of fabric measuring 5 meters long and 3 meters wide, claiming to block UV rays and withstand temperatures of 65 degrees. Price: 10,000 pounds of flour. The third was a protective shield that could resist attacks until it reached a critical point. The system's evaluation stated that the average ability of current talent holders could withstand about 100 attacks before breaking. Price: 100,000 pounds of rice plus 40 tons of clean drinking water. The fourth. Ji-hee. Bad news. The market had many similar items, with the quantity being more than 10 times before. Good news. These sellers were asking extremely high prices, even higher than before, so she could raise her prices significantly. She reflected on this. It was her fault. She should take advantage of the situation. Quietly observing from start to finish, she opened the chat channel again to see the complaints about the high prices. She closed the chat interface, opened her shop, and began to adjust her prices. Her shop only had a little cloudworm meat listed. All the other items with special functions had been bought. Considering the prices others were asking, Ji-hee silently adjusted her pricing. Whatever others priced, she would match. This is called respecting the market. Feeling pleased, she quickly listed her Shunshun candy, Plalin, and heat-resistant fabric at a sky-high price. Let's see if they sell. If not, she would lower the price later. After occupying about 60 shop slots, Ji-hee began to list cloudworm meat, mushrooms, and lake water. These are all ordinary foods without any special effects. She hasn't raised the prices much. They are similar to the market and even a little lower. These are mostly bought by the common people, while the wealthy probably don't have to worry about food for now. It's like doing a good deed. If all of humanity were to perish, living alone wouldn't mean much to her. Moreover, once the last of the cloudworm meat is sold, she won't sell it again for a while. She needs to keep the other cloudworms in her space for breeding. Although they have already laid cloudworm eggs, it will take time for them to grow and be ready for sale. After putting up the store's supplies, Ji-hee glanced at the back end and saw many people trying to reach her. Most were asking for goods, while others were complaining about her high prices, wanting her to lower them back to the original rates. Some even wondered if she was still alive. Yes, she was alive and well, just invisible to them online. As she was about to log off, a few similar messages caught her attention. Someone is live streaming and connecting with you. Please give me a discount for notifying you. Ji-hee. How are they live streaming to me? Didn't she just change her name? She touched the mask on her face to make sure it was still there, then quickly opened the chat channel while pulling out her phone to see what was happening. The most popular message was, "The true identity of borrowing 500 billion from heaven is about to be revealed." Frowning, Ji-hee clicked on it and saw a man on the other side of the camera, confidently discussing a prop. Yes, I believe she is from our country. This prop I just found can directly connect to her. It's very precious. I spent a lot of resources to exchange for it, and it's the best in the world. I decided to use it on borrowing 500 billion from heaven. That's right. I just received the latest news that someone predicted her right after she left the instance, but found no trace of her. I'm very worried about her safety. I don't know if she's in danger. If she's watching my live stream now, I hope she contacts me. I'm willing to protect her. Yes, I understand everyone's concerns. I've been paying attention. Now, let me help everyone calculate. Ji-hee watched the man ramble on and felt speechless. Did these people have some kind of problem? Why were they looking for her, a seller? It was really annoying to be sought after both domestically and internationally. At that moment, Ji-hee really wished for a prop that could reach through the internet and hit someone. She insisted on giving a strong warning to those idle people. Looking at a series of flattering comments below, Mr. Haganumura is the most powerful sorcerer in our country and a leading figure of the new generation, with talent unmatched in 1,000 years. I believe Lord Haganumura will surely find borrowing 50 billion from heaven and prove that she belongs to our country. Borrowing 50 billion from heaven is so selfish. With so many people looking for her, why can't she step forward and speak openly? Hiding like a rat in a gutter. I heard that Haganumura underwent bloodline purification in the game, far surpassing others. This time, she will definitely find borrowing 50 billion from heaven. I really look forward to it. Borrowing 50 billion from heaven is facing a major crisis. The title of gifted is given to game players in their country. Other countries do not use this term. Each country has different names for their game players. In Japan, they are called sorcerers, while in the United States, they are called mutants and so on. The comments are full of praise for the sorcerers, with a few people from other countries criticizing, but they are far outnumbered by the locals. At this moment, not only is the live stream's viewership skyrocketing, but the game chat channel is also buzzing. This Japanese man is the most cunning. Borrowing 50 billion from heaven is in danger this time. I encountered him once in the game. He was neither male nor female, very sneaky, and directly killed hundreds of people. He is truly bad, but also very strong. I hope they don't find borrowing 50 billion from heaven. Who among us hasn't bought something from her shop? She has benefited so many people, and we have enjoyed so many advantages. Why pursue her so relentlessly? This is unavoidable. Her abilities are too outstanding. The foresight talent is not unique. I know of over 10 others scattered across various countries. Although they have different names due to customs, they won't let borrowing 50 billion from heaven go. They shouldn't be looking for her now. Let borrowing 50 billion from heaven gather a bit more strength. A person without guilt can still attract trouble. Borrowing 50 billion from heaven's abilities are extraordinary. Among all the gifted, she is unique, with many valuable items. Who wouldn't be tempted? It will definitely attract others' attention, but I hope she stays safe. This is a serious crisis. This person named Hagen Yumura dares to live stream globally, which means she is very confident. It's only natural. Can you honestly say you haven't thought about borrowing 50 billion from heaven? With her resources, we could definitely live a better life than before the disaster. This situation has become quite big, and the person in charge quickly opened the back end to send a message to borrow another 500 billion. He wanted to ask her if she needed protection, but there was no response. He anxiously sent several messages. Please don't let anything happen. Just as everyone was on edge, a person named Hagen Yumura felt it was the right moment and began to get to the main point under the gaze of millions. Jihe frowned, putting on a bulletproof vest and a gas mask, then took out a Gatling gun. Thinking it wasn't enough, she also strapped a hammer to her waist. If things escalated, she would definitely show these guys her strength. The live stream camera followed Hagen Yumura into a room with traditional Japanese decor. The room was covered from floor to ceiling with strange symbols, giving it a somewhat eerie feel. In the corners and along the walls, several candles were lit, flickering without any wind. Inside the room, four masked men were kneeling. When Hagen Yumura entered, they immediately bowed deeply, showing great respect. The comments flooded in with praise. Jihe remained expressionless. She watched as Hagen Yumura performed a strange dance and showcased fire-eating tricks. The others bowed repeatedly in sync with his movements, and the flickering candles added to the atmosphere. After half an hour of this, Hagen Yumura finished, took out a small knife, and made a cut on his wrist. Surprisingly, not much blood flowed out. It seemed to gather in the air like a red thread. Everyone held their breath, staring at the words forming. What would it be? As all eyes were on him, the blood began to change and finally formed a few words. No such person found. Hagen Yumura. Everyone. Jihe. Interesting, Hagen Yumura smirked, revealing a sinister smile. He seemed unfazed that he hadn't calculated the outcome of borrowing another 500 billion. This time, instead of communicating with the others on video, he sprayed his wrist with a mist from the store, and as the wound visibly healed, he took out the prop and began his ritual again. Jihe. This person has great physical fitness. After jumping for a long time, he turned around and started jumping again, as if nothing had happened. Over 40 minutes have passed, and Jihe is feeling a bit tired. She went from being fully focused at the beginning to sitting on a bench, expressionless, just watching. For some reason, it feels strange. She doesn't feel scared at all, and even has a hint of anticipation. Ever since she experienced the white flame, she has had a vague, special feeling. She shouldn't be afraid of getting hurt. It's just a feeling without any basis. After half an hour, the person in the middle of the room, with a pale face tinged with a hint of red, declared that he would start using the most precious prop. After 3 minutes of emotional buildup, he finally took out the prop. Jihe frowned, fully focused. Compared to the emotional buildup before, the process of using the prop was quite ordinary. It was like a drop of water flowing into the ocean. Everyone waited for 2 seconds. There was no change. Jihe, however, looked indifferent. The system's products had their reasons for being expensive. Soon, she heard the system's notification sound. Borrowing 50 billion from the sky. Hello, someone is using a prop to talk to you. It will automatically connect in 5 seconds. 3 silver coins per second, to be borne by the holder. Insufficient balance will result in automatic disconnection. Jihe, fully focused and on guard. So this is just a phone call? After all this buildup, it was just to give her a call? She thought something big was going to happen. This prop seems a bit like a joke. It can indeed contact her, but messages from the store's backend can also reach her. There are many people who can contact her. This just adds one more automatic connection. He tilted her head, took out a voice-changing toy, and adjusted it to sound like a male character. 5 seconds passed quickly. As the call connected, the person on the other end looked stunned at first, then his expression turned sour. However, his voice was humble and respectful. Borrowing 50 billion from the sky, hello, I am honored to connect with you. Can you hear me? He glanced at the time and, after making the other person wait for 2 more seconds, replied, what do you want? On the other end, the conversation was being broadcast. After a long-winded introduction, not only did the person on the other end fall silent, but he also went quiet. It was just too much. Doing nothing and just listening to the voice made her feel like she was getting goosebumps. It really seems like a big. On the other side, Yuho quickly adjusted his emotions. After all, the call costs a lot, measured by the second. Hello, I would like to borrow 50 billion from you again. Everyone is very worried about your safety, so I am reaching out to you with this tool. Please don't be upset. My country, and I welcome you very much. Would you be willing to meet me? I am eager to meet you and show you my sincerity. I can also assure you that we mean you no harm. Please believe me. My address is Sakura Avenue X. If it weren't for seeing the previously arrogant Yuho, anyone hearing these sincere words would think he was a good person. At this moment, the number of viewers in the live stream rapidly increased as everyone realized that Yuho had contacted the person who borrowed 50 billion again. The comments exploded. Wasn't there no such person? How could they still get in touch? Did the person who borrowed 50 billion have some special hidden tool? The comments flooded in. Just as Yuho was continuously bowing and persuading, a mysterious voice suddenly echoed in the air. Disaster has come. Your greed makes me sick. You do not think of unity, do not establish the world, and do not nurture future generations. You are like flies and dogs. I will drive you away and return to peace. Anyone who disturbs my tranquility, I will use your tainted souls to honor this disaster-stricken land. Red blood will eventually cleanse the evil. As soon as these words were spoken, the room fell silent. Even the constantly appearing comments became quiet. Yuho's throat was dry, and he opened and closed his mouth, unable to say a word. They were constantly searching for the person who borrowed 50 billion again, flaunting it everywhere. How could it not be for the reason that she was a good person? Otherwise, why do you think only one of the 200 shops was sought after? Of course, part of it was because their supplies were not as rich as those of the person who borrowed 50 billion. But the most important reason was her kindness. They held on to a glimmer of hope, thinking that even if they offended her, asking for help or begging wouldn't lead to serious consequences. Since she opened a shop, she had always sold supplies in large quantities and at low prices. Countless people survived because of her. After feeling grateful, the demons in their hearts began to grow again, wanting to gain more. People tend to instinctively ask good people for help and submit to evil ones. That is human nature. Yuho never imagined that the person who borrowed 50 billion would suddenly say such cold and heartless words. He had thought that she would be angry, anxious, or impatient. But he never expected her to say such bloody words. He pressed his cracked lips together and glanced subtly at the direction of the video, just about to say something. A notification sound came from the system. Insufficient balance. Call has been automatically disconnected. Please recharge promptly. He cursed under his breath. The system, borrowing 500 billion again would be ridiculous. He lowered his head, his expression gradually twisting before returning to calm. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly noticed a dry human bone thrown nearby. He shuddered. His body began to tremble uncontrollably. His hand reached out and eventually picked up the bone, gripping it tightly. He listened to the disconnected conversation. Looking down at the time, She realized 2 minutes had passed, costing 3 gold coins and 60 silver coins. This man was quite powerful. This system call was definitely a money pit. She looked at the live stream, where the man was now bowing his head, clutching a pale bone, making it hard to see his expression. The comments had returned to normal. Borrowing 500 billion is still alive, huh? Of course, just look at his shop still stocking items. He's doing just fine. Now the question is he male or female? The answer is he has multiple personalities. I never expected him to be such a violent person. I thought he was a good guy. Anyone who can gather so many resources in the game can't be simple. I suggest everyone stop here. Nobody likes someone clinging to them like a stray dog. Yeah, let's not look for him anymore. What if he gets angry and stops selling? The excitement in the comments completely overlooked the man still kneeling on the ground. Just when everyone thought this live stream would end on a dull note, 2 people suddenly entered the man's room. With the original 4, there were now 6 in total. He kept his head down and spoke hoarsely to the 6 people in the room. It's your turn. Yes. The 6 showed no hesitation, walking straight to the center of the area. Centered around him, they drew out a gleaming knife, aimed at their stomachs, and plunged it down. A large amount of blood splattered out, instantly making the scene look eerily gruesome. The comments, which had been buzzing, suddenly froze. They never expected such a scene. It was bloody and brutal. The splatter didn't scatter. Instead, it began to swirl around the heel like a vortex formed from blood, gradually enveloping him. The next second, a loud clap. Black screen. The video cuts off. Due to the graphic content, it is not suitable for viewing. Please watch the following video. The screen automatically shifts. Cool talents, usually unseen, showcase their absolute strength. City dancer, stacking buffs for teammates while dancing, enhancing multiple statuses to help them succeed. Peerless songstress, with a beautiful voice, providing group healing for teammates, restoring full health and energy. Loyal guardian, a protective talent, ensuring peace and safety with a wave of the hand. A mechanical talent steps in. Jing saw that the video backend was finally shut down and breathed a sigh of relief. Finally cut off. He hoped these videos would redirect everyone's attention. However, recalling the strange scene earlier, he waved to a person beside him. That person was likely from the Cursed Dreams Society. Contact our people and check what's going on over there. That state seemed off, like dark magic. When talents awaken, they reflect a deeper part of their inner selves. Not all talents awaken positive abilities. Some have dark powers. Though strong, the consequences can be severe. Just as he finished speaking, a mechanical talent behind him weakly said, "Boss, I'm going to collapse. I really can't go on. I just came out of the game. I didn't even have time to rest." This situation is unbearable. As more mechanical talents emerged, people began to understand them better and found them less frightening. Perhaps later, they would become the all-knowing beings everyone imagined, able to control the network. But that time isn't now. Their abilities are similar to those of advanced hackers. In fact, in the game, they might be looked down upon for being slightly weaker in combat. Currently, most back-end maintenance is handled by mechanical talents, while ordinary people manage other tasks. Talents are gradually replacing ordinary people, becoming the mainstream of society. After calming his teammate, Jing quickly found another teammate who hadn't been blocked by Xiang Tian after borrowing 500 billion. He needed to explain the situation thoroughly. The country invested so much, Xiang Tian should at least be informed. No need to say more. At the very least, they should pull him out of the blacklist. The live stream may have ended, but the discussions continued. Countless related videos popped up one after another. Many well-known bloggers stepped in to talk about the issue. Although the videos can't be watched now, the matter is far from over. What did the last words of the character mean? There must be a big secret. The character's abilities are undeniable, so they wouldn't easily let borrow 500 billion again go. Why is borrow 500 billion again being so unreasonable? She could have come out herself. Why make our character go through so much trouble to find her? I feel like this is serious. Did you see how many people died? There was so much blood. It must have drained away. Ji-hee, upon receiving the messages, was speechless for a moment. Did blocking you really change anything? Thousands of accounts bought things from her. What could she say? Ji-hee read the messages but didn't reply. Meanwhile, on the character's side, a large amount of blood swirled around him, seeping into his body through his pores. His skin began to stretch and burst, and then his bones twisted and deformed. His body gradually grew larger until it broke through the confines of the building. Upon reaching a critical point, his entire body started to secrete a black, sticky substance that dripped onto the ground, corroding the stone tiles and creating a huge pit. As more liquid leaked out, it enveloped the character's massive form, gradually hardening. Finally, he transformed into an ugly creature with a human face, many claws, and a worm-like body. His hard shell and sharp claws made him look like a monster. He opened his mouth wide and silently roared, reveling in the feeling of power coursing through him, as if he could tear the world apart. The men in front of him lay on the ground like lifeless husks, their blood completely drained. Before the character could fully enjoy this ultimate power, the bone in his hand began to flicker, emitting a dark glow. Sacrificing for the organization is something to be grateful for. It's an honor. The organization will not forget your child. Borrow 500 billion again back to me. The sinister whisper seemed to come from itself. Even in this moment, the character heard every word clearly. He remained silent, accepting everything that was said. He had no way out. Now, he could only borrow 500 billion again to reunite with his son. The rear of Yuyama let out a huge roar, suddenly tearing off its forelegs and throwing them into the air. Dark, foul-smelling blood splattered out, creating a strange symbol in midair. Based on these forelegs, the symbol started off blurry but gradually became clear, glowing with a dark red light in the night. The forelegs seemed to melt away, slowly scattering and disappearing. An ominous aura began to spread around. There were explosions in the distance. Someone had already arrived. Yuyama ignored the sounds, fixated on the air above. At that moment, the spell seemed to flicker as if it lacked power, showing signs of failing.
No way.
Absolutely not. Yuyama gritted his teeth. He could not afford to lose after coming this far. Determined, he tore off 2 more legs and threw them into the air, where the symbol quickly consumed them. It's still a bit too much. Losing 6 legs was also a to him. With his current strength, he couldn't sustain this forbidden technique. If only he had more time. Unfortunately, he just hoped to borrow another 500 billion from the heavens this time. Otherwise, thinking about his and his child's fate, Yuyama gritted his teeth, his expression darkening, eyes fierce. He stared intently at the spell in the air. This time, with enough energy, the spell quickly took shape, emitting a black light that soon engulfed Yuyama. At the same time, Ji-hee, who was watching the chat channel, felt an irresistible pull. The next second, she vanished from the room. In the spell space, Ji-hee and Yuyama faced off. The two stood opposite each other, quietly listening to the rules. This spell was called Master and Servant. The two pulled into the space, about 1,000 square meters and made of stone, would battle. The rules were simple. The winner would be the master, and the loser would be the servant, with the master deciding the servant's fate. The participants could only leave the space once a victor was determined or one side was defeated. Ji-hee looked at the fierce creature before her, towering like a building. Silently swallowing a large mushroom, she held a Gatling gun. All she wanted was a stable life, to enjoy her own little days. Why was it so difficult? Since gaining her abilities, she believed she had never harmed anyone intentionally. She always acted in self-defense. She even tried to help others within her abilities. If others had her powers, they would have already formed alliances to rule the world. But she had no interest in conquering the world. Her biggest dream was to surf the internet, take a stroll, and chat with the elderly ladies. She wanted to go home and enjoy some good food, like the pork, beef, and lamb from her family. Why couldn't these people leave her alone? Why did they keep bothering her life? Everyone who tried to stop her from living had to go. A huge countdown flashed in the air. 3, 2, 1, and the next moment, the invisible barrier between the two disappeared. Ji-hee pushed off the ground and instantly vanished from her spot. She reappeared, leaping into the air. The rushing wind swept through her hair. She pressed the trigger and bullets burst forth, creating a whirlwind as they shot toward the giant bug. The enormous creature, with its village-like form, skillfully dodged in the air. Its massive body didn't hinder its agility. It twisted and rolled, evading the bullets with strange movements. While Ji-hee was changing guns, it lunged at her, smashing the stone ground and creating a large hole. So you really are a woman, hiding it well.
How about you submit to me?
If you do, I'll spare your life. Ji-hee quickly jumped through space, the burning white flames and the wind's boost, making her seem like she was dancing in the air. Shut up. You talk big for someone who's nothing. Do you think your words can defeat me? As soon as she finished speaking, she firmly pulled the trigger, aiming at the giant black bug. This time, Ji-hee found the right angle, and the bullet finally struck the creature. The Gatling gun fired wildly, kicking up a cloud of dust. The giant bug let out a roar. With dust swirling, Ji-hee emptied her magazine, quickly switched to a rocket launcher, and aimed at the area again to fire. Hearing the explosion of the rocket, she focused intently on that spot. She didn't think the giant bug would go down so easily. In the next moment, she felt a bad premonition and quickly jumped into the air. Suddenly, a black giant bug burst out of the dust, silent and fast, crashing directly into Ji-hee midair.
Itrike.
Let me show you what ultimate power is. I'm not afraid of bullets, so stop your pointless efforts. Submit to me, and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. As it spoke, it charged at Ji-hee, clearly not wanting to give her a moment to breathe. Ji-hee rolled away several times. Once she regained her senses, she quickly rolled in place to dodge the next attack. While swiftly evading, her hands glowed with white light. That last hit had broken at least 3 of her ribs. Blood flowed down her forehead and into her eyes, making it hard for her to open them. Ji-hee couldn't use her hands to wipe it away. She noticed that the creature was also in bad shape, with several large tear wounds on its body. Dark green blood was slowly dripping down. But at the same time, its wounds were healing at an eerie speed. Ji-hee knew very well that these injuries didn't look like they were caused by a bullet. They seemed more like they were made by a sharp weapon. Ha ha ha, you can actually reflect damage? You've been hiding your strength. You think this will help you win? You're dreaming. My abilities come from 6 gifted individuals. Will you submit or die? Life is so dull, like a toad trying to teach humans. Just look at your face. Do you even deserve to speak? While dodging, Ji-hee understood that she could reflect damage. But she hadn't had this ability before. There was no time to think further. The giant creature transformed from Hagen Yagura charged at her again, forcing Ji-hee to jump around awkwardly to evade it. The Gatling gun in her hands fired at the giant creature, but all the shots were blocked by her armor, not even slowing down its attack. She wanted to throw a fire mushroom, but the creature was too close. To attack successfully, she needed to create some distance. Finally finding an opening, Ji-hee threw out a bulletproof car she had purchased and jumped inside. Before she could treat her wounds, she saw that the expensive car's windows were already cracking from the creature's attacks, and the cracks were getting bigger. It wouldn't be long before they shattered completely. Ha ha ha, so you have space abilities. Ha ha ha, all the resources will be mine. You foolish woman, with such great power, you never thought of building an empire. What a waste. Now, everything is mine. As Hagen Yagura's wild laughter echoed, Ji-hee jumped out from the other side of the car. The vehicle had not been in vain. It had bought her precious time to heal. Her wounds were fully healed, and she was back to her best self. Since the Gatling gun was useless, Ji-hee transformed it into a shovel and charged at the giant creature for close combat. She figured out, these firearms only worked against early-stage gifted individuals and were completely ineffective against this later-stage mutation. Perhaps a missile or a nuclear bomb would have some effect, but could she get her hands on those? Even if she managed to buy it, would she really not die from a close-range explosion? She had just tested that this cursed space did not allow her to hide. Fighting for a while, and then stopping to wear down this monster was not a viable option. She could only fight with all her strength. She had already tested that whenever this creature inflicted a wound on her, 2 wounds would appear on its back. The gap between them was gradually closing. However, its self-healing ability was much stronger than hers. Although the wounds on it were severe, they healed quickly. Fortunately, she had healing abilities. As long as she could endure, she could win. Ji-hee smiled slightly and moved closer to the giant bug, at that moment giving up all defense and choosing to exchange injury for injury. Although her firearms were not effective, her shovel had not betrayed her. It remained sharp. With each swing, it could take a chunk of flesh. Hokuyu Yamura attacked frantically, and the missing hands made it difficult for him to fight. While attacking, he kept trying to persuade Ji-hee, "Aren't you tired? Why don't you give up? Look at how much blood you've lost. Submit to me, and I will lead you to a brighter future. You will gain greater power and a higher status. You will be above everyone else." Ugly monster. Hokuyu Yamura didn't hear clearly. "What did you say?" "I said you look so ridiculous that it makes me sick. Just look at you, neither human nor ghost, like a rat in a sewer. How can you still have the face to live on? Your life is a joke." As her words fell, Ji-hee swung the shovel and made a huge cut on Hokuyu Yamura's chest. Blood sprayed out, and Ji-hee quickly dodged. Hokuyu Yamura's eyes burned with fury. Ji-hee had struck a hidden pain within him. If it weren't for needing to borrow 500 billion from Seong Tian, he wouldn't have to be so impatient. He could have climbed to greater heights. But he had no choice. He had sacrificed so much for the most important person in his life. He had to survive. He wanted to live better and make those who looked down on him pay the price. He absolutely would not lose. With his eyes glowing red, Hokuyu Yamura opened his mouth wide, and a worm-like appendage suddenly extended, beginning to tremble as if about to spray something out. Ji-hee reacted quickly and rushed forward to grab it. Just with that one pause, Yaguchi grabbed the opportunity. She didn't care that her mouth was still held by Ji-hee. Her sharp limbs pierced through Ji-hee's body and quickly pulled out. Red blood splattered everywhere. At the same time, 2 large wounds appeared on Yaguchi's body. Ji-hee seemed to feel no pain. Calmly, she took out a fire mushroom and stuffed it into Yaguchi's mouth, then quickly inserted a long, hard stone slab. She forced the mushroom deep into his stomach. "Eat, eat, eat. I'll make you suffer." In the next moment, she used her legs to push off as Yaguchi attacked again with its limbs. She skillfully dodged and rolled after landing. Without looking back, she began to run wildly into the distance, hearing the screeches and roars behind her. Suddenly, the air became quiet for a moment.
Boom.
A dull sound came from behind, followed by a wave of blood mist that swept over Ji-hee, sending her flying hundreds of meters away. She rolled on the ground, not noticing a white, scaled creature's shadow appearing in midair, wrapping around her body to protect her from the impact. Ji-hee rolled until she reached the edge of the space and touched the wall before stopping. Before she could look up, a system notification sounded in her ears. The winner has been decided. Congratulations to Seong Tian for borrowing 500 billion to win this match. Congratulations to player Seong Tian for obtaining the omniscient fruit. The winner is being teleported out of the cursed space. In the next moment, Ji-hee returned to her house. It was quiet around her, just as it was when she left, silent, old, and still. A system notification instantly reached all players' ears. Due to real-world reasons, all items in the system shop will now increase in price by 10 times. Ji-hee ignored the system announcement. Standing still, she suddenly spat out several mouthfuls of blood, with some internal remnants visible. Her entire body was soaked in blood, and the large wounds were still bleeding. With a cold expression, she stood there, looking at her hands glowing with white light. Her eyes darkened. A cold smile appeared on her lips. She felt incredibly powerful now. You all better watch out. Countless people in the world were anxiously waiting for the next developments. After the incident with the village, many people in the country saw it. It was impossible to hide. Some hoped to borrow 50 billion to die, while others hoped to borrow 50 billion to live. Everyone was frantically posting online, searching for any clues related to the aftermath. Finally, someone revealed that the person from the village had died at home, and there were no remains left. The body was completely destroyed, and the death was extremely tragic. Then, rumors began to spread, and people online started talking about the brutality of the situation. This is a murder. If they could kill someone as respected as the person from the village, they must be mentally unstable. Strongly condemn this. Allowing such a person to exist is irresponsible to the public. They must be captured and strictly controlled. They cannot be allowed to harm society. Some people defended the situation. How can you turn against someone after buying so much cheap food from them? Eating so much and still complaining? You could have fed that food to dogs. Are you blind? The person from the village clearly provoked them first by reaching out to find trouble. Shouldn't they be allowed to defend themselves? They deserved it. The person from the village killed hundreds in the game. Why didn't you say anything then? As these two opinions intensified and people became more agitated, a system notification suddenly silenced everyone. It was already expensive enough. Now it was even more expensive? 10 times? This meant everyone's assets shrank tenfold in an instant. Soon, someone noticed a problem. The store is empty. Can someone explain if the shelves are sold out, or did they take the products down? It's been 3 days. It's been empty for 3 whole days. Then many usually quiet people began to speak up. Borrowing 50 billion has not harmed anyone. They are even selling food cheaply in their store. Just that alone makes them much better than those who only complain. Are you crazy? How many people would die without them? Do you know that besides the government and supermarkets, only their store has water? What you are doing harms everyone's interests. Now look, you got what you wanted. The store isn't restocking and no one can buy food. We will all starve together. I really have no words. This time I lost all my salary in the system space. It wasn't a big deal at first. I still have some gold at home and could rely on the borrow 500 billion from Heaven's store to buy food and survive. But now, with what you all are doing, borrow 500 billion from Heaven is no longer selling goods. What are we supposed to do? Are we supposed to starve? This is a conspiracy. You pushed borrow 500 billion from Heaven out, and now all the stores have raised their prices. Without precious metals, we can't exchange for supplies. This is oppression. It's a monopoly. You can't stand to see others do well. Why drag everyone down with you? With the sudden price increase in the system, what are we supposed to do? Are we meant to starve? People with abilities from all corners of the world stood up, demanding their governments provide answers. These individuals are not weak. While 1 or 2 may be manageable, if a group rises up together, it could truly become a disaster. The customers of borrow 500 billion from Heaven are from all over the world. During its operation, although many items were sold, the majority were ordinary food products. These foods flooded the market and saved many lives. The number of people with abilities is vast. While some chose to ally with the government or corporations, many others opted for a life of freedom. Many of them relied on rewards from games and purchasing from borrow 500 billion from Heaven to get by. Now that one of their 2 paths has suddenly been cut off, it's no surprise they are protesting. More and more people are leaving messages for borrow 500 billion from Heaven, hoping for a sign that they are still alive and well. If they don't want to speak, they could at least list an item in the store to prove they are still here. Unfortunately, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. There was no response at all. The higher-ups in various countries were also in a panic. With prices in the marketplace skyrocketing tenfold, the silver coins they earned from the game could buy nothing, rendering them nearly worthless. Now, borrow 500 billion from Heaven had simply vanished. With protests from the people below and natural disasters above, governments were overwhelmed. They wished they could turn back the clock to over 20 days ago. They certainly wouldn't have allowed things to develop this way. As for everything happening online, Ji-hee was aware, but didn't care. She was enjoying her little life at home. During this time, she felt inexplicably weak. There were no wounds or other symptoms. She just felt drained. She used to go out every day to read and catch bugs, but after her health declined, she felt very tired after a short walk and couldn't go far. So, she decided to stay home and rest. She had planned that if anyone questioned her again, she would stop pretending and admit her husband's identity as a gifted person. With this identity as a cover, she wouldn't even need to go out to catch bugs anymore. If anyone bothered her, she would make them quiet forever. However, she waited and waited, but no one questioned her. Instead, others started to get sick. The bug problem hadn't improved. It actually got worse, and now people were afraid to gather. Even family members kept a distance of 2 meters apart. Recently, people began to experience unexplained stomach pains. At first, it happened once or twice, and no one paid much attention, thinking it would pass. But then it got worse, and the frequency increased. The pain came on suddenly and was severe, leaving those affected pale, with trembling limbs and weakness. They couldn't even stand or chew food. Most of the affected were elderly and children. Strong adults showed no signs of illness yet. This wave of sickness disrupted the lives that were starting to return to normal. Not only was the bug issue unresolved, but now there were other health problems as well. Now, not just he was resting at home. Everyone else started to stay home too. No one could go out to work. The community committee and Chili were busy going door to door to count the number of sick people. He was also reported. She didn't want to pretend to be sick. It was just that no one asked her. When Director Sue saw her pale face, he said nothing, sighed, and gently patted her shoulder before heading next door. He called out a few times, but Director Sue didn't turn back. He clearly had other concerns and told her to lie down and rest, not to come out unless necessary. What could she do? She couldn't go out shouting that she was a gifted person. That would be so awkward. After a few busy days, although the situation was reported, there were no medicines or better solutions available. They just advised everyone to stay home and avoid going out. To help calm the anxious crowd, the community started distributing a bean cake and 1 liter of water to each sick person daily. This measure helped many people feel more at ease. To avoid the risk of infection for unknown reasons, items are placed behind each family's door to minimize contact with one another. Ji-hee lay on her comfortable bed, wearing clean pajamas. After scrolling on her phone for a while, she closed her eyes and began organizing her supplies. After coming out of the dungeon, she had collected quite a few resources, which she had been storing in her space. She dealt with some each day, and today she was almost finished organizing. In the past few days, she had been busy figuring out how to grow purifying moss and mushrooms in her space. The mushrooms were easier to grow, as long as they had enough moisture. They were not picky and grew quickly. He first tried growing 3 types: baby mushrooms, storage mushrooms, and air-absorbing mushrooms. The baby mushrooms and air-absorbing mushrooms could be used right after they were grown. However, the storage mushrooms were empty unless she infused them with a special ability. When Ji-hee infused the healing ability into the storage mushrooms, they transformed into healing mushrooms. She infused the ability into most of them before stopping. With healing mushrooms, she would no longer be afraid when going out to fight. In comparison to mushrooms, growing purifying moss had been challenging, and she only managed to grow it successfully yesterday. Previously, she had collected a lot of purifying moss in the dungeon, so she was sure she had enough for now. However, since this was also a type of medicine, she wanted to try growing it herself. It didn't go well at first. Purifying moss was more particular about its growing environment than regular plants, and her space lacked the dark and damp conditions it needed. Ji-hee thought of many solutions, but in the end, her ability proved helpful. A piece of decayed wood mutated, allowing her to grow the moss successfully. Decayed wood, a piece of wood that has been dead for many years and is completely rotten inside. The type of tree is unrecognizable, but now someone has high hopes for it, hoping to bring it back to life. It can create a suitable environment for purifying moss to grow. Note: Your space is quite magical. Despite the system's complaints, it was indeed effective. She discovered that even if it didn't work well at first, as long as she sincerely asked a few times and persisted for several days, it would unleash new powers. Ji-hee felt she had found the right way to use her ability, to be bold. After organizing her space, Ji-hee opened the shop's back end to start blocking users. Since her health had declined, she had more time for herself, including using her phone. This time, the system seemed different. When she casually inquired, it provided over 100,000 names for her blacklist, all of whom had ill intentions toward her. And it only cost 1 silver coin. She had been too busy to compete with Xiaohong before. Now that she has some free time, she decided to block all those who insulted her, morally pressured her, manipulated her, and tried to control her life. She doesn't lack parents or anyone else. She is no longer accommodating anyone and has blocked everyone. In just a few days, she blocked tens of thousands of people, and her hands felt numb from it. But this feeling is really good and lifted her spirits. If they want to insult her, she won't tolerate it and won't sell anything anymore. After blocking so many people, her hands felt numb, so she decided to take a break and pulled out the all-knowing fruit she had obtained last time. All-knowing fruit, S+ level energy fruit. Consuming it allows you to know everything. Note: are you risking your life with that weak body? Her body had indeed been weak, so she didn't eat it right away when she saw the description. Today, feeling much better, she decided to eat it immediately. She doesn't let grudges go unpunished. That's not her style. Soon, she learned some information about the Cursed Dream Society, which is affiliated with the village behind her. However, after using the all-knowing fruit, she immediately felt a wave of weakness. As expected, the stronger the talent, the greater the limitations. This limitation prevented her from using her abilities freely and made her temporarily more compliant. But having abilities she couldn't use wasn't her style. Despite feeling weak, she predicted who in Longwo was investigating her and their intentions. The results were similar to her guesses. There was both protection and control. They wanted to ensure her safety and prevent other countries and forces from hunting her down. They also wanted to control her and use her power to help more people through disasters. As a result, her body felt worse. She couldn't do anything and could only lie in bed playing on her phone. After lying down for a few more days, she felt better. She decided to start tormenting the system. After getting a positive answer, she spent 1 gold coin to upgrade her shop. From now on, the shop would not only sell goods but also have a bounty feature. She immediately posted the bounty list she had been thinking about. White Flame Mushroom, D-level energy fruit, removes impurities from the body and purifies the bloodline. Exchange item, Yamada Ichiro, leader of the Cursed Dream Society, ability. Healing Mushroom X5. Exchange item, Hashimoto Nai, second in command of the Cursed Dream Society, ability. Healing Mushroom, instantly heals physical injuries and internal diseases. Energy is automatically voided when exhausted. Exchange item, Suzuki Mei, internal member of the Cursed Dream Society, ability. Multiplying Mushroom, when consumed by any creature, regardless of gender, can result in pregnancy, a savior for those who cannot conceive. 3 offspring per pregnancy. Exchange items, tanks. Multi-child Mushroom, exchange item, armored vehicle. They posted over 10 bounties at once, all for items, with not a single normal food in sight. Aside from the powerful leader of the Cursed Dream Society, who feared no one would hunt if they didn't offer the White Flame Mushroom, all the other mushrooms were ones she had planted later. She didn't mind giving them away. Aren't these people just looking for trouble? Then let's keep them busy. Let everyone experience what it feels like to be entangled. With the announcement of this bounty, the whole world exploded. They never expected that borrowing 500 billion again from the heavens would create such a stir. Not to mention the first appearance of D-grade energy fruits in the world. Just the healing mushroom alone was clearly stated in the game store to heal instantly. What does this mean? It's like a second chance at life. And borrowing 500 billion again, they offered dozens at once. How could that not drive people wild? The multi-child mushroom felt like a medical miracle, instantly grabbing the attention of countless influential figures. Don't think that having money means you can get everything. Children are something special. No matter how rich or capable you are, if you don't have it, you simply don't. Maybe in a few years, Jihee's multi-child mushroom won't be worth anything, and no one will want it. But at this moment, less than a year into the disaster, countless big shots still had plenty of resources, and their lives hadn't changed due to the extreme heat. Children were what they had longed for over decades, and now they were right in front of them, available for just tanks and armored vehicles. What's there to hesitate about? As for the subsequent series of shells and fuel, that didn't matter. Once the tanks were given away, what were shells worth? The air absorption mushroom was clear. It could absorb unpleasant odors and impurities from the air. With this, they wouldn't have to worry about being taken down by gas bugs anymore. It was definitely a great item. Though it couldn't compare to the other three, it was still good. As for the top item, the white flame mushroom, it was something else entirely. The game clearly stated it could remove impurities from the body and purify the bloodline. Just looking at that description, it was definitely extraordinary. This was their first time hearing about energy fruits. Just one fruit, and no one could refuse it. It was a ladder to power. And for them to offer it after borrowing 500 billion again, that showed how determined they were. As for its authenticity, no one questioned it. In the game store, trading requires posting items first, which must pass system checks before being released. No one could deceive the system. That's fine, after all, those people hurt her, so it's normal for her to fight back. With the release of the bounty notice, many related individuals started to insult her online. Because Jihee not only wrote her name and abilities but also clearly stated her address. How could they not be anxious? How could they not be angry? Outrageous. Offering a bounty without regard for human life. Is there no one to take care of this? Such a person deserves severe punishment. It's so ugly to think everyone can be corrupted by money. I tell you, this is a huge disrespect to our nation. The message was sent a few times before disappearing completely, because someone discovered that their doorsteps were blocked by those with abilities. They could no longer speak out. On the other side, at the Ability Committee of City A, in the meeting room, Xie Cheng and Ji Jing looked extremely grim. Across the table sat two people, one elderly man with a stern face and a young man with a friendly demeanor. From today onwards, we will work together. After saying this, the elderly man nodded expressionlessly at the two and stood up, leading the young man away. Xie Cheng and Ji Jing sat at the table, motionless for a long time. Although this situation was not caused by them, the consequences had already occurred. After the bounty notice was posted for a day, Jihee lay at home, having finished her tasks, and felt a bit bored. She opened the system backend. This person was busy every day, and suddenly having free time felt a bit strange. With the bounty out, many of her previous clients messaged her, all inquiring about the flame mushroom and healing mushroom. Some even asked her to list water for sale. Jihee ignored them all. She didn't even list any supplies in her shop. As the extreme heat stabilized and no longer increased, the remaining survivors had somewhat adapted to the temperature after a large number of people were eliminated. Although it was hard to endure, as long as there was enough water, they wouldn't die from the heat. Water had become a crucial strategic resource. It could be said that whoever controlled the water source truly held the key to survival. But Jihee wasn't in a good mood. After all, she wasn't someone with high moral standards, so she decided to ignore everyone. If they had the energy to cause trouble, they weren't thirsty enough. At that moment, she suddenly saw a different message, specially marked by the system, indicating she had supplies to collect. It was from someone named Boss Xiang, sending a heart gesture. Hello, I am another spokesperson from the official side. I would like to greet you and send various supplies along with this message. I hope you like them. Along with the message came many supplies, including beautifully arranged dishes, toilet paper, daily necessities, and even some newly developed clothing from various countries. One fabric caught her eye. It was the bright pink heat-resistant material she had purchased before. In addition to daily necessities, they also sent a number of weapons, including tanks, missiles, and sulfur, among other items. There were so many things that she estimated there were at least 100. After the formal message, several more friendly messages followed. Hi there. If you want to know anything, feel free to ask me. We can share information freely, all at no cost. Besides that, we also provide national banquet chefs who can cook various dishes. They can make spicy hot pot and cold noodles. Just let us know your requests, and we will definitely meet them. In addition to chefs, we have tailors and gaming companions who can make clothes and play games with you. We have everything young people like, and we can even contact former celebrities to hold remote concerts for you. I hope we can help each other and get through tough times together. As Ji-hee read through the messages, she hadn't planned to reply. But then she suddenly realized that she actually needed their help. She wanted to make clothes. She had some plain colors of heat-resistant fabric, black, white, and gray, that she had never used because she didn't know how to sew. They had just been sitting there. After getting some cloud beast fur from Floating Island, she wanted to weave a warm garment. However, after looking at the instructions at home, she found that it was not an easy task.
So she had put it aside for now.
If this person could really help her make the clothes, she wouldn't mind making that trade. Just a simple trade, nothing more. I have some cloud beast fur and heat-resistant fabric. Can you help me make a few pieces of clothing? Since sending the message to borrow 500 billion again, Chung-jun had been monitoring the back end 24/7. As soon as he saw the response, he immediately started typing. No problem at all. We can make as many as you want. Ji-hee nodded in satisfaction. With the system in place, she wasn't worried about the other party trying to deceive her. As long as they signed a system contract, the system would keep an eye on things. This was also a newly activated feature of the system. Both parties can contact each other directly, but they must pay a large fee. However, the system offers the first 10 times for free. If it's a regular item, it's not really necessary. It's not worth it. What reward do you want? No, I don't need anything, just making a piece of clothing. Ji-hee simply opened the trade and put up the floating beast's fur and one healing mushroom. The free ones are the most valuable. She doesn't need these items and doesn't want to owe anyone. Otherwise, it would be hard to settle accounts later. Her daily talent can fill about 10 healing mushrooms or 15 strands of mushroom chicken fur. She can afford one healing mushroom. In the trade, she stated that she would provide the floating beast's fur and heat-resistant fabric, while the other party would help make the clothing using all materials. The code requires S, M, and L sizes. After the trade was completed, she gave an extra healing mushroom as a fee. On the other side, Chung-jun agreed to the trade request from borrow 500 billion from heaven again. Although they didn't really want the materials, since borrow 500 billion from heaven again insisted on giving, there was no need to refuse. That healing mushroom is indeed a good item. If used well, it can save several lives. It's rare. With a big order in hand, Chung-jun closed the back end and happily went out to find a talent user to weave the clothing. Many support-type talent users have emerged, and the clothes they weave can have special effects. Since they are going to do it, they must do it well. They can't just settle. He believes that if they show sincerity, they can win back borrow 500 billion from heaven against trust. Then they can trade more in the future. After winding through several turns, he arrived at a room filled with people. He leaned closer to a young man and quietly asked, "How's the task going?" Not very smoothly, the young man shook his head. That person has quite a strong talent. Previously, he had tried to find someone to assassinate the leader of the Cursed Dream Society in the Country of Days. Ahem, not assassinate, but persuade him. Persuade him to commit suicide. It would be better for the whole world. Unfortunately, progress has been slow. That's okay, it's normal. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so valuable. Take your time. Always prioritize your safety. After giving a few more instructions, he turned to the next room. This room was filled with support-type talent users. Although these talent users are not strong in combat, they are powerful in other aspects. I have a business opportunity. He is enjoying a peaceful life at home, eating and sleeping. Every day, I go to the space to tend to the crops and check on the mushrooms, while outside, chaos is brewing. Things have gotten completely out of hand. A few days ago, some people started taking the mushrooms that were easier to exchange. Each person who took them left a message for Ji-hee, telling her not to hesitate to ask for anything she needed. Everything was negotiable. These individuals are among the strongest in the gifted community. Compared to those at the top, the lower levels have gone wild. All over the world, countless people who had adapted to extreme heat have collapsed from pain. Unfortunately, the current medical conditions do not allow for treatment. They can only suffer until they die without help. The last straw was the first gifted person to die in this disaster. Not all gifted individuals are powerful. Some have failed the game but still retain their abilities. While these individuals cannot buy supplies in the marketplace, they still live more comfortably than ordinary people. Many of them have become the backbone of their families after the disaster, sharing food and clean water with their relatives while they drink untreated water, believing their strong bodies would protect them. When this sudden crisis arose, how could they not panic? Not only were they worried, but their families were also anxious. If the backbone of the family falls, how will they survive? A few days later, Ji-hee received a message from Chung-jun. The clothes are ready and have been mailed to you. Please check your mailbox. Our National Research Institute has discovered that the cause of the illness is water contamination. Many people drinking untreated water have caused a buildup of parasites in their bodies. Although we know you don't drink untreated water, we wanted to inform you. We will post this information in the store. In the future, the National Store will not only sell items, but also share important news. Additionally, the food grown after the disaster, whether from our original seeds or those purchased from the gifted marketplace, contains a substance that cannot be detected temporarily. Excessive use of this substance can burden the human body. We currently cannot find a way to avoid it. Ji-hee looked at the message. Chung-jun and Ji-jing were truly different types of people. Over the past few days, she had hardly replied to any messages, yet Chung-jun kept sending her updates, mostly sharing news and occasionally saying things young people say to build a connection. Just then, her phone chimed with a notification. It was a video released by the government. In it, insects crawled out of the mouths of the deceased, and it was an unedited clip. At the end of the video, the experts' investigation results were displayed, related to drinking water. Currently, water resources are severely polluted, with many insect eggs and parasites present. People, due to a lack of fuel and unwillingness to waste, often choose to drink untreated water. In the short term, it may not cause issues, but this habit of drinking untreated water has persisted for several months. The accumulated parasites in the body can hatch, damaging internal organs, leading to symptoms like abdominal swelling and coughing up blood. In severe cases, there can be convulsions, foaming at the mouth, and fainting. As for solutions, they are quite simple. There are known antiparasitic medications that can help. Although a single dose may not be very effective, taking them in larger quantities is definitely safe. At the end of the video, an expert urges everyone to take antiparasitic medication. Now, here's the problem. Those with food and medicine do not drink untreated water. Those who drink untreated water lack food and medicine. The search for medicine has become a global issue. This disease is not confined to one country, but is a worldwide concern. In hot countries, very few people boil water to drink. Some outbreaks occurred early, while others happen later. When news from one country was released, some nations did not believe it, thinking it was exaggerated, claiming it was just stomach pain and not related to parasites. However, shortly after, many people in those countries reported stomach pain. Then, many came forward to confirm that what was said was true. That information was completely accurate. Suddenly, many people rushed to contact Ji-hee, wanting to buy some antiparasitic medication. However, no one dared to provoke her this time. Everyone was polite and willing to negotiate for supplies. After all, provoking her means considering the consequences of her retaliation. Many around the world are hoping someone will provoke again, asking for more resources so they can exchange for rewards. It would be best if it were someone from their own country so they could also benefit. Just look at the examples of the fleeing leader of the cursed dream society and the tragic fate of the village. As for the combat power of asking for more resources, no one doubts it now. The village leader was a tough character, meeting a grim end. Asking for more resources must also involve strong individuals, not to be trifled with. The online sentiment has shifted unexpectedly, with everyone talking about asking for more resources, their envy showing through. At 18, a young genius with extraordinary talent, strong combat ability, wealth, food, strength, and a bright future. Young people are truly remarkable. It's hard to find someone as perfect as them. Whether they are male or female doesn't really matter. This is the least important aspect of their outstanding lives. Recently, many people have been leaving messages asking for support. Even those who previously criticized have suddenly disappeared. Director Sue, due to water source contamination, starting today, everyone must boil the water at home before drinking it, ensuring it boils for at least 5 minutes to kill bacteria and eggs. Director Sue, the government will filter and disinfect the delivered water in advance, so please rest assured. Director Sue, due to rising costs and the consumption during filtration, the daily water supply has been reduced to 700 milliliters. We hope everyone can understand and be patient. Director Sue, an emergency supply of deworming medicine has been sent, but the quantity is limited, so it will first be given to children around 10 years old. Elderly and adults will need to wait. Director Sue, families with 3 or more members can bring their ID and household registration to the exchange center to purchase a seed from the gifted merchant store, using credit points or materials for exchange. A voice of reason. Are the elderly not valued? Why should they wait? We paid so much tax when we were young and contributed more than others. Our health is also weaker, so we should be treated first. Coco's mom. You have an interesting perspective. At your age, your health is already declining. Even if you are saved, how many more years do you have? Children are the hope of a nation. If they are gone, the country is truly finished. Sean Go. Elderly lady, please stop causing trouble. It's not the time for this. We middle-aged people haven't spoken up yet. Why are you standing out now? Are you feeling better? A voice of reason. What's wrong with the elderly? They are people too and deserve equal treatment opportunities. Family with 2 treasures. Stop arguing. Can't you see that the daily water supply is decreasing? Only 700 milliliters per person in this hot weather? Before you even get sick, you might die of thirst. There have been many cases of people dying from thirst in our community. Food enthusiast. Let's not even get started on firewood. How long has it been since we cooked at home? We've traded our pots for food. Now you want us to boil water at home? That's ridiculous. Family with 2 treasures. Growing vegetables? What a joke. You can't grow vegetables without water. Seeds aren't food you can eat right away. If you can't even take care of yourself, how can you grow vegetables? What a joke. Director Sue. Healthy people can go out and trade supplies for firewood and ceramic pots. Everyone can rent them out and each person can boil water once a day for about half an hour. The rest of the time, you can rent the pot out to earn some extra income. Someone. So, we used to have shared bikes and now we have a shared cooking pot? Don't forget. Does anyone have medicine? I have a seriously ill family member who won't survive without medication. Please help me out. I would really appreciate it. Sean Go. Where would we get that? I'm just lying at home. You should go to the hospital. Don't forget. I went, but the hospital said they aren't accepting anyone over 60 for now and told us to wait at home. But my parents can't wait. Sean Go. Man, I don't know what to say. I really don't have any medicine. My child has been drinking boiled water, and so far it's okay. Dong Ri Xiaomei. Please help my granddaughter. She's only 11 years old. We were turned away at the hospital. She's in so much pain at home, and she's so thin. I can't even buy her a painkiller. I regret everything. Please, I beg you, help me find some deworming medicine for my child. I would do anything for anyone who can save her. No one in the group replied. The supplies sent from the system were something he couldn't refuse. It was like the difference between receiving money through Alipay and WeChat. One is automatic, while the other requires the owner's consent. The system supplies are automatically accepted. Unless he wants to spend some extra coins, she has to accept the supplies sent to her. Since the system introduced this feature, many people have sent her supplies to build a good relationship. He noticed, but said nothing. The rewards she posted in the marketplace, except for the one for the leader of the Cursed Dream Society, have all been claimed. Recently, more people have come to her wanting to buy things than at the beginning. He ignored them all. It's not that she wouldn't sell, but it wasn't the right time to sell. Many of the gifted individuals have been trapped by the system this time. Although they completed their tasks, they couldn't resist the temptation and brought back no supplies. With everyone needing to eat, they naturally had to find a way to buy food. The only places to buy food and water now are the game shops and government stores. The game itself is not the focus, but in recent days, as water sources have become more precious, the price of bottled water in the store has increased from 10 copper coins per bottle to 30 copper coins per bottle. It could go up 10 times more. 3 silver coins per bottle. Those who can afford it don't need to buy it. Those who want to drink it can't afford it. The store has turned into a place where you can only look but not buy. As the extreme heat continues, water resources are becoming more valuable. In Manhwa, the government is still providing water to maintain social stability. Other countries have already gone to war, and it's unclear how many battles have been fought over water, which has made them increasingly anxious. There is anxiety about the unknown and worry about when natural disasters will end. In this time, many people around have died of thirst. At first, everyone was sad about the deaths of others, but now they have become numb. They don't know how much longer they can survive. Even Director Sue, who used to diligently patrol the area, has become a frail old woman. She is not a gifted person, and the heavy workload and long-term lack of water have taken a toll on her health. But she still insists on patrolling every day with a loudspeaker. Thanks to Kai Shikun for the gift, I appreciate it. It shocked my whole family. It's the first time someone has given me such a big gift, and I will update soon. Much love. Comforting those families who are in dire straits due to lack of medicine and supplies. Just like after a natural disaster, some people reveal their true colors and go crazy. But there are also some who have their own beliefs. He shook her head at Director Sue, who came to deliver water again. Director, you should drink it. I don't want any. Foolish child, how can anyone not drink water? Just hold on. Our country is working hard, and it will get better soon. You young people are the hope for the future. Director Sue has aged several years in just 1 year, but she remains optimistic. Director, I am a gifted person. I have water. Director Sue was confused. How could the poorest child around them be a gifted person? Girl, don't lie to me. Are you trying to give up? Why are you talking nonsense? Director Sue, with sandy hands, tried to touch Jihee's forehead, but she dodged. Okay, as long as you know I don't want water, that's enough. Director Sue still didn't believe her, but her throat was hoarse, and she didn't want to say much more. All right. Even if you are a gifted person, you still need to drink water. Other gifted people have water. How can you refuse? Hurry up and keep this. After talking to you for so long, my voice is almost gone. After saying that, she found a water bottle, filled it with water, handed it to Jihee, and turned to leave. This kid seems a bit foolish. What's wrong with being talented? Other talented people also get water. They wouldn't mind having an extra serving. The country never said that talented people can't get water. Besides, she doesn't believe this girl is truly talented. She must be saying that because she doesn't care about her life. Being alone is also sad. Jihee held the slightly murky water, paused for a moment, and quietly closed the door. It's rare for her to not be lying. Why not believe her? She is not just talented. She is incredibly strong, the kind of talent that can take on monsters alone. Back in her room, she continued watching her show. In the middle of the night, after dinner, Jihee opened a game store and started listing water and other supplies. It wasn't just bottled water, it was also regular lake water. The exchange items included various professional combat training videos and medals. Each country's training plan was included. After waiting long enough, it was time to prepare. She was about to enter a level 4 dungeon, which she knew would be very challenging. She needed to be ready. After listing the supplies, just as he was about to log out, she noticed someone had sent her a teleportation item in the background. Dora's skipping class tool. Dora doesn't like attending class, but her mom always sends her to school, so she awakened this tool specifically for skipping class. It can be used once every 24 hours, with a random teleport distance not exceeding 3,000 meters. Note: it's okay, it will do. Jihi. Not bad. She should use this standard for gifts in the future. This reflects her status as the world's richest person. As time passed, some people received deworming medicine and were discharged from the hospital, while others, lacking medication, let mild symptoms worsen into severe ones and suffered painful deaths. Many shared videos of their deaths, spreading panic, while some, in their final moments, sought revenge on society, attacking anyone they encountered, causing chaos. Things were better domestically because the government had recalled weapons in large quantities. Even if someone wanted to retaliate, it was hard to find weapons outside. At most, they could throw small stones. It's not that these people didn't want larger stones, it's just that they couldn't find any outside. They had all been collected by those scavenging daily to build their stoves. As for wooden tables and chairs, that's a joke. Wood is valuable for burning. Why would anyone leave it for you? Society has now entered a phase where everyone is scavenging. Even some of the weaker, talented individuals have been going out to scavenge during this time. Often, these people who are causing trouble are quickly overwhelmed by enthusiastic crowds and taken to the community center to receive food. This becomes their last contribution to society. Each person who discovers them feels as happy as if they won a lottery. It was stated that finding and capturing someone who intends to harm society would earn a reward of 1 kilogram of rice, which can be collected at the nearest community center. This is quite a high reward. Therefore, after the grave diggers, a unique job in this post-apocalyptic world has emerged: the corpse catchers. These individuals, who are severely weakened by illness, have little strength left. As long as they aim and rush in, they usually succeed in capturing someone. More importantly, they need to be cautious of others trying to steal from them. Hey, you guys, put that person down. Shut up. Look at my fist. Try touching me and see what happens. I'll drag you to the public restroom and you won't come back. I have special abilities. That's a joke. Who doesn't? I have them too. If you reach out, I won't hold back. My elderly family is counting on you to support them.
You.
4 days later, Ji-hee was in her space gathering mushrooms. She had a small bamboo basket over her arm and was carefully cutting mushrooms off the decaying wood with a small knife. Ever since she learned that some people had worms in their stomachs, she started growing these mushrooms in her space, and today she had just harvested them. A piece of decaying wood for growing mushrooms is about 1 to 2 meters long. If suspended properly and given enough moisture, mushrooms can grow on both ends, yielding around 100 in total. Although the quality is much lower than those obtained in the game, Ji-hee doesn't mind since she doesn't need them. After confirming that there were no mushrooms left on the decaying wood, Ji-hee placed the discarded wood into a large sack and stored it away for future use, perhaps for firewood. Dressed and masked, she locked the door and began to head outside. The night was dark, and Ji-hee walked silently in the shadows without a flashlight. The wind stirred up dust, covering her face. With the massive death of plants and excessive deforestation, long-term water shortages have led to severe desertification. Even a gentle breeze can kick up a lot of sand. At first, no one paid much attention, but in recent days, the sandstorms have worsened, and some areas have even experienced tornadoes. Although their city does not yet have sandstorms, there is already a trend of them. The visibility is very low, and just going outside can bring home a pound of dirt. This makes everyone want to stay indoors more. Ji-hee did not come out to collect dirt. She wanted to find a seriously ill patient to test whether her medicinal mushrooms were effective. She did not see herself as a good person, but she also did not want to be a fraud. After walking in the dark for half an hour without encountering anyone, she realized she could not continue like this. If she kept walking, she might not find a seriously ill patient by dawn. Thinking that good opportunities shouldn't be wasted on strangers, Ji-hee turned and headed to Dongri Xiaomei's house. Recently, Dongri Xiaomei had been posting videos of her sick granddaughter in the group, asking for help to find medicine, but no one had been able to help. They could only watch the little girl grow weaker. It wasn't that people didn't want to help. During the first few months of the disaster, all the medicine was taken by the authorities. At that time, there were precognitive individuals working around the clock to gather all supplies. Even if someone had some medicine at home, it was just the usual stock they kept. After months of use, there was hardly anything left, and it was impossible to give any away. Everyone knew that Dongri Xiaomei's family was in a tough situation, living in very poor conditions. Even if there were channels to provide medicine, it would be at an exorbitant price that she couldn't afford. Who would give it away for free? Everyone has family, and in such times, giving away medicine means their own loved ones might suffer without it. That wouldn't be selfish. It was just a choice everyone would make. No one would sacrifice their loved one's chances for a stranger. So, despite feeling sympathetic, people had no other way to help besides offering comforting words. Dongri Xiaomei lost her husband early on and did not remarry. She raised her son alone and later welcomed a daughter-in-law. The family used to make a living selling vegetables at the morning market, and before the disaster, they lived a relatively happy life, though not as wealthy as the rich families. Her home was about a 20-minute walk from Ji-hee's house, a small courtyard with a newly built 2-story house. She had just used all her savings to build it before the disaster struck, and now she was unable to enjoy a happy life. Their family situation was originally decent, but after the disaster, they had planned to secretly store some food. However, thieves came, thinking their house was the best target, and went straight for it. They took all the food and smashed the windows and belongings inside. Fortunately, the family was out at the time and escaped unharmed. After saving money to repair the house, they finally saw a glimmer of hope, but then they encountered someone selling fake seeds, and the result was unfortunate. Ji-hee arrived at their home, looked around, stepped back a few paces, took a running start, jumped, and landed on the wall, leaping over it. As she jumped, she noticed that the top of the wall had glass and nails, likely to deter thieves. She landed silently in the yard. Ji-hee looked inside. A light was on, indicating someone was home taking care of a child. Wearing a face mask and different clothes than usual, she wasn't worried about being recognized by Dongri Xiaomei, but just to be safe, she still needed to take them down. She approached the gate and knocked the door. Once she was sure someone inside heard her, she quickly hid behind the door. The person inside hesitated, called out a few times, and after receiving no response, cautiously opened the door and stepped into the yard. Taking advantage of this moment, Ji-hee rushed out and knocked the person down before they could react. This person was Dongri Xiaomei's daughter-in-law. Not knowing how long the mushroom would take to work, Ji-hee the daughter-in-law's eyes and hands to prevent any surprises, then brought her back inside. She closed the door again. The inside was in poor condition, with a strong odor and dirt everywhere. Ji-hee dragged the person in and ignored her for the moment. She hadn't forgotten her purpose. She began searching for the little girl. After looking through several rooms, she finally found the little girl in the basement, who seemed a bit disoriented. The family had been busy during this time, secretly digging a basement where they lived and ate. It was well hidden. If the woman had closed the basement door when she came out, Ji-hee might not have found it so quickly. Ji-hee approached the little girl's bed and quickly tied her hands, feet, eyes, and mouth. After securing everything, she made sure the girl's nose was still exposed before taking out the mushroom. Although she wasn't a saint, she didn't want to harm an 11-year-old child. Ji-hee was busy with a task when the girl remained unconscious. It was clear that her condition was not good. Without treatment, it would only be a matter of days. As soon as the worm-attracting mushroom was taken out, Ji-hee stepped back a meter to observe. At first, there was no change, but after a few minutes, the girl began to convulse and sweat appeared on her forehead. It seemed like she was struggling. Ji-hee thought for a moment, then approached and tore the cloth from the girl's mouth, threatening in a rough voice, "If you don't want to die, be quiet. The 11-year-old girl understood the situation. Even though she was scared, she didn't dare to cry out. She pleaded softly, "Uncle, please let me go. I have worms. My flesh isn't tasty." "Be quiet." The girl looked like she was about to break down. He questioned herself, feeling a bit cruel as she watched the girl cry and tremble, yet she found herself wanting to laugh. Being a villain felt good for a moment, but continuing to be one felt even better. She couldn't reveal her true self yet, so she had to let the girl endure a little longer. After a few more minutes, the girl could no longer bear the pain and cried out. He, fearing someone might come, threatened, "If you make another sound, I'll kill you." Since it was her first time using the worm-attracting mushroom, she didn't know where the worms would come out, so she was hesitant to cover the girl's mouth, worried that the worms wouldn't be able to escape. Today, she had a plan. If the mushroom didn't work, she would leave the girl some deworming medicine as a form of compensation. Although it was just regular deworming medicine, it would be enough for her. Hearing Jihee's threat, the girl dared not make a sound and tightly closed her mouth. But the next moment, she couldn't hold back and began to gag. It was like a switch had been flipped. The girl started gagging repeatedly, struggling to move to the edge of the bed, facing outward as she began to. Jihee watched as long, thin worms were expelled from her, writhing on the floor and looking quite disgusting. Then, it seemed they found their direction and crawled together toward the worm-attracting mushroom. He quickly moved the mushroom further away. However, when it was too far, the mushroom seemed to lose its effect, and the girl's vomiting stopped, while the worms crawled around on the floor like flies. After experimenting a few times, Jihee discovered that the closer the mushroom was to the girl, the better its effect. The further away it was, the less effective it became. There was a limit of 3 meters. Beyond that, the worms in the girl's body could no longer sense it. The mushroom not only attracts the bugs inside the girl's body, but also draws in outside pests like mosquitoes. After a while, Jihee suspected that the room was filled with bugs. 20 minutes later, the girl stopped vomiting and collapsed on the bed, her face pale. The stainless steel bowl on the floor was covered with bugs. She expressionlessly used a stick to lift the bowl and collected the mushrooms underneath into her space. She decided not to take the bowl with her, as it was inexpensive and she had plenty in her space, so she didn't mind leaving it behind. It was brand new, with no marks or fingerprints, so there was no worry about being discovered. She placed a bowl of millet in the dish they had used for their meal and turned to leave. She hoped the little girl would survive. When she reached the first floor, the woman he had knocked out was still unconscious. Jihee, wearing gloves, carefully removed the tape from her mouth. She hoped the woman wouldn't suffocate. That would be terrible. Turning to leave, Jihee jumped and quickly disappeared into the night. An hour later, Dongri Xiaomei and her son returned, looking exhausted. They had spent several hours searching for medicine but found nothing. As soon as they entered, they were shocked to see the wife/daughter-in-law struggling on the floor. "Oh my, what happened? Child, go check on the baby. I was knocked out and don't know how the baby is." The woman, hearing a familiar voice, was nearly overwhelmed with joy, as no one could understand how scared she had been during the past hour. She didn't dare call out, fearing someone might hear and silence her. She was also afraid that the baby might have been harmed. "Mom, go check on the baby. I'll help you get free." Dongri Xiaomei's son, Wang Du, urged his mother to see the child while he hurried to untie his wife. "Oh, okay. Dongri Xiaomei felt a bit lost but quickly ran to the open basement, where the scene nearly terrified her. The place was crawling with tiny bugs, and her granddaughter was helplessly lying on the bed. Half an hour later, the family sat together and finally pieced together what had happened. "So, it seems a good person came to our house, helped the child with the bugs, and even left us this bowl of millet? This is quite embarrassing. They helped our child with the bugs, but why leave millet? We can't even find anyone to return it to." Dongri Xiaomei's granddaughter was still a bit weak. "It was a very fierce uncle. Child, it's not a scary uncle, he's a good uncle. He saved the baby's life. He is a good person. Remember, you must not tell anyone about this." Just say that your grandmother found medicine for you to take. You must remember that. Mom, we need to keep this to ourselves. That person clearly doesn't want others to know. We can't be ungrateful, understand? Don't worry, I've lived many years and know a lot. Today, I got this medicine for my granddaughter. Hey, what's wrong with the world now? Good people can't even do good deeds openly. Alright, enough of that. Stop thinking about useless things. Go make some millet porridge for my granddaughter. She hasn't eaten in a while and needs to recover from being sick. Okay, I'll go now. He returned home and first took a shower. The sandstorm outside had gotten worse these days, and just going out made it feel like her nose was almost blocked with dirt. After checking her space, he didn't immediately put the mushroom products on the shelf, but instead took out spicy crab and spicy shrimp to eat. She felt really good and wasn't bothered by the bugs she had seen earlier. After eating, she started exercising by following a video. Without a teacher to guide her, she could only practice as best as she could by watching. 2 hours later, he opened her shop. She had begun to list supplies over the past few days. She put the mushroom products on the shelf and wrote simple usage instructions below. She guessed that the mushroom might not be effective for those with mild symptoms. The bugs in their bodies were still in egg form and hadn't hatched yet. They felt the attraction but couldn't come out. To treat them properly, they would still need deworming medicine. The mushroom could only target those bugs that had already hatched. For exchanges, she chose weapons or coins. In Jihee's shop, metal could only be used to buy food and water, like mud catfish and mud snails. The prices were set according to the market rate. Mushrooms and items with special effects could now be exchanged for silver coins and weapons, which were harder to obtain. At this time, she still needed 3 more types of supplies for the space upgrade. After the initial phase of mass deaths, the bug disease was brought under control. Once the cause of the illness was known, people around the world began drinking filtered water and made sure to boil it for 5 minutes before drinking, which effectively prevented the hatching of bug eggs. However, the lack of water became another challenge for everyone. Now, the daily water supply has been reduced to 500 milliliters per person. After boiling it, there is hardly any left. People are facing extreme water shortages. In Africa, the situation is even worse. No one is taking care of it. If you can find water, you drink it. If not, you suffer from thirst. Things are getting worse. The water shortage problem remains unsolved. Dust storms and tornadoes have returned. Jihee's city is relatively lucky. They haven't faced a tornado yet, just dust storms, but the neighboring city has. I heard many houses have been destroyed by the tornado, and the internet is down. Before he could feel relieved. She realized her phone also couldn't connect to the internet. After several attempts, it still didn't work. She opened the game chat channel. Xiao. It's over, no internet. I feel abandoned by the world. Wind watching snow. Don't mention it. I've been without internet for 2 days because of the tornado and dust storm. The government can't spare anyone to fix the network. Haha. I'd rather die than live without the internet. Having you is my blessing. You still have time to go online? You don't even know what that 2-star item is like. Why not use this time to exercise? It seems like the internet is down for now. He doesn't know when it will be restored, but she feels uncertain. It's already impressive that they've lasted this long. The dust storm is fierce, and the already difficult stability has been completely disrupted. Visibility is too low for water and food delivery trucks to arrive on time. The entire city feels like an isolated island. Director Sue and Captain Chi have been busy trying to stabilize the crowd, but it's hard to manage without resources. The people, on the verge of dying from thirst and hunger, can't remain calm. Fortunately, they still have the system. During this time, the system has replaced the original network as the only means of communication. Jihee has sold all the water and food she brought back from the last instance. Now, she only needs one type of energy stone to gather all the materials required for the space upgrade. However, the bounty she posted for the head of the Dream Curse Society leader has not been claimed. Many people have explained to her that the leader has strong abilities and is in the territory of the Day country, making it difficult to kill him easily. Their attempts had been avoided by him, and during one attempt, he almost counterattacked, making it very dangerous. He didn't say anything. After all, she couldn't personally chase him down in the day country. Saying anything else is useless. As for using props to hunt her down, she didn't mention it. After all, if it really came to that, the price she paid would definitely not be enough. At night, while she was stocking her shop, she suddenly felt a pang of anxiety. She wanted to make a prediction, but remembered that using it would leave her weak for a while. Since it had been over a month since she left the game, she could be notified at any moment, so she stopped. If she predicted now, she wouldn't be at her best when entering the game. Her next entry would be a 4-star mission. She had to be fully prepared. Closing her eyes, Ji-hee adjusted her mood and was about to sit down when she heard a familiar system notification. Hello, Tion, Nida Ikaru wants to summon you. The duration is about 5 hours, and you'll be sent back when the time is up. Do you agree? You have 1 minute to decide. 60, 59. Ji-hee thought for a moment and decided to go. It was simply out of spite. She just wanted to eliminate this person. Looking at the time, she had 10 minutes until midnight. Not knowing if she would enter the dungeon today, she decided to prepare herself. If she couldn't enter, she would just change. Quickly, she put on a garment made of floating beast fur and then wore a tracksuit over it. Next, she used mud to paint her face like a ritual offering and just managed to click agree at the last moment. Of course, she didn't forget to sit in the newly exchanged tank. On the other side, Nido Ikaru sat on a pile of corpses, confused and furious. Why wasn't this item working? He had exchanged nearly 100,000 tons of food for it. How could it just stop working? Where was the person he summoned? The next second, a huge tank appeared before him. Then came a series of cannon blasts. Nido Ikaru. After firing several rounds, Ji-hee finally took a moment to observe her surroundings. She was in a graveyard. The night was dark, and the green candlelight flickered in the wind, creating a spooky atmosphere. In the open space in front of her, countless fresh corpses lay scattered on the ground, with red blood staining the earth and a foul odor filling the air. There was no sign of Nido Ikaru. Ji-hee thought about his abilities and didn't expect to defeat him in one hit. She turned the tank's camera and quickly found her target. The shell did not harm him. Ichiro Noda was facing away from Ji-hee, holding a knife against a middle-aged man. The man was pleading, saying, "Please, please don't." However, Ichiro Noda did not hesitate and swiftly cut the man's throat. Blood sprayed out, and he let out a low laugh. Ji-hee thought, "What, trying to scare me? What a joke. This person really overestimates my morals. My morals are non-existent." Without hesitation, she pressed the launch button for the missile. Seeing this, Ichiro Noda stopped posing and used his ability directly. As expected, the missile entered the man's body without any obstruction. The imagined scene of him being blown to pieces did not happen. All the missiles vanished upon entering his body, causing him no harm. He stood there, still facing away from Ji-hee, continuing to kill. Instead, a man in the distance was suddenly blown away, dying instantly. Ichiro Noda, the leader of the Cursed Dream Society, had the ability to transfer damage. His name might sound ordinary, but his power was extraordinary. He could transfer any harm he received to someone who feared him. By killing in front of Ji-hee, he aimed to instill fear in her. A normal person would naturally feel fear upon witnessing so many of their kind being killed. This was a shared sorrow among peers. The intensity of this fear varied. Some could overcome it, not letting it hinder their actions, and even turning it into motivation to unleash greater strength. As long as fear was present, he could transfer the damage to that person. This made him an invincible presence. He brought Ji-hee here and killed in front of her to achieve this goal. He wanted Ji-hee to feel fear, placing her life in his hands. Before coming, Ji-hee had thought about how to kill this man. She concluded that as long as there were living people around him, it would be impossible. As long as there were those who feared him nearby, he could transfer the harm to them. With nearly 10 people at his feet, each one showing fear in their eyes, They were all his shields. Until those people were dead, he would not be harmed. He remained silent, but Ichiro Noda couldn't hold back. These people died because of you. You killed them. Great. Here comes the moral manipulation.
Don't talk to me.
I have a low tolerance for stupidity, Jihi said, waving her hand as she began to pull out a drone. Ichiro Nida saw he looking down, and thought she was scared. He became even more arrogant. If it weren't for you, these people would still be alive. They died because of you, and after death, they will seek revenge on you in the depths of. The man held a woman by the neck, forcing her to face Jihi. The woman struggled, pleading with Jihi, "Help me. Please save me." Ichiro Nidu looked at Jihi with malice. If you take your own life, these children can live. Otherwise, they will die because of you. Jihi was shocked and confused. Wasn't this just like a scene from a dramatic show she watched as a child, where a hero sacrificed themselves for a stranger? She never understood why someone would die for a stranger when they could live a good life with wealth and power. Why would she sacrifice herself for people she didn't even know? Deep down, after all these years, she never thought this scene would happen to her. What made her worthy of being the main character in such a situation? When had she ever given anyone such a positive impression? Did this person really think she would take her own life for a stranger? Was he out of his mind? Are you serious, you bald fool? You can't really believe I would die for a stranger, right? Are you crazy? You didn't even blink when you killed them, but now you expect so much from me? Her words left Ichiro Nidu speechless. While the logic was there, didn't she feel any struggle? Based on her long behavior, she should be a person with a strong sense of morality, like many people from Long Country, hypocritical yet principled. Such people were usually easy to deal with. But why was the situation unfolding so strangely? She saw so many people die. She should be scared, heartbroken, and in pain. Why did she seem completely unaffected? This was not right. Just as Ichiro Nidi began to doubt his abilities, he suddenly heard a strange noise. Looking up, he saw countless drones hovering above him, densely packed, almost blocking the sky. There were at least 100. At the same time, a shadow emerged from the machine gun on top of a tank and fired directly at him, without holding back. In the next second, bombs rained down on him, filling the air with dust. After the first wave of bombs, he still hadn't heard the familiar system notification sound. She knew this person was still alive. What a tough life. Just as she was about to go another round, a familiar electronic notification sounded in her ear. Dear player, welcome to the game. Please prepare yourself. Since you have received a ticket to the 4-star arena, you will be automatically transported to the 4-star game. We wish you a safe return. 3, 2, 1. He opened her eyes again, surrounded by 4 towering walls of flesh, trapped in the middle. She quickly realized that this time, she was not surrounded entirely by humans, but by giant beasts of different species. At that moment, a deafening roar came from her left. Hey, where did this little miner come from? Have you stopped drinking milk? Turning her head, Jihi had to tilt her neck and body nearly 45 degrees to see the full figure of the speaking beast. It was a creature covered in white curls, with 4 sharp teeth in its mouth, looking down at her with a mischievous glint in its eyes. One of its hands was bigger than her head, and she wondered if she would see the sun again after a punch from it. Then, a sharp voice came from her right. Exactly, a minor female participating in this competition? Hurry back home and drink some milk. The speaker was a tall, slender creature covered in hard armor, with a head resembling an alien. As it spoke, saliva dripped onto the floor, eroding it into a deep pit. Jihi barely reached its thigh, making her look like a dwarf in front of it. Jihi. At that moment, she felt like a little person who had stumbled into a land of giants, pitiful and helpless. Then, the familiar notification sounded again. Dear official players, welcome to the 4-star arena, the treasure competition. The treasure competition is the most anticipated event in the Laika continent, held annually, attracting countless races from across the stars to participate. You will represent your race in this grand event. Task: complete the competition and achieve a top 3 finish. Note: please give it your all, or there may be life-threatening consequences. Ji-hee. She was truly speechless. This game really had high expectations of her. This was the 4-star arena. How could she possibly achieve a top 3 finish among so many aliens and monsters? It was clear that it was impossible. There were at least 100 beasts around her, each carrying weapons and looking extremely fierce, especially those who could use their saliva as a weapon. Her thin arms and legs were not enough for even one of them. Without giving Ji-hee a chance to think, a loud cheer suddenly erupted from afar, shaking the air.
Tan-sen. Tan-sen. Ah.
It's Tan-sun. Jaiwo. Jaiwa, you are the strongest.
Lileta.
I believe you can do it. In the audience, countless cheerleaders stood up, passionately cheering for their chosen competitors. As the cheers grew louder, the giant beasts around Ji-hee began to jump and wave their arms, their excitement palpable. Ji-hee found herself lifted off the ground by the vibrations. It wasn't that she didn't want to steady herself. With hundreds of giant beasts jumping around her, just not falling was a victory. Taking advantage of the moment when a giant beast leaped beside her, she looked around, hoping to spot any humans nearby. However, the towering beasts formed a solid wall around her, blocking her view completely. All she could see were their thick fur. She struggled to maintain her balance, trying to observe her surroundings. Even if there were no humans, it would be nice to see a familiar beast. She attempted to reach out and touch a few of the different species, hoping to use her abilities. But all her attempts ended in failure. They were very alert, even in such an excited state. Whenever Ji-hee tried to approach unexpectedly, they instinctively moved away. Ji-hee frowned unconsciously. True warriors. This was going to be tricky. As the cheers grew louder, she looked up to see countless silver spheres flying toward them, landing among the beasts. Finally, when each beast had a sphere beside them, the atmosphere peaked, and the cheers became deafening. Ji-hee felt a slight pain in her head from the overwhelming noise. Just as she was trying to endure it, powerful roars erupted from the beasts. Round 188. The treasure competition officially begins. Let's wish our competitors a safe return. As soon as the words were spoken, Ji-hee felt as if she had been thrown into a washing machine, spinning wildly. Nausea surged within her, and she bit her lip tightly. Her eyes turned red from holding back, desperate not to be sick. She couldn't bear the thought of throwing up all over herself. When she finally opened her eyes again, she found herself in a sparkling white world. The endless white ice surface reflected the blue sky, and a sharp cold wind howled past, lifting small shards of ice that fell onto Ji-hee like a heavy punch. They had arrived at the ice field. A cold wind blew, and the dizziness and nausea were instantly suppressed. Ji-hee's fingers were numb from the cold, showing signs of frostbite. At that moment, she couldn't help but feel relieved that she had prepared well and was wearing a coat made of floating beast fur. Otherwise, she might have frozen to death as soon as she entered. She quickly used a healing spell to restore her fingers and then put on gloves. After that, she took out a flame mushroom and kept it close, finally feeling a bit more at ease. This place is much colder than the snowy mountains at the rabbit's home. Even with her warm clothes, she could still feel the biting cold, but at least she wouldn't freeze to death. Moving her body, Ji-hee looked around. The other giant beasts were clearly well prepared and had entered their battle stance much earlier than she had. Their thick fur and hard shells made them unafraid of the cold, allowing them to quickly get ready for a fight even in such frigid conditions. The cold environment seemed to cause them no harm at all. Occasionally, the glances directed at Ji-hee were filled with disdain. The weak do not deserve to participate in the competition. Suddenly, a roar from a beast in the distance interrupted her thoughts. Looking in that direction, she saw a group of ice mountains with 4 legs charging toward them. They truly looked like ice mountains, clear and transparent, covered with layers of white snow. Short, sturdy ice pillars supported them as they swiftly approached. The smaller ice mountains were about 2 stories high, while the giant ones appeared to be 8 or 9 stories tall. Just when he thought the nearby giant beasts would bravely confront the ice mountains, they turned and ran. Ice mountain beasts.
Run.
Oh my, they're starting with such a big move? What more could you want? At least they didn't throw you into lava at the start. They're showing some mercy. Let's go. Hearing this, he didn't hesitate at all, and quickly took out the blue sprite. What was the point of keeping secrets now? Her life was at stake. As soon as the blue sprite appeared, he jumped on it and quickly sprinkled 2 pounds of white sugar. Blue sprite, charge. Hurry up, go. This was a life-or-death situation. In just a few seconds, the giant ice mountains were already close, moving faster than a car at 200 miles per hour. The beasts that had roared earlier had already run far away. Their massive bodies gave them a significant speed advantage. Meanwhile, the humans were left behind, clearly showing their physical weakness in this moment. Apart from her, there were 3 others, 2 men and 1 woman, both white and 1 Asian man. Looking at the 3 of them, he's eyes flickered. Before she could think much, the blue sprite suddenly flew out, taking her higher into the sky. Just as they were about to completely escape the ice mountain's attack range, she suddenly felt a pressure pushing down on her, making her chest feel tight. The blue sprite also communicated that it couldn't fly any higher. With no other choice, he gritted her teeth and let it descend. It seemed that the idea of flying up to avoid danger was not going to work. She needed to think of another plan. Lying on the cloud, she turned to look back. He couldn't help but twitch her lips. Indeed, they were all from wealthy families. The 3 of them each had a floating island cloud, and they were frantically throwing out candy, looking much more intense than her. It was clear they lived very comfortably. He thought, did I just get a cloud wholesale? Lena, Peter, and Dazwa all looked extremely grim. They knew they were facing a 4-star challenge and had prepared a lot for this adventure, entering with a mental readiness. But they didn't expect such a dangerous start, with no time to prepare. They were immediately faced with a major crisis, completely different from the slow pace they were used to, leaving no time to react. The old cloud was not fast enough. Even though they were desperately throwing candy, the distance to the ice mountain was still closing in. Fortunately, despite being old, the technique was good. The clouds dodged a few times, managing to avoid danger for now. Lena glanced at the man next to her. Peter was also tough. She thought about using Peter as a shield, but decided against it. She still had a trump card, and it wasn't necessary to cause a rift yet. Peter noticed Lena beside him and frowned. How did this woman get in here? What bad luck. Dazwa, flying on the far left, was staring intently at Jihe, who was riding on the blue cloud. He immediately noticed that her cloud was flying much faster and was very agile, completely different from their slow pace. Such a good thing should only be used by him, or it would be a waste. Jihe ignored the expressions of the 3 behind her and looked toward the ice mountain. Riding on the cloud, she felt somewhat safe for the moment. However, deep down, she didn't feel relaxed at all. The ice mountains were too fast. At this rate, not just the other 3, but she too would be caught up. As she was thinking, she suddenly saw the icebergs start spinning wildly on the ground. Their movement changed from running to a tornado, speeding up more than twice as fast. The white man barely dodged, almost getting hit by the spinning mass, and finally used a tool to disappear. Jihe watched as the cloud froze upon touching the iceberg, shattering into countless tiny ice pieces the next second. Just how cold were these icebergs? Mr. Perfect, Peter, who had used a teleportation tool to escape, looked pained. Such survival tools were precious, and he only had 2 in total. He had already used one at the start. How would he get through this round? Moreover, that iceberg was terrifyingly strong. The moment it touched his cloud, he felt a strong chill spreading through his body. At that instant, his 6th sense screamed at him to escape, at any cost. So, without thinking twice, he decisively used the teleportation tool and vanished to a location thousands of meters away. He was safe now, but had also left the main group behind. He steadied himself in the white expanse, chose a direction, and continued forward. In his country, he was also among the top talents and would never give up easily. His disappearance didn't attract anyone's attention, or rather, others didn't care even if they saw it. This wasn't a team game. It relied entirely on individual abilities. The last white woman in the group used some kind of acceleration tool as the iceberg caught up, instantly boosting her cloud's speed and propelling her into the main group. The other man was no slouch either. A glowing metal chain appeared in his right hand, which he swung to latch onto a monster. As the monster ran, he kept shortening the chain, propelling himself forward at high speed. In the blink of an eye, Ji-hee found herself at the back of the pack. All the icebergs turned their attention to her. Several white tornadoes rushed toward Ji-hee. Ji-hee thought, okay. So, it's a tool battle, is it? I'm not afraid. She sat cross-legged on the cloud, gripping it tightly with her left hand, while her right hand pulled out a large wind mushroom, chewing and swallowing it. The next second, a gust of wind suddenly whipped up behind her, carrying the cloud and her away at high speed. The strong wind made it hard for her to open her eyes, so she squinted to aim in the right direction. She reached out, struggling to put on her wind goggles. It feels a bit better now. On this side of the camera, under the gaze of hundreds of live feeds, a few viewers noticed Ji-hee. Although there weren't many, just over 20 people. Are underage females really participating in the treasure competition? Using props already? Money power. Being rich is great. I'm so envious. Isn't that the cloud from the floating island that always wants candy? So snobby. The flying speed is related to the purity of the candy. The lower the pollution, the faster it flies. I swear with my 8 eyes that the candy this little female gave to that blue cloud is definitely below 5% pollution. Aren't there several clouds? Just look at their flying speed. So slow. How can she casually give such precious food to the clouds from the floating island? Why would such a rich female participate in this show? I noticed she is the only underage female among all the contestants. So what if she's rich? Can she buy everything? She'll be kicked out sooner or later. The beasts in this show are all cold-blooded warriors. They won't go easy on her just because she's underage. I feel like this little female is in trouble. As Ji-hee controlled the cloud and got closer, she was met with a stick swinging at her. Stay away from me, or I won't hold back. The blue cloud skillfully dodged, and Ji-hee made it fly away from the giant beast. Unlike the friendly monsters in the previous instance, these beasts had a much harsher attitude towards her in this game. Ignoring her was the best response. Many beasts looked at her with disdain. Some even spat at her when she got close. Why do females come to participate in this show? It's a waste of resources. You should give up your spot. Fortunately, the show had just started, and they hadn't reached the treasure competition phase yet. Most beasts hadn't used their strongest moves, just trying to intimidate her. As long as she stayed cautious and didn't get too close, she would be fine. She also kept a low profile, trying not to attract attention. She noticed that while all the monsters were running fast, they didn't get too close to each other and maintained a certain distance. Even though these beasts had a bad attitude towards Ji-hee, they were worse towards each other. They were tripping each other up as they ran. They were relatively polite to Ji-hee, mostly just trying to drive her away without being too harsh. But they were really aggressive towards the other beasts. She glanced at the camera that had been following her. They were truly reckless. In front of the camera, their actions were merciless. They didn't even pretend to hold back. At that moment, she caught a glimpse of a slimy monster suddenly extending over 10 tentacles to trip the alien beast beside her, but instead, it got caught and was thrown away. It crashed into another unfortunate monster. Taking advantage of the situation, the tentacle monster wrapped itself around the head of the black giant beast and used its tentacles to trip that beast, while remaining unharmed and jumping back into the group to continue causing chaos. Seeing this, Ji-hee quietly maneuvered the little cloud to fly a bit higher, trying to stay away from any monsters. Indeed, whenever competition arises, harmony is lost. Whether orc or human, it's the same. While the giant beasts in the group were sabotaging each other, several white whirlwinds suddenly appeared ahead of the team. They moved swiftly, charging toward the group like white tornadoes, carrying a large amount of ice and instantly scattering the entire team. Many alien beasts that came into direct contact with them turned into blocks of ice, eliminated on the spot. Of course, some powerful ones were not afraid of freezing. Ice mountain beasts. There are ice mountain beasts ahead. I told you it wouldn't be that easy. Quick, spread out, and find a new path. Don't block the way, you trash. He maneuvered the Blue Spirit's beast group to fly quickly, trying to avoid others, but it was too chaotic. Outside, ice mountain beasts were attacking them, and inside, the beasts were stepping on each other. In the chaos, Jihee's face was scratched by falling ice, and her bright red blood floated in the air, freezing into red ice beads the next moment. With no time to treat her wound, she maneuvered the Blue Spirit to awkwardly dodge in the white whirlwind. The pull was too strong, and the Blue Spirit was somewhat unresponsive. This couldn't go on. The Ice Mountain Beasts kept crashing into the group, scattering the originally 100-strong team into several small piles. He quickly searched for a target within the group. There it was, a black, long-haired giant beast. It moved steadily and powerfully, running fast and stable even in such strong winds. With its long black fur, sturdy 8 legs, and 4 arms, it looked very reassuring. It's you. At this moment, there were white whirlwinds on both her left and right sides. He could even feel the cold wind carrying shards of ice slicing against her face and body, creating numerous tiny wounds. Before she could bleed, the wounds would freeze again. He swallowed another large mushroom and picked up speed. She waited for the right moment and quickly jumped onto the back of a beast that looked like a mule as 2 white whirlwinds approached her again.
Hey, stay away from me.
Excuse me coming through. Before the beast could finish its complaint, Jihee jumped onto another beast and held on tightly. Get off me. I can't hear you. This back and forth continued until Jihee finally reached her target, a black-furred beast. With one leap, she landed firmly on its back. The next moment, a huge claw swiped at her.
Hey.
I don't usually hit females, but my back isn't for just anyone. Get off now. Jihee used her small size to nimbly dodge on the long-haired beast's back. Thanks to its large size, even with Jihee jumping around, there was plenty of space. She wasn't afraid of falling off. I'm telling you, don't make me say it twice, or I'll knock you out. Come on, we're meant to meet. I'll give you 10 fruits with less than 5% pollution if you take me with you. Only 10? You think I'd make a mistake for that? Beast men never compromise. How about 20? And no way, I'm live streaming, and my back is only for my future mate. Even if you're underage, it doesn't count. Get off. I'm here to compete for treasure, not to be gentle. With that, a big hand reached for Jihee. She quickly dodged and clung tightly to the giant beast's leg, shouting, 30. 30. Will 30 fruits work? There's no better deal. You need to leave here too. I won't weigh you down. It won't affect you at all. And everyone is watching the live stream. I'm just a minor, so there's no difference between genders. Really? Don't see me as a girl or a boy. I have no gender. Aren't you here for treasure? You don't have any treasure with you now. If you take me out, I'll get you the fruits. Isn't that a good deal? Think about it. The giant beast's hand was wildly reaching for her, and just as it was about to grab Jihee, it suddenly turned and roared. If you dare to trick me, I'll go to your tribe and make a proposal. I won't. I can't. Absolutely not. Trust me. We'll be good friends for life. Just take me away from these ice mountain beasts, and I'll give you the fruits right away. Jihee repeatedly made promises. She had never been so sincere in her memory. She absolutely disagreed with this marriage. This big, dark-haired beast was both ugly and strong, and looked less appealing than that colorful caterpillar. She must be crazy to marry him for 30 bananas. She would rather marry that caterpillar. At least it was rich and easy to handle. No, you really don't have to follow the rules so strictly. Even though you're not an adult yet, I can wait for you. Building feelings from a young age is the way to go. I opened a slaughterhouse in our village. If you marry me, we can have meat for every meal. If you agree to marry me, we can join this show together. I'll be first, you'll be second, and all the treasures will come to our home. How great is that? Gee. His calculations were so obvious they hit her in the face. She could get second place. Why would she marry anyone? However, the situation was stronger than her will, so she chose to cling tightly to the dark-haired beast's leg and said nothing. Looking back at the white whirlwind of people surrounding them, she tried to change the topic. Can't you defeat that ice mountain beast over there? It's tough. It doesn't fear close combat, and its surface temperature is -200 degrees. Any beast that gets too close without protection will freeze solid. If you're alone, you can try, but in a group, it's unnecessary. That thing is just a big ice block. Breaking it won't help. Plus, there are so many beastmen around. They would join in too. It's not the right time to fight. We came here to search for treasures. Only by finding treasures can we pass through. Fighting the ice mountain beast is just a waste of time. His ears perked up. Did that mean they were going to search for treasures on the ice field? She liked that idea. But what treasures could be found on the ice field? Snow lotuses or ancient ice fruits? Finally, after more than 10 minutes, He and the dark-haired brother reached a safe spot. She immediately jumped down and took out 30 bananas to hand over. Thank you, big brother. Goodbye. Hey, little female, if you regret it, come find me anytime. As long as you're willing to marry me, I don't mind letting you be the boss. He waved her hand, silent, and ran away. You don't mind, but I do. It wasn't a life-or-death situation yet. There was no need to sacrifice her appearance.
Not at all, really.
He left the dark-haired beast and walked alone on the ice field, searching for clues related to the next level. Just a few steps in, she was suddenly swept up into the air by a strong wind. The wind came fiercely and without warning. Just as she was about to hide in her space, the wind suddenly disappeared. She landed smoothly and looked around but couldn't find the source of the wind. It seemed that this ice field had not only ice beasts but also sudden strong winds. She frowned, noted this down, and turned to continue walking on the ice field. The vastness of the ice field was eerily empty. There was nothing but huge icebergs and the icy surface. Out of habit, she instinctively tried to absorb an iceberg into her space. It went very smoothly. The transformation of her body had significantly strengthened her mental power, making it easy to absorb the iceberg into her space.